Martial Peak, Chapter 4566 Clash. You worked with Kong Foam before. Do you have any idea how many 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters there are in Heavenly Sword Union? Xianxia asked. The biggest advantage that Voidland had right now was their superior numbers of 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. If even that advantage was nullified, the situation would become tricky. On the surface, only 4 appear to show themselves. Right now, 2 have died, so only 2 are supposedly left. However, Heavenly Sword Union has a long history, so it is hard to say exactly how many 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters they are hiding in the shadows. Those 6th Order Masters in hiding are old veterans who spend all their time cultivating and retreat, their goal to spy into the path of the 7th Order. Xianxia nodded lightly. Heavenly Sword Union was one of the top second-class great forces, so the number of 6th Order Open Heaven Realm members they have will definitely not be too small. After all, even Golden Rainbow Province had a hidden old ancestor. When Xianxia attacked Golden Rainbow Province, Li Luo Shui had just broken through to the 7th Order and almost made him eat a big loss. Compared to Golden Rainbow Province, Heavenly Sword Union had an even deeper and broader heritage, so it was not strange for them to be hiding some old monsters. It seemed as though Quan Hui's strength had greatly increased after receiving Heavenly Sword Union's full support. Even with more 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, it was likely that Voidland would not have that much of an advantage anymore. Xianxia pursed his lips, feeling a headache setting in. Sure enough, beating the snake to death to avoid future calamity comes along with endless consequences. Also, you must not forget, Quan Hui has his own connections, too. The people that Voidland has to fight in the future will not only be Heavenly Sword Union. There is most likely going to be more. Xianxia nodded grimly. What are you planning to do? Luan Bai Feng turned to look at him. Let me think about it. Xianxia fell into deep thought. From the looks of this situation, Voidland and Heavenly Sword Union had yet to break out into an open conflict. When Quan Hui infiltrated Void territory to set up an ambush, firstly, he did not expect Voidland to be so strong, and secondly, it was because he had absolute confidence in his own strength. There was no way a 7th Order Master would slip up trying to plot against one in the 6th Order. However, Voidland's heritage gave him a huge surprise, and Xianxia's abilities were also far beyond what he imagined possible. In the end, not only did he fail in his plot, he even lost a 6th Order disciple and was wounded in the process. Now that he controlled Heavenly Sword Union, the powers Quan Hui could mobilize was far greater than just the subordinates he brought before, yet he did not send any troops to Voidland. That was obviously because he was also concerned about the 2 divine spirits keeping watch over Voidland, but mainly he was worried about Zhu Jiuyin. It seemed that Zhu Jiuyin still had some use even without having to lift a finger. At the very least, her presence was a deterrent that was enough to keep Quan Hui from acting rashly. Otherwise, there was no need for him to block off the territory gate. Quan Hui could have just led his men into Void territory like last time and started a war. Combined with what Luan Bai Feng told him before, Xianxia now vaguely understood what Quan Hui's plans were. He was truly prepared to swallow up Voidland. There are so many people in Voidland that even if all they did was sit idly and ate on their mountains, they would one day run out of resources. When that time came, they would be forced to go out by themselves, and that would be the best time for him to make a move. Considering all this, Xianxia was actually quite relieved. This was also what he wanted to see. The longer the fight dragged on, the greater the advantage would be for Voidland. Licking his lips, Xianxia looked up at Luan Bai Feng. You were planning to help Quan Hui, weren't you? Luan Bai Feng fidgeted. That's right. If I follow a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, then even if I can't taste the meat, I will at least get a share of the soup. Xianxia grinned, then go. I believe that Quan Hui would also be happy to see you join him. Luan Bai Feng blinked her eyes and answered in a daze. Are you asking me to be a spy? You don't dare. Xianxia raised a brow. Luan Bai Feng scoffed. What's there for me to worry about? Everyone knows that there are grievances between me and your Voidland. It is only normal for me to hear the news and come to join him. Obviously, Zuoquan Hui will not be suspicious of anything. Exactly. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Luan Baifeng asked, if I do find out any important information, how am I supposed to report to you? There is no need to contact me in the near future. Zuoquan Hui will most likely not be starting anything yet either. Once the real fight starts, there will be opportunities for us to communicate. Luan Baifeng nodded. Good. What about you? Yang Kai turned towards the territory gate. Naturally, I'm returning to void territory. Luan Baifeng followed his gaze and asked with some concern, are you planning to fight your way through? What if Zuoquan Hui happens to be here? You are not his opponent. Why don't you take the long way around and return through another territory gate? Yang Kai laughed. Zuoquan Hui is a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Or would he have time to idle around here? Even if his injuries are healed, he must still be recuperating somewhere. Not to mention, even if he is here, do you think I can't run if I can't beat him? Luan Baifeng stared blankly at him. If any other 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master were to say that, she would definitely scoff at them. Despite there only being a difference of a single order, the 6th Order and the 7th Order Open Heaven Realms were worlds apart in terms of true strength. It would only require the raise of one's hand for a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to deal with someone in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. But if it was Yang Kai, then be careful lest you let the ship capsize on calm seas. Yang Kai nodded. You should find a place to hide for now. Wait until the dust settles before you go to Zuoquan Hui so you don't rouse his suspicions. If Luan Baifeng tried to join up just after Yang Kai got into a fight in Flying Smoke territory, Zuoquan Hui would definitely investigate it. I know. Luan Baifeng nodded. You should watch out, too. If things take a turn for the worse, leave immediately. Yang Kai left her with a few more instructions before disappearing in a flash. Luan Baifeng tried to follow his traces, and at first was able to detect which direction Yang Kai had gone, but it did not take long for her to lose track of him. She quietly withdrew 10,000 kilometers before all of a sudden she felt a strong energy fluctuation burst out from behind her. When she turned around to look, a great battle had broken out near the territory gate. The ships floating in the void had all gone up in flames, illuminating the area as if it were daytime. Obviously, Yang Kai's fight with those people had begun. Several figures were engaged in battle near the territory gate. One by one, divine abilities and secret techniques were unleashed, shaking the void and flipping the world. There were 5 people surrounding Yang Kai, 4 of whom were old acquaintances. One of them was the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm female disciple under Zuoquan Hui, as well as Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch, Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch, and Blue Flame Heavenly Monarch. However, the last one was an elderly man Yang Kai was unfamiliar with. Yang Kai guessed that he must be one of the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Heavenly Sword Union. To fight 1 against 5 was a little strenuous, even for Yang Kai. Other than the woman, whose heritage was a little shallower, the rest of his enemies were all veteran 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and the world force that they were exuding from their bodies was extremely rich and imposing. Each one of their divine abilities also contained great power. If it were not for mastery of the Tao of Space and his Azure Dragon Spear's might, Yang Kai would have long been defeated. There was still a group of Open Heaven Realm Masters under the 6th Order surrounding him in all directions, forming an impenetrable wall. Everyone was moving quickly, tightly surrounding the chaotic battlefield. It was hard for these weaker cultivators to keep their positions under the fallout from the battle, so it wasn't long before their vitality began roiling, shocking them greatly. If this was the aftershock of the battle, then how could they still survive if they were caught up in the real battle? Huang Quan and the others were similarly shocked. Last time, when they followed Zuoquan Hui to ambush Yang Kai, they had not fought the latter head-on. Even though they knew that he was highly skilled, they did not know the true extent of Yang Kai's strength. However, they were finally able to fully realize how powerful he was at this moment. His Azure Dragon Spear stabbed forward and retreated as quickly and unpredictably as a ghost, and it was simply impossible for them to catch its traces. Even while uniting their strength, they were unable to gain a decisive advantage. What's more, they dripped with cold sweat each time they were faced with one of Yang Kai's counterattacks. Though on the surface, Yang Kai seemed like he was being suppressed and could do little to fight back, his every counterattack was wrapped in the aura of death, leaving the 5 people on their toes the whole fight. Huang Quan and the other 2 from the Prison Star, as well as the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Heavenly Sword Union, struggled to keep Yang Kai in check as they tried to extend their advantage and simply hold him in place. However, the 6th Order woman seemed to have gone crazy as she bombarded Yang Kai with attacks indiscriminately. Even her eyes were dyed crimson. The scene of her senior brother Zhou Ti's death had been haunting her for the past few months. With the killer in front of her, it was only natural that she would fly into a murderous rage, wanting nothing more than to rip Yang Kai's corpse into 10,000 pieces and avenge her senior brother's death. Her reckless behavior forced Huang Quan and the others to have to divert a large part of their energy in order to make up for the openings she left. They tried to give a few words of advice during the battle, but she simply was not listening to any of it. Huang Quan and the others were almost going mad at this situation. They all felt miserable, as if someone was dragging them down despite all their best efforts in working together. However, Huang Quan and the others did not dare allow her to get into any trouble. Otherwise, they would have no way of explaining themselves to Zhou Hui. Yang Kai, you killed my senior brother, and now I must take your life to avenge him. The woman gnashed her teeth and screamed at him after a failed strike, but her hands did not stop moving as she continued, releasing her world force recklessly. Yang Kai raised a spear to block her assault before replying with a barrage of thrusts, pushing against his 5 opponents all at once. Gaining some breathing room, he snickered and taunted. Is your senior brother the one called Zhou Ti? HM, let me think about how he died. That's right, I burned him to death with Golden Crow's true fire, and your honored master, Zhou Hui, did nothing but watch. He should have been able to save him, but he didn't. Do you know why? The woman's eyes became even redder, and there seemed to be tears welling up in them. She could not help but recall the scene of Zhou Ti's demise, and his pitiful screams and pleas for help were still echoing in her ears. Tears quickly blurred her vision, but her moves continued to grow in ferocity. Don't listen to his nonsense. He's just trying to distract you. Huang Quan yelled. It's because your pathetic honored master was trying to protect himself from further injury. Yang Kai was fighting one moment and retreating the next, laughing wantonly. If he saved Zhou Ti, then his injuries would become more serious. However, he could have done it if he wanted to. I'm not a match for him after all. I'll kill you. The woman's world force was fluctuating violently, clearly showing her disturbed mood. She also separated from the rhythm of the other 4 and lunged straight at Yang Kai. A cold light flashed past Yang Kai's eyes, and the Azure Dragon Spear was thrust out at an unpredictable angle. A black that the size of a bean suddenly appeared at the tip of the spear. Space Principles flared as he thrust out towards the woman. Rupture. Watch out. Huang Quan had been vigilantly guarding the woman the whole time, so he immediately unleashed a divine ability towards Yang Kai as soon as the woman made her move. Jin Gang and Song Yin both hastened to remedy the situation as well, while the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Heavenly Sword Union blasted out a divine ability towards Yang Kai, attempting to save the woman by forcing the enemy back. Martial Peak, Chapter 4567, just the beginning. In a chaotic exchange of blows, the mighty powers of divine abilities exploded all around. Yang Kai's face had turned slightly pale, and he retreated 100 kilometers back, suppressing the blood that was roiling up inside of his chest. Huang Quan and the others were guarding the 6th Order woman and confronting Yang Kai from a distance, but all of them were covered in a cold sweat. If they had not rescued her at that moment, then Zhou Hui's female disciple would have been severely injured, if not dead. Cursing inside their hearts that, sure enough, women were the source of all trouble, they still did not dare to loosen their guard. It was at that moment that a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from deep inside Flying Smoke territory. The aura was clearly very far away, yet it could clearly be felt by everyone here. The Divine Monarch has come. Huang Quan and the others were all overjoyed. They knew that Zhuo Quan Hui, who was recuperating in retreat all this while, must have sensed the energy fluctuations from their battle and rushed over to support them. Yang Kai's face darkened. Looking up towards the source of that aura, he could vaguely see a huge, illusory phantom closing in rapidly, and that phantom was a terrifying face that was large enough to cover half the void. He sighed. He had originally planned to take down another one of Zhuo Quan Hui's generals, even if he were to suffer an injury while doing so, but now it seemed like that was impossible. Zhuo Quan Hui was coming, and he had to make his escape now. After glaring at Huang Quan and the others, Yang Kai turned around and left. "Stop him!" Huang Quan shouted as he already began rushing in Yang Kai's direction. As long as they could keep Yang Kai here, then when Zhuo Quan Hui arrived, he would definitely be killed without a doubt. "Those who stand in my way must die." Yang Kai raised a spear and thrust it out. A spear aura blossomed, and screams of agony broke out among the many open heaven realm masters surrounding him. Those open heaven realm masters who were surrounding the fight were all under the sixth order, so how could they hope to block Yang Kai's path? A hole was opened up before him, leaving a dozen corpses drifting across the void while the rest of the group fled in all directions with frightened faces. By the time Huang Quan and the others rushed over, Yang Kai had already plunged straight into the territory gate and disappeared, leaving Huang Quan and the others with helpless looks on their faces. They did not have the guts to follow him into void territory. Who knew whether Yang Kai would suddenly turn his spear back against them if they traveled to the other side? If they went in under such circumstances, it would be no different than stepping through the gates of hell. After standing quietly in place for an incense stick, Zhuo Quan Hui finally arrived. Sweeping a glance around the wreckage, he coldly snorted. Huang Quan and the others all hung their heads, not daring to speak. "Where did Yang Kai come from?" Zhuo Quan Hui asked. They all looked at each other, but all of them shook their heads, not knowing the answer. They never thought that Yang Kai would show up in flying smoke territory, either. If they had thought of this possibility, then they would have been more vigilant. "Waste!" Zhuo Quan Hui cursed angrily. Many of the open heaven realm masters did not dare to raise their heads after being scolded by Zhuo Quan Hui. They had their complaints, but considering that Zhuo Quan Hui's mood had been terrible recently, none of them dared to make a sound. Zhuo Quan Hui had an angry fit by himself before he flicked his sleeve and left. Seeing that he did not insist on chasing Yang Kai in a void territory, Huang Quan and the others breathed sighs of relief. Inside, they regretted that they ever joined Zhuo Quan Hui in the first place, and now they had to suffer his temper just after being freed from the prison star. The gains simply did not make up for the losses. Inside void territory, Yang Kai stopped to observe the Star City from afar. The dock was as bustling as ever. However, while there were people lining up to enter the Star City in the past, this time, it was people in the Star City who were lining up to leave. Of course, there were still those who were entering the Star City, but the number was very small, which was extremely inconsistent with the previous situation at the Star City. Yang Kai had expected this, but he did not expect the situation to develop so quickly. It seemed that no ordinary great force dared to provoke Thousand Cranes Paradise or Zhuo Quan Hui. When Yang Kai appeared at the Void Dock, Jin Yuanlang, who was responsible for overseeing this area, immediately came over to greet him. With a worried expression, he cupped his fist. "Sect Master." Yang Kai nodded lightly in response. "Let's talk somewhere quiet." "Follow me, Sect Master." Jin Yuanlang gestured with his hand and led Yang Kai into a quiet room. Before Yang Kai could speak, Jin Yuanlang sputtered, "Sect Master, that Zhuo Quan Hui has released news that he is now absolutely irreconcilable with our Void Land and vows to raise our sect to the ground." When the merchants in the Star City heard the news, many of them began scrambling to leave. "I saw." Yang Kai nodded. "How long has it been since the message was released? How many have left?" Jin Yuanlang thought for a moment. The news came out more than a month ago, and now 10% of the merchants have left Void Star City. I'm afraid that number will only grow. The governor has sent word that many businesses in the Star City are packing up to leave. We're not making it difficult for these merchants who are trying to leave, are we? Yang Kai asked. Jin Yuanland shook his head. Second manager said that we cannot force them to stay if they have the intention to leave. So, all of them have been allowed to pass freely. That is why they are only checked routinely at the dock and released without any trouble. Second manager did well, Yang Kai praised. The people in the Star City were all from different great forces, both big and small, so it was only natural that they would fear a high-rank open heaven master like Zuoquan Hui. If Voidland tried to force them to stay, then it would only draw criticism and ire, so they might as well just let everyone leave on good terms. But Sect Master, if this goes on, then the foundation of the Star City will be shaken. The popularity that we have built up with so much effort will all go up into smoke. Yang Kai waved his hand. It's not that serious. There will be businesses that won't leave. After a pause, he added, how many merchants do you think will stay? Jin Yuanlang shook his head. That is hard for me to say. I am only in charge of watching over the Void Dock. Sect Master should seek Governor Mo for such questions. Void Star City had a governor's office, where Mo Mei was assuming command. As they were talking, they heard Mo Mei's voice emerge. We should be able to keep about 30% of them, possibly less. Yang Kai looked over and saw Mo Mei walking in, then bowing elegantly. Welcome back, Sect Master. Yang Kai nodded and gestured toward the seat. Sit. Mo Mei took her seat and explained, my subordinates informed me that Sect Master appeared at the dock, so I came over to take a look. Has Sect Master's trip been fruitful? Yang Kai left half a year ago without raising any noise, but the higher-ups of Voidland were still made aware of his movements, so they all knew that he had gone to the Black Prison to seek out Wan by phone. It was a decent harvest. Yang Kai nodded and smiled. I brought back many good things from this trip. Mo Mei's eyes lit up and she giggled. Sure enough, nothing is impossible for Sect Master. It was just luck. Yang Kai waved his hand casually. Let's talk about the Star City. How can you tell that 30% will stay? Speaking of business, Mo Mei's expression also turned serious. Of course, there are merchants in the Star City who are afraid of Zuoquan Hui and Thousand Cranes Paradise's resounding presence, and do not think highly of our Voidland. However, as merchants, there are still those with the instinct to pursue profit. That is why there will still be brave ones who will remain. We will have to see what happens. Besides, not all are afraid of Zuoquan Hui. There are a few who do not put him in their eyes, such as Inyang Cave Heavens Dao Temple and Azura Cave Heavens Azura Arena. Yang Kai nodded lightly. The ones behind these two businesses were both Cave Heavens, so there was indeed no need for them to fear a measly Zuoquan Hui. The rise of our Void Star City is due to the heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, a spirit pill that only we can sell. There will always be people who will stay, so 30% is my estimate, though I can't be sure. Mo Mei smiled. Still, the Star City's popularity will take a plunge with so many merchants leaving, and before the conflict with Zuoquan Hui is resolved, it will be impossible for us to restore our previous prosperity. No matter, even though this Star City is my Voidland's foundation, we have still accumulated a lot of supplies over the years. It should be enough for us to use for a short period of time. As long as we win this war, the Star City's popularity will be restored sooner or later. Sect Master is right. Mo Mei nodded. Second Manager had also gathered us to discuss this matter. With the resources that Voidland has accumulated up until now, there is no need for us to worry for the next few years. The next few years? Yang Kai nodded lightly. He had brought enough materials for 10 people to break through to the Sixth Order during this trip. If the Great Emperors continued to do their best, then there was no reason for them not to be able to advance in the next few years. When that time came, Voidland would naturally gain the qualification to compete with Zuoquan Hui. Sect Master, I have an idea. Mo Mei looked at him. Speak. The merchants in the Star City have signed contracts valid for differing numbers of years to rent the shops in the Star City. Now that they have left of their own accord, the contracts are naturally null and void. This will suddenly create an influx of unoccupied shops and stalls. Xianxia nodded. That is inevitable. What is your suggestion? May smiled. Naturally, I cannot solve the problem with the unoccupied shops, but for those who are willing to stay, can't we provide them with some concessions and benefits, such as reducing their rent and taxes? At least, we should let them know that our void land is not ungrateful. Xianxia pondered for a moment and agreed. That's a good idea. Also, if those who left ever want to return to the Star City, they will have to pay a higher rent and tax compared to the others. May was surprised. Would that not backfire? Xianxia laughed. The Star City belongs to our void land. They can come if they want to, but if they don't, then no one will force them. There's nothing wrong with this arrangement. Every step in a first-class Star City was paved with gold, and it was very difficult for a great force to rent shops in good locations. Void Star City had the qualifications to be called first class, and it had taken them several expansions to get to their current size. In the past, those merchants would fight desperately for the best locations. Now that Void Land was suffering external problems, those merchants were free to leave, but if they wished to return, then they would have to accommodate Void Land's mood. May smiled. You are the sect master, so your word is law. I will arrange for someone to take care of it. Xianxia nodded, and go. Once May left, Xianxia turned back to Jin Yuanlang. For those who wish to leave, there is no need to denounce them. Just let them all go. Sooner or later, they will come crawling back. Jin Yuanlang cupped his fist. This subordinate will obey. The situation in the Star City was not stable right now, but there was also no need for Xianxia to pay too much attention to it. When an external threat makes its presence known, everyone has the innate instinct to protect themselves. Getting up and walking out, Xianxia looked up into the void. This fight had just begun. Martial Peak, Chapter 4568, Comprehending the Space-Time Strength. Voidland was surrounded in a grim atmosphere. Everyone was desperately cultivating so that they could play their part in the approaching Great War. For the disciples with lower cultivation, this was a battle that would determine Voidland's fate, and the fighting could break out at any moment. Their cultivation was not high, but they were willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of Voidland. Xianxia worked hard to bring them out of the star boundary and gave them the chance to see the vast and colorful world of the outer universe, giving them a place to reside and a peaceful environment to cultivate. Now, someone wanted to destroy that. Nobody was willing to let it happen. Anyone who wished to do so would have to do it over their dead bodies. Surprisingly, a month went past, but everything remained peaceful. 2 months, then 3 months passed, but it was still the same. However, that was just what Voidland's disciples wanted, more time to cultivate, though the supplies that were being handed to them each time grew smaller and smaller. The Star City's population had taken a serious hit, and each day, large droves of merchants left. Now, Void Star City was no longer the bustling city it once was. Walking through the Star City, the traffic was sparse, and most businesses were shut down. In a matter of months, Void Star City had lost more than 70% of its initial tenants, which was higher than May's initial estimate. Its popularity plummeted and the merchants left, which meant that the Star City's income was significantly reduced, and the rate at which it could gather cultivation resources also slowed greatly. Even though the Star City had accumulated a good amount of wealth for Voidland, it would not last them for more than a few years at this rate. In order to plan for the future, Bianyu Qing, the second manager of Voidland, had no choice but to ration cultivational resources. A large amount of supplies were given to those who were expected to advance into the open heaven realm within a short time, such as the great emperors and pseudo-great emperors. So it was only natural that disciples with lower cultivation were being allocated less now. The more than 10,000 materials that Xianxia brought back from the Black Prison entered Voidland's treasury, relieving their resource woes for the near future. Bianyu Qing was especially pleased and surprised at the 6th Order Yin and Yang element materials he brought that were enough for 10 people's use. Including the 3 sets that Voidland had originally, they now had enough resources to help 13 cultivators advance directly into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, and it was foreseeable that more than a dozen Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters would appear in Voidland soon. Not to mention the fact that the mining operation was still going on back at the Black Prison. The ore star that Xianxia spent a lot of effort bringing back from the Black Territory's depths would grant them plenty of resources in the coming 2 to 3 years. Voidland's material situation would be greatly improved once the ore slaves in the Black Prison had finished mining that half of the ore star. The fact that Zuoquan Hui has remained quiet for months without any intention of attacking Voidland all, but confirmed Xianxia's theory that the former intended to wage a protracted war against Voidland. This was exactly what Xianxia hoped to see. Voidland had only been around for a short time, and what it needed most was time. The disciples needed time to grow, and the great emperors also needed time to break through. For any other great force, they would definitely be forced into a very passive situation under such circumstances. Once their Star City's population fell into a slump and without enough resources to support them, any great force would sooner or later run out of supplies, even if they did nothing but wait idly. Then they would have to find ways to go out and find resources to continue cultivating. This time could be as long as 5, 10, 20, or even 50 years. Zuoquan Hui could afford to wait. Open Heaven Realm Masters had extremely long lifespans, so even 100 years was just a snap of one's fingers, let alone to plot against a rising great force like Voidland. In Zuoquan Hui's estimation, it would take at most 5 years to cripple Voidland financially. Then, without resources to cultivate, Voidland's members would fall into disarray and be at his mercy. So, he need not block all the territory gates in a void territory. He only needed to put in an appearance and release the news to be able to cut off Voidland's resources and put them on pins and needles. Such a plan would work on any ordinary second-class great force. If Zuoquan Hui were to use this method against Heavenly Sword Union, it would not be able to hold up for long. Such was the influence wielded by a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. One man alone could stand against 10,000. However, Voidland was no ordinary second-class great force, and this was something that Zuoquan Hui did not anticipate. Inside his bedchamber, Xianxia sat cross-legged, refining open heaven pills while studying the mysteries of space-time strength. Behind him, a great sun and round moon rising and setting could be vaguely seen. Sun and Moon Divine Wheel was a divine ability that he had discovered only after advancing into the open heaven realm. In terms of raw power, it wasn't much stronger than his golden crow, Cast the Sun, but the new space-time strength it exuded was extremely profound, and even he himself had barely scratched the surface of its mysteries. If the divine ability was compared to the divine armaments of the divine armament world, that golden crow, Cast the Sun, was undoubtedly a top-class divine armament, easily able to pierce a hole through one's body when stabbed. Sun and Moon Divine Will could similarly be compared to a divine armament. But unlike Golden Crow Cast the Sun, Sun and Moon Divine Wheel was laced with poison. Not only could it pierce a hole through someone, it would also corrode their vitality on contact, which made it that much more powerful. It had not been long since Xianxia advanced into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, and he had done so by using a world fruit. So, even though he gained great benefits from the wind spirits and the astral wind divine ability, and from Yin-Yang Heaven's small source world, increasing his heritage and making him much more powerful than ordinary Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he was still a long way from advancing into the Seventh Order. Without advancing into the Seventh Order, there was no way for him to compete head-on with Zuoquan Hui. The only weapon that Xianxia had against Zuoquan Hui right now was his Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. This was something that Golden Crow, Cast the Sun, had no way of comparing to. When the war broke out in full with Zuoquan Hui, Xianxia would be the only one capable of dealing with him, which showed how crucial the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel's existence was. While stuffing open heaven pills into his mouth, Xianxia immersed himself in that space-time strength, unable to extricate himself. Right now, Voidland's resources and supplies were under strict rationing with the full allocation rights handed over to Bian Yuqing, who heavily skewed the flow of resources towards the cultivators who were nearing their advancement into the open heaven realm so that they could ensure that they would have more open heaven realm masters on their side when the Great War came. In the coming battle, only open heaven realm masters would be qualified to participate. If the Emperor realm cultivators went out, none of them would survive. That meant that the open heaven realm masters could only use open heaven realm pills to cultivate. Even Voidland's lord, Xianxia, was no exception. Refining open heaven pills was the least efficient method for an open heaven realm master to cultivate, but it was also the simplest and most common. Basically, no open heaven realm master could avoid refining large amounts of open heaven pills during their lives. Inside the second manager's office, Bian Yuqing, who had already been working hard for more than half a month, was rushing back and forth. As the steward of the entire Voidland, Bian Yuqing was usually busy enough, but the situation now had become even more serious due to the addition of both external and internal problems. Previously, in High Heaven Sect, there was Xianxia to take charge of the overall situation, and all she had to do was pick up the slack here and there. Now that they had come to Voidland, and with Xianxia still back in the Star Boundary, the burden was on her shoulders alone. She had given a lot for the sake of Voidland, more than any other person. She could not even get any time for her own cultivation, which resulted in her seeing little growth despite all the time that had passed. She had not even been able to condense her Dao seal yet. However, she was happy to take on this responsibility. If it was not for the support that Xianxia gave her back then, she may have died long ago before even reaching the Emperor Realm. How could she even have the opportunity to see the sights of the Emperor Realm, much less gain such great power in her current status as second manager? After consulting with Xianxia, she selected a few apprentices from among the lower disciples and nurtured them to the greatest extent of her abilities so that they could share the managerial pressure with her. Only, time was still short, and those few apprentices were not ready to take on real responsibilities yet. Whenever this happened, she would inevitably think of Ko Wu. She could barely remember his face after all these years, but she would never forget the way that disciple who had sacrificed himself to protect her when she was in mortal danger. If only Ko Wu were still alive, he would have become her greatest assistant. She had barely sat down to rest for a half cup of tea's time when a disciple rushed in, one of those that she had been training to become her right hand recently. What is it? Despite her exhaustion, Bian Yuqing still availed herself mentally. The situation in Voidland was very tense right now, and she could not afford to loosen up for even a moment. The disciple blurted in a panic. Something unusual has happened within Sect Master's chambers. Bian Yuqing's exhaustion was tossed to the back of her mind, and she rose with a start. What happened? This was a matter concerning Xianxia, so her heart jumped to her throat in an instant. If anything were to happen to Xianxia, the pillar that held Voidland up, then Voidland's foundation would truly be lost. The disciple shook his head. I'm not sure. I just saw it from afar when I was passing by. Second manager should head over as soon as possible. Bian Yuqing moved out without dallying for a moment, transforming into a bolt of light that shot towards Xianxia's chambers as quickly as possible. Before she could even get close, though, Bian Yuqing saw the unusual situation witnessed by that disciple. With Xianxia's room at the center, the space in the surrounding area spanning a couple of dozen kilometers was in chaos. As if a mirror had been shattered and put back together by a child, light folded and interlaced, and everything inside of this warped region became distorted beyond recognition. She could vaguely feel a profound aura coming from inside this altered space. What is going on? Bian Yuqing was shocked. She could feel that the power fluctuations were extremely chaotic, but also extremely profound and mysterious. When she extended her divine sense to investigate, she simply could not probe into what was going on inside. Instead, she only felt dazed and confused. A number of disciples had already noticed the unusual scene and stopped to watch from afar, all of them with worried looks on their faces. Bian Yuqing did not dare to intrude, so she landed just outside the strange phenomenon. The chaotic void entered her vision clearly as pieces of space folded in on themselves, twisting and reassembling themselves. Her vision was so blurred that she could not even see what was happening inside this anomaly. Shua. A figure suddenly landed beside her. Bian Yuqing turned her head to see Yu He and quickly called out, "Left protector." Yui's face was grave. Obviously, she had heard what was going on and had rushed over to investigate. Yui nodded lightly and asked urgently, "Second manager, what is going on?" Martial Peak, Chapter 4569, enlightened. Bian Yuqing shook her head. "I've only just arrived and I don't know what's going on either." "Didn't Sect Master say anything to you before going into retreat?" "Nothing." Yui frowned anxiously. "It must just be an unusual cultivation session." "Left Protector can't see anything either?" Bian Yuqing was slightly shocked. Right now, she was only in the Emperor realm, so it was normal for her to not be able to see what was going on inside. After all, she was lacking in insight and strength. However, if even the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm he could not see through the chaos, then the situation must be quite unusual. Could it be a cultivation dissonance? When that thought came up, Bian Yuqing's face went pale. Yui seemed to have realized her concern and comforted, "Don't worry too much, it's not what you think. Young Master is probably just comprehending something. Hurry off to Dragon Sun Peak and invite Senior by Shi to come. With his eyes, he should be able to see something." Bian Yuqing nodded, "I'll go at once." Two mature divine spirits resided in Voidland, Zhu Jiu-yin and Bai Shi. The former always secluded herself, having little to no interactions even with Yang Kai. Second manager Bian Yuqing could only meet Zhu Jiu-yin if the latter was in the mood. However, Bai Shi was different. Despite being a venerable divine spirit, he was very amiable. Bian Yuqing would also visit Bai Shi occasionally. Knowing his temperament, it should not be difficult to invite him over. After rushing to Dragon Sun's Peak, she found Bai Shi, who was currently occupied with teaching Xiaohe and Xiaohong. After informing him about the situation, Bai Shi did not dare to dally either and rushed over to the site with her. In just a few moments, Bai Shi arrived, dragged over by Xiaohe and Xiaohong. "Senior." Yui bowed elegantly. Everyone in Voidland was very reverent and appreciative of this kind-hearted divine spirit. Bai Shi answered and looked up ahead. "Please take a look, Senior. What is going on over there with our young master?" "No need to worry." Bai Shi waved his hand and looked on solemnly. After a while, he made an exclamation of surprise. Staring straight at a certain spot in the void, he revealed a look of astonishment and surprise. Yu He and Bian Yuqing stood by, not knowing what he had seen, but not daring to speak up and interrupt him either. Another while passed, and Bai Shi suddenly raised his hand, probing the area in front of everyone's eyes. When Bai Shi reached out into the chaotic space, his hand actually disappeared from everyone's view out of nowhere. A moment later, Bai Shi pulled his hand back. Neither Yu He nor Bian Yuqing could hold themselves back from gasping in amazement, because when Bai Shi's hand reappeared, the old man's wrinkly hand was wrapped in a crystal-clear material similar to a layer of porcelain with a strange power surrounding it. Bai Shi observed his hand for a moment and suddenly laughed. "Interesting." With a shake of his hand, the porcelain-like shine quickly faded, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "Senior, is young master in any danger?" Yu He asked nervously. Bai Shi mused, "It's nothing you need to worry about. He is quite clearly comprehending some sort of divine ability or secret technique, and it is most likely related to the Tao of space and the Tao of time, which is why such a bizarre spectacle has appeared." Yu He and Bian Yuqing exchanged glances, then breathed sighs of relief. "Keep an eye out on the situation and let me know if anything else unusual happens." After saying that, Bai Shi led the two children back. "Let me see you off, Senior," Bian Yuqing quickly offered. After sending Bai Shi back, Bian Yuqing hurriedly returned, dispersing the disciples who had gathered to watch the sights and ordering them to clear the area within several dozen kilometers of Yang Kai's palace, while she and Yu He kept a close eye on the situation here. In the coming month or so, the space around Yang Kai's home remained in a chaotic state of flux, but subtle changes did appear over time. Yu He and Bian Yuqing caught sight of very peculiar things in the chaotic space more than once. From time to time, visions of human figures would appear, and occasionally it seemed like someone was fighting inside. However, since time and space were in such chaos, nobody could see anything clearly. The two were not even sure whether what they saw was real or an illusion. This situation continued for several more months. One day, the strange occurrences suddenly disappeared, as if they had never even existed, restoring the local space to its original state. Bian Yuqing and Yu He, who had been keeping watch nearby all this time, exchanged glances before both of them made their way towards Xianxia's chambers. Inside his room, Xianxia opened his eyes, still deep in thought. He had managed to gain a lot during this retreat. Since creating the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, he had not had the time to properly look into the mysteries contained within it. However, now that he had some free time, it was just right for him to perfect this divine ability. However, Xianxia discovered a problem when he reached this point. His understanding of the Tao of time lagged behind his understanding of the Tao of space. After all, the Tao of space was his foundation, and though he dared not say that his grasp of it was perfect, it was as good as it could be for his current realm. His Tao seal had been condensed with the Tao of space as its foundation, which later became the foundation for his small universe. However, it was different for the Tao of time. Xianxia had cultivated the time fly's sealed divine ability many years ago, but only superficially understood the Tao of time. Later, when he arrived at the ruins of the ancient battlefield between Flowing Time, Great Emperor, and Great Demon God, he witnessed the reverberations left behind from their great battle, gaining much inspiration from it. After a successful advancement into the open heaven realm, the sun rose and the moon set in an endless cycle within his small universe. The passing of time became far more vivid and enabled him to take a great leap forward in his comprehension of the Tao of time. However, when all was said and done, his proficiency in it still could not compare with his mastery of the Tao of space. If he were to divide comprehension of the Taos he held into different categories, then from lowest to highest, it would be arranged something like superficial contact, peering through the doors, taking initial steps, traversing a familiar path, attaining mastery through comprehensive understanding, exceeding the ordinary to reach the extraordinary, standing above all others within sight, summiting the peak, transcending the mundane, and eventually shocking history and amazing the present. In comparison, Xianxia had barely reached the 7th level of mastery in his Tao of space, possibly touching upon the 8th. However, he was only barely at the 4th level of mastery when it came to the Tao of time, and that was only thanks to the special good fortune of his small universe. Otherwise, he would likely be stuck in the 2nd level. Space-time strength was a mix of two different principal strengths, so the difference in Xianxia's grasp on the Tao of space and Tao of time limited the power he could display. He could only exert space-time strength equal to his level of mastery over the Tao of time when he executed the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. This was similar to advancing into the open heaven realm. A barrel could only hold as much water as the shortest plank of wood it was made from. If Xianxia was able to raise his grasp of the Tao of time, then the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel would definitely become even stronger. After months of study, Xianxia finally saw the path extending towards a grand Tao, and his eyes glowed. He had not been prepared to spend so much time on the Tao of time, as comprehending a grand Tao relied on both quality and quantity. The Tao of space alone was enough for him to study for a lifetime. So if he wasted his time on studying and cultivating the Tao of time, it may not necessarily give him any benefits. However, now it seemed that he truly had to spend some effort studying it. This was the only way he could increase his strength within a short amount of time. And it was not too difficult to cultivate the Tao of time. Flowing Time, Great Emperor, also made his name as a great emperor through his mastery over the Tao of time, and currently, his two legacy disciples lived in Voidland, as did the Flowing Time Temple, which contained his inheritance. What was more, Xianxia could loosely be described as an in-name disciple of Flowing Time, Great Emperor. In fact, flowing time great emperor had split his mastery over the Tao of time that he passed on in his inheritance. Doing this would result in less immediate benefits to his disciples, but it would also allow them to better understand their own abilities and shortcomings, which would allow them to set their own course. Xianxia had never encountered another master who had split their mastery over a grand Tao with such detail before. Now enlightened, Xianxia got up and slowly walked out. As soon as the door was open, he was greeted by the worried gazes of Yu He and Bian Yuqing. Xianxia had long felt their presence, so he was not surprised to see them waiting outside and gently nodded. "I managed to discover some things, but it seems I've made you worry." "Young master seems to have made good progress." Yu He smiled. She could feel subtle changes in Xianxia's aura after not seeing him for the past few months, but she could not say what those changes were. "It was decent." Xianxia nodded lightly and asked, "How has Voidland been doing?" Bian Yuqing hurried forward to report to him. When he heard that everything was fine and that Zuoquan Hui had not made any unusual moves, Xianxia put his heart at ease. More than 10 months had passed since Zuoquan Hui blocked off the territory gate, but he never mobilized his troops during this time, only making his presence known in Flying Smoke territory and putting pressure on Voidland. Xianxia knew that this guy was wary of Zhu Jiuyin's presence, but Xianxia was also happy that the other side remained idle. "There are 2 things that I must tell Sect Master." "And go ahead." Xianxia nodded as he walked outside. Bian Yuqing hurried over to follow him and reported, "Firstly, someone called Xian Peng has come from the Black Territory, saying that it was under Sect Master's instructions to deliver supplies here every 6 months." Xianxia raised his brow. "How did he get here? Where is he now?" When he was returning from the Black Territory, Xianxia himself had been stopped on his way back through Flying Smoke territory. If Xian Peng managed to reach Void territory, then it was likely he came from a different route. Bian Yuqing said, "He has already returned. It seems like he came over from a different great territory, but he brought a lot of good things with him." Xianxia glanced at her and smiled. If even second manager says they are good, then it must really be good. There were 2 6th-order Yin element materials and 1 Yang element material. Besides that, there were 34 6th-order materials of other elements, 262 5th-order materials, and over 1,000 below the 5th order. So much. Xianxia was visibly moved, despite knowing that the ore star that he brought back from the Black Territory's depths was sure to hold great riches. He never thought that it would be so bountiful. It had only been half a year, so how much would they be able to obtain if the entire half of the ore star was mined out? And that was merely half of an ore star. What would happen if he could mine all of the ore stars in the Black Territory? There were even 2 7th-order materials. Bian Yuqing added. Xianxia's brow jumped upon hearing that, but then he felt a twang of regret. The half an ore star he had brought back from the Black Territory's depths had been ground down by a great amount when it was pushed into the killing array, and he had no idea how many of its resources were lost during that ordeal, especially the 6th order and 7th order ones. However, this was the only way things could be done if Xianxia wanted to mine those black stones. Those or slaves were simply unable to hold up for long in the depths of the Black Territory. Martial Peak, Chapter 4570, Chaos gives rise to Yin and Yang. With no way to deal with the strange aura permeating the depths of Black Prison, they would inevitably incur losses when mining the ore stars located there. The amount of resources that Xian Peng brought over on this trip could not be described as large, but the quality was excellent. Without even mentioning the 2 7th-order materials, there were a total of 34 6th-order materials alone, with 2 6th-order Yin and 1 Yang element materials. The latter were exactly the materials that Voidland was most in need of right now. For the current Voidland, this was not exactly big news, but it was not small news either. However, knowledge about Xian Peng's visit was limited to only a few people. What else? Xianxia gathered himself and asked. Gathering Yuan Union's young Union Master, Lu Jing came to visit a month ago and has been waiting for Sect Master to exit retreat since his arrival. Xianxia raised his brow, showing a look of surprise. At this juncture, almost over 70% of the Star City's merchants had left. Even for those who chose to remain, a good many of them were still on the fence. The great forces with cooperative relationships with Voidland were all wishing they could cut off contact, lest they draw unwanted fire to themselves. Why would Lu Jing rush over here to see me during this time? Is he acting in the Gathering Yuan Union's name, or is he here by himself? Is he alone, or with someone else? Yang Kai asked. Bian Yu Qing responded. Apart from few guards, he is alone. Yang Kai nodded, now having an understanding of the situation. An hour later, inside the reception hall, Yang Kai met Lu Jing. After exchanging pleasantries, they took their seats. Brother Lu, what can I help you with on this visit? Yang Kai looked at him curiously after taking a sip of tea. Lu Jing responded with some awkwardness. I have failed to make good on senior brother Yang's favor, and I originally did not have the face to return because of that, but I had to come regardless because I owe senior brother a life-saving grace. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Why are you talking about that? Lu Jing said, I have spoken to my father about senior brother's proposal. Originally, he seemed quite interested, but things changed. He sighed deeply with a helpless expression on his face. Yang Kai smiled. That's how business is. There is no need for it to sour our relationship just because the deal did not go through. So pay it no mind, Brother Lu. Last time, when Lu Jing came by, Yang Kai tried using distribution rights for the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill as a bargaining chip in order to negotiate a deal with Gathering Yuan Union. Originally, he figured that since Gathering Yuan Union's merchant ships were spread across the 3,000 worlds, it would surely not be difficult for them to gather up some rare resources. If Gathering Yuan Union could truly help him acquire the 6th Order Yin and Yang element materials that he needed, then Voidland would not be at a disadvantage even if they exchanged some Heavenly Yuan stabilizing pills for them. At that time, Voidland and Zuoquan Hui had not broken out into a full confrontation yet. Though less than a year had passed since then, things had changed greatly. Voidland fought a great battle against Zuoquan Hui and his disciples, in which Zhou Ti was killed. Zuoquan Hui subsequently became Heavenly Sword Union's Union Master, then spread word of his feud with Voidland far and wide. Anyone who was slightly well-informed would naturally have found out about what happened. Gathering Yuan Union was a mercantile-based sect, so it was only natural for them to be very well-informed, which explained why Lu Jing said that things had changed. Even though his father was interested in the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, he also had to watch out for the stance of Zuoquan Hui and Thousand Cranes Paradise behind him. So, how could he dare to work with Voidland at such a time? However, Yang Kai did not care about that anymore. After heading to the Black Prison and bringing so many resources back, Voidland's immediate needs had already been satisfied, so they did not have to worry about cooperating with Gathering Yuan Union anymore. Lu Jing looked even more embarrassed now and hung his head low. Senior brother Yang's generosity is admirable. Yang Kai waved his hand and laughed. Brother Lu is exaggerating. Without the harvest from the Black Territory, he may have been slightly disappointed by how things turned out. However, with the Black Territory as a backup for resource production, the problem he had already been solved. Lu Jing raised his head and cupped his fist. Additionally, I have also come with a request. Yang Kai sat up straight and gestured for him to continue. Pray tell, Brother Lu. Lu Jing said, I would like to rent some shops in Voidstar City and open a trade company. Yang Kai's face became serious. Is this Brother Lu's idea, your father's, or Gathering Yuan Union's? Moving into Voidstar City was not a good choice in these times. There is no need to mention the merchants who stayed since they were originally established in Voidstar City to begin with. Whether they left or stayed, Zuoquan Hui was in no position to question or rebuke them for their choice. However, to move in at this juncture would likely be interpreted by outsiders as a gesture of goodwill towards Voidland, which was no different than drawing fire upon oneself. There was no way that a business alliance as large as Gathering Yuan Union would not be able to see that. Lu Jing responded, This has nothing to do with my father or Gathering Yuan Union. I am solely responsible for this decision. Yang Kai looked deeply at him, clearly not believing him. Despite being the young Union master, Lu Jing's cultivation was still only in the fourth order open heaven realm. If his father had any objections to this idea, he had thousands of ways to keep Lu Jing from acting. How could he possibly have allowed his son to wade into these muddy waters? Since Lu Jing was here, then someone must be supporting him from behind. As a whole, Gathering Yuan Union likely would not support him in such a move. In which case, that must mean that, as the Union Master of Gathering Yuan Union, his father had at least given his tacit agreement for Lu Jing to proceed. Doing things this way, however, meant that even if Void Land were to ultimately lose the war, Zhuo Quan Hui would have no reason or be in any position to give Gathering Yuan Union any trouble. It was not appropriate to speak about such matters openly, but it was fine as long as all involved understood the subtleties of the situation. As a result, Lu Jing was not deliberately trying to deceive Yang Kai. After a short pause, Yang Kai said, "Brother Lu, you should know what the current situation is like in my Void Land. Coming to our Star City at a time like this is not the best choice." Lu Jing smiled. "I understand what senior brother Yang is trying to say, but for a merchant, danger also signifies opportunity, does it not?" He winked playfully at Yang Kai as he said so. "Well, as long as you've made up your mind," Yang Kai nodded lightly. Lu Jing was no child. As a fourth-order open heaven realm master and the young Union Master of Gathering Yuan Union, he could make his own judgments and decisions. There was no need to coddle him with advice. Receiving Yang Kai's agreement, Lu Jing perked up and asked, "Senior brother Yang, how many shops can you offer me here in Void Star City?" Yang Kai laughed. "How many does brother Lu want?" Lu Jing said generously, "The more the better, naturally. The best would be if you could offer me a whole street or two." Now, Yang Kai was even more sure that Gathering Yuan Union's Union Master was behind this move. Otherwise, Lu Jing would not have the guts to make such a big request. "You really don't hold back." Yang Kai laughed. After some thought, he continued, "I will contact the governor's mansion about this matter later. Then you can go there and discuss it with Governor Mo yourself. Right now, the Star City has many empty shops to offer, so we will definitely be able to satisfy your requests." "In that case, many thanks, senior brother Yang." Overjoyed, Lu Jing stood up at once to bow. "There's no time to lose. I will head to the governor's mansion at once." Clearly, he was also eager and impatient to start his own business. And Void Star City was a place with the opportunity for him to do so. "I will send someone to go with you." Yang Kai contacted Bian Yuqing and had her arrange for someone to take Lu Jing over to the Star City. Naturally, Lu Jing thanked him again. While waiting for his escort to arrive, Lu Jing added, "By the way, senior brother Yang, about the things you were looking for last time, Gathering Yuan Union is unable to provide you with them for now, but I do know of two places that are rich with sixth-order yin and yang element materials." Yang Kai asked with great interest, "Oh, where?" Lu Jing casually blurted, "The first place is the Black Prison. Yang Kai should have met a woman named Luan by phone before. Yes?" Yang Kai burst out in laughter inwardly, but on the surface he kept calm and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, more than once." "Then that makes things easy. The Black Prison produces something called black stone, and these black stones can contain cultivation materials of all different orders and elements. If senior brother Yang could take over the Black Prison, then you will naturally have no need to worry about cultivation materials anymore." Lu Jing looked at him. "Only, there are many natural arrays all over the Black Prison. Even though Luan by Feng is only in the 6th order, not even a 7th order master can best her inside the Black Prison because of her mastery over the Tao of Spirit arrays. If senior brother Yang is truly interested, then you must be careful of Luan by Feng." "I know a thing or two about the Black Prison situation," Yang Kai nodded. Inside, he thought to himself, "Not only do I know about it, I just came back from the Black Prison recently after carrying out in or star from its depths." After a pause, Yang Kai asked, "What about the other place?" Lu Jing's expression became a bit serious when he mentioned the Black Prison and Luan by Feng. Clearly, he knew the oddities present within the Black Prison as well as Luan by Feng's strength. However, his face turned even more serious when he continued, Has senior brother Yang heard of the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer? Yang Kai's face also turned solemn. Chaos gives rise to yin and yang. Yin and yang give rise to the four symbols, ancestors of all divine spirits, burning light and serene glimmer. According to ancient legends, at the beginning of existence, there was only chaos, which later gave rise to yin and yang, which became the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer, the oldest divine spirits in the world. It was only after the two beasts transformed into the four symbols that divine spirits like the dragons and the phoenixes appeared. It could be said that the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer were the progenitors of all divine spirits. That was to say, they were the shared ancestors of all divine spirits. These two were terrifying existences that were highly likely to be even stronger than the giant spirit gods. Back then, Yang Kai obtained a divine spirit record, which listed the ranking of all the divine spirits in the 3,000 worlds. The book listed the dragons and the phoenixes at the top, but the burning light and serene glimmers introductions appeared at the very beginning of the manuscript. Only the author of the book did not believe that these two beasts still existed in this world, and that was why the dragon and phoenix clans were ranked first. Yang Kai was surprised when he read this, but he did not think much of it. The one who really brought up the burning light and serene glimmer to him later was the proprietress. At that time, Yang Kai was looking to advance into the high-rank open heaven realm directly and was in search of a source of high-rank yin and yang element materials. That was when the proprietress brought out her universe chart for him to see. Inside the universe chart, there were several great territories that were blank without the markings of any great force. Not even universe worlds existed there. According to the proprietress, those great territories used to be thriving places, but the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer were naturally opposing forces. Since fire and water did not mix, the continuous clash between the two eventually tore those great territories apart. The great territories then became areas forbidden for all life, dead territories, so to speak. Whether it be a 7th order or even 8th order open heaven realm master, none could survive after they entered that place, so nobody had any idea what the situation was inside of these dead territories. Even the proprietress herself had only heard others mention rumors about them, and there was simply no way of confirming whether the burning light and serene glimmer truly existed. Naturally, Yang Kai would not dare to provoke existences as terrifying as them. Even 7th Order and 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters went silent after entering the chaotic dead territory. He was only a trivial Emperor Realm Master back then, so how could he dare to have any extravagant thoughts about them? However, he never thought that he would once again hear the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmers names, this time from Lu Jing. It was clear that though Lu Jing's cultivation was low, he was still well informed. Martial Peak, Chapter 4571, Achieving Mastery Through Comprehensive Study. As Yang Kai's thoughts began to drift, he heard Lu Jing say, "The burning light and serene glimmer were born of opposing attributes and fought incessantly, filling the void with the elements, yin and yang. It was said that yin and yang element materials condense in places where they have passed, and are of a very high quality at that." Is this news reliable? Yang Kai's brow furrowed. It was not that he did not trust Lu Jing, but how could Lu Jing know something that even the proprietress could not find out? Sure enough, Lu Jing laughed embarrassedly. "I have only heard someone else mention it. Maybe it was just a rumor. After all, nobody has seen it for themselves." Yang Kai thought to himself, "If you're not sure, then why say it?" However, Lu Jing was clearly only trying to give Yang Kai a hint. It was up to Yang Kai to decide what he wanted to do with that information. Within a few moments, Bian Yu Qing brought someone over, and Yang Kai sent Lu Jing out. There was no need for him to worry about anything happening at the Star City, since Mo Mei was there to take care of it. For now, allowing Lu Jing to build up a new trade company in the Star City may not be of much use to Voidland, but in the long run, it could help with leveraging the power of those supporting Lu Jing from behind, gathering Yuan Union. After the fight here was over, the Star City would begin to develop again, and this would be of great benefit to both sides. After Lu Jing's side was settled, Yang Kai headed to Water Spirit Land without delay. A large number of people that were brought over from the Star Boundary were housed in Water Spirit Land, including members of the Dragon Clan. There was a huge lake in Water Spirit Land, and at the very center of that lake hovered a palace that was just like an island. Yang Kai moved to the front of the palace and looked up, where he saw the character's flowing time temple shining brightly. A white shadow rushed out of the main entrance and ran circles around Yang Kai like a puppy, saying excitedly, "Adoptive father, what are you doing here?" Another beautiful figure appeared subsequently from the flowing time temple, standing gracefully and smiling at Yang Kai, bowing, "Big brother." Two more rushed out of the flowing time temple, one a beautiful girl, and the other a fierce elderly man with an unkind frown. It was Lu Yin and Xianxia. "Master," Lu Yin called out to him softly. "In," Yang Kai responded. Then, slapping his palm down, he stopped Yang Xiao, who was turning circles around him, instantly freezing him in place. After rubbing Yang Xiao's head, his white hair became a mess. Yang Kai beckoned, "Let's talk inside." Then, grabbing Yang Xiao by the scruff, he carried him inside. Yang Xiao's calves trembled, and he looked to Yang Shui for help, but the latter stuck out her tongue at him. As the brightest star of the Dragon Clan's younger generation, Yang Xiao was afraid of next to nothing beneath the heavens. Even Great Elder Zhu Yin and Second Elder Fu Zhuan, his true parents, could do nothing about him. The Dragon Clan's two great elders had once thought their son could never be born, and had subsequently spent many years mourning their loss. So when he finally was born, they doted on him greatly. How could they even think of restraining him? The only one the boy feared was Yang Kai. Since arriving in the outer universe, Yang Kai had been busy all year round and had little time to spare, so the two did not see each other often. Yang Xiao had no idea what his adoptive father had come to do this time, but he could not think about what he had done wrong during this recent period either. At most, he pulled a single hair from Old Man Bai Shi's beard when he was receiving a lesson from him. That old man didn't tell on me, did he? Yang Xiao's heart was beating in fear. "Adoptive father, have some tea." Yang Xiao was very attentive after entering the flowing time temple and offered up tea on his own initiative. Yang Kai glanced at him and took a seat without standing on ceremony, while the other three stood in front of him. After accepting the tea and taking a sip, he put on the dignified air as an adoptive father and asked straightforwardly, "How has your cultivation been going?" Yang Xiao hurriedly answered, "I have been a senior by Shi's home frequently, listening to his lectures about refining one's bloodline. It feels like I learned a lot." Yang Kai nodded and put down his teacup. "Then tell me more about this lesson." Yang Xiao was stunned for a moment, but then his mouth became like a tumbling river, blurting everything that he learned. Yang Kai listened for a while and nodded. "Good. Senior Bai Shi is an extremely old and wise divine spirit who carries a potent dragon vein. His experiences are extremely beneficial to the cultivation of the Dragon Clan. If you are free, then you should go to his place more often and pay your respects. Until the dragon altar is found, Senior Bai Shi will be the only guiding light for the Dragon Clan's rise." Yes, adoptive father is right. Senior Bai Shi is highly respectable. Father and mother also tell me to see him often. And next time I hear you disrespected Senior Bai Shi, I will send you back to the Star Boundary. Yang Zhao's eye twitched, but he still acted like a good boy. "Your son won't dare to do it again." "Shuer, how have you doing recently? What stage are you in right now?" Yang Kai looked up at his biological younger sister. If possible, Yang Kai would have preferred to guide Yang Shui in her cultivation personally, but he had constantly been on the move recently. With so many matters requiring his attention, he simply had no time to spare. Yang Shui smiled. "I was just able to condense my wood element." Yang Kai raised a brow. "Where did you start from?" "The water element power. Water gives life to wood. Since coming over from the Star Boundary, you have condensed your own Tao seal and two powers, the water element and the wood element. That is quick progress. Let me see." Yang Shui had only been cultivating for a short time, after all. Even though her aptitude was outstanding, the progress of her cultivation was still not comparable to many of the great emperors and pseudo-great emperors. She could not even match Xianxia's wives in certain aspects. After all, when Su Yin was still in the emperor realm, Yang Shui had not even been born for long. Saying so, Xianxia reached a hand out to Yang Shui, who put her own hand onto his palm in a docile manner. After circulating his energy and doing a quick check, Xianxia nodded. A stable Dao seal is the greatest safeguard one can have when advancing into the open heaven realm. Your foundation is solid, but still lacking when compared to others, so you must not advance recklessly. Strictly speaking, for those who came from the star boundary, apart from the great emperors who had remained at the peak of the emperor realm for a long time and whose Dao seals were stable enough for them to break through to the sixth order open heaven realm directly, were still a little lacking, even the pseudo-great emperors. There was no need to mention Su Yin and the others, unless they were willing to spend a lot of time solidifying their own Dao seals. However, this was no trouble with the divine Dao water and the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill in Xianxia's possession. Of these two items, the first could strengthen one's Dao seal, allowing cultivators an even broader future. The second could then protect them during their advancement into the open heaven realm, greatly reducing the risks that could come with breaking through. Without these two items, there was no way that Voidland's heritage could be as strong as it was today. I will do as Big Brother says. Yang Shui nodded obediently. Also, the wood and water elements that you have condensed are the gentlest of the 5 elements. That is why it took little effort and little risk to condense them. However, wood stokes fire, and the fire element power that you will have to condense next will not be this simple. When that time comes, your Dao seal will have to withstand a much greater impact than ever before, and if it can't hold up, the consequences will be dire. Yang Shui nodded and said, I will definitely prepare myself well before proceeding. Xianxia then turned to Lu Yin and Xianxia. The cultivation of a divine spirit is mainly to develop one's bloodline, which is different from human cultivators, so you will have only yourself to depend on. Xianxia nodded before commenting. Even though senior by Shi is a dragonkin, he said that the cultivation of a divine spirit's bloodline is similar in almost all circumstances, so we also often go to his home to listen to his lectures. Xianxia nodded. That's for the best. Lu Yin asked, Has Master come for something this time? Yes, just a small matter. Xianxia looked at Xianxia. I need to study the Tao of Time, so I may need to use Senior Flowing Time's legacy inheritance. There's no problem with that, is there? Xianxia followed Flowing Time, Great Emperor, as his mount, and with the latter's passing, he was tasked with passing down Flowing Time, Great Emperor's legacy inheritance, and was fortunate enough to find Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. However, the legacy inheritance was not something that could be borrowed lightly, so Xianxia had to be informed beforehand. Xianxia pondered for a moment before responding. Naturally, others may not ask for it, but it is no problem for Sir. You can ask the 2 young masters about the inheritance. Xianxia nodded. In that case, I will not hold back. Xianxia spent the next few months in the Flowing Time Temple, discussing the Tao of Time with Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. The 2 of them had accepted the full legacy inheritance of Flowing Time, Great Emperor, so their proficiency in the Tao of Time was not low, almost at the traversing a familiar path level, which was exactly where Xianxia was as well. However, they had not been cultivating for as long as Xianxia had, and Xianxia had also taken a giant leap forward in his understanding thanks to the evolution of his small universe. The fact that they were now on equal footing with him was a testament to the 2 young ones' efforts. The Tao of Time was as esoteric as the Tao of Space, perhaps even more so it took a while for Yang Xiao and Yang Shui to explain all of the mysteries they inherited from Flowing Time, Great Emperor. Combined with the insight that he had gained from his own cultivation over the years, Xianxia was naturally able to gain a lot of benefit. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui also benefited a lot from this discussion. Much of Xianxia's insights and ideas were things he had discovered on his own through his personal experiences. He was now a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so his insight was generally more profound compared to Xianxia and Xianxia. Standing at a higher realm allowed him to see a broader picture. Often, his thought-provoking words would cause Xianxia and Xianxia to fall deep into thought. Time passed quickly as they cultivated and discussed with each other, and all three of them were able to make significant improvements in the Tao of Time. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. If Xianxia was said to merely be at the fourth level of master regarding the Tao of Time when he arrived, then after his discussions with Xianxia and Xianxia, he had now reached the fifth level, mastery through comprehensive study. The same went for the two younger ones. Xianxia had no idea what level of mastery Flowing Time Great Emperor had reached. After all, he made the Tao of Time the foundation of his cultivation. However, at the very most, he did not surpass the sixth level. Flowing Time Great Emperor was certainly a great genius, but he was only a great emperor back then who did not even reach the open heaven realm. Thus, his cultivation could not be compared to Xianxia's. Xianxia was pleased with this harvest, while both Xianxia and Xianxia were also pleasantly surprised by their gains. Gaining a deeper mastery over the Tao of Time also solidified Xianxia's Tao seal considerably, and naturally, the divine abilities that she performed through the use of time principles also became more powerful. Just the Time Fly seal had become twice as strong as it had ever been. Half a year later, Xianxia returned to his chambers in order to improve his sun and moon divine wheel and space-time strength. He had already thoroughly absorbed the legacy inheritance left behind by Flowing Time Great Emperor, and the rest was now up to him to study. It would be difficult to gain anything more now through external means. Even though he did not have the chance to use the sun and moon divine wheel again to see the results of his labor, Xianxia felt that there would definitely be a significant improvement compared to the past. Martial Peak, Chapter 4572. Beneath a big tree, there is cool shade. 3 years had passed since the territory gate between Voidland and Flying Smoke Territory had been blockaded. Voidland had spent most of those 3 years in closed-door cultivation and consuming countless materials. Now, the results were clear for all to see. The most obvious result was that there were more than 500 new Open Heaven Realm Masters. On average, several, or even up to a dozen people advanced into the Open Heaven Realm every month. The cultivators from the Star Boundary were naturally not as fast. Most of them were still building up their foundations to prepare for advancing into the Open Heaven Realm, while most had not even managed to break through to the Emperor Realm yet. The newly advanced Open Heaven Realm Masters all came from Blood Monster Cave Heaven's Abundant City. Back then, when Xianxia brought a few thousand people back from Abundant City, their cultivations had been perpetually limited to the peak of the Emperor Realm due to the special environment and blood principle restriction of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, making it impossible for them to explore the mysteries of the Open Heaven Realm. Xianxia brought them out and lifted the blood principle restriction, giving them the freedom to surpass that limit and providing them with a favorable cultivation environment so that they no longer had to worry about anything. For those cultivators who had long gained the qualifications to advance into the Open Heaven Realm, yet were unable to break through due to their circumstances, it was only natural that group after group of them suddenly shot through to the Open Heaven Realm. Mo Mei and the others were able to advance into the Open Heaven Realm very quickly, which added more than 300 new Open Heaven Realm Masters to Voidland in one go. However, the potential of Abundant City's cultivators had not been exhausted yet. Over the years, the cultivators who came from Abundant City advanced into the Open Heaven Realm one after another, constantly strengthening Voidland's heritage. The majority of those who broke through later did not reach high orders. Even those in the fifth order were few and far between. Most of them were either in the third order or the fourth order, but there were many of them, and there was still the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill to guarantee their safety. For other great forces, even the cave heavens and paradises, it was impossible for them to guarantee that any of their disciples would succeed in breaking through into the Open Heaven Realm. But Voidland could. Even those who advanced into the Third Order Open Heaven Realm were able to obtain a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. Advancing into the third or fourth order was not difficult to begin with, so where would there be any chance of failure with the help of the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill? So far, the total number of open heaven realm masters in Voidland had already broken through to the 4-digit mark. It was foreseeable that more cultivators from Abundant City would be joining the ranks of the open heaven realm masters in the coming days. Xianxia had long expected this result, but when Bian Yuqing reported the figures to him, he was still unable to stop himself from beaming with joy. He remembered that when he first stepped into the 3,000 worlds and landed in Seven Wonders Land as a worker, he had to do so much meticulous planning and careful accounting for just a few to several dozen open heaven pills. How could he have imagined that he would one day have over 1,000 open heaven realm masters under his command? To bring a force of this caliber out in the world, which great force in the 3,000, save for the major cave heavens and paradises, would be able to compete with them? Voidland was filled with great talents, and now had a mighty army equipped with the finest arms. No matter how much Voidland tried to hide this, with so many people advancing into the open heaven realm, traces would surely leak out. Heavenly Sword Union, under Zhua Quan Hui's command, had obviously planted some spies outside of Voidland, and they even had some henchmen planted in the Star City right now. Xianxia and Bian Yuqing knew this, but they had no way to pluck them all out and naturally had no way of getting rid of them. Perhaps stimulated by the constant appearance of newly advanced open heaven realm masters. Though Heavenly Sword Union had been idle in the first year, they had begun making tentative moves starting from the second year. Every so often, ships bearing Heavenly Sword Union's banner would wander within Void territory. Even though they did not dare come too close to Voidland, nor attack the universe worlds, they still scared the smaller forces under Voidland so much that they were all constantly trembling in fear. In addition to Voidland, Void territory housed 7 other third-class great forces, all of which could be described as subordinates of Voidland that survived by relying on their protection. Third-class great forces did not even have mid-rank open heaven realm masters in their ranks, so when they saw Heavenly Sword Union ships loitering around their doorstep, they were naturally all distraught and rushed to Voidland for help. Voidland dispatched troops many times to support their subordinate forces, but by the time they arrived, Heavenly Sword Union ships had already disappeared from sight. After several repetitions of this behavior, Bian Yuqing was determined to set up a patrol of open heaven realm masters to monitor the situation in Void territory. With this, small skirmishes would break out eventually as both sides were bound to meet. Voidland had the home advantage in these fights, and the number of open heaven realm masters under them was also massive, so they naturally had the advantage that basically allowed them to win every fight. The tentacles that Heavenly Sword Union plunged into Void territory to probe the situation inside had all been cut off without bringing back any gains, but they still continued blocking the territory gate leading from Flying Smoke territory to Void territory, showing no intention of starting an all-out war. It was clear that they were still hoping to snuff Voidland out by dragging things out. In actuality, Heavenly Sword Union's decision couldn't be called a mistake. 3 years had passed, and the resources accumulated by Voidland had been greatly reduced due to this chokehold. Now, there was also little income flowing in from the Star City, and with so many more open heaven realm masters to support, the rate at which their supplies depleted also increased. Voidland's resources wouldn't be able to last much longer. Even though a large shipment of supplies was sent over from the Black Prison every 6 months, it was still hard to make ends meet. Moreover, after 3 years had passed, the half of the ore star that Xianxia brought out from the Black Prison's depths back then would be depleted, and it would be impossible for them to obtain such a large quantity of supplies from the Black Territory again unless Xianxia made another trip to drag out another ore star. However, how could Xianxia leave without worry now that the situation was so unpredictable? Bian Yuqing had no choice but to try her best to make adjustments to try and make Voidland supplies last for as long as possible. Inside his chambers, Xianxia looked at Bian Yuqing with astonishment while holding his teacup. "Is what you say true?" Bian Yuqing nodded solemnly. "Sect Master, how could I joke about such a thing? Iron Blood Great Emperor has already sent someone over to contact us and says that he will need a 6th order Yang element material in 2 months. Yang Kai could not stop his brows from rising in excitement. That means that Senior Iron Blood is about to advance into the open heaven realm. Bian Yuqing nodded her head like a chicken pecking rice. I've checked the records of the taken supplies. Since coming to Voidland, Senior Iron Blood has taken 1 piece each of the materials of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, all in the 6th order. Less than half a year ago, another 6th order Yin element material was taken, so this 6th order Yang element material is the last one. Good. Yang Kai put down his tea and stood up, looking even more excited than if he himself were advancing. He then began pacing about the room. This is the first person from the star boundary to advance into the open heaven realm, and to advance straight into the 6th order at that. We must help Senior Iron Blood forge a clean path. Did he say what we needed to prepare? Bian Yuqing shook her head. Senior Iron Blood has only sent someone to tell us that he needs a 6th order Yang element material in 2 months. He did not say anything besides that. Yang Kai pondered. We definitely have to prepare a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. Go and look for one, and find one of the best quality. Make sure nothing goes wrong in Senior Iron Blood's advancement into the open heaven realm. And also, after blurting out a bunch of instructions, he looked up to see Bian Yuqing staring at him with an astonished expression. Yang Kai blinked his eyes. Did you get all that? And what are you staring at me for? Bian Yuqing smiled. I have noted everything down, but if anyone unaware were to see Sect Master's reaction, then they would think that one of the madams was about to have a child. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry at that. Advancing into the open heaven realm is much tougher than giving birth to a baby, and for the first one at that. After some thought, he could not help but lament how fast. It had not been very many years since he brought everyone from the star boundary to the outer universe. So he never expected Iron Blood Great Emperor to actually be able to advance into the open heaven realm so soon. That was even quicker than he himself. However, it did not seem strange after Yang Kai thought about it. He had to seek out every material by himself when he was trying to advance into the open heaven realm, which consumed a lot of time and effort. However, it was different for Iron Blood Great Emperor and the others. They only needed to worry about cultivating since Voidland had everything in store for them already. All they had to do was keep refining, and refining again. As long as their bodies were able to bear it, and as long as they could ensure that their foundation was firmly laid, there were simply no worries to be had for them. This was what it meant when one said, "Beneath a big tree, there is cool shade." In fact, Yang Kai's situation was far more commonly seen in the outer universe. And that was true even for the disciples of those cave heavens and paradises. They may not have to find materials for themselves, but if they wished to use the sect's resources, then they had to exchange for them with the appropriate contributions, which would still inevitably take time. And of all the great emperors, Iron Blood was the first to advance into the open heaven realm, which was both unexpected and expected. Back then, Iron Blood Great Emperor was the strongest in terms of abilities, so it was not strange for him to have progressed so quickly. Besides Senior Iron Blood, what about the others? How are they doing? Yang Kai asked. Bian Yuqing answered, other than Senior Iron Blood, the ones improving the quickest right now is Senior Hongchun and Senior Martial Beast. Both of them have already begun refining their 6th material. Senior Serene Soul is also almost there. I believe he is about to complete the refinement of his 5th material. Then, there is Senior Flower Shadow and Senior Ice Feather. Lastly, there is Senior Wondrous Pill and Senior Heaven's Revelations. Yang Kai nodded. That makes sense. Wondrous Pill and Heaven's Revelations are both not proficient in combat, so it is inevitable that they are slower than the rest. Though they were all great emperors, there were still differences between them. Despite all of them coming from the star boundary to Voidland, the speed at which they could advance into the open heaven realm was indicative of the differences between them. Yang Kai then asked about the pseudo-great emperors, to which Bian Yuqing responded one by one. These results were satisfactory to Yang Kai. There was no need to ask about Su Yin and the others, as he would personally visit his wives from time to time to investigate and give them pointers himself, so he naturally knew more about them than Bian Yuqing did. If I had to point out anything, it would be that Feng Yu and Xianxia are also about to advance into the open heaven realm. The same goes for a few of those who were recruited from the Grand Ancient Ruin Shop. They are not lacking when compared to the great emperors. That is normal. Yang Kai nodded. They had already condensed various elements while they were in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, and they also received the personal guidance of divine spirits. So it is only natural that their rate of refinement would not be slow. And, other than Feng Yu and Xianxia, who else has requested sixth-order materials? Feng Shui and Xianxia were both divine medicine owners with excellent potential and were keen on advancing into the sixth order. Yang Kai had also allowed them to do as they wished, and they had the full support of Voidland. Martial Peak, Chapter 4573, Zhu Qing's Rapid Development. The other bearers that were recruited from the Grand Ancient Ruin Shop had all been forced to refine sixth order or even higher materials by the divine spirits supporting them, but most of their aptitudes were not good enough to directly advance into the sixth order open heaven realm. For the long term, it was best for them to take one step down and advance into the fifth order instead. The divine spirits of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary would not think about the long-term development and future of their bearers. They were merely helping their bearers to refine higher order elements, just to strengthen them up and give them an advantage in the spirit-seizing war. As for whether or not there would be hidden dangers to these actions, why would the divine spirits care? However, in general, Feng Yu and Xianxia would both face more risk than the great emperors in their ascension to the sixth order. They did not possess the deep heritages of the great emperors, nor the divine Tao water to reinforce their Tao seals. Even if they were able to refine sixth order materials now, the dangers they would have to face in the future would only become greater. Otherwise, why would they join Voidland? There were so many great forces in the 3,000 worlds, and with their aptitude, it would not be difficult for any of them to enter any of those great forces, but they were attracted here by the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills. It was foreseeable that the barrier that they must break through in order to ascend into the sixth order open heaven realm would be a barrier of life or death. Success would mean life, and failure would result in death. They had no other choice. Apart from these two, the rest understood their limits and did not apply for any sixth-order materials, but rather opted for materials of the fifth order. Bian Yuqing replied, "N, we might not have much else in Voidland, but we do have plenty of fifth-order materials." Yang Kai nodded. With the divine medicine, Gourd Vine, it would only take them a month to collect a complete set of fifth-order materials. As long as they were given enough time, Voidland would definitely see no shortage of fifth-order materials. However, in the short term, Voidland's resources would be scarce until the crisis forced upon them by Heavenly Sword Union was lifted. As the two were talking, Yang Kai suddenly saw two tiny figures rushing in from the outside. It was Xiao Hong and Xiao He. Just like in their original forms, Xiao Hong had a fine appearance in human form like molded porcelain or well-cut jade, but Xiao He looked as crooked and appalling as ever, drooling from time to time. Yang Kai smiled. "What brings the two of you here? Has Senior sent you?" Xiao Hong said urgently. "Young master, quickly go and take a look. Something is not right with the young madam. Grandpa sent me to call you over." Yang Kai's face turned serious, and he got up. "Which young madam?" Bian Yuqing's face also became serious. "That is, the one with the red hair." Xiao He added from the side, while sucking up the drool that was dripping down his face. "Red hair, it's Zhu Qing." Yang Kai had no idea what happened, but since she called for him, then it must be serious. Not daring to delay, he manipulated space principles and disappeared from where he stood. By the time he reappeared, he had already arrived at a platform on Dragon Sun's Peak. There were a large group of people gathered here, all of whom were from the Dragon Clan, forming a circle. It was not known what they were looking at, but when they heard the noise, Great Elder Zhu Yin, Second Elder Fu Zhuan, Third Elder Fu Xian, and Fourth Elder Zhu Kong all turned their heads to look at him. "Adoptive father," Yang Xiao quickly shouted. Xianxia, you're here. Zhu Yin nodded lightly at him. What happened? Heart hanging from his throat, Xianxia moved through the crowd. Bai Shi, who was standing inside, did not turn around. He stood there, hunched over, reassuring him. No need to be nervous. It's nothing bad. In fact, it's good news. What do you mean? Xianxia was confused. See for yourself, Bai Shi pointed. Xianxia looked over and saw Zhu Qing sitting down cross-legged, surrounded by a blood mist. The blood mist was just like a living being that lingered around her. Inside, Zhu Qing had a peaceful expression on her face as if she had fallen into a deep sleep. And Xianxia carefully observed the blood mist surrounding Zhu Qing's body and could feel the might of her dragon vein coming from it. You sense it, don't you? Bai Shi asked. Xianxia answered tentatively. Qing'er's dragon vein is growing stronger. Exactly. Bai Shi nodded. Why is this happening? Xianxia did not understand. Zhu Yin explained. Just now, we were listening to Senior's lesson on refining our bloodline. Fifth Elder must have had an epiphany. That's a good thing, right? Xianxia asked tentatively. Of course it is. Bai Shi nodded. The growth of a divine spirit is a constant metamorphosis, and each transformation brings about great improvements. The same is true for the Dragon Clan. Qing Girl is now in the process of that metamorphosis. Xianxia finally put his worries aside and grinned. Many thanks for your tireless guidance, Senior. Bai Shi waved his hand. I merely offered them directions. The reason this little girl was able to see a result so quickly is because of her pure bloodline. And, out of all of you young dragons, this girl has the purest bloodline. Young dragons. The Dragon Clan elders all had awkward looks on their faces, but since it was Bai Shi who said it, none of them dared to refute him and accepted it in silence. So what makes one a mature dragon? Xianxia asked. Bai Shi shook his head and laughed. There is no such thing as a mature dragon, only a grand dragon. After a pause, he added, to be able to evoke their original forms and take on a body over 10,000 meters long. That is the limit one must exceed to be called a grand dragon. And only a grand dragon can be as powerful as a high-rank open heaven realm master. 10,000 meters long. Zhu Yin was astonished. He was the great elder of the Dragon Clan, so it was reasonable to say that he was the strongest one. Not even Zhu Qing could compare. However, his body was currently only 1,000 meters or so in length. He was still far away from reaching 10,000 meters. Xianxia was also secretly speechless. When he executed his dragon transformation secret art, he could reach a few thousand meters in length, which he thought was amazing enough. However, he never thought that he would still be thousands of meters away from becoming a grand dragon. But of course, his situation was not the same as a true dragon, so his size alone was not enough to tell how strong he was. Reaching 10,000 meters is just a basic requirement for one to become a grand dragon. As one's bloodline continues to evolve, even 100,000 meters is not impossible. Bai Shi's words were astounding. The young dragons were all stunned by what they heard. In terms of age, which Dragon Clan member here had not lived for thousands or even tens of thousands of years? But for the growth of a dragon, the depth of their bloodline had always been the greatest standard. This was true for not only the Dragon Clan, but for all divine spirits. While they were talking, the blood mist around the surface of Zhu Qing's body became denser and denser. Previously, they could still see Zhu Qing through the blood mist, but now the red mist was so thick that they could no longer see the inside. This is quicker than expected. Bai Shi exclaimed, is there something wrong with that? Xianxia became nervous again. Not for now. Bai Shi shook his head. However, this old master has noticed a problem even before this. Among you young dragons, this girl has the densest bloodline. Reasonably speaking, since you all came from the same place, there should not be such a great difference. Has she taken some sort of precious treasure that can purify one's bloodline? The Dragon Clan elders all turned their heads to look at Xianxia. Xianxia was puzzled by their stares. What's wrong? Bai Shi was also confused. Zhu Yin lightly coughed. When he raised his hand, his dragon aura surged, isolating the inside from the outside and keeping the rest of the Dragon Clan members out, leaving only a few elders behind. There were not many members of the Dragon Clan to begin with, only around 20 or so in total. Apart from the elders, all the rest of the Dragon Clan members were looking over curiously, but they could not hear any sound, so they had no idea what the elders were talking about. Do you really have no idea, or are you just feigning ignorance? Zhu glanced at Xianxia. What am I supposed to know? Xianxia was baffled. Fu Xian stood aside with a slight blush on her cheek, staring down at her toes. Zhu Kong, on the other hand, had raised his eyes to the sky as if there were a pretty little female dragon flirting with him. Fu Zhuan, on the other hand, was as blunt as usual. Amused, she looked at Xianxia and asked, "Think about it. How did Zhu Qing become the 5th elder of the Dragon Clan?" Xianxia stroked his chin. "Is it because of me?" Fu Zhuan sighed. "Of course it's because of you." Zhu Yin interrupted them. "Of course, it's not all because of you. To become an elder of our Dragon Clan, an exceptional bloodline is necessary. Strictly speaking, Zhu Qing was not the most outstanding dragon on my Dragon Island at the time, and the purity of her bloodline was nothing exceptional. However, since meeting you, the purity of her bloodline has been increasing at a rapid rate. That is the biggest reason why she had become the 5th elder of our Dragon Clan, even surpassing the old ones like us. I'm more than certain she told you why we sent so many of our female clan members to you at that time." After meeting me, Xianxia pursed his lips, reminiscing about their past encounters and those female clan member attempts at him. He said a little embarrassedly, "Great elder means to say?" Zhu Yin coughed lightly. "You have the ability to purify the bloodline of the Dragon Clan. Otherwise, how would the 5th elder able to achieve so much so quickly?" Xianxia glanced at the other Dragon Clan elders and blushed a little. Zhu Yin said, "We have discussed this issue before." Bai Shi was looking left and right. After listening for a while, he finally reacted and made a sound of realization. Xianxia hurriedly said, "Don't listen to them, senior brother. It's just baseless nonsense. Qing'er was surely able to reach an epiphany because of your great guidance." Bai Shi waved his hand and laughed. That would only be possible if she had exceptional potential to begin with. Regardless, this is not something that is taboo for us to talk about. As far as I know, such practices are common in the Dragon Clan. The union between a dragon of a stronger bloodline and a dragon of a weaker bloodline will indeed be able to help the one with the weaker bloodline to purify theirs. Zhu Yan's eyes lit up. "Senior, that also occurs in the outer universe." Bai Shi nodded. "Of course. Not only is this true for the Dragon Clan, but also for the rest of the divine spirits. So, the purer one's bloodline, the higher their status. Only, no matter what divine spirit clan it may be, their numbers are extremely low, and there were even fewer of them to be found in one same group. The Dragon Clan's numbers are still quite numerous in comparison, and that is why it is more obvious." Zhu Yan's eyes were already glowing as he was staring at Xianxia with a burning gaze. Xianxia could not help but feel goosebumps rising all over his skin as he asked nervously, "What advice does Great Elder have for me?" Martial Peak, Chapter 4574, Spring Scenery. Voidland's current situation isn't good, Zhu Yan suddenly sighed. Xianxia furrowed his brow. It still has not reached the point when life and death are at stake. Zhu Yan nodded. Although that is true, being targeted by a high-rank open heaven master is still a terrible predicament. Xianxia thought he was worried about Voidland's future, so he quickly consoled, "Great Elder doesn't need to worry. I have a way to deal with this." "I believe you." Zhu Yan nodded. "The star boundary situation was horrendous back then, but you let us out of it. We fought our way out. No matter how bad the current situation is, it's still less dangerous than the star boundary situation back then." Though, Zhu Yan suddenly changed the subject. "However, having more open heaven realm masters in Voidland is not a bad thing, right?" Great Elder is right. We've already begun to move to increase our numbers, and things are progressing quite smoothly. In another 2 months, Iron Blood Great Emperor should be attempting to advance to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. This was exciting news. The more masters there are, the better, especially my Dragon Clan. If we can grow, each of us will be comparable to a high-rank open heaven master. At that time, what can a mere Quan Hui amount to? Zhu Yin said proudly before turning to look at Yang Kai sincerely. However, you also know that the growth of a divine spirit is extremely slow. The same goes for those from the Dragon Clan. After following you from the star boundary to Void Land for so many years, only the fifth elder has made some significant progress, while the others have basically been stagnant, so you'll have to spend more effort to assist them. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit uncomfortable as he asked hesitantly, "What does Great Elder want me to do?" Zhu Yin made a fist and coughed lightly. "You're also a member of the Dragon Clan after all, so you can't favor one over the other. You have to treat everyone equally, am I right? Us men and married women won't count on you. But look over there, there are still a few young women who haven't married yet." The corners of Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help twitching slightly, while Fu Xian, who was standing to the side, blushed to the tips of her ears. Turning her head, she quickly stated, "Xiaoqi is waiting for me. I'll go take a look at her." Saying so, she stomped her foot and soared into the sky. Zhu Yan's words were extremely clear, so how could those present not understand what he was saying? Fu Xian was simply too embarrassed to stay. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Great Elder, you're pushing me into a fire pit. The number of pure-blooded female Dragon Clan members is far fewer than the number of men. Each of them is akin to a treasure. If the men hear what you said, they will chop me into 18 pieces." Zhu Yin added in a serious and righteous manner, "When compared to the future of my Dragon Clan, what do personal sacrifices count for? If any of them dares to say anything, I'll rip their heads off. We have talked about this before. Furthermore, I'm sure these little girls will be happy to do this. Have they not already made their stances clear?" No, this is not appropriate." Yang Kai quickly waved him off. Zhu Yin wanted him to become a dragon stud. How could he do such a thing? There are only a few unmarried women left in the Dragon Clan. For a 5, that's it. There's nothing inappropriate at all. Zhu Yin assumed the posture that he was the law and his word would be final. Everything else can be discussed, but this matter concerns the future of our Dragon Clan, so you'll have to listen to me. In any case, your wives are all cultivating in retreat right now, and you rarely get to meet them. You're also a young man with a strong physique, so don't you feel lonely?" Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat. "You're the Dragon Clan's great elder. Is it all right for you to speak like this? If your clansmen were to hear this, where would your prestige go?" Fu Jun, who was standing to the side, interjected with a smile, "If we can really allow the Dragon Clan to have a few grand dragons, even if its prestige goes down the drain, so what?" Yang Kai stared at her in shock. "Second elder, why are you saying such things?" He turned to Zhu Kong and asked, "Fourth elder, don't you have anything to say?" Zhu Kong muttered to himself for a moment before reaching out to pat Yang Kai's shoulder and sighing, "Many thanks in advance for your hard work." Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He looked towards Bai Shi for help. However, the old man, who had been observing everything for a long time, just stroked his beard and encouraged, "If you plant the crops until the field's well, you'll definitely gain something." Yang Kai's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, feeling like someone had just stabbed him in the back. Seeing Zhu Yin about to speak again, Yang Kai quickly raised his hand and stopped him. "Great Elder, the Dragon Clan's future cannot depend on me alone, but I can promise you that I will find the Dragon Altar as soon as possible. If I can find it, the Dragon Clan will no longer be trapped here, and its future will be bright." Zhu Yin was stunned for a moment before stating, "The Dragon Altar is the Dragon Altar while you are you. We are not certain when we'll find it, or if we ever will. So let's talk about you first." How could Yang Kai be willing to continue this discussion? Putting on an act, he took out his communication bead and looked at it before raising his brow and saying, "Something happened in Star City. I'll go take a look." He turned to Bai Shi and requested, "Senior, please look after Qinger." Nodding, Bai Shi assured, "Rest assured, if there is any change, I will inform you right away." Yang Kai thanked him before escaping towards the Star City. Seeing him flee, Zhu Yin was also helpless, while Fu Jun heaved a sigh. "We were too impatient. We frightened him off." Zhu Yin grinned meaningfully. A man's heart always longs for spring sceneries. How could such a good thing scare him? This isn't the first time this has happened. Perhaps he's still just too happy to say it out loud. Fu Zhuan glanced at him casually. Oh, is that so? Zhu Yin quickly coughed and replied, I'm an old man, so naturally I won't act like those young ones. Fu Zhuan coldly snorted. So what do we do now? Zhu Yin thought about it for a moment, then waved his hand to remove the barrier and swept his eyes over the clan members in front of him. Boys leave, girls stay. We have some things to tell you. The male members of the dragon clan looked at each other in dismay. Although they were all somewhat curious, since the great elder had spoken, they didn't dare to remain any longer and quickly left, leaving 5 female dragon clan members behind. Zhu Yin gave Fu Zhuan a look, and the latter immediately stepped forward and whispered to the 5 female dragons, occasionally pointing towards Zhu Qing. Some of the female dragons had their eyes shine brightly, seemingly eager to give it a try, while some had their faces flushed shyly. Meanwhile, the nearby Zhu Kong let out a long sigh. The Star City's popularity was low, as nearly 80% of the merchants had left long ago, causing the situation to deteriorate. Even the Void Dock, which used to be extremely lively, was now deserted. Xianxia drank a few pots of tea in the governor's mansion until his stomach was full. Mo Mei had no idea why Xianxia had suddenly come to her place, but she just quietly accompanied him and didn't ask any questions, diligently reporting to him about the Star City's recent situation, whereas Xianxia perfunctorily listened. Half a day later, Xianxia thought that it was about time, so he finally stood up and stated, Please take care of the Star City. I'll go back first. Sect Master, rest assured, I will definitely take good care of the Star City. Goodbye. After returning from the Star City, Xianxia went to find Bian Qing to discuss the matter of Iron Blood Great Emperor breaking through to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm in 2 months. Although they couldn't help much, this was not a small event, so they had to make some preparations. At the very least, he had to isolate the energy fluctuations during the breakthrough so that others would not be able to spy on him. Otherwise, if Zhuo Quanhui found out about this, he might not be able to hold himself back and attack. Voidland's top priority now was time, and second was supplies. After settling some details with Bian Qing, Xianxia returned to his palace. Just as he pushed open the door to his room, though, Xianxia frowned and looked towards the bed, only to see that there was something hidden inside it. He could clearly feel someone's aura and breathing. Frowning, Xianxia walked over to the bed and looked down. Before he could see who was hiding here, 2 snow-white arms reached out from under the blanket and wrapped around his neck, pulling him down. Xianxia quickly held onto the edge of the bed to steady himself. A pair of bright eyes stared straight at him, as if wanting to eat him alive. Fu Ling, what are you doing here? Xianxia asked, staring at her. Xianxia had a deep impression of this loose purple dragon. When he first entered Dragon Island in the Star Boundary, he had seen many things she was involved in that nearly blinded his eyes. Before then, he had only heard that those of the dragon race lived in an impure and obscene manner, but he thought that only applied to the males. It could be said that Fu Ling had opened a new window for him. Brother-in-law, Fu Ling called out sweetly with eyes filled with affection. The great elder sent me here to serve you. After she had raised her hands, Xianxia found that the thin blanket couldn't cover her naked body at all. She wasn't wearing anything. Great Elder asked you to come? Xianxia was both amused and annoyed. Zhu Yin really wanted to treat him like a dragon stud and had sent Fu Ling over without any warning. Of course. Fu Ling blew her orchid breath at Xianxia's face as she gently pursed her red lips, assuming a seductive look. Brother-in-law, I also want to be like Big Sister Qing and grow into a grand dragon as soon as possible. Brother-in-law, can you help me? Xianxia quickly nodded. Let go of me first, I'll help you. Fu Ling's beautiful eyes lit up as she cheered in joy. Brother-in-law is the best. A moment later, with an exasperated shout, Fu Ling, who was wrapped up in sheets like a dumpling, was tossed out of the palace. Before she could land on the ground, the enraged Fu Ling transformed into her true form, a giant purple dragon. Shaking her head and flicking her tail, she breathed out a purple dragon breath which caused the defensive array around the palace to flicker. After venting her anger, Fu Ling left in a huff. From that day on, whenever Yang Kai showed up in Voidland, there would always be a female dragon who would appear and follow him. Not every one of them was as unrestrained as Fu Ling. Some of them were bold and hot, while others were shy and tender. Nonetheless, being entangled by so many female dragons made Yang Kai feel helpless. However, Yang Kai could never agree to be a dragon stud. Not in the past, and not now. Zhu Qing's achievements today were not done in a day or two, but rather because he had been nourishing her for a long time. If he really went along with Zhu Yan's plans, Yang Kai would probably have no time for anything else and would be stuck pleasing those female Dragon Clans members with his heart and body indefinitely. If Yu Meng and the others found out about this later, Yang Kai was certain that he would never have any good days ahead of him. So, although his heart wavered, he refused to give in. Thus, regarding this matter, even Zhu Yan and the others were rendered helpless. After all, one could not force an ox to bend its head to drink. Martial Peak, Chapter 4575, Iron Blood's Breakthrough. In Voidlands with Spirit Province, where there were endless mountain ranges with jagged rocks covered in lush forests. On a certain Spirit Peak, Yang Kai was sitting cross-legged and staring at another Spirit Peak 100 kilometers away. He had been sitting here for more than 2 months now. With these two Spirit Peaks as the center, a radius of several hundred kilometers had been marked as a restricted area, and no unauthorized personnel were allowed to approach. A streak of light flew over and landed beside Yang Kai as a sweet fragrance spread in the air. It was none other than Yu He. As their eyes met, Yang Kai nodded slightly. Yu He, standing quietly beside him, asked in a low voice, gazing into the distance, "Young master, how is the situation?" For the time being, there shouldn't be any big issues. We just need to see when Senior Iron Blood will be able to completely refine the Yang element material. As long as he completely refines it, he will be able to split heaven and earth apart and form his small universe. After a short pause, he asked again, "Has everything been arranged?" Yu He replied, "Everything has been arranged. Second manager is bringing them over right now." Yang Kai nodded. 2 months ago, Iron Blood Great Emperor had received his 6th Order Yang element material and was preparing to break through to the open heaven realm. Yang Kai had also made many preparations for this and had especially found many open heaven realm masters to teach him about the things he needed to pay attention to in order to break through smoothly. This kind of experience was exactly what Iron Blood Great Emperor needed. With this guidance, he would be able to avoid many risks. It had been almost 2 months since Iron Blood Great Emperor began refining his final element material, so it should be about time for the results to be revealed. He was the first cultivator from the star boundary to ascend to the open heaven realm. This was extremely significant to the current void land and the people from the star boundary as a whole. Therefore, Yang Kai arranged for some people to attend the ceremony. These people were all preparing to break through to the 6th Order, so being able to personally observe and emulate Iron Blood Great Emperor's breakthrough would be of great benefit to them in the future. When Old Bai was breaking through to the 5th Order Open Heaven realm, the proprietress had specially brought Yang Kai to watch for precisely this reason. As the two were speaking, they saw a large group of people flying towards them. When they got close, all of them landed on the ground. There were more than 20 of them. The ones in front were naturally the great emperors from the star boundary, Hong Chun, Martial Beast, Serene Soul, Flower Shadow, Ice Feather, Heaven's Revelations, and Wondrous Pill. Next were Yang Yin, Li Wu Yi, Bing Yun, Shang Yu Zhu, and the other pseudo-great emperors. After them were Yang Kai's wives, Su Yin, Xian Ning Chong, Shan Qing Luo, Shui Yu, Yu Meng, and Ji Yao, Yang Shui, and Mo Xiao Qi. Lin Yuner, Xiang Ying, and Fan Yu also came. Everyone greeted him one by one, but there was no time for small talk as everyone's eyes turned towards Iron Blood Great Emperor. After observing for a while, Duan Hong Chun furrowed his brow and asked, "What's the situation over there?" Yang Kai replied, "Honestly, he's probably still refining the last material, but it should be about time." We'll know in half a month at most. Duan Hong, Chan nodded slightly and suddenly smiled. I didn't expect that we would also be able to break through to the open heaven realm. They were trapped in the star boundary and unable to see the vastness of the outer universe. Only by leaping out from there did they realize how small the world they lived in truly was. However, everyone understood that the greatest contributor to everyone's success today was undoubtedly Yang Kai. If he hadn't provided them with an unlimited amount of cultivation materials, even if they had jumped out to the outer universe, they might not have had a good result. Since their arrival from the star boundary, the great emperors rarely gathered together as they were usually busy with their own cultivation. If Yang Kai hadn't asked them to attend this event, they would still be in retreat. Now that they had gathered together, there was naturally a lot to talk about, so it didn't take long for them to start chatting. Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to them, and instead shot a glance at his wives before walking to the side. Seeing this, the several women quickly followed. Although Yang Kai would often find time to guide Su Yin and the others in their cultivation, most of the time they would be in retreat, so they rarely saw each other. As such, it was only natural for them to feel a little lovesick. There were many people gathered here, and since it was inappropriate to show too much affection in public, Yang Kai simply checked the cultivation progress of each of the women one by one, answering all of their questions in detail and allowing them to benefit greatly. 3 days later, Yang Kai, who was talking to his women, suddenly turned his head in the direction of Iron Blood Great Emperor and shouted, "It's starting." The muttering on the spirit peak suddenly quieted down as everyone turned their attention to the platform where Iron Blood Great Emperor was sitting cross-legged. Bit by bit, an extremely profound aura suddenly started rising. "Is the arrangement over at the Star City done?" Yang Kai turned his head and asked. Yu quickly replied, "Everything has been arranged, and Mo Mei will personally keep an eye on it, so there won't be any mistakes." Yang Kai nodded. "Start the array." Yu accepted the order and summoned the array jade. Immediately, her hands danced around as the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array was activated. The 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array that enveloped Voidland was extremely powerful, but the more powerful the spirit array, the more energy it consumed to operate. Normally, the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array was not fully activated, especially now that Voidland was lacking in resources. At this moment, under the control of Yu, the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array's Bewildering Array, Illusion Array, and Barrier were all activated. When Iron Blood Great Emperor broke through to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, there would inevitably be a great disturbance. If there was no Grand Array to isolate him, it was highly likely his breakthrough would be spied upon by outsiders. Heavenly Sword Union was like a tiger eyeing its prey right now. It was unknown how many spies they had planted in Void territory in the Star City, but once news of someone breaking through to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm spread, they would naturally hear about it. Yang Kai didn't know what Zuoquan Hui's reaction would be, but just in case, had to be careful. Voidland still needed more time. In the blink of an eye, the entire Voidland was covered in a thick layer of mist. Looking from afar, it was impossible to see anything within. Inside Voidland, the movements of Iron Blood Great Emperor became more obvious, and a series of muffled thuds slowly and rhythmically rang out from the void, as if a giant invisible hand was beating a war drum. Everyone focused all of their attention on him, not missing a single detail. Watching others advance to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm was extremely helpful to their future cultivation, so no one dared to relax. Advancing to the Open Heaven Realm was a process of a cultivator splitting heaven and earth apart within their body to form a small universe. This process was extremely dangerous because, in order to break through to the Open Heaven Realm, one needed to first shatter their Dao Seal and meld it into their small universe. If the Dao Seal was shattered and the small universe was unable to form, then their entire life of cultivation would be wasted. If one succeeded, they would be reborn and soar into the sky. If they failed, they would lose everything and would die without a corpse. There were only 2 endings when breaking through to the Open Heaven Realm. One was to live, the other to die. There was no middle ground. As such, there were many Emperor Realm cultivators in these 3,000 worlds who already had the qualifications to break through to the open heaven realm, but did not dare to take that final step. The great emperors all wore solemn expressions. Compared to Iron Blood, their foundation was almost the same. Perhaps Iron Blood was slightly better, but not by much. Whether or not Iron Blood could successfully advance to the Sixth Order was the key. If he failed, it would be a great blow to the great emperors from the Star Boundary. If even the great emperors were like this, there was no need to mention the others. As such, everyone present was nervous. Seeing this, Xianxia consoled. Senior Iron Blood has a deep foundation and his Dao seal is firm. Now that he has the protection of the Heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill, it shouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the open heaven realm. There's no need to be so nervous. Mo Huang shook his head and commented, "Who dares to say that nothing unexpected will happen on our path of cultivation? Even if someone had traveled 99% along the path, before he or she had reached his or her destination, the slightest carelessness may lead to unpredictable consequences." Xianxia had wanted them to not be so nervous, but after hearing Mo Huang's words, he could only nod and say, "Senior Martial Beast is right." As time passed, the yin, yang, and five-element powers gradually rose and fell, mutually reinforcing and suppressing one another. On the spirit peak, the atmosphere was heavy as everyone knew that Iron Blood had reached a critical juncture. So how could they be in the mood to speak? Yin, yang, and the five elements continued cycling without end, occasionally showing signs of disorder, causing everyone to be on edge. Fortunately, Iron Blood Great Emperor's foundation was quite deep, so although there were some twists and turns during his advancement, it wasn't to the point where he couldn't control it himself. Xianxia paid close attention and was prepared to step in at any time. He didn't know if he could help others when they encountered difficulties during their breakthrough to the open heaven realm, or if he could assist them in any way, but he could only prepare in advance. At a certain moment, the flaring aura suddenly disappeared, shocking everyone. They thought that something terrible had happened to Iron Blood Great Emperor. However, soon after, a strange feeling slowly spread out. When they probed, they sensed that the place where Iron Blood Great Emperor was standing was a chaotic mess, as if everything in this world had been turned into nothingness. Xianxia's brow rose as he recalled the scene of him breaking through to the open heaven realm. How could he not know that Iron Blood Great Emperor had reached the final step? He couldn't help feeling excited. A fierce shout suddenly rang out from Iron Blood Great Emperor's side. "Open!" A violent rumbling sound rang out as chaos erupted and heaven and earth split apart. The aura of the newly born universe world spread out in all directions like a thunderstorm, spreading fierce gales and causing everyone's clothes to flutter. "Success!" Duan Hong, Chun exclaimed softly, his eyes glowing with envy. "Ha ha ha!" Iron Blood Great Emperor laughed heartily. "Amazing!" Martial Beast Great Emperor curled his lips. "Show off." Although he said so, there was still pride in his eyes. After all, they were all great emperors, and with Iron Blood reaching the open heaven realm, he would soon be able to catch up. Xianxia's tense heart finally relaxed as he let out a long sigh and smiled. "Everyone, please come with me to congratulate him." Saying so, he took the lead and flew forward while the others followed closely behind. A distance of 100 kilometers was covered in the blink of an eye. Iron Blood Great Emperor stood there, gently clenching his fists. His face filled with confidence, as if he could grasp the entire world in his palm. Xianxia could understand what he was feeling. On the martial Dao, the gap between the Emperor realm and the open heaven realm was a big leap, a qualitative change that was difficult to describe, especially with Iron Blood Great Emperor breaking through directly to the Sixth Order open heaven realm. At this moment, the strength he possessed was thousands of times greater than before. Martial Peak, Chapter 4576, Alerting the Enemy. At the Star City's Void Dock, a small ship, after receiving a routine inspection, slowly sailed out before quickly disappearing into the void. After the ship left, May slowly walked out from her hiding place and glanced in the ship's direction, asking, "Who does that ship belong to?" The disciple, who was responsible for inspecting the ship, reported, "It's the transport of Gathering Smoke Territory's Blizzard sect." May immediately took out her universe chart and examined it for a moment before coldly snorting. Gathering Smoke Territory and Heavenly Sword Territory are adjacent to each other. They didn't leave sooner or later, but chose to leave at this time. What a loyal bunch. As she spoke, she turned her head in the direction of Voidland and saw that it was currently wrapped in a thick mist. She knew that Iron Blood Great Emperor from the Star Boundary was definitely preparing to break through to the open heaven realm. Otherwise, the 9 heavenly layers Grand Array would not have been activated. It was known that there were spies from Heavenly Sword Union in the Star City. She had discussed this matter with Xianxia before. Just like how he had arranged for Luan by phone to join Heavenly Sword Union, Heavenly Sword Union would have certainly done the same. However, there were still many merchants and residents who remained in the Star City, so it was impossible to determine which ones were spies. Iron Blood Great Emperor breaking through to the open heaven realm had clearly alerted Voidland's enemies. When the 9 heavenly layers Grand Array was activated, the entire Voidland was covered by it, giving the impression they were trying to hide some kind of big secret. When the spies in the Star City saw this, they would definitely report it to Heavenly Sword Union, giving Voidland an opportunity to track them. What May saw now was completely in line with Xianxia's speculations. Not long after Voidland's 9 heavenly layers Grand Array was activated, Blizzard Sect's ship left the Star City. Why did they leave if it wasn't to send a message? It should be noted that the Star City's Void Dock had been completely deserted all this while. No one had come or gone. So Jin Yuan Lang and his group of disciples who were responsible for overseeing the Void Dock had grown quite idle and bored. "Elder Fan," May called out. Fan Wuxia quickly stepped forward and cupped his fist, greeting Governor. "Keep a close eye on this place. There's definitely more than one rat. If anyone wants to leave, you could detain them first. If they have any objection, tell them to come to the governor's mansion and talk to me." "Yes," Fan Wuxia replied solemnly. May glanced at the deep void again, wondering how much they could gain from tracking these people down. At the same time, in Voidland, a group of people gathered around Iron Blood Great Emperor and listened to him describe the feeling of breaking through to the open heaven realm. Although Xianxia had previously asked many veteran 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to teach them some things they needed to pay attention to in order to advance to the Open Heaven Realm, having someone who just broke through like Iron Blood Great Emperor teach them was naturally more effective. Perhaps one of them might encounter a similar situation as Iron Blood Great Emperor when they made their attempt. At that time, if they were well prepared, it would be easier to deal with. After a full day and night, everyone still hadn't had enough, so Xianxia had no choice but to interrupt them. Senior Iron Blood just broke through and needs to consolidate his foundation. Let him rest for a while. Hearing this, everyone finally gave up. There was a huge leap in strength from the Emperor Realm to the Open Heaven Realm. The sudden increase in strength required some time to gradually adapt to, otherwise, it would be impossible for Iron Blood to display his full might when facing an enemy. Iron Blood Great Emperor's ascension to the Open Heaven Realm was a good start, meaning that the cultivators from the Star Boundary had now finally stepped onto the stage of the 3,000 worlds. In 3 to 6 months, Xianxia believed that Voidland would have at least 3 or 4 more 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Bustling World Great Emperor, Martial Beast Great Emperor, and even Feng Yu and Xiangying's advancement to Open Heaven Realm was only a hair's breadth behind Iron Blood Great Emperor. Perhaps it was because they had been stimulated by Iron Blood Great Emperor's breakthrough, but everyone returned to their respective rooms and immediately entered retreat. As expected, the 2 Great Emperors, Bustling World and Martial Beast, as well as Feng Yu and Xiangying, both requested Bian Yuqing to provide them with the last 6th Order Yang element material they needed soon after. Bian Yuqing naturally agreed. After everything was settled, Bian Yuqing came to Xianxia's side and whispered a few words to him. Xianxia slightly narrowed his eyes and nodded. "Let's go take a look." The two of them quickly arrived at a secret room. Jin Yuanlang immediately cupped his fist and greeted, "Sect Master, Second Manager." Yang Kai nodded slightly and swept his gaze across the crowd, only to see three people standing side by side in front of him, two men and one woman. They looked a little panicked, but they were trying very hard to appear calm. Jin Yuanlang took a few steps forward and gave a simple report. Yang Kai raised his brow slightly. "Gathering Smoke Territory, Blizzard Sect?" Jin Yuanlang continued. "Governor Imo has already checked. Gathering Smoke Territory is adjacent to Heavenly Sword Territory. I've been following their flying ship for a long distance. Their destination should have been Flying Smoke Territory." Yang Kai nodded slightly. He then pulled up a chair before sitting down and lifting his head to look at the three people in front of him. The Blizzard Sect members were led by the elderly man in the middle. This man had good insight, as when he saw a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Jin Yuanlang acting so respectfully towards Yang Kai, he immediately guessed Yang Kai's identity and cupped his fist. "This must be Voidland's Lord, Sir Yang." Yang Kai agreed with a nod. "It is this Yang." The elderly man furrowed his brow and asked, "May I ask Sir Yang whether my Blizzard Sect has offended Voidland in any way that would cause you to detain us?" Yang Kai asked lightly, "You really don't know?" The elderly man maintained a calm and composed manner. "Please enlighten me." Yang Kai stared at him for a moment before replying, "Since you don't know, you don't need to know." With a flick of his finger, world force suddenly converged. Pa! The elderly man's head exploded as red and white matter sprayed out in all directions while blood spurted out from the neck like a fountain. Bian Yuqing, who was standing behind Yang Kai, suddenly trembled, obviously frightened. It wasn't that she had never seen a dead person before, but she hadn't expected Yang Kai to act so decisively and take the old man's life without any warning. Jin Yuanlang was also stunned for a moment, but soon a smile appeared on his lips, giving him a menacing look. Since Blizzard Sect was willing to act as Heavenly Sword Union spy, they were enemies, so there was no need for them to show any mercy. Yang Kai's actions were to his liking. As the old man's small universe collapsed, the power of the Fourth Order Open Heaven realm suddenly dissipated as the headless corpse staggered and fell to the ground. Yang Kai looked up at the remaining two and asked, "What do you know?" The remaining man and woman were only in the Third Order Open Heaven realm. Seeing their leader being killed so ruthlessly, their faces immediately went pale and their courage shattered. The man's legs started trembling as he begged for mercy. "Sir, please spare my life. If there's anything you need, please ask. I will tell you everything I know." As if he was afraid he would die if he spoke too late, he quickly replied. Yang Kai turned to look at the woman again. The woman's face turned pale as she quickly expressed her stance. "This mistress is the same. If sir has any questions, feel free to ask." Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. "That's better." After pondering for a moment, he stated, "The one who tells me the most will live, the other will die. Elder Jin, take one of them away." "Yes." Jin Yuanlang accepted the order and reached out to grab the man, ignoring his pleas for mercy and resistance as he took him away. Yang Kai turned to the woman and calmly continued, "You should understand what I want to know." The woman nervously gulped as her breathing became erratic. Her chest heaved up and down, and she put on the best flattering smile she could as she gently nodded, "This mistress knows." Without waiting for Yang Kai to ask any more questions, she began speaking. She was frightened out of her wits, which caused her words to be extremely disorganized. Moreover, she was afraid that she would reveal less than her companion, so she said whatever came to her mind. Yang Kai listened with an indifferent expression, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. The more he acted like this, the more panicked the woman became. After a long time, the woman finally stopped and looked at him with a timid expression. As expected, these people from a Blizzard Sect were spies planted by Heavenly Sword Union in Void Star City. Blizzard Sect originally had a shop in the Star City, so before Heavenly Sword Union sealed the territory gate, they contacted them and asked them to monitor the movements of Voidland. They had ordered them to report every piece of news they found. Previously, when they saw Voidland's 9 heavenly layers grand array activate. They too were unable to see what was happening inside, so they thought that something big had occurred. As such, they prepared to go to Flying Smoke territory to report the situation, but they didn't expect to fall into Xianxia's trap. "Is that all?" Xianxia looked up at her. The woman quickly shook her head. "Yes, sir. This mistress and the others also didn't want to do this. We were forced to do so. Gathering Smoke territory and Heavenly Sword territory are neighbors. If we didn't comply, Heavenly Sword Union would definitely not spare us. My Blizzard sect really has no intention of becoming enemies with Voidland." Xianxia ignored her pleas and continued. "The people that Heavenly Sword Union planted in the Star City are definitely not just your Blizzard sect. Who else is there?" The woman thought about it carefully before shaking her head. "This mistress has no idea. Think carefully before you answer. Otherwise, if your fellow brother says more than you won't have a chance to see tomorrow's sun." The woman's eyes immediately turned red. "Sir, this mistress really doesn't know. Please spare my life. This mistress is willing to do anything to repay sir's kindness. Please take pity on me." Saying so, she actually knelt down, crawled up to Xianxia, and craned her snow-white neck to look at him. This immediately caused her deep ravine to be visible through her collar. Bian Yuqing couldn't stand her pathetic look and coldly snapped. "You may not know, but don't you have any suspects?" After hearing her reminder, the woman thought about it seriously for a moment before reporting the names of the 2 other forces. "This mistress doesn't know if they are or not, but I've heard that they have many connections with Heavenly Sword Union." Xianxia nodded. "I see." Giving Bian Yuqing a look, she immediately turned around and called out. A short while later, Jin Yuanlang walked in with the man in his arms before carrying the woman away, ignoring her pleas. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4577. War is about to start. Half an hour later, Xianxia walked out of the secret room, with Bian Yuqing following closely behind him. The 2 Third Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Blizzard Sect had already told him everything they knew, and after cross-referencing the information they had revealed, Xianxia did not find anything suspicious. So, questioning them anymore would be pointless. "Sect Master, what should we deal with those forces?" Bian Yuqing asked softly. In order to survive, the 2 Blizzard Sect members had mentioned several forces, but they couldn't be certain if these forces really had colluded with Heavenly Sword Union. Perhaps they were just speculating, or perhaps they were just spouting names in order to appear more useful. As such, dealing with these forces was quite troublesome. Send a message to Governor Imo to keep an eye on them, and if there's any sign of trouble, Xianxia paused for a moment before coldly continuing. "We'd rather kill and be wrong than let them off." Bian Yuqing quickly responded, "Yes." She also knew that what Voidland lacked the most right now was time. As long as they had a little more time, the number of 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters they had would grow. When the battle broke out with Heavenly Sword Union, every 6th Order Master would be an indispensable force. So, concealing information right now was the top priority. Otherwise, if Zuoquan Hui found out about the situation here, he would definitely launch an all-out attack. Last time, Zuoquan Hui's lineage alone had forced Voidland to send out all its top experts. So now, with Heavenly Sword Union's help, if Voidland didn't have more 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, it would be difficult to resist. "What should we do with those 2? Bian Yuqing asked again. "Detain them for now," Xianxia replied casually. He didn't take the 2 Blizzard Sect members seriously, but since they wanted to make an enemy out of Voidland, he would not show any mercy. After the war here was settled, he would just throw them into the Black Territory. Luan Baifeng would be more than happy to acquire more slaves. After the order was passed down, the Star City also began to make arrangements. Sure enough, 3 days later, they caught another spy who wanted to leave Void Territory. After interrogating them and confirming that there was no mistake, they also detained them. Yang didn't know how much longer Zuoquan Hui could endure. He had led Heavenly Sword Union to seal off the territory gate for over 3 years now, which wasn't necessarily a long time, but it wasn't short either. Theoretically, it was enough time for a newly established force to run out of supplies. Voidland had only risen recently, so unlike the cave heavens and paradises that possessed inheritances that spanned countless centuries, it did not have a rich stockpile of resources. Now, even the Star City income had been cut off, so the only reason it was able to persist until now was because of the benefits brought about by the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. From Zhuo Quan Hui's perspective, he was in an invincible position. As long as he waited patiently, Voidland would one day be unable to hold back and rush out to seek a way out. At that time, he would be able to deal a heavy blow to Voidland. However, there was always a limit to his patience, and it was impossible to completely seal off news from Voidland. Although Yang didn't need to worry too much about the Star City, many people were still in Void territory observing Voidland. Once the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array was activated frequently, it would definitely arouse Zhuo Quan Hui's vigilance, and at that time, he would definitely try to probe the situation. As such, Xianxia felt that Voidland would at most be safe for another year or so. But a year was enough. 3 months later, bustling world Great Emperor broke through to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, and quite smoothly at that. Another month later, Martial Beast Great Emperor also did so, which came as no surprise. In another 2 months, Fang Yu and Xianxia both broke through, not facing too much danger. Immediately after Fang Yu and Xianxia, Flower Shadow and Ice Feather Great Emperors broke through. At this point, the number of Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland had reached 16, not including Luan Baifeng in Heavenly Sword Union or Lan Yu Ruo, who was in secluded retreat. Although 7 of these 16 had just advanced to the Open Heaven Realm and were unable to display their full strength for a short period of time due to the instability of their cultivation, they were still in the Sixth Order Masters. As the saying went, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. In addition, there were more than 100 cultivators who had advanced below the Sixth Order in Voidland during this time. It could be said that a wave of advancement to the Open Heaven realm had been set off. Just as Xianxia had expected, the frequent activation of the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array had alerted Zhuo Quan Hui. After the enemy scouts hiding in Void territory sent word back, the peace that had been maintained for several years was finally broken. Sect Master, a large number of ships suddenly appeared from Flying Smoke Territory's territory gate, leading to Void territory. They were confirmed to be from Heavenly Sword Union, and Mountain Lord Mao, who was watching over things there, engaged in a brief clash with the enemy. On Dragon Sun's peak, Xianxia was examining Zhu Qing's condition when Bian Yuqing suddenly rushed over and anxiously reported. Xianxia turned his head and asked, "How is the situation?" After returning from the Black Territory to Void Territory that day, Xianxia had Mao Zhe, Geng Qing, and Zhou lead a group of Open Heaven Realm Masters to guard the territory gate. On one hand, it was to block spies from leaving towards Flying Smoke Territory, while on the other hand, it was to monitor the situation of Heavenly Sword Union. Over the past few years, Heavenly Sword Union had made quite a few attempts to check the situation in Void Territory, but all of them had been easily resolved by Mao Zhe and the others. Since Zhuo Quan Hui had decided to starve Voidland to death, he naturally wouldn't start a war so easily before the time was right. This time, the situation was clearly different from the previous small-scale investigations. Bian Yuqing shook her head and replied, "The situation is serious, but not critical." Heavenly Sword Union sent several Sixth Order Masters, forcing Mountain Lord Mao and the others to retreat. The territory gate fell into Heavenly Sword Union's hands. "Is everyone all right?" Xianxia asked with concern. Although Voidland was now filled with powerful forces, every Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was a rare and needed talent. A few low-order Open Heaven Realm Masters lost their lives in the clash, but not many. The other party seemed to only be probing the region, so Mountain Lord Mao and the others were able to retreat safely. Xianxia fell silent for a moment before commenting in a mournful tone, "In a battle between 2 armies, injuries and deaths are inevitable. When the Star Boundary united to fight against the Demon Realm, Millions of cultivators and billions of innocents lost their lives. The entire star boundary had been plunged into misery and suffering during that time. Now that they were fighting against Heavenly Sword Union, Yangkai was naturally prepared for such losses. Did Zuoquan Hui show up? Yangkai asked again. Bian Yuqing slowly shook her head and rejoiced. If he showed up personally, Mountain Lord Mao and the others would definitely not have remained unharmed. Although Mao Zhe and the other two were veteran 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, they were definitely not Zuoquan Hui's match, even if they were to fight together. Last time, they had been able to defend against Zuoquan Hui because Yangkai had been the one to bear most of the pressure. Coward! Yangkai sneered. Zuoquan Hui was obviously afraid of the divine spirits of Voidland, so he didn't dare show his face easily. However, this was also in line with Yangkai's intentions. From this point alone, even if Zhu Jioyin didn't actively participate in the war, she would still be a great deterrent. Sect Master, Bian Yuqing's voice was somewhat hoarse. Is the war about to begin? Although she was mentally prepared, when this day really came, Bian Yuqing couldn't help but be nervous. As someone from the star boundary, she had never forgotten how tragic the two worlds' great war had been. It is. Yangkai took a deep breath and turned his head. Senior, I'll have to trouble you to look after Voidland and the Star City. Nodding, she replied, Don't worry, I'll take good care of these two places for you. If you can't defeat the enemy, just come back. With this old master here, they won't dare act rashly. Many thanks, Senior. Yangkai expressed his gratitude before turning to Zhu Qing. But before he could say anything, Zhu Qing stepped forward and stated, I'll go with you. Yangkai flatly refused. No. Zhu Qing's bloodline had improved dramatically as a result of her dragon vein being greatly purified and condensed, allowing her to transform into a 3,000 to 4,000 meters long dragon. However, when Yangkai checked her strength, she was only able to display the might of someone around the 3rd or 4th Order Open Heaven realm. A true Grand Dragon was said to be at least 10,000 meters long. So although Zhu Qing's transformation this time had greatly increased her strength, there was still a big gap between her and a true powerhouse. It was likely that she would need to undergo another great transformation before she could truly become a Grand Dragon. On the other hand, in a battle between two armies, the situation was chaotic, and a 3rd or 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could die at any moment. How could Yangkai allow her to enter the battlefield? Zhu Qing looked at him quietly. I am the wife of Voidland's Lord. If I didn't have the ability to participate, it would have been fine, but now that I have the necessary strength, if I still have to hide in the rear, what will others think? If those disciples who are desperately bleeding and dying for Voidland came to know about it, what would they think? They will definitely think that I'm a turtle. To the side, she couldn't help but shrink his neck. He wanted to say something, but decided to hold back. Zhu Qing continued, All these years, we sisters have been cultivating hard, but have never been able to help you much when you were out roaming the world. Now that I have this opportunity, I want to do something. We can't live under your wings forever, always allowing you to shield us from the wind and storms. Big sister and the others must be thinking the same and working hard for this goal. Yangkai had a belly full of words, but couldn't say them. Even though he was still reluctant, his heart was filled with warmth. In any case, if I want to go, even if you don't allow me to, I'll go myself unless you lock me up, Zhu Qing proclaimed angrily. Yangkai stared at her for a moment before suddenly smiling and nodding. If you want to go, you can go. Zhu Qing stared at Yangkai in shock. You're not lying? She hadn't expected Yangkai to agree to her request so easily. I'm not lying, Yangkai replied seriously before turning to look at the old man. Senior, please take care. Saying so, he wrapped his arm around Zhu Qing's waist and flew off. A moment later, numerous large and small ships flew out from Voidland, transforming into streaks of light as they headed towards the territory gate. Void territory was vast, so it would take at least 10 days to half a month to reach the territory gate. If Yangkai was alone, it wouldn't have taken him so long, but now that there were a lot of Open Heaven Realm Masters from Voidland accompanying him, their speed was naturally slower. Inside a room aboard the Falling Lotus, Zhu Qing was lying on the bed, her clothes in disarray and her hair disheveled as she was sweating profusely. Lifting her head, she rebuked with great difficulty. "Aren't we going to war? If others find out, what will we do?" Yang Kai grinned and replied, "It will take some time to get there, so we can't waste time. Senior said that I can help you purify your bloodline, and with each transformation, your strength will grow, so I must work hard." Zhu Qing was already in a daze. Unable to speak, her entire body glowing with a faint red light. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little annoyed. If I had known this would happen, I would have worked much harder and not wasted so much time before. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4578, take the initiative to attack. The enormous territory gate was stretched across the void, slowly rotating in an endless cycle. Outside the territory gate stood a grand palace. This palace was a combination of defensive, offensive, and flight-type artifacts. Both inside and outside the palace, one could see cultivators walking back and forth. Yang Kai led the many Void Land Open Heaven Realm Masters to a nearby place and immediately spotted the palace. "Heavenly Sword Palace." Old Bai whistled and exclaimed, "They even brought this thing out. They really want to settle down in our Void territory." "Have you seen it before?" Yang Kai tilted his head and asked. Although there were many Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland, and there were even 16 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, in terms of experience and knowledge, none of them could compare to those from the First Inn. For many years, they had followed the proprietress around, collecting all kinds of information about the 3,000 worlds. There were very few things they didn't know about in the outer universe. Old Bai replied with a shake of his head, "I haven't seen it before, but I've heard of the famous Heavenly Sword Palace. Back then, in order to forge this artifact, Heavenly Sword Union nearly went bankrupt, yet it still took them nearly 100 years to complete it." Yang Kai was slightly surprised. Heavenly Sword Union could be considered a top second-class force, yet they had almost gone bankrupt and spent so long to refine a single artifact. From this, it could be seen just how much Heavenly Sword Palace had cost them. The more they spent on it, the more it could not be underestimated. Although he had not personally witnessed the power of Heavenly Sword Palace, Yang Kai could still feel that it had an impregnable defense and unstoppable offensive power. This kind of artifact had already exceeded the scope of an ordinary artifact. It was a weapon of war. With such a powerful weapon, Heavenly Sword Union's morale would definitely soar. In comparison, Voidland seemed somewhat shabby. Yang Kai turned his head and looked around, noting that Voidland's forces had taken up position about 1 million kilometers away from the territory gate. This distance wasn't far, but it was definitely not close either. 4 Open Heaven Realm Masters, it would not take them long to cross such a distance. Moreover, there were no obstructions in the void, so if their eyesight was good enough, they could even see individual cultivators across this kind of gap. Ships of all sizes were scattered across the void. If we get the opportunity, we should forge a palace artifact for ourselves. Otherwise, if we encountered such a situation again, our morale would be greatly reduced before the fighting even begins. Unfortunately, Voidland was currently short of resources, so now was not the time to consider such things. "You didn't seize Wuquan Hui?" Yang Kai turned to look at Mao Zhe. Mao Zhe slowly shook his head. "No." Yang Kai focused his attention on the Heavenly Sword Palace. Since Wuquan Hui hadn't shown up, either he hadn't come here and was still hiding in Flying Smoke territory, or he was inside the Heavenly Sword Palace. Yang Kai estimated that the former was more likely to be the case. If he really came, he would not let Mao Zhe and the others leave so easily. Of course, he could have been hiding in Flying Smoke territory and had now come along with the Heavenly Sword Palace. Even though a great killing weapon like the Heavenly Sword Palace had been taken out, it was still standing guard near the territory gate. Obviously, they were only trying to probe the situation and weren't preparing to launch a large-scale attack. Otherwise, they would have mobilized the entire Heavenly Sword Palace and directly attacked Voidland. Of course, directly attacking Voidland was something Zhuo Hui definitely didn't have the courage to do. With Bai Shi and Zhu Jiuyin standing guard, how could he dare to act presumptuously? Setting up the Heavenly Sword Palace near the territory gate, he could attack or retreat at will. This was exactly what Yang Kai wanted, Zhuo Hui acting vigilant and cautious. After thinking about it for a long time, Yang Kai stated in a low voice, "I'm afraid I won't be able to contribute much to the battle against Heavenly Sword Union. You can only rely on yourselves. Be careful." The group of open heaven realm masters around him were stunned, most of them not understanding what Yang Kai meant, but a few of them quickly reacted. Yang Kai's strength had far exceeded an ordinary Sixth Order master's, so if he were to take action, no one from Heavenly Sword Union would be his opponent. At that time, he would definitely provoke Zhuo Hui to take action, and once Zhuo Hui appeared, the situation would become difficult to control. After all, no one on their side could restrain a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Currently, Zhuo Hui was hiding, mainly because he was afraid of Zhu Jiuyin, who hadn't made an appearance yet. If Yang Kai didn't show himself, Zhuo Hui also wouldn't show up easily, which would benefit Voidland greatly. Yuhi was the first to understand this point, so when she heard this, she nodded and declared, "Young Master may rest assured. If Zhuo Hui doesn't take action, Heavenly Sword Union is nothing but trash." For the current Voidland, they indeed had the qualifications to evaluate Heavenly Sword Union as trash. Let's set up camp first. I don't know how long Zhuo Hui's probing will last, Yang Kai ordered, and everyone readily agreed. Several figures flew out and disappeared into the void. Half a day later, a shattered spirit province from who knows where was brought over and set down before everyone landed on it. This shattered spirit province was a barren rock one could find floating about in great territory. Although it couldn't compare to the grandeur of the Heavenly Sword Palace, it was still a good place to temporarily establish a camp. After settling the necessary details, Yang Kai immediately summoned all the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters for a war council. Everyone expressed their own opinions, and soon determined the most important task at hand, which was to determine the strength of Heavenly Sword Union. Know thyself, know thine enemy, and you will emerge victorious in 100 battles. It was a saying true in any circumstance. On the other side, Heavenly Sword Union's disciples were all holed up in and around the Heavenly Sword Palace, so it wasn't easy to identify or count them. Yang Kai had arranged for Luan by phone to enter the enemy's ranks in advance, but in this situation, unless Luan by phone left the Heavenly Sword Palace, it was impossible for her to send out a message. The Heavenly Sword Palace's defensive array was active, isolating the outside world and making it impossible to send out any messages. In other words, to contact her, the battle had to reach a point where Luan by phone would be deployed. This matter wasn't actually difficult. As long as Yang Kai put enough pressure on Heavenly Sword Union, Luan by phone would definitely have a chance to move out and make contact. Yang Kai gazed at everyone and asked, "Who wants to lead the attack?" Iron Blood Great Emperor was the first to step forward and volunteer, "Let me." It had only been half a year since he had broken through to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, and he had spent most of his time in retreat, consolidating his cultivation. It was an extremely boring process, so he longed for a good fight. Furthermore, fighting with others was far more efficient than cultivating in retreat to consolidate one's foundation. The dangers of wandering between life and death also often stimulated one's potential. Yang Kai denied with a smile, "Senior Iron Blood, please don't make a move for now. After your breakthroughs, you are all hidden forces of Voidland. I'm preparing to give Heavenly Sword Union a pleasant surprise when the time is right, so unless it's absolutely necessary, I want you to remain hidden." Iron Blood Great Emperor snorted unhappily, but still sat back down. Maozhi stood up and proposed, "Let us take the lead. After all, we should retrieve the face we lost ourselves." Previously, the three mountain lords had been forced to retreat by Heavenly Sword Union, not because their strength was necessarily inferior, but because they were heavily outnumbered. Now that all of Voidland's forces were ready to be deployed, Maozhi naturally wanted to avenge his previous humiliation. Yang Kai agreed with a nod. Then I'll leave the first team to the 3 Mountain Lords. Take 10 Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and 100 below the 5th Order. Mao Zhe and the other 2 stood up and cupped their fists, yes. Turning around, they walked out. After they left, Yang Kai continued, Hui Gu, Huayong, Shu Mu Dan. Hui Gu, and the couple stood up and responded, Sir. The 3 of you will lead another 100 people and prepare to assist at any time. The 3 of them nodded and went out to prepare. Yuhi Mo Mei. Yang Kai called out again. The 2 women stepped forward, ready 200 people as reserves, just in case. Yes. After issuing these orders, Yang Kai raised his head and looked outside. All 8 known 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Voidland had been mobilized, so Heavenly Sword Union would have to arrange for Luan Bai Feng to fight. As long as Luan Bai Feng had the opportunity to leave the Heavenly Sword Palace, she could find a chance to send a message. A moment later, streaks of light flew out from the Shattered Spirit Province and headed straight for the Heavenly Sword Palace. Although there weren't many in this group, all of them were Open Heaven Realm Masters. This was a battlefield for the Open Heaven Realm, and those below it weren't qualified to participate. At the same time, in the main hall of the Heavenly Sword Palace, Zhuo Quan Hui was sitting on his throne with a group of 6th Order cultivators standing in front of him. There were old, young, men, and women, but all of them served Zhuo Quan Hui. A disciple dressed in Heavenly Sword Union's uniform rushed in and cupped his fist, reporting to Union Master, a 100-man team from Voidland is heading straight for Heavenly Sword Palace, led by Mao Zhe, Geng Qing, and Zhou Ye. Hearing this, Zhuo Quan Hui coldly snorted, They sure are courageous, daring to take the initiative to attack. On his left, an old man stroked his beard and smiled. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. A young man's temper is too hot, but this is just what the Union Master wants. This old man was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Heavenly Sword Union. But because of his advanced age, he stopped caring about worldly affairs and dedicated most of his time to secluded cultivation. After Zhuo Quan Hui had entered Heavenly Sword Union, Zhuo Quan Hui didn't care if he was willing or not and dragged the old man along to serve him. Zhuo Quan Hui swept his gaze over the crowd majestically. Who will meet the enemy? The group of people below all looked at each other in dismay. Unlike Voidland's forces, who all volunteered to be the first to attack, no one here answered. Zhuo Quan Hui had not hesitated to drag Heavenly Sword Union into this war in order to avenge his fallen disciples, so the higher-ups of the Heavenly Sword Union were naturally not very motivated. Eventually, someone suggested, Union Master, how about we let these weaklings come over and show them the power of the Heavenly Sword Palace? The Heavenly Sword Palace was a treasure that excelled at defense, offense, and mobility. If the people of Voidland dared to approach within 10,000 kilometers of it, those inside wouldn't even need to take action personally. The Heavenly Sword Palace's various arrays were enough to deal with them. If the enemy was careless enough, they might even be killed. However, how could Zhuo Quan Hui do such a thing? If he wanted to destroy Voidland and kill Yang Kai, he would first have to cut off their wings. If he really used the power of the Heavenly Sword Palace, it would only cause Voidland to retreat helplessly, which was not in line with his goals. Moreover, the people of Voidland weren't fools, so why would they purposely put themselves in danger? This was to be the first real confrontation between Heavenly Sword Union and Voidland. Yet no one had taken the initiative to help him resolve his problems, causing Zhuo Quan Hui to be quite annoyed. Martial Peak, Chapter 4579, Pressure. Inside the Heavenly Sword Palace's main hall, Zhuo Quan Hui had a cold and gloomy look on his face. The oppressive pressure of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was filling the air, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. The one who spoke realized that he had said something wrong and couldn't help but feel a bit terrified. Union Master, this mistress requests permission to lead our counterattack. I hope Union Master can grant my request. Just as Zhuo Quan Hui was about to lose all face, Luan Bai Feng stepped up and elegantly bowed. Zhuo Quan Hui glanced at her warmly and nodded. Warden Luan is quite considerate, but with 3 Sixth Order Masters attacking together, you alone will be outnumbered. Although his cultivation was an order higher than Luan Baifeng's, she had chosen to join him on her own, and now that she had taken the initiative to offer herself to save him some face, Zuoquan Hui was naturally quite polite to her. Turning his head to the other side, he shouted, "Huang Quan, Jing Gang, Song Yin." Being called out, no matter how unwilling Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarchs trio was, they could only brace themselves and step forward. They cupped their fists and responded, "This subordinate is here. I'll leave those 3 to you." Zuoquan Hui looked at them indifferently. How could Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch and the others dare to refute? Since they had submitted to someone else, they had to act like lackeys. The trio respectfully agreed. "Rest assured, sir, we will make sure they never return." Turning around, they gathered their forces and left the Heavenly Sword Palace. A moment later, a great battle broke out in the void. This was not the first time the 3 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Prison Star had fought with the 3 Mountain Lords of Profound Yang Mountain. When Heavenly Sword Union had emerged from Flying Smoke territory, these 6 had been the first to fight. The 3 Mountain Lords, who were standing guard in Void territory, were outnumbered and had no choice but to retreat until Yang Kai arrived with reinforcements. Only then did they show their faces again. It could be said that both sides knew each other and were evenly matched. For a while, all kinds of large and small fights broke out in the void as the cultivators released various divine abilities and artifact attacks. It was an extremely spectacular sight. However, whether it was Heavenly Sword Union or Voidland, everyone knew that this was not the time for a decisive battle, so both sides acted with a certain degree of restraint. The scene might look exceptionally spectacular, but its participants were all acting cautiously. After fighting for half an hour, with the exception of a few who were injured, not a single fatality had occurred. It had to be said that this was not a small miracle, but a tacit understanding between both parties. Yang Kai, sitting in the Shattered Spirit Province, gazed at the distant battlefield. Inside the Heavenly Sword Palace, Zuoquan Hui's face turned livid. If he couldn't gain an advantage in this battle, how could he force Yang Kai to take action? If Yang Kai didn't take action, how could he have the chance to kill him? Just as Yang Kai had planned to give Luan Baifeng a chance to participate in the battle, so she could send him a message, Zuoquan Hui's planned something similar. As long as he could force Yang Kai to show his face, his plan would be halfway there. Even if the Divine Spirit Heavenly Moon Demon Spider was protecting Yang Kai, it was not impossible for Zuoquan Hui to kill him. The last time he had been injured by Yang Kai was because he had been careless. This time, he would not lower his guard. As long as he could kill Yang Kai, his revenge would be complete. As for the other residents of Voidland, he didn't care whether they lived or died. Seeing the state of the battle, Zuoquan Hui was unhappy and called out once more, "Huang Mao, Liang Su, Qi Xian, Dan Yang." The 4 people below all stood up and accepted their orders. These 4 were all 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Heavenly Sword Union. Yang Kai had once asked Luan Baifeng about the strength of Heavenly Sword Union, and she responded that there were 4 6th Order Masters that she and the public were aware of. 2 of them had been killed by Yang Kai, leaving only 2 behind. However, she had no idea about those who were hiding in the dark. Huang Mao and Liang Su were the 2 who were known to the public, while Qi Xian and Dan Yang were the hidden masters of Heavenly Sword Union. Both of them were older generation masters and basically spent all their time in secluded retreat. If Zuoquan Hui hadn't taken over Heavenly Sword Union, how could they have appeared here? Then again, Heavenly Sword Union and Yang Kai did have a kind of irreconcilable enmity between them. They wanted to use Zuoquan Hui's power to avenge the death of 2 of their Union Masters, so they didn't have any objections to his orders. "The 4 of you will lead more people to support Huang Quan and the other 2. You must gain the upper hand." "Yes," the 4 quickly responded. Zuoquan Hui then turned to the remaining 6th Order disciple from his lineage and ordered, "Ziyin, you go too and act according to the situation." "Master, don't worry. This disciple understands what she must do." Ziyin clenched her teeth and turned around. The hatred in her eyes threatened to burn the world. Zuoquan Hui currently had many sixth-order subordinates, but he only had one true confidant, and that was Ziyin. After all, she was his direct disciple, so her loyalty was unquestionable. Furthermore, only Ziyin knew what Zuoquan Hui was planning. Does Martial Uncle Zuo want to end this battle quickly? A voice suddenly rang out in the hall. As soon as the battle began, Zuoquan Hui had sent out almost all of his sixth-order Open Heaven Realm subordinates, so his intentions were obvious. A smart person would naturally be able to guess what he wanted. Zuoquan Hui replied in a low voice, "Martial Nephew is right. This monarch does have such intentions." Zuoquan Hui didn't show any trace of politeness towards others. He ordered them around as he liked, but towards this person, Zuoquan Hui was extremely amiable. He had no choice in the matter, as this person's background could not be underestimated, and just like Luan Baifeng, he had taken the initiative to join him. So, naturally, Zuoquan Hui had to treat him with respect. The person took a short pause before continuing. According to the information we've gathered, there are a total of 8 sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland besides Xianxia. On our side, there are 3 from the Prison Star, which are Huang Quan and his men, 4 from Heavenly Sword Union, making it a total of 8 if we include your disciple. This time, we've met a worthy opponent. It's going to be a good show. The man smiled slightly as he spoke, his eyes filled with anticipation. Zuoquan Hui added in an earnest manner, "That's why we may need Martial Nephew and Warden Luan to put pressure on them later. Only then will Yang Kai show himself." The man assured with a nod, "Of course, that's not a problem." Turning his head to look at Luan Baifeng, his eyes brazenly lingered on her towering chest for a moment before he smiled and added, "Warden Luan, I hope we can cooperate well." Luan Baifeng covered her mouth and giggled. "This mistress is a woman with a weak physique. I've never seen such a big scene before, so I'm quite anxious. I'll have to trouble Junior Brother to take care of me later." The man chuckled and stated, Of course, of course." Luan Baifeng also smiled, but a trace of anxiety flashed across her beautiful eyes. She hadn't expected that she would be used by Zuoquan Hui as a last resort. In this situation, she wouldn't be able to inform Yang Kai in advance about the situation, and once Zuoquan Hui's plan succeeded, Yang Kai would really fall into great danger. Now that she and Yang Kai were riding the same boat, if anything happened to him, she would not be able to survive either. She turned her head to look outside, and when Luan Baifeng saw that the battlefield was becoming more and more chaotic, the anxiety in her eyes became even more intense. Heavenly Sword Union had sent out 8 sixth-order Open Heaven Masters, so Voidland could only respond accordingly. Fortunately, Yang Kai had made arrangements long ago. After the 3 mountain lords of the profound Yang Mountain, Huigu, Huayong, Yuhi, and Imo Mei also took action in an orderly manner. The 6th-order Open Heaven Realm battlefield was evenly matched. After all, everyone had the same number of people, so neither side could gain any advantage. Although they fought fiercely, whether it was the enemy or their allies, none of them were in any danger of dying. On the other hand, the battlefields below the 6th Order soon had distinct differences in strength. Although Heavenly Sword Union was also a peak second-class force with many Open Heaven Realm Masters, it was still slightly inferior to the current Voidland. The countless years of accumulation of the abundant city cultivators from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven had finally borne fruit in Voidland. Furthermore, Yang Kai had brought a large number of Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Shadowless Cave Heaven as well. Now, the total number of Open Heaven Realm Masters below the 6th Order in Voidland had reached about a shocking 1,500. This was an extremely large number, and under the Cave Heavens and Paradises, there were very few forces who possessed so many Open Heaven Realm Masters. Naturally, Heavenly Sword Union was inferior. Voidland didn't even need to mobilize all its forces. Sending just half was enough to crush the enemy. In a situation where the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters couldn't interfere, the cultivators below that order became the key to victory. What more, Voidland had many 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Yongkai's eyes swept over the battlefield and clearly saw Heavenly Sword Union's open heaven realm masters being suppressed to the point where they couldn't even breathe. From time to time, a small universe would collapse and the world force would erupt, the phenomenon following the death of an open heaven realm master. As he was looking around, Yongkai was suddenly shocked and his eyes fixed on a fiery red figure as his brow twitched violently. The fiery red figure was none other than Zhu Qing, who had just undergone a bloodline transformation. Although the power of her dragon vein had greatly increased, overall, she only possessed the strength of a third or fourth order open heaven realm. In such a battlefield, she was at great risk of being hurt or even dying. Who brought her out? The veins on Yongkai's forehead bulged. However, on second thought, he realized that no one would do such a thing, and the most likely scenario was that she had run off on her own. Lu Shui, who had been standing next to Yongkai, also saw this scene and leaned over to ask in a low voice, "Sir, do we need to bring the madam back? On the battlefield, swords have no eyes." Lu Shui had consumed a mid-rank world fruit in the past, allowing her to advance from the fourth order open heaven realm to the fifth order open heaven realm directly. Moreover, she was one of the earliest open heaven realm masters to follow Yongkai, so she could be considered a trusted aide. Now, she was staying by Yongkai's side as a messenger. Yongkai hesitated for a moment before slowly shaking his head. No need. Since Zhu Qing was willing to fight, Yongkai let her do as she pleased. Of course, what really reassured Yongkai was that he could clearly see old Bai, chef, and accountant sticking close to Zhu Qing's position, neither interfering with her battle with her enemies, nor allowing powerful opponents to approach. With the three of them taking care of her, Zhu Qing's life shouldn't be in danger, and such a battle would be good for her growth. Moving his eyes away, Yongkai continued to observe the battlefield with a frown. He didn't see Luan by phone on the battlefield, which meant that there were still more sixth-order masters on the Heavenly Sword Union's side. It was just that he didn't know how much strength Zuoquan Hui was concealing. No matter what, he had to take extra precautions. Turning his head, Yongkai stated, "Everyone, prepare yourselves. We may need your help later." Originally, he had wanted to hide Iron Blood and the others so that he could give Zuoquan Hui a big surprise, but now it seemed that he wouldn't be able to hide them for long. Once Luan by phone was sent out, he would need someone to deal with her. Martial Peak, Chapter 4580 Expelled. After Iron Blood Great Emperor had advanced, 6 more sixth-order open heaven realm masters had appeared in Voidland. Although all of them had just broken through and were unable to display the full strength of the sixth-order open heaven realm, 2 of them would easily be able to suppress one opponent. As long as Wuquan Hui's side didn't send out more than 4 sixth-order open heaven realm masters, Yongkai could deal with them without making an appearance. But it was impossible for him to keep hiding Voidland strength. It was not easy to reach the sixth-order open heaven realm, so Yongkai estimated that Zuoquan Hui wouldn't have too many more at his disposal. In other words, with Voidland's current strength, they should be able to handle the situation. A moment later, another batch of streaks of light rushed out from the Heavenly Sword Palace and rushed towards the battlefield. The 2 leading people were obviously sixth-order open heaven realm masters. Yongkai looked over, and when he saw the face of one of them, he was stunned as this person's entire body was surrounded by demon qi. It was none other than Myriad Demon's Heaven's Pei Wenxian. Why is he here? Is it on Myriad Demon's Heaven's orders or of his own volition? If it's the former, then Voidland will really be in big trouble. Myriad Demon's Heaven is one of the 36 cave heavens. How can Voidland resist such a massive force? If Myriad Demon's Heaven really decided to interfere, Yongkai decided that he would immediately gather everyone and return to Voidland to hide under Baishi's tortoiseshell. However, Yongkai didn't find too many Myriad Demon's Heaven disciples in the new batch of Open Heaven Realm Masters, only 3 or 4 at most. This discovery made Yongkai feel relieved. Apparently, Pei Wenxian's interference in Voidland's battle with Heavenly Sword Union wasn't ordered by Myriad Demon's Heaven. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent so few people here. He should be acting alone. Naturally, Luan Baifeng was leading the group together with Pei Wenxian. At the same time Yang Kai saw her, his communication bead vibrated. Yang Kai took it out and immediately understood the message Luan Baifeng had sent him. All the elites had been deployed to lure the snake out of its hole, so they had to be careful. Yang Kai quietly put away the communication bead and turned his head to look at Iron Blood Great Emperor. Just as he was about to speak, though, he suddenly felt two powerful auras appear seemingly out of thin air. Looking up, Yang Kai saw two streaks of light approaching from the distance at an astonishing speed. Feeling the aura of these two newcomers, Yang Kai's expression became strange, and he swallowed his words. The two people who had suddenly appeared flew across the vast void like two sharp blades, directly charging towards the team led by Pei Wenxian and Luan Baifeng with astonishing momentum. Pei Wenxian and Luan Baifeng had received Zuoquan Hui's orders. They were preparing to bring their people into the battlefield to pressure Voidland further and force Yang Kai to take action, thus creating an opportunity for Zuoquan Hui to act. But who would have thought that two more Sixth Order Masters would suddenly appear and attack them? Feeling the strength of the approaching enemies, Pei Wenxian didn't even have time to think about where these two people had come from or what their identities were. He immediately used a divine ability together with Luan Baifeng to counterattack. The two attackers didn't try to dodge and instead seemed to perform a joint attack technique. The two figures quickly intertwined, and their world forces fused together to form a Tai Yin-Yang chart, which suddenly expanded and enveloped Pei Wenxian and Luan Baifeng. The next moment, the Tai Yin-Yang chart began rotating rapidly, like a giant millstone crushing the void. World force fluctuated wildly as miserable screams rang out. The people on the shattered spirit province were dumbfounded at this sight. Iron Blood Great Emperor and the others, who had been itching to fight, broke into a cold sweat as they stared at the sudden change in the battlefield, secretly wondering what would happen if they were enveloped by this kind of divine ability. They might not end up dead, but serious injuries would be inevitable. Who is that? Iron Blood Great Emperor turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai hesitated before replying. It should be Yin Yang, Cave Heaven. You invited them? Bustling World Great Emperor asked. These two had suddenly appeared without any warning, and Yang Kai had never told them about this either. Yang Kai denied, shaking his head. I don't know about this either. He really had no idea what was happening. If it weren't for those two taking the initiative to attack, he wouldn't have even known they were here. By the looks of it, Su Linggong didn't ignore him. His status as Yin Yang, Cave Heaven's son-in-law, still seemed a little useful. Then do we still attack? Iron Blood Great Emperor stared at Yang Kai. No need for now. Yang Kai waved his hand. Just continue hiding. Some of the Great Emperors wore looks of disappointment on their faces. It had only been a short time since they had broken through to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, so they hadn't had a chance to carefully test their strength yet. They had thought that this was an opportunity, but who would have thought that people from Yin Yang Cave Heaven would suddenly appear and intercept the enemy? For a moment, they didn't know if they should thank or curse them. With a massive burst of energy, the Tai Yin-Yang chart that had been suppressing the entire region suddenly shattered as several figures flew out. Originally, Pei Wenxian and Luan Baifeng had brought some 40 or 50 Open Heaven Realm Masters below the Sixth Order from Heavenly Sword Palace, but now only half of them remained. The rest were all dead. Furthermore, almost everyone who was still alive was injured, with the exception of those at or above the Fifth Order. Although Pei Wenxian wasn't hurt, he was still in a sorry state. After breaking free, he roared, Qin Ke, Suing Shui, you court death. In the void, Qin Kue and Suing Shui stood side by side. The former sneered when he heard this and snapped back. Such impudence. It seems you need a good beating. Luan Baifeng stood to the side, not saying a word as she adjusted her messy clothes slightly, feeling a heavy weight lifting from her chest. She had been worried that Yang Kai would be forced to act and give Zuoquan Hui a chance to kill him. But by the looks of it, the sudden appearance of Yin Yang Cave Heaven had resolved this crisis. From her standpoint, she should be thanking Qin Kue and Suing Shui, so she naturally wouldn't say anything but neither would she let her expressions betray her thoughts. You dare attack me? Pei Wenxian stared coldly at Qin Kuei and Xianxia. I'm afraid you've forgotten what happened to Chu Huashang. I will definitely report this matter to Yingyang, Cave Heaven, and have you condemned as accomplices. Back then, Chu Huashang had only interfered with Yang Kai's affairs. Nothing too serious. Yet she was forced to become a prize for the Tao Theory Assembly and was sentenced to 100 years of confinement. Qin Kuei and Su Yingshue's actions just now were much more serious than Chu Huashang's, as they had directly killed others. If they really followed the rules set by the Cave Heavens and Paradises, they would definitely be charged with the crime of creating internal strife. Qin Kuei, however, wasn't intimidated and sneered. If you can't beat others, you whine and complain to your elders? Is this myriad demons heaven's way of doing things? How eye-opening. Qin Kuei also didn't have a good impression of myriad demons heaven. The reason why his little junior sister had encountered such a terrible situation was because of myriad demons heaven's Tizhong. So how could he have any goodwill towards Pei Wenxian? Pei Wenxian coldly snorted. Whatever you say, this matter will be decided by your Yingyang, Cave Heaven. Qin Kuei wore an aloof expression while Su Yingshui stated indifferently. There's no need to worry about that. Senior brother and I are no longer Yingyang, Cave Heaven disciples. Pei Wenxian gawked, wondering if he had misheard her. Because the two of us defied our honored master's commands a few days ago, we were expelled from the sect, so we are no longer Yingyang, Cave Heaven disciples. Su Yingshue's expression remained flat, as if she was discussing the weather rather than their expulsion from their master's sect. Pei Wenxian's face was filled with shock. The two of you were expelled from Yingyang, Cave Heaven? His first thought was that it was impossible. Su Linggong had taken in a total of 3 disciples in his life, and each of them was extremely precious to him. Even if they had committed a grave mistake, he would not be willing to expel them from the sect. Moreover, all Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were considered part of the elite forces of any Cave Heavens and Paradises and were more than capable of holding the position of an outer sect elder. How could they be casually expelled from the sect? Even if Su Linggong was willing, Yingyang, Cave Heaven would not let them go so easily. At the very least, their cultivations would be crippled. However, on second thought, this explanation sounded somewhat familiar. Zuoquan Hui's lineage could rebel against Thousand Crane Paradise, so why couldn't Qin Kuei and Su Yingshui be expelled from Yingyang Heaven? Su Linggong was obviously trying to cheat, but thinking about the other party's character, it wasn't strange for him to act so shamelessly. Good, enough idle chatter. Boy, are you ready? Qin Kuei palmed his fist tightly as he looked towards Pei Wenxian with a grin. Ready for what? Pei Wenxian's brow twitched. Ready for a beating, of course. I hope your skin is thick enough so you don't get beaten to death by father here. As he finished speaking, Qin Kuei raised his fists and pushed his world force towards Pei Wenxian. Pei Wenxian cried out in alarm as the demon qi around his body surged, transforming into a black cloud that engulfed his body. Although it had been a few years since he had broken through to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm and his foundation had somewhat stabilized, how could Pei Wenxian be a match for a veteran Sixth Order master like Qin Kuei? Although he knew that Qin Kuei couldn't really kill him, being beaten half to death was still quite embarrassing, not to mention painful. So, when he saw Qin Kuei charging straight at him, Pei Wenxian immediately used his divine ability to conceal himself while falling back and waiting for an opportunity to act. However, the Cave Heavens and Paradises had interacted with each other for countless millennia, so even if they didn't know each other's techniques and divine abilities like the back of their hands, they had a certain understanding of them at the very least. Qin Kuei didn't even bat an eye as he rushed into the demonic cloud, and a moment later, Pei Wenxian's muffled grunts clearly rang out. On the other side, Su Yingshui went straight to Luan Baifeng before the two women engaged in a fierce battle. Unlike how Qin Kuei had proclaimed that he would beat Pei Wenxian, he had to hold back a bit in order to avoid killing him. In the end, Pei Wenxian was still a core disciple of Myriad Demons Heaven, so if he were to die, it would definitely cause a huge stir. The current battle between Voidland and Heavenly Sword Union was all because of the death of a core disciple, and this was only possible because of Inyang Cave Heaven applying political pressure from the background. If it weren't for Inyang Cave Heaven, Voidland wouldn't be facing Heavenly Sword Union, but Thousand Crane Paradise. Xianxia, on the other hand, didn't need to worry too much about this. When she attacked, her killing intent surged, and every move she made was deadly. However, Luan Baifeng didn't dare to say anything to her and could only try to resolve the situation on her own. Fortunately, Luan Baifeng was no pushover. Although her background wasn't as high as Xianxia's, her Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm cultivator was extremely profound. For a time, the fight between the two as they exchanged moves one after another was quite a spectacular sight. Zuoquan Hui had sent Pei, Wan Xian, and Luan Baifeng as a last resort, but they were unable to finish their mission. Furthermore, the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters he had sent out were also preoccupied with different opponents and were unable to extricate themselves. As for those below the Sixth Order, they were suffering heavy casualties because they were outnumbered. Inside the Heavenly Sword Palace, Zuoquan Hui's face was so dark and gloomy that it looked as if it could blot out light from the entire world. Martial Peak, Chapter 4581, can expect great things. This was the first official confrontation between Heavenly Sword Union and Voidland, and it was also a battle that was destined to be fruitless. For Heavenly Sword Union's side, as long as Yangkai does not show up, Zuoquan Hui's scheme would be impossible to achieve. As for Voidland, they could not reveal the hidden strength in their hand before they had a certain degree of confidence in killing Zuoquan Hui. There were now 26th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters participating in the battle, and over 1,000 Masters were below the 6th Order. Across the million-kilometers-wide battlefield, everyone was locked in a heated melee and bathed in blood. Yang Kai, who was sitting on the Shattered Spirit Province, gazed over the battlefield and issued a series of orders. More and more Open Heaven Realm Masters below the 6th Order rushed to the front to solidify Voidland's advantage. Since Heavenly Sword Union had decided to follow Zuoquan Hui's lead, they couldn't blame Voidland for not showing any mercy. If they could take advantage of this opportunity to kill all of Heavenly Sword Union Open Heaven Realm Masters below the 6th Order, it would be a great victory. At that time, Zuoquan Hui's group of 6th Order Masters wouldn't be able to accomplish much. Suddenly, Yang Kai's eyes focused on a certain spot on the battlefield. After he observed carefully for a moment, he raised his hand and called out, "Lu Shui." Reporting, Lu Shui, who had been standing beside him as the messenger, came forward. "Go deal with that myriad demon's heaven disciple." Yang Kai directed her in a certain direction. Lu Shui followed the direction of his finger and soon caught sight of her target. Although she didn't know what was so special about this myriad demon's heaven disciple, since Yang Kai had personally ordered her to do so, she could only faithfully obey. "Yes, sir," she quickly replied, but just as she was about to head out, she suddenly received Yang Kai's voice transmission and nodded in response. "Rest assured, sir." Her figure flickered as she transformed into a streak of light and sped across the battlefield. A moment later, Lu Shui arrived in front of her target and slashed her sword towards the Myriad Demon's Heaven Disciple. The Myriad Demon's Heaven Disciple was a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with extraordinary strength. He was currently locked in a fierce battle with Jin Yuanlang. Seeing Lu Shui join the battle, not only did he not become afraid, he even licked his lips as if he had seen some delicious food. Lu Shui couldn't help but shudder as an inexplicable sense of dread filled her heart. Still, she followed Yang Kai's instructions and sent him a message without a moment of hesitation. The Myriad Demon's Heaven Disciple's face, which was beaming with fighting spirit, suddenly went stiff. He pushed his demon chi madly as he retreated 100 kilometers before raising his eyes and looking towards the distant Shattered Spirit Province. Lu Shui and Jin Yuanlang could care less about what he was thinking and attacked from the left and right. But the Myriad Demon's Heaven Disciple only parried the attacks, seemingly no longer having any intention of fighting back. In a 2-against-1, with both of them being fifth-order masters, the myriad demon's heaven disciple quickly fell into a disadvantageous situation. However, no matter how dangerous the situation was, he was always able to find a way to survive. After fighting for a long time, Lu Shui and Jin Yuanlang both sighed in amazement. The two of them had almost killed this man several times, but he still managed to stay alive and kicking. If it weren't for the fact that he was clearly a fifth-order master, the two of them would have suspected that he was concealing his cultivation. Otherwise, how could he be so lucky every time? Lu Shui and Jin Yuanlang didn't fight with the myriad demon's heaven disciple for too long. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a streak of light suddenly shot out from the heavenly sword palace, shooting towards the void. Seeing this, the open heaven realm masters of Heavenly Sword Union all used their divine abilities to push back the enemies and then used this opportunity to quickly retreat. Many sixth-order open heaven realm masters fought while retreating, bringing up the rear for the retreating lower-order open heaven realm masters. Voidland masters chased after them, but they didn't pursue them too far. The deterrent force of the Heavenly Sword Palace was too strong, so no one dared to get too close. A cornered enemy should not be pressured. Yuhi was the first to stop, and only then did the people behind her come to a half, calmly watching Heavenly Sword Union disciples flee back to the Heavenly Sword Palace. After a brief period of silence, the Voidland Open Heaven Realm Masters broke into cheers. No matter what, Voidland had won this battle. Although they hadn't been able to kill any of the enemy's sixth-order masters, they had killed many below the sixth order, greatly weakening Heavenly Sword Union's strength. Under Yuhi's orders, the cultivators below the sixth order began to clean up the battlefield. Voidland was currently lacking in supplies, and many people died in this battle. Naturally, the spoils of war had to be collected to replenish their consumption. Under the leadership of Yuhi, the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters flew towards Qin Kuei and Suing Shui. The sudden appearance of these two fearsome Sixth Order Masters had provided them with timely help. If they had not stopped Pei, Wan Xian, and Luan Bai Feng, a portion of Voidland's hidden power would have been exposed. Greetings, Senior Sister Su. Yuhi respectfully bowed. Suing Shui had spent some time in charge of Yinyang Heaven's Dao Temple in Void Star City, and was also the one who had told Yang Kai about the Dao Theory Assembly, so Yuhi naturally recognized her. Junior Sister Yuhi. Suing Shui returned the greeting. May I ask who this is? Yuhi looked towards Qin Kuei curiously. Although she had some guesses in her heart, she couldn't be certain. After Suing Shui introduced the man, Yuhi finally smiled and thanked. So, it is Senior Brother Qin Kuei. Many thanks for taking care of young master when he was in Yinyang Cave Heaven. It's nothing. Qin Kuei grinned. Junior Brother Yang is now a son-in-law of Yinyang Cave Heaven, so naturally we have to take care of our family. Is Junior Brother Yang on that spirit province? Yuhi nodded her affirmation. Yes, it's just that it's not convenient for him to show his face for the time being. I'm sure young master is very happy to see the two of you. Please follow me. While everyone was talking, the battlefield had been cleaned up and the Open Heaven Realm Masters returned victoriously. Inside an impromptu hall hurriedly built on the shattered spirit province, Yang Kai stood up and greeted everyone. Yang Kai introduced Qin Kuei and Suing Shui to everyone, which immediately caused an uproar, but after exchanging greetings, both sides sat down calmly. Senior Brother Qin, Senior Sister Su, why are you here? Yang Kai asked in confusion. Worry was clearly written on his brow. Furthermore, wouldn't stopping Pei Wan Xian cause trouble for you? Will it implicate Martial Uncle Su? If everything went smoothly, Pei Wan Xian would be able to advance to the Eighth Order. In any cave, heaven, or paradise, he would be a future pillar of the sect. Qin Kuei, on the other hand, was lost in shock as he wondered. Where did these people come from? He was so shocked that he didn't even hear Yang Kai's question clearly. Senior Brother. Suing Shui gently elbowed him. Qin Kuei was momentarily stunned, but he quickly came to his senses and calmly replied, Oh, Junior Sister and I have already been expelled from the sect by Honored Master, so there's nothing to worry about. After he finished speaking, his eyes swept over Iron Blood, Great Emperor, and the others, as if he was trying to figure out what was going on. What? Now, it was Xianxia's turn to be shocked. Expelled. Being expelled from the sect was not a trivial matter. Generally speaking, only those who had committed grave mistakes would receive such a harsh punishment. The disciples who were expelled from the sect would be scorned, and they might even be hunted down. Qin Kuei and Su Yingxue were both in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm and could be considered Su Linggong's left and right arms. Even if they had made a terrible mistake, how could they be expelled from the sect? But soon, Yang Kai understood and smiled bitterly. Martial Uncle Su has put in a lot of effort. The so-called expulsion from the sect was definitely just an excuse to the outside world, just like Zuoquan Hui's rebellion from Thousand Crane Paradise. What's more, since Su Lingga could expel them from the sect, he could naturally find an excuse to have them return. Any ordinary high-rank, open heaven master would care a great deal about their face and reputation and might not be able to do this, but Su Linggong didn't care about such things. Su Yingxue indifferently stated, "Honored Master said that junior brother Yang was in trouble and we couldn't personally help, so he felt uneasy. Moreover, he also had a certain responsibility for this matter, so he sent senior brother and me here to help." Yang Kai cupped his fist and bowed his head. "Many thanks to Martial Uncle Su. Many thanks, senior brother Qing and senior sister Su." Qin Kuei waved off and stated, "There's no need to be so polite with us. Originally, Honored Master wanted to come here personally, but the sect didn't agree." Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. "I wouldn't dare trouble Martial Uncle Su." Originally, he had some complaints about Yin Yang Cave Heaven, although he was the one who killed Zhao Xing from Thousand Crane Paradise. Since the rules of the Tao Theory Assembly had been set long ago, Yin Yang Cave Heaven should have helped him resolve this problem. Under the pressure of Yin Yang Cave Heaven, Thousand Crane Paradise was unable to publicly and justifiably target Voidland, but Zuoquan Hui, who had rebelled, had still caused Voidland to suffer greatly. Now, though, Su Linggong had sent Qin Kuei and Su Yingxue to assist him. And if it weren't for Yin Yang Cave Heaven's disapproval, Su Linggong would have personally come to assist him. The resentment in Yang Kai's heart immediately disappeared. In the end, it was all because his strength was insufficient and because Voidland's reputation was insufficient. If he was strong enough and had enough prestige, Thousand Cranes Paradise would not have dared to say anything for the death of a mere Zhao Xing. "We can achieve great things with your assistance," Yang Kai said excitedly. Qin Kuei smiled bitterly. "I thought the two of us were delivering charcoal in a frigid winter, but who would have thought that we were just adding flowers to a brocade? Even if we didn't appear today with your Voidland's foundation, it should be enough to deal with Heavenly Sword Union." As far as they knew, Voidland had 9 Sixth Order Masters, including Yang Kai, so when they saw Pei, Wenxian, and Luan Baifeng appear, they immediately appeared to intercept them. But apparently, Voidland still had 7 newly advanced Sixth Order Masters in reserve, so they could have handled it with or without them. Martial Peak, Chapter 4582, Consumption. When Qin Kuei saw the entire hall filled with Sixth Order Open Heaven Masters, especially the 7 who had just broken through to the Sixth Order directly, he could almost picture another cave heaven or paradise rising within the next few 10,000 years. "Senior brother Qing, senior sister Su, you have provided my Voidland with great help by coming here. If not for you appearing, when we fought Zuoquan Hui, we wouldn't have been able to catch him off guard." Qin Kuei's eyes flashed as realization dawned upon him. "So that's your plan." Even Su Yingxue, and he didn't know that Voidland had so many Sixth Order Masters, so it was likely that Zuoquan Hui didn't know about this either. This point was also clear from the way Zuoquan Hui had arranged his forces today. According to the original intelligence, Voidland had 8 available Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters apart from Yang Kai, whereas Heavenly Sword Union had a total of 10. Heavenly Sword Union had first sent out 8 Sixth Order Masters to deal with Voidland's 8 Sixth Order Masters, then sent out the last 2 to exert pressure. If Yang Kai wanted to stabilize the situation, he would have no choice but to show himself. Once Xianxia appeared, Zuoquan Hui would have a chance to act. This was probably Zuoquan Hui's original plan. The battle between the two sides was not only a life-and-death struggle between their open heaven realm subordinates, but also a psychological contest. Unfortunately, Zuoquan Hui's luck seemed to be bad. Qin Kuei and Xianxia, who had appeared out of nowhere, had foiled his plans. Who knows how he might be venting his anger in Heavenly Sword Palace right now. Senior Brother Qing, I only have one question right now. Xianxia leaned forward slightly. Qin Kuei stretched out his hand and stated, Junior Brother, if there's anything you want to ask, just ask. If I know it, I won't conceal anything from you. Xianxia narrowed his eyes slightly and asked in a low voice, Can Zuoquan Hui be killed or not? Hearing this, Qin Kuei's pupils immediately shrank. He was taken aback by Xianxia's courage and appetite and was suddenly at a loss for words. Although he and Xianxia had received orders from their master to assist Xianxia, they had never harbored any hope of killing a high-rank open heaven master. From the start, their plan was to protect Xianxia and retreat to Voidland. After all, they were from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, so Zuoquan Hui would have some scruples more or less, so he couldn't just kill them. As long as they could retreat to Voidland, Zuoquan Hui wouldn't be able to do anything to Xianxia with by Shi's protection. Pondering for a moment, Qin Kuei asked, Is Junior Brother Yang worried about Thousand Cranes Paradise? Xianxia indifferently replied, I killed Zhao Xing and Zuoquan Hui jumped out. If I kill Zuoquan Hui, who knows if Thousand Cranes Paradise will jump out? Qin Kuei's scalp went numb. He could not figure out why he had started discussing the topic of killing a high-rank open heaven master with Xianxia, but he felt like he was dreaming. After all, how could a high-rank open heaven master be so easy to kill? Although the number of 6th Order open heaven masters on Voidland side was massive, if they were to fight against a veteran 7th Order master, things would not end well for Voidland. Still, Qin Kuei lightly nodded in response. That's true, but Zuoquan Hui's situation is different from Zhao Xing's. Xianxia humbly requested, Senior Brother Qing, please enlighten me. Qin Kuei waved off and continued with a wry smile. It's nothing so profound. Zhao Xing was a core disciple of Thousand Cranes Paradise and had a chance to break through to the 8th Order in the future. After being killed on the prison star, Thousand Cranes Paradise needed to regain its face. Otherwise, they would become the laughingstock across the 3,000 worlds. However, with my Yin-Yang Cave Heaven pressuring them, they can't make a big fuss about it. As Zhao Xing's honored master, Zuoquan Hui had no choice but to take a different approach. The public news from Thousand Cranes Paradise is that Zuoquan Hui's faction betrayed the sect. Since they have betrayed the sect, they are rebels and now have nothing to do with Thousand Cranes Paradise, similar to us as we were expelled from the sect by our honor master, but also quite different. Qin Kuei smiled. Let's put it this way, after this matter is settled, honor master can take us back into the sect, but no matter what, Zuoquan Hui will never be able to return to Thousand Cranes Paradise. Otherwise, Thousand Cranes Paradise will lose all face. This is the price he must pay for his rebellion. Xianxia raised his brow and added, If that's the case, if I can kill Zuoquan Hui, it would be the same as helping Thousand Cranes Paradise clean up its sect. They should thank me instead. Qin Kuei opened his mouth and wryly smiled. That would be so if all parties were acting in earnest. In fact, everyone was aware of the true story behind Zuoquan Hui's betrayal. If Voidland really killed him, Thousand Cranes Paradise naturally wouldn't show any gratitude, but they also had no right to seek revenge. Xianxia nodded, I understand. All of a sudden, Xianxia felt refreshed. All the troubles that had been haunting him regarding this war were now swept away. Ever since Zuoquan Hui began targeting Voidland, Xianxia had been somewhat worried about Thousand Cranes Paradise interfering. If he was alone, he wouldn't have to think too much about it. After so many years of painstaking cultivation, if he was all on his own, all he would have to worry about is killing Zuoquan Hui and clearing away their grudge. Alternatively, he could be killed by Zuoquan Hui and be freed of all troubles. However, as the Lord of Voidland, Yangkai had no choice but to worry about the lives of the hundreds of thousands of Voidland disciples. Now, he had no more concerns after hearing everything from Qin Kuei. Zuoquan Hui could be killed. After letting Qin Kuei and Su Yingshui withdraw to rest, Yangkai finally had time to check the casualties. In this battle, the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters didn't suffer much of an effect, but those below the Sixth Order had killed nearly 100 enemies. Although this didn't sound like a lot, everyone who participated in this battle was an Open Heaven Realm Master. Yangkai didn't know how many Open Heaven Realm Masters there were in Heavenly Sword Union, but today's battle was enough to make the hearts of the higher-ups of Heavenly Sword Union bleed. There were also casualties on Voidland's side, but they weren't nearly as high. Less than 20 had been killed, so it was a significant victory. After the great battle, everyone diligently cultivated and recuperated. Yangkai also began strategizing. Heavenly Sword Union had 10 Sixth Order Masters. Voidland originally had 16, and with the arrival of Qin Kuei and Su Yingshui, the number had increased to 18. They had 8 more Masters than the enemy, and if Luan by phone was included, the gap would grow even larger. However, because Iron Blood Great Emperor and the others had just broken through to the Sixth Order, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage against the veteran Sixth Order Masters on the enemy's side. So once they showed themselves and participated in the battle, they would have to fight 2 against 1 to be of any use. In other words, the 7 who had just advanced could at most restrain 3 or 4 opponents in the same realm. If Yangkai wanted to kill Zuoquan Hui, he estimated that he would need 6 or 7 veteran Sixth Order Masters to cooperate with him to have a chance. Voidland's strength was still somewhat lacking. After all, once the power of Voidland was completely exposed, if they couldn't kill the snake, it would become impossible to threaten Zuoquan Hui again. They only had one chance. As such, Yangkai needed to be fully prepared and possess decisive strength. Moreover, the most important problem was that the Heavenly Sword Palace was too close to the territory gate. Once Zuoquan Hui noticed that something was wrong, there was a high chance he would retreat to Flying Smoke territory. At that time, the question would be whether to give chase or not. If they pursued, Zuoquan Hui would definitely ambush them at the territory gate, and who among them could resist the sneak attack of a Seventh Order Open Heaven Master? If they didn't pursue, all their previous efforts would be wasted. Yangkai was now having a headache. Zuoquan Hui's cautiousness had given Voidland some breathing room, but it also made killing him extremely difficult. Now that things had reached this point, Yangkai could only take things one step at a time. The situation on the battlefield was ever-changing, so perhaps he could find a suitable opportunity to act. Perhaps he could send a message to Luan by phone to find an opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Zuoquan Hui. After the first confrontation, Heavenly Sword Palace's side remained calm for a full 2 months. 2 months later, great waves rose again as a large number of lights flew out, heading straight for Voidland's encampment. Voidland had long since taken precautions, so when they saw this scene, they naturally charged forward to meet the enemy. The two sides once again engaged in a fierce battle in the void, leaving behind dismembered corpses and broken limbs as they retreated. In the main hall, after taking inventory of the casualties, Yangkai looked out at the crowd and stated, Zuoquan Hui used his connections to gather a number of second- and third-class forces. Although it didn't affect the number of Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, there were quite a few more Open Heaven Realm Masters below the Sixth Order. Not only did they supplement the losses they suffered during the last battle, their numbers even grew quite a bit. Most of the people in the hall were shocked when they heard this. Right now, Voidland's greatest advantage was the number of Open Heaven Realm Masters they had below the Sixth Order. If they didn't even have this advantage, the situation would definitely deteriorate. Qin Kuei hesitated for a moment before asking, "Has this been confirmed?" During this time, he had been staying in this small shattered spirit province, preparing for battle at any time, but he had not seen Yangkai send anyone out to inquire about the situation, so he was naturally curious. Yangkai nodded, and it has been confirmed. The news had come from Luan by phone, and she naturally understood the complete situation inside the Heavenly Sword Palace. Qin Kuei's eyes flashed as he quickly realized something and began suspecting Yang Kai must have some kind of spy in Heavenly Sword Palace, so he didn't ask any further. Then what is Zuoquan Hui trying to do? Hui Gu frowned. Many of them died today. Yang Kai explained, no matter how many casualties there are, it means nothing to Zuoquan Hui. All the forces under his command are outsiders with the exception of his last personal disciple, a sixth-order woman named Ziyin. As long as Ziyin doesn't die, why would he care about the lives of others? The battles in the future will only become more frequent, so everyone should be prepared. If he remains hiding and has his subordinates fight to the death, what does he want? And Mo Mei was puzzled. Yang Kai took a deep breath. He's following the same plan as before, trying to wear us down. Zuoquan Hui had sealed the territory gate and spread the news that he had an irreconcilable feud with Voidland. As a result, the Star City's popularity had plummeted and Voidland's revenue stream had basically disappeared. With so many people cultivating and needing resources, it was natural to begin running short of supplies. Once Voidland's resources ran out, Yang Kai would inevitably come out, giving Zuoquan Hui a chance to act. If it weren't for the frequent activation of the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array, which made Zuoquan Hui realize something was wrong, he wouldn't have led Heavenly Sword Union into Void territory so quickly. More importantly, Zuoquan Hui's plan to lure the snake out of its hole had become hopeless after the arrival of Qin Kuei and Xianxia. Since he couldn't bring out any more Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, he could only use his connections, force, or enticement to bolster his numbers. And when a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master gave an order, how could mere second- or third-class forces resist? Whether they wanted to or not, they had to submit and obey his commands. Martial Peak, Chapter 4583, Stalemate. Currently, all of the Open Heaven Realm Masters in the nearby Great Territories, with the exception of a few with powerful backgrounds, have been recruited by Zuoquan Hui, greatly increasing the number of Open Heaven Realm Masters he had under his command. For the time being, they were still inferior to Voidland, but it was difficult to say if this would remain the case as time passed. Although every battle ended in Voidland's victory, there were inevitably some casualties, and the surviving Open Heaven Realm Masters were quite exhausted, requiring them to expend plenty of resources to restore their strength. It had become a battle of attrition and resources. Without enough resources to restore themselves, Open Heaven Realm Masters would not be able to maintain their full strength at all times, and if they were to fight again, it would be harder for them to hold on. If this continued for a long time, Voidland would eventually be unable to hold on, and at that time, it would become a decisive battle. When Luan Bai Feng sent this message over, even though Yang Kai was already mentally prepared, he couldn't help cursing the old dog's cunning. Before this, Voidland had been sealed off for 3 or 4 years and had already used up countless supplies. Now that the war had broken out, the consumption of resources had become even more severe. If it weren't for the rich accumulation of the Star City's resources in the early years, they would not have been able to hold on for this long. Even so, they wouldn't be able to last much longer. In order to coordinate with this strategy, from the second battle onwards, the Open Heaven Realm Masters dispatched by Heavenly Sword Union did not even wear space rings. Obviously, it was to prevent Voidland from having the chance to collect spoils of war from the corpses. After more than a dozen large and small battles, Voidland still held the decisive advantage thanks to their numbers, but they had not been able to collect any supplies from the enemy corpses all this time. Zuoquan Hui's intentions were obvious, and he was not even trying to hide them anymore. He kept sending out his Open Heaven Realm subordinates one after another, leaving Voidland no choice but to fight back. Usually, every battle was followed by a few days of peace, which was ultimately followed by another battle. While voices of discontent rose on Heavenly Sword Union's side, the Open Heaven Realm Masters on Voidland's side were exhausted. Both sides had fought countless times in a short span of a year. The number of Open Heaven Realm Masters Voidland had lost had almost broken through the 200 mark. Although the numbers were replenished steadily by the headquarters, it was still not enough to make up for their losses. Heavenly Sword Union's losses were even greater. Their losses were at least 3 times their enemies'. The void was filled with the blood of open heaven realm masters within 1,000,000 kilometers of the territory gate. Such heavy losses had angered Xianxia. Several times he wished he could lead all the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to fight Zuoquan Hui to the death, but after having personally experienced the might of a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he had no choice but to give up on this idea. Any rash action on his part, without absolute confidence, could lead to even worse consequences. Meanwhile, Zuoquan Hui on Heavenly Sword Union's side was also extremely annoyed. Such a long battle had almost exhausted his patience, and Xianxia hadn't even shown up once, denying him the slightest opportunity to exact his revenge. Inside the Heavenly Sword Palace's main hall, many Sixth Order Masters were gathered, while Zuoquan Hui sat above with a gloomy expression. An Open Heaven Realm Master dressed in Heavenly Sword Union's uniform rushed in and cupped his fist. Reporting to Union Master, Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch's forces have been surrounded by Void Land and are outnumbered. Heavenly Monarch requests to withdraw and reorganize. This kind of battle report would appear almost every time a fight broke out. Although Heavenly Sword Union had gathered a large number of Open Heaven Realm Masters below the Sixth Order because of Zuoquan Hui's prestige, their numbers were still inferior to Voidland. And since the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were unable to determine the victor, the side with the greatest number of Open Heaven Realm Master below Sixth Order naturally held the absolute advantage. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters present couldn't understand one thing. Voidland was clearly a newly rising force. So where did so many Open Heaven Realm Masters come from? Zuoquan Hui picked up a nearby teacup and threw it at the messenger. The cultivator who had sent the message did not dare to move and was hit in the head, which caused him to bleed. Wastes, retreating at the slightest setback. Tell Huang Quan that anyone who dares to retreat without my command will suffer a fate worse than death. The messenger trembled with fear and quickly replied, "Yes, sir." He quickly left the hall to relay the message to Huang Quan. Not to mention how Huang Quan angrily cursed when he heard this order. The group of Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the hall were also angry. They just didn't dare to even breathe loudly. After a long silence, Luan Bai Feng stood up, picked up the teacup, and placed it next to Zuoquan Hui's hand, gently consoling him. "Sir, please calm your anger. Voidland's forces are strong, and Senior Brother Huang Quan is not a timid person. I'm afraid that the situation must be truly difficult to handle." So he requested to withdraw. How could Zuoquan Hui not know this? Only, he had not been able to avenge his two disciples for such a long time, and was now trapped in a fierce battle with Voidland. He had nowhere to vent his anger, which was very frustrating for him. He let out a cold snort and shouted, "A bunch of trash! You can't take down a mere Voidland, even after such a long time." Luan Bai Feng took the initiative to volunteer. "This mistress is willing to lead a group of people to assist Senior Brother Huang Quan. I hope Sir will agree." As Xianxia's spy in Heavenly Sword Union, Luan Bai Feng had done a good job of secretly sending messages to the former about Heavenly Sword Union's situation. With her inside intelligence, Xianxia knew Heavenly Sword Union's forces like the back of his hand. She had even led the Open Heaven Realm Masters of Heavenly Sword Union to fight against Void Land many times, allowing for many of them to be killed. Zuoquan Hui's expression relaxed slightly. Warden Luan is too thoughtful, then. Before he could finish speaking, Pei Wenxian stood up and added, "Marshal Uncle Zua, the momentum of Voidland's forces is overwhelming. Even if Warden Luan goes to support them, I'm afraid she won't be able to gain any advantage. Rather, it will cause more casualties. Why don't we call back Huang Quan and preserve our strength and deliberate over what to do next?" Zuoquan Hui looked up at him and knew he was right. In his anger just now, he had not thought things through properly, so he immediately nodded and agreed. "Do as you suggested." Once Zuoquan Hui's order was relayed, Huang Quan's troops who were fighting at the front retreated, one by one. Inside the main hall, Pei Wenxian smiled warmly at Luan Bai Feng, who smiled back while cursing in her heart that this brat had ruined her good deed. Otherwise, if she brought her people out, Heavenly Sword Union would definitely suffer even more casualties. Huang Quan returned not long after, though he was completely unharmed. The one who had fought with him just now was profound Yang Mountain's head mountain lord, Mao Zhe. The two of them had fought countless battles and were completely familiar with each other's tactics by now. Neither of them could do anything to the other unless someone interfered. However, after having fought for over a year, both sides had formed a tacit understanding. Each of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had their own opponent, so no matter how many Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters one side sent out, the other side would send out their corresponding foe. After returning, Huang Quan begged for forgiveness and received a scolding from Zhuo Quanhui. After cursing for a while, Zhuo Quanhui calmed down and swept his gaze around. The situation is quite tense right now. Do any of you have any good ideas on how to defeat them? The 10 Sixth Order Masters in the hall glanced at each other blankly. Although everyone knew that as long as Zhuo Quanhui personally took action, he would definitely be able to break this stalemate and even salvage the situation, yet he never did. He had only been sitting in the Heavenly Sword Palace with the Territory Gate at his back. Everyone knew that he was afraid of the divine spirit of Voidland. By remaining here, he could retreat to Flying Smoke Territory to hide the moment anything went wrong. If he really went out and was targeted by the divine spirit, Zhuo Quanhui couldn't guarantee he could escape unscathed. Everyone understood this, but none of them said anything, lest Zhuo Quanhui lose face. Are you all mute? Seeing everyone fall silent, Zhuo Quanhui coldly snorted, clearly displeased. Pei Wenxian coughed lightly. Martial Uncle Zhuo, it's actually quite simple to break the current situation. Hearing this, Zhuo Quanhui raised his brow. What does Nephew Pei have in mind? Pei Wenxian smiled lightly. At the end of the day, Void Territory is still the enemy's home ground. As foreigners, it is natural we suffer losses when we fight. If we can move the battlefield out of Void Territory, it will naturally be easier to deal with Voidland. Zhuo Quanhui stroked his beard and nodded slightly in agreement. You're right. The reason why he hadn't made a move yet was because he was afraid of Zhu Juyin, who could be hiding in the shadows. If he could move the battlefield out of Void Territory, although he couldn't guarantee that Zhu Juyin wouldn't follow him, at the very least, when they passed through the Territory Gate, Zhu Juyin wouldn't be able to hide and would be exposed. He could be prepared then. However, if they wanted to move the battlefield out of Voidland, it was easier said than done. Although they could retreat to Flying Smoke Territory, if Voidland's people didn't follow them, there was nothing they could do. What is Nephew's plan? Zhuo Quanhui asked. Pei Wenxian shook his head. I just had this idea, but no way to implement it. Zhuo Quanhui couldn't help but have a look of disappointment appear on his face. Pei Wenxian added, but other than that, there is another way. Oh, Zhuo Quanhui raised his brow. Pei Wenxian continued with a smile. Right now, both sides are on par when it comes to Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, while Voidland holds the absolute advantage when it comes to Masters below Sixth Order. If we want to break this stalemate, we must start with the Sixth Order Masters. Zhuo Quanhui's expression changed slightly. Nephew Pei means, if we could obtain more Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, even if it's just one, it would be enough to make Voidland suffer. They would be able to fight 2 against 1 with one more Sixth Order Master. If they cooperated well, they might even be able to kill a Sixth Order Voidland Master, increasing their advantage further. How could Zhuo Quanhui not know this? His heart ached even more for his dead disciple Zhou Ti just thinking about it. If Zhou Ti were still alive, how could he have so many troubles now? He would have killed Yang Kai and retreated ages ago. It's easier said than done. It's not so simple to find a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Zhuo Quanhui sighed. Although he had used his prestige and connections to recruit many helpers, none of them were Sixth Order Masters. There were many Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Thousand Cranes Paradise, but it was impossible for them to support him openly. Pei Wenxian smiled calmly. If martial uncles would trust me, you can leave this matter to me. Zhuo Quanhui was stunned for a moment before asking, Martial nephew, are you thinking of getting support from your sect? If Myriad Demons Heaven was willing to intervene, That would naturally be for the best, but Myriad Demons Heaven was one of the 36 cave heavens. So how could it interfere in the struggle between lower sects? Pei Wenxian had come here because he had a personal grudge with Yang Kai, giving him a reasonable excuse. But if Myriad Demons Heaven really interfered, Yin Yang Cave Heaven side would definitely not sit back and do nothing. At that time, it might lead to the two cave heavens engaging in battle, blowing the situation up multiple times over. Martial Peak, Chapter 4584. You're called Heihe? Pei Wenxian replied with a smile. It's just a mere void land. Why bother the sect? Does Martial Uncle Zhua still remember Xian Yuan, Cave Heavens, Yin Xian Zhao? Zhua Quanhui pondered for a moment as a young man's appearance flashed in his mind before he nodded and agreed. Of course I remember. Every youth who was able to directly advance to the Sixth Order became famous overnight, so Zhua Quanhui was naturally not unfamiliar with them. Moreover, Yin Xian Zhao had also been to Yin Yang Cave Heaven last time, so he had indeed seen him. Xian Yuan, Cave Heaven's brother, Yin has a close relationship with me, and has some grievances with Yang Kai. If you send a message to him, I'm sure brother Yin will be happy to join the fun. Zhua Quanhui's eyes lit up. Is that true? Pei Wenxian didn't comment on it. I'll have someone send a message over to try. Whether brother Yin comes or not will be up to him. Good. Zhua Quanhui slapped the armrest of his chair. Then I'll leave this matter to you, Martial Nephew Pei. If Martial Nephew Yin can really come, he will be of great help to me. A strange sense of bitterness rose in Zhua Quanhui's heart once he said this. After all, he had to place all his hopes on a newly promoted Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. But now that the situation was in a deadlock, the help of any Sixth Order Master was extremely difficult to obtain. Xian Yuan Cave Heaven isn't too far from here, just a 3 to 6 months long journey. Brother Yin will have replied by then. Pei Wenxian added before getting up to send a message to Xian Yuan Cave Heaven. So Quanhui reprimanded the crowd a few more times before finally dispersing everyone. In Void territory, although there were no big battles, there was no shortage of small skirmishes. Almost every 3 or 5 days, the Heavenly Sword Palace would launch an attack and Voidland would have no choice but to respond in kind. In the entire 3,000 worlds, a battle of this scale was quite rare. Both sides had over 1,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters involved, including 26th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and even a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. This was enough to attract a lot of attention. Time passed quickly, and soon several months had gone by. In White Light Territory's Universe Temple, a group of people walked out of the hall in a file, looking a bit tired and travel-worn. The Universe Temples were jointly operated by the various cave heavens and paradises. Basically, every great territory had one. Many cultivators used the Universe Temples as mediums to travel, saving them a lot of time. At this moment, several people walked out from White Light Territory's Universe Temple wearing the same blue and white robes. Their leader was a handsome young man. His aura was not obvious, but his clothes were slightly different from those of his peers, having a few conspicuous golden lines on the sleeves. After walking out of the Universe Temple, the young man looked around before walking straight ahead as the others followed behind him. When the surrounding crowd saw this, looks of awe and respect showed on their faces as they quickly gave way. Some even started whispering amongst themselves. They are Xian Yuan Cave Heaven disciples. How do you know? They're wearing Xian Yuan Cave Heaven's robes. I've seen them before. What are Xian Yuan Cave Heaven's people doing here, in this poor and backwater place? The actions of the Cave Heaven's people are not something you or I can fathom. Shoo, don't speak anymore. The one leading them is Xian Yuan Cave Heaven's Outer Sect Elder. Outer Sect Elder? Doesn't that mean he's a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master? Naturally, in all the Cave Heavens and Paradises, only the Sixth Order Masters are qualified to be Outer Sect Elders. If one is a Seventh Order, then he or she would be an Inner Sect Elder. Look at the golden thread on his sleeve. That is the symbol of an Outer Sect Elder. I see. The surrounding discussions made the young man in the lead look extremely pleased, and as he walked, his eyes became more focused. The few of them simply traversed through the universe temple without any intention of stopping. After walking a few streets, they headed straight for the exit. Suddenly, the young leader's eyes shone brightly as he turned his head toward the side of the street. Inside a tea house, a man and a woman were sitting facing each other. The man was small and thin and had a cold expression on his face, making him appear taciturn. On the other hand, the woman seemed to be quite curious about everything, constantly glancing around. When their eyes met, the woman was stunned for a moment before quickly looking away. Interesting. The corner of the young man's lips leading the group rose and withdrew his gaze before continuing forward. A moment later, he left the universe temple and disappeared into the void with his followers. Half an hour later, in the tea house, the thin man stated, "It's time to set out." And the woman quickly got up and followed behind the thin man. A moment later, the two of them left the universe temple. The thin man took out a small boat, and the two of them entered it. Next, the thin man injected his world force as the boat transformed into a streak of light and sped off. Inside the ship, the woman asked, "Senior, you haven't told me how far we are from Voidland." The thin man indifferently replied, "There's still a few great territories between us. It's about a month away." "Is Voidland very powerful now?" the woman asked again. The thin man shook his head. "I don't know either. You'll naturally know when we get there." Before he could finish speaking, the man's expression suddenly changed as he formed a set of hand seals, and the flying ship rapidly moved to the side. The woman was caught off guard and almost fell to the ground, quickly prompting her to circulate her strength to stabilize herself. "What happened?" the woman asked in surprise. However, the man's expression was cold as he stared at a certain spot in the sky and asked in a grim voice, "Which friend is pulling such a foul prank on me? Please show yourself." The woman looked in the direction he was looking, but she didn't see anything. However, she also had a faint feeling that something wasn't right. Someone had clearly attacked their ship just now. In the next moment, a few figures suddenly appeared in front of the flying ship, all wearing the same blue and white robes. The leader was a young man with a shadow of a smile on his face. The man on the ship stared fixedly at their clothes as if trying to determine something. After a long time, his face sank. "People from Xianxia, Cave Heaven." The woman beside him immediately revealed a look of shock as she covered her mouth and whispered, "Xianxia, Cave Heaven? One of the 36 Cave Heavens?" Although she had just broken free of her universe world shackles and entered the 3,000 worlds, she was no stranger to the information about the outer universe. It was not surprising either, as she had often sought out this senior beside her to ask him about things over the years, so she had some basic knowledge. However, she couldn't understand why Xianxia Cave Heaven, one of the 36 Cave Heavens, would attack them. "You don't need to say anything. I'll handle this." The man hurriedly sent a voice transmission, instinctively feeling that something wasn't right. The 36 Cave Heaven were such huge forces that there was no reason for them to target them. Furthermore, from the looks of it, these people were clearly waiting here to ambush them. The woman nodded heavily. The man then appeared on the deck and cupped his fist, greeting, "Hey, he greets Xianxia Cave Heaven senior brothers. May I ask what advice you have?" The leading man smiled at him and asked, "You're called Heihe?" Heihe responded with a nod, "Yes." "You're a Voidland disciple." Heihe shook his head. The man who asked and furrowed his brow, "If you're not a Voidland disciple, why are you going to Voidland?" Hearing this, Heihe's heart trembled. Just as he was wondering why this man knew he was going to Voidland, he suddenly remembered a question his companion had asked him in the tea house at the Universe Temple. They must have overheard it at that time. "Senior brother misunderstands. We are not going to Voidland," Heihe replied calmly. After all, he had not reached the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm for nothing. His many years of experience told him that these Xianxia Cave Heaven disciples in front of him probably had some kind of grudge with Voidland, otherwise they would not have acted like this. The leading Xianxia Cave Heaven elder slightly smiled. "You not go to Voidland? Do you know Yangkai then?" When a young man spoke this name, Heihe was able to remain calm, but the heartbeat of the woman skipped slightly. Although her reaction was very weak, How could she hide it from a sixth-order open heaven realm master? The Xianxia cave heaven elder immediately looked towards the direction of the cabin, smiling. It seems you know each other. While the young man was still speaking, he quickly stamped his foot as his world force erupted, causing the flying ship to turn into a streak of light that flew towards the universe temple. His reaction couldn't be said to be slow. He had already been vigilant to begin with, so now that he noticed something was wrong, he immediately wanted to flee back to the universe temple. As long as he returned to the universe temple, no matter what these people wanted to do, they would be safe. Fighting was absolutely prohibited in the universe temple, even for the disciples of the various cave heavens and paradises. His movements were fast, but the Xianxia cave heaven elder's movements were even faster as he stretched out his hand and grabbed towards the ship. Under the world force of the sixth-order open heaven realm master, the ship suddenly froze in place. He then let out a cold snort and clenched his fist as the ship's defensive array began to glow. Capture them! The Xianxia cave heaven elder shouted as his subordinates immediately rushed out, each of them using their own secret techniques and artifacts to attack the ship. He turned pale at the sight of the might of these people's attacks. He was just an ordinary fifth-order master, but these people who had jumped out were all fifth-order masters, and there was even a sixth-order open heaven realm master leading them. So how could he resist? He used all his strength to activate the spirit arrays on his ship, but they were destroyed in less than a dozen breaths of time. The next moment, a few divine abilities shot towards him. He struggled to resist them before flying backward, coughing up blood. Only then did the Xianxia cave heaven elder stretch out his hand and grab the woman who had been hiding in the ship. The woman's face was pale from the series of events that had transpired, but she was still someone who had weathered all kinds of great storms, so she didn't show too much fear. She grit her teeth, staring at the young man in front of her angrily. "You really know Xianxia, right?" the young man asked coldly. The woman refused to answer. The young man scanned her from head to toe and clearly saw her cultivation. A frown appeared on his face as he muttered, "Strange, you just formed your Tao seal, yet you have a fifth-order open heaven realm master to escort you. It seems your identity is extraordinary. Tell me, what is your relationship with Xianxia?" The sixth-order open heaven realm pressure was extremely powerful, and the woman had just formed her Tao seal, so she was unable to resist at all. She could feel that her Tao seal was showing signs of collapsing under this terrifying pressure. Her blood and energy kept surging, but it was still impossible to suppress. "Pooey!" She spat out a mouthful of blood towards the young man. The young man didn't move at all, but the arrow of blood disappeared under the pressure emanating from him. He immediately slapped the woman with the back of his hand, instantly knocking her unconscious. Martial Peak, Chapter 4585, Soul Search. "Let her go. If you want to ask something, ask me, leave her out of this. She's just in the Emperor realm. She doesn't know anything." He quickly rushed over and fiercely shouted, coughing blood and gritting his teeth. Xianxia Heaven's fifth-order open heaven realm masters promptly surrounded him. He was outnumbered and was easily taken down in a few exchanges. His cultivation was sealed, and he was left in a sorry state. "I gave you an easy way out, but you just had to take the hard way." Xianxia Heaven's sixth-order elder coldly snorted. He looked at He and then at the unconscious woman in his hand before indifferently stating, "There's no need to trouble yourself. This elder will investigate it himself." Saying so, his spiritual energy madly surged towards the woman's knowledge sea. Hei's eyes shrank at the sight of this as he cried out in horror. "How could you use such despicable methods as an elder of Xianxia Heaven?" The young man in front of him was actually using soul search. Soul-searching techniques were extremely vicious. One needed to have absolutely superiority in terms of soul strength to use this kind of method. However, once a soul-searching technique was used, the subject of the technique would either have his or her soul destroyed or suffer serious damage to their soul, so no one would do so casually. He had never imagined that this young man in front of him, who was a prestigious Xianxia Heaven elder, would so brazenly use a soul search on an Emperor Realm Jr. The difference between a sixth-order open heaven realm and emperor realm cultivator who had just formed their Dao seal was like the difference between the heavens and earth. When this outer elder used his soul-searching technique, the woman was unable to resist. Her frail and delicate body suddenly started uncontrollably trembling as her beautiful eyes widened in pain. Blood immediately started gushing out of her mouth, staining her clothes red. At the same time, Xianxia Heaven Elder's expression changed from curiosity to surprise and then to excitement. A moment later, Xianxia Heaven's Elder's spiritual energy calmed down and his eyes shone brightly as a sinister grin appeared on his face. So you came from such a place. Ha ha ha, what a surprise. We were really wearing out our iron shoes while seeking our own feet. He casually threw the woman in his hand aside. The woman's eyes were dull and lifeless. Although she had not died, it was clear that her soul had been severely damaged. Even if she was not dead, she was crippled. You'll die a horrible death for this. He roared in anger, thinking how his master had handed over the star boundaries people to him to take care of. He had never thought that the first time he had brought someone out, such an accident would occur. If his master were to find out about this, he didn't know what kind of fate he would suffer. How could a Xianxia Cave Heaven Elder and so many fifth-order masters tolerate, "Hey, he's outburst"? They immediately launched their punches and kicks, causing the latter to vomit blood. Bring them along. They'll make a good present for Brother Pei and Martial Uncle Zhua. Void territory a month later. The constant struggle between the two sides had left both exhausted, but since a blood feud had already been formed, no one would back down. Another fierce confrontation came to a close as both sides withdrew their forces. A short time later, inside the main hall, Xianxia was checking the number of casualties when a terrifying pressure suddenly spread from afar. Xianxia's expression promptly changed as he stood up and looked towards the source of this pressure, shouting, "Zhuo Quanhui." Could it be that he couldn't bear any more and has decided to take action personally? Many of the sixth-order open heaven masters in the hall also wore solemn looks on their faces. Iron Blood Great Emperor and the others, who had remained hidden until now, were all palming their fists in anticipation. If Zhuo Quanhui were to act, they would no longer have to remain hiding. However, before Xianxia could figure out what was happening, Chun Tianfei rolled in like a ball and reported in a panic, "Sir, there's something wrong on Heavenly Sword Palace's side. Zhuo Quanhui is personally pursuing someone." "Who is it?" Xianxia was stunned. Chun Tianfei shook his head, the fat on his face rippling as he replied, "This subordinate doesn't know. It's too far to see." Xianxia's brow furrowed as his figure flickered, and he appeared outside the hall the next moment. He focused his gaze towards the distance before exclaiming, "Luan Baifeng has been exposed." Luan Baifeng had been hiding well ever since she had joined Zhuo Quanhui's side, but this time she had been exposed somehow. At this moment, she was fleeing in their direction, leaving a long trail of light behind her. Whereas Zhuo Quanhui and a large group of sixth-order open heaven realm masters was hot on her tail. Did she attack Zhuo Quanhui? He had previously given Luan Baifeng an order to find an opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Zhuo Quanhui. Although there was a gap of an entire order between them, if Luan Baifeng was careful and meticulous, it was not impossible for her to succeed. But why did she choose to make a move now? Xianxia was unable to understand this, but he didn't have time to think about it and shouted right away, "Senior Iron Blood, please remain here for the time being with the other newly promoted sixth orders. The rest will follow me." Since Zhuo Quanhui had made his move, it was only natural that he would not be able to sit still. In his camp, Xianxia was the only one who could fight Zhuo Quanhui and not immediately die. Since Luan Baifeng had been exposed, if he didn't go to her aid, she would most likely die. Space principles surged as he brought 10 sixth-order open heaven realm masters with him and rushed forward. As the distance between them shortened, Xianxia could clearly see the shadow of a huge hand behind Luan Baifeng grabbing towards her. Luan Baifeng was fleeing with great difficulty. She seemed to be injured as her snow-white dress was dyed red. What surprised Xianxia was that Luan Baifeng didn't seem to be alone. She was holding a figure in each hand, but it was difficult to tell whether they were alive or dead. "Who is it?" Yang Kai slightly frowned. However, as they got closer, Yang Kai felt a faint connection. This connection was something only those who had left their names on the loyalty list could have. His loyalty list was now filled with the names of 9 people, among which was Luan Baifeng's, who was before, Maozhe, Gengqing, Zhouya, Huigu were beside him, and Chun Tianfei and Yun Xinghua were stationed at Voidland headquarters. Only He He and Xian Peng remained. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's heart clenched as an uneasy feeling gripped him. Space principles fluctuated even more violently as his figure flickered, rapidly approaching Luan Baifeng. The giant hand behind Luan Baifeng was getting closer, and seeing that she could no longer dodge, Yang Kai could only grit his teeth and take out his Azure Dragon spear, thrusting it forward. A huge black ball suddenly appeared on the tip of the spear as world force burst forth, sending out a terrifying shockwave. A giant black hole suddenly appeared on the huge, illusory phantom of a hand that was grabbing towards Luan Baifeng, sending out a powerful suction force. The giant hand collapsed. Although it was still able to grab towards Luan Baifeng, she barely managed to dodge. At long last, Yang Kai met up with her. His figure flickered as he directly arrived beside Luan Baifeng, asking in concern, "Are you all right?" Luan Baifeng nodded. Her face was slightly pale. "Many thanks, sir." If it weren't for Yang Kai's timely assistance just now, it would have been impossible for her to escape the pursuit of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai gently nodded and looked towards the 2 people in her hand, meeting the gaze of one of them. The man's face was covered in blood, and his aura was extremely weak. He looked up at Yang Kai with great difficulty and weakly called out, "Sir." "Hey he." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he looked to the other side, only to meet a pair of blank eyes. Lan Sun. Of the 2 people Luan Baifeng was carrying, one was He He, the other was the daughter of Bright Moon Great Emperor, the Sectmaster of Star Soul Palace, Lan Sun. How did Lan Sun and He He appear in the Heavenly Sword Palace? What did they encounter? In an instant, Yang Kai's mind was filled with thousands of thoughts. His heart was burning with rage at the sight of their miserable state. "Sir, this humble subordinate has failed you. Please punish me." He clearly only had half his life left, yet he was still thinking about the task Yang Kai had given him. Now is not the time to talk about these things. Take Lan Sun to our Voidlands encampment first. Yang Kai suppressed the fire in his heart and quietly ordered. He nodded hard as he struggled to stand up. He covered Lan Sun with his energy before quickly retreating. "Are you still able to fight?" Yang Kai looked towards Luan Baifeng. Luan Baifeng brushed her hair behind her ear. "I won't die." Yang Kai nodded and coldly looked ahead. The 6th Order Masters with him stood in a straight line, their auras surging. 10,000 kilometers away, the group of Heavenly Sword Union 6th Order Masters who were pursuing them suddenly stopped. There were a total of 10 of them. Yang Kai's eyes swept over them one by one before suddenly fixing on one of them. Xian Zhao. Yang Kai's face sank slightly. The nearby Luan Baifeng reported, "He just arrived. I didn't have time to send you a message. He was the one who brought He and Lan Sun here. I escaped with them, using the excuse of imprisoning them." However, escaping from the Heavenly Sword Palace was not an easy task. Even though Luan Baifeng was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, she was still severely injured by Zhuo Quan Hui's palm. If it weren't for Zhuo Quan Hui's trust in her and his lack of vigilance, she probably wouldn't have had a chance to leave the Heavenly Sword Palace at all. "Many thanks." Yang Kai took a deep breath. Although there was no air in the void, Yang Kai still felt a gust of chill blowing over him. Fortunately, he had arranged for Luan Baifeng to join Zhuo Quan Hui's side. Otherwise, He and Lan Sun would have died today. It was also thanks to Luan Baifeng's decisiveness that she had been able to save He and Lan Sun, albeit at the expense of her identity being exposed. Yang Kai didn't know why He and Lan Sun had fallen into Xian Zhao's hands. He could only ask He about this matter later. Moreover, Lan Sun's condition made him a bit worried. It was obvious from her appearance that she was unconscious and listless. He had no idea what kind of horrid thing she had gone through. Back then, Bright Moon Great Emperor had sacrificed his life for the star boundary. Without the Bright Moon Great Emperor, the current star boundary would have ceased to exist. Lan Sun was his only blood-related descendant left, so Yang Kai couldn't allow anything to happen to her. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. When he brought those 600,000 people from the star boundary to Voidland, many from Star Soul Palace had also come with him, but Lan Sun refused. To her, the star boundary was the home of Bright Moon Great Emperor who had used his life to protect it, so she was extremely attached to it. That was why she had chosen to remain in the star boundary in Star Soul Palace. Yang Kai didn't force her. After all, there were many people who had stayed behind to guard the star boundary, including Yang Ying Feng, Dong Su Zhu, and High Heaven Sect's head manager, Hua Qingxi. Yang Kai had also ordered he to guard the star boundary, so he thought nothing would happen. However, something unexpected had happened. If he had known such a situation would occur, he would have brought Lan Sun along. But thinking about it carefully, if it wasn't Lan Sun this time, it could have been Hua Qingxi or someone else. Suppressing the roiling emotions in his heart, Yang Kai looked ahead again, but he failed to see Zhuo Quan Hui's figure. Zhuo Quan Hui was clearly chasing them, but he was nowhere to be seen. That old dog is still as timid as a mouse. Martial Peak, Chapter 4586, The Star Boundaries Changes. In the void, over 26th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters stood over 10,000 meters apart, confronting each other. A distance of 10,000 kilometers was akin to a few steps away to a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Any divine ability could easily cross this 10,000 kilometers gap instantly. However, neither side had any intention of being the first to attack. Yang Kai's divine sense surged as he scanned his surroundings, searching for Zhuo Quan Hui's aura. Being observed in the dark by a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, Yang Kai felt like a mountain was pressing down on him. If he couldn't find any trace of Zhuo Quan Hui, he wouldn't be able to easily act. A faintly discernible murderous intent lingered all around. It did not originate from any of the 6th Order Masters in front of him, so it had to be from Zhuo Quan Hui, who had concealed himself. Yang Kai's body tensed up as his muscles went taut. His eyes were filled with determination. If Zhuo Quan Hui dared to make an entrance, he would have no choice but to call out Iron Blood Great Emperor and the others to fight to the death. After a long and torturous wait, the murderous intent that had been lingering around him suddenly disappeared into thin air. The 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, confronting the Voidland cultivators 10,000 kilometers away, suddenly had a change in their expressions at the same time, as if they had received some kind of instruction. The next moment, all of them turned into streaks of light and withdrew. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly, knowing that it was Zhuo Quan Hui who had ordered them to retreat, and couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. After watching everyone from Heavenly Sword Union retreat more than 100,000 kilometers away, Yang Kai ordered, raising his hand, "Let's return." He still had many questions that remained unanswered, and now was not the right time for a decisive battle. It would be better to ask he what happened first before deciding their next move. Everyone turned around and flew towards the Shattered Spirit Province, where Voidland's encampment was located, returning a short while later. "Go and recuperate first," Yang Kai ordered Luan by phone before striding toward the main hall. He, who was the first to return, had already brought Lan Sun into the main hall. She happened to be surrounded by a group of people, while Serene Soul Great Emperor was investigating her situation. When everyone heard some commotion behind them, they promptly turned, and when they saw that it was none other than Yang Kai, they promptly stepped aside, giving him way. "How is she?" Yang Kai asked as he grabbed Lan Sun's wrist and looked down at her. As their eyes met, Yang Kai's heart sank. Lan Sun's eyes were open, but while they should have been lively and bright, they were now dull and lifeless. Serene Soul Great Emperor replied in a grim and serious voice, "It's not good. Her soul has suffered a great injury. I can't repair it." "Even you can't do anything about it?" Iron Blood Great Emperor asked. Among all the great emperors, the one with the highest attainments in the soul was undoubtedly Serene Soul. His grandao was that of the soul, so his authority when it came to such matters was unparalleled. From the first battle with Heavenly Sword Union until now, all the great emperors had broken through to the Sixth Order open heaven realm apart from Wondrous Pill and Heaven's Revelation. Hearing this, the other great emperors' expressions became extremely ugly. Naturally, it didn't feel good seeing their old friend's daughter in such a state. Their hatred for the person who had caused Lan Sun to suffer was even greater. Serene's soul pondered for a moment before replying, "Perhaps we can try, but first we need to figure out why her soul suffered such serious injuries." Everyone turned their heads, looking at Heihe. When Heihe had brought Lan Sun here, all the great emperors had gathered around to investigate her condition, but none of them had had time to ask. Heihe replied, "Honestly, someone used a soul-searching technique on her." Soul-searching technique. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. No matter where, soul-searching techniques were considered extremely vicious. Lan Sun was fortunate to make it out alive with only damage done to her soul after being subjected to a soul search. If she had been unlucky, she would have lost her life right then and there. Serene Soul's expression became solemn. "If the damage was the result of a soul-searching technique, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do. I'll give it a try." Xianxia suddenly picked up Lan Sun and rushed to the room at the back of the hall. He then activated the restrictions before placing her on the bed and sitting down cross-legged next to her head. Lan Sun's soul was severely damaged from the soul-searching technique, and even Serene Soul Great Emperor had raised his hands in resignation. But it was not that Xianxia was also powerless. The soul-warming lotus was a supreme treasure and had the effect of constantly nourishing and repairing one's soul. Xianxia had fought many powerful enemies and suffered heavy damage to his soul numerous times over the course of his life. If it was anyone else, his or her soul would have been torn apart, rendering them either crippled or dead. But every time Xianxia suffered injuries to his soul, the soul-warming lotus quickly mended it. His powerful soul was all thanks to the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus over the years. Xianxia took a deep breath and bent down, putting his forehead against Lan Sun's. His divine sense congealed into a soul avatar before he enveloped the soul-warming lotus with it and rushed into Lan Sun's knowledge sea. Under normal circumstances, if Xianxia wanted to enter another person's knowledge sea, he would definitely encounter some obstruction or resistance. But Lan Sun's soul had been damaged, and she was currently unconscious, so Xianxia didn't encounter any difficulty entering her knowledge sea with the soul-warming lotus. Looking around, Xianxia saw that the world inside her knowledge sea was in tatters, like the scene of the apocalypse. The ground was scorched and torn apart, causing Xianxia's heart to ache at the sight. He could almost feel the pain Lan Sun had suffered that day. Having one's soul searched forcibly by someone was definitely not a pleasant experience. It was as if someone was picking apart every part of your life, every scene and every incident. One had to endure the pain of their soul being torn asunder. Xianxia noticed a faint glow in a certain part of her knowledge sea. Xianxia immediately flew over and saw a hazy human figure curled up inside like a baby, sleeping. He could vaguely make out Lan Sun's outline, but it was indistinct. The dim light was also flickering constantly, as if it would disappear at any moment, but was stubbornly maintaining itself. Xianxia didn't dare to delay and quickly released the soul-warming lotus, which lifted up the hazy figure. A seven-colored light blossomed in Lan Sun's knowledge sea as the petals slowly closed, wrapping the hazy human figure in the center of the flower while an invisible force nourished her damaged soul, causing her shattered knowledge sea to suddenly calm down. Xianxia heaved a light sigh of relief. With the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus, it was only a matter of time before Lan Sun's soul was restored. Just as he was about to withdraw from Lan Sun's knowledge sea, an image suddenly appeared in Xianxia's mind. It was a picture of Xianxiao's hideous appearance, followed by an indescribable sense of panic and helplessness, causing Xianxia to feel like he was drowning. But soon, this scene shattered, and the inexplicable emotions that had filled Xianxia also disappeared. Xianxia's face immediately turned dark and menacing, his eyes burning with fury. Obviously, the scene he saw just now was one of Lan Sun's memory fragments. Furthermore, he was able to see this nightmare-like memory and experience everything Lan Sun had experienced because his soul avatar had entered her knowledge sea. This panic and helplessness were a kind of trauma to Lan Sun. Because she was so traumatized by the incident, it had turned into a nightmare that was tormenting her even though she was in a deep coma. Wan Baifeng had said that he and Lan Sun were brought here by Xianxia, so the one who had used the soul-searching technique on Lan Sun was undoubtedly Xianxia. That bastard deserves to die. However, these nightmare-like memories should no longer be haunting her after the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus. Yang Kai took one last look at the soul-warming lotus wrapping Lan Sun's soul avatar before slowly withdrawing. He then returned to the main hall, where everyone anxiously waited. "She's fine, but it may take some time for her to wake up." Yang Kai waved his hand and stopped everyone from asking. When everyone heard this, they all accepted it as a matter of course. Even Serene's Soul Great Emperor didn't ask any questions. Yang Kai had created too many miracles in his life for them to start questioning him now. Yao Jun may not have been able to do anything for Lan Sun's severely damaged soul, but that didn't mean that Yang Kai couldn't. "What happened? How did you get caught by Xianxia?" Yang Kai turned to look at He quickly replied, reporting to Sir, "Ever since Sir left back then, this subordinate has been staying at the border of the star boundary, safeguarding the tranquility of both it and the demon territory without slacking off. Over the years, the cultivation of the cultivators living in the star boundary has been improving at an astonishing pace. Young Lady Lan Sun long ago broke through to the peak of the Third Order Emperor realm and successfully condensed her Dao Seal. The same is true for Head Manager Hua, as well as Sir's honored father and mother. Thinking that there would be no future for them with the current cultivation limit in the star boundary, Head Manager Hua came to me and asked me to escort young Lady Lan Sun to Voidland and report the situation to you while asking you to return to take a look." Hearing this, Yang Kai asked in surprise, "My father and mother have also formed their Dao Seals." The great emperors were also stunned. It wasn't surprising that Lan Sun was able to form her Dao Seal. After all, she was the daughter of Bright Moon Great Emperor and had inherited the Bright Moon physique of the Great Emperor. She was also Star Soul Palace's Palace Master and had an outstanding aptitude. Even before Yang Kai first left the star boundary, Lan Sun had reached the Third Order Emperor realm. Although she had congealed her Dao Seal a bit quickly, it wasn't impossible. Head Manager Hua Qing Si congealing her Dao Seal was also somewhat acceptable. However, Yang Kai was well aware of his father and mother's aptitudes. The reason why his parents hadn't followed him to Voidland back then was because they considered their own aptitudes to be lacking. Even if they had come to the outer universe, it wouldn't have benefited them much, so they decided it was better for them to remain in the star boundary and guard Yang Kai's homeland. Although the First Order Emperor realm wasn't high, it was still quite good in the current star boundary. Yang Kai had spent countless resources and effort to achieve even this, so it was quite hard to believe that his father and mother had grown so tremendously in such a short time. It was not like it was impossible for Yang Yifeng and Dong Suzhu to condense their Dao Seals eventually, but it was absolutely impossible for them to have done so in such a short time. The great emperors naturally understood this, which was why they and Yang Kai were so surprised. This speed was too fast. He continued, "It's not just young Lady Lan Sun and Sir's honored parents. Over the years, many Emperor Realm Masters had appeared in the star boundary. I've never seen anyone's cultivation rise so quickly, and it's not just one person, but essentially everyone in the star boundary." "Why is that?" Yang Kai asked with a puzzled expression. Could it be that there was something special about the star boundary that I hadn't noticed? What's more, the star boundary was ruined by Mo Sheng, and the great battle had nearly caused the entire star boundary to collapse, leaving it in an essentially desolate state. He looked around and hesitated. Yang Kai stated, "If you have something to say, just say it. No one here is an outsider." He replied with a nod. This subordinate once went to the star boundary to investigate, and I believe the reason why it has undergone such a dramatic change is related to the tree surplanted there all those years ago. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4587, Zhua Quan Hui's Plot. The World Tree. Yankai's expression changed slightly. If the changes in the star boundary were related to the World Tree he had planted, then it was not impossible. The World Tree was simply too mysterious. At the very least, Yankai had never seen anything like the world fruits that could allow the Open Heaven Realm Masters to advance an entire order simply by consuming them. Small source worlds were already quite impressive. Yankai had gone to Inyang Cave Heaven's Divine Armament World for life experience. There, his foundation in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm was greatly strengthened. However, if he could obtain a high-rank world fruit, he could directly advance from the Sixth Order to the Seventh Order. The effects of the two were incomparable. If the world fruit had such a heaven-defying effect, the world tree that gave birth to those world fruits could surely create mind-blowing miracles. The world tree planted in the star boundary was a root Yankai had brought from the great ancient ruins boundaries, primordial land. Because of the war between the human and demon race, the star boundary had nearly been destroyed. Even if they obtained the final victory and killed Mo Sheng, the star boundary was so severely damaged that it could not last for too long. The reason why Yankai went to the outer universe was firstly to pursue a higher martial Dao, and secondly, to find the world tree to save the star boundary. Fortunately, he found the world tree and brought back one of its roots from the great ancient ruins boundary. On the day he returned to the star boundary and planted the root, Yankai faintly felt that there would be some changes to his homeland, and that the cultivators who remained in the star boundary would grow together with the star boundary as it recovered, perhaps gaining some unexpected benefits. This kind of opportunity to grow and recover together with the entire universe world was extremely rare. In the entire 3,000 worlds, only the star boundary, which had a world tree root planted, could have such a chance. It was just that Kai had not expected this change to occur so quickly. Moreover, the effects were so obvious that even his parents had condensed their Dao seals. No wonder head manager Hua Qingxi, who stayed in the star boundary, had asked he to come to Voidland to find him. Such a huge change in the star boundary was indeed not something that could be ignored. The hall sunk into silence for a moment before he pondered and added, "Sir, head manager Hua did an extensive investigation of all the cultivators in the star boundary. Basically, everyone's cultivation speed is faster than before. What's more, many newborns have outstanding aptitudes. All the great sects have now taken in many good seedlings, and with time, they will surely become powerful masters." Yankai nodded his understanding. "I understand. Tell me how you were captured." He let out a bitter laugh. "When we were passing through White Light Territory's Universe Temple, young Lady Lan Sun accidentally mentioned Voidland. Xianxia must have overheard her and waited in ambush for us outside the Universe Temple. And then, Hei's face became gloomy. He was unable to continue anymore. He was only a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Although Xianxia had broken through recently, he was still a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It was a simple matter for Xianxia to overpower a Fifth Order Master like He. After using a soul-searching technique on Lan Sun, Xianxia came to the Heavenly Sword Palace with He, and Lan Sun through Flying Smoke Territory. Naturally, Zuoquan Hui welcomed Xianxia's arrival, not to mention the fact that he brought 2 gifts along with him. After learning that He and Lan Sun were actually from Yankai's homeland, Wan Baifeng took the opportunity to escape with them by pretending to take them to be imprisoned. Fortunately, Luan Baifeng was proficient in the Tao of spear arrays and had many array plates on hand. Otherwise, she would not have been able to escape from Zuoquan Hui's pursuit. Be that as it may, she had still suffered injuries, and what happened next was clearly witnessed by Yankai. After learning the whole story, Yankai was filled with fear. Thankfully, Luan Baifeng had acted decisively. Otherwise, he would have been pushed into an absolutely passive position. With He and Lan Sun in Zuoquan Hui's hands, it would be quite difficult for Voidland to handle the situation. If it weren't for the current predicament, Xianxia would have immediately rushed to the star boundary to investigate whether the changes there were caused by the world tree he had planted or not. However, now that Heavenly Sword Union was occupying the entrance to Void territory and was eyeing him like a tiger eyeing its prey, how could he possibly escape? Why don't I go back and take a look? Flower Shadow Great Emperor suggested. The star boundary was also her homeland, and every resident of the star boundary felt a unique connection to it. Although judging by Hei's report, the change in the star boundary was truly good news, how could they be assured without checking it out completely? Flower Shadow Great Emperor was also a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master now, so it wasn't a problem for her to investigate the changes in the star boundary. Xianxia was just about to nod in agreement when Jin Yuanlang rushed in and reported, cupping his fist, Sect Master, there are some movements on the Heavenly Sword Palace's side. Hearing this, Xianxia immediately ran outside the hall and looked up. The next moment, he saw the Heavenly Sword Palace, which had been occupying the territory gate for over a year, slowly retreating and disappearing into it. Zhuoquan Hui is retreating. Seeing this, Xianxia instinctively had a bad premonition. After a slight pause, he snapped, "Damn it, Zhuoquan Hui is going to the star boundary." Xian Zhao had used a soul-searching technique on Lan Sun. Regardless of how much information he obtained from Lan Sun's memories, the location of the star boundary and the world tree could not remain hidden at the very least. The star boundary was Xianxia's and other great emperors' homeland. Furthermore, High Heaven Palace and his parents were also there. If Zhuoquan Hui were to attack the star boundary, it would be impossible for the latter to resist. After all, it was not protected by a divine spirit like Voidland was. More importantly, the world tree alone was enough to incite Zhuoquan Hui's greed. Xianxia didn't know if the roots he brought back could grow into another world tree, or if they could bear world fruits, but something that could change an entire universe world was definitely far from ordinary. The act of Heavenly Sword Palace's sudden retreat to Flying Smoke territory undoubtedly indicated that Zhuoquan Hui had some kind of plan for the star boundary. Otherwise, he would not have acted in such a manner. No wonder Zhuoquan Hui had not taken any action just now. A year ago, this old dog had been trying all kinds of means to force Xianxia to show himself so that he could launch a sneak attack and kill him. But when Xianxia finally appeared, Zhuoquan Hui had not made a move. It wasn't that Zhuoquan Hui was being kind, but rather that he had a better choice before him. The great emperors who had followed Xianxia out of the hall turned to him. Xianxia hurriedly shouted, "All forces assemble immediately!" **Xiao star. All the open heaven realm masters in the temporary base began to gather around. Xianxia swept his gaze over them and ordered, "Don't try to resist. I want to take you all into my small universe." Old Bai was shocked after hearing this. "Take us into your small universe?" Xianxia, only a high-rank open heaven realm master's small universe can materialize and contain living beings. You're just in the 6th Order open heaven realm right now. How can you do that? Xianxia replied, glancing at him, "My small universe has already become corporeal." When he had broken through to the open heaven realm, Xianxia had integrated the sealed world bead into his small universe, resulting in a rather unique phenomenon. If not for this, it was impossible for his foundation to be so robust, and neither would he have been able to suppress his opponent in the same order so easily. It was just that this fact was not worth discussing with others. If it weren't for the pressing situation and the lack of a large-scale flight-type artifact like the Heavenly Sword Palace in Voidland, Xianxia wouldn't have made such a desperate move. He was bearing risks by taking other open heaven realm masters into his small universe, even if they were his disciples, friends, and family. Old Bai was stunned. Xianxia had already begun taking everyone in. As the open heaven realm masters below the 6th Order gave up resisting, they felt a pull enveloping their bodies. By the time they regained their senses, they had already arrived in another world. Batches of open heaven realm masters disappeared into thin air one after another, pulled into Xianxia's small universe. But very soon, Yang Kai noticed a feeling of fullness coming from his small universe, a feeling he had never felt before. It was strange and new. As if she noticed a change in Yang Kai's expression, Yuhi nervously stated, "Young master, if you sense something is wrong, you should stop immediately." High-rank open heaven realm masters can indeed store living creatures into their small universe. But there is also a limit to their capacity, especially since everyone you are taking in is an open heaven realm master with their own small universe. Although it is not a real universe world, it is still quite a burden for you. If you fight with anyone at this moment, you will be in a really tough spot and will be at great disadvantage. Yang Kai nodded, "I understand." Having said that, the number of open heaven realm masters that Yang Kai's small universe could take in continued to decrease, and the feeling of fullness became more obvious. Over the past year, many open heaven realm masters had died in the war, but even so, there were still over 1,300 remaining. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Yang Kai finally managed to collect all 1,300 cultivators into his small universe. At this moment, Yang Kai could clearly feel that his small universe was completely stuffed. He felt as if he had accidentally eaten too much and couldn't even circulate his world force smoothly. He understood that it was just as Yuhi had said, if he were to fight in this condition, he would definitely be at a grave disadvantage. What's more, if anything were to happen to him and his small universe collapsed, all 1,300 people residing inside would be buried along with him. For this reason, a high-rank open heaven master would almost never be willing to accept another open heaven realm master into their small universe, and lower-rank open heaven masters would not want to enter a high-rank open heaven master's small universe under normal circumstances. Both sides were at a risk. Yang Kai turned his head and stated, turning his head towards the Sixth Order Masters, "I can't take you in." Yang Kai had secretly experimented with Yuhi before, and although they were both Sixth Order Masters, and he was able to take Yuhi into his small universe, the feeling of fullness and discomfort her presence created was far greater than those below the Sixth Order. Perhaps only when Yang Kai had advanced to the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm would he be able to take Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters into his small universe without immediately becoming discomfort. "Hey-he!" Yang Kai shouted again. Reporting. Hey-he quickly cupped his fist, respectfully greeting. "I leave Lan Sun to you. Take her to Voidland and hand her over to Senior, where she can focus on recuperating." "Sir, please rest assured, this subordinate will protect young Lady Lan Sun to the death." He nodded repeatedly. He was secretly shocked that his master had actually advanced to the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm. Some time ago, he had been forced to leave his name on the loyalty list. Yang Kai was just a mere Emperor Realm Master at that time. "Let's go." Yang Kai pushed his space principles as he wrapped everyone with his energy before disappearing. He didn't pursue the Heavenly Sword Palace because he couldn't guarantee that Zhuo Quanhui wouldn't have set up an ambush in Flying Smoke territory. Although this possibility wasn't high, he still had to be prepared for even that remote possibility. If he were to rush into Flying Smoke territory and be blocked by Zhuo Quanhui, he would definitely be thrown in a panic and have his hands tied, especially since his current state was not suitable for fighting. Fortunately, if he wanted to go to the Star Boundary, Flying Smoke territory was not the only route. Furthermore, Yang Kai might not be able to circulate his world force smoothly, making intense combat impossible, but simply bringing people along with him as he traveled wasn't an issue. Unfortunately, the people around him were all Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so even if they weren't resisting, his consumption was quite high. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4588, Returning to Star Boundary. Yang Kai took out his universe chart, checked it, and quickly found a route. Although this route to the Star Boundary was 2 great territories farther than the one that passed through Flying Smoke territory, Yang Kai's space secret techniques allowed him to travel much faster than the Heavenly Sword Palace. If everything went smoothly, they would be able to return to the Star Boundary's great territory before Zhuo Quanhui arrived. At that time, he would lead the Open Heaven Realm Masters to block the territory gate and wait for Zhuo Quanhui to fall into their trap. Yang Kai kept traveling without stopping, passing through one territory gate after another. After crossing 3 great territories, Xianxia's face had already become pale and his body was on the verge of collapsing. He was almost like a lamp that had run out of oil. Continuously using space principles while bringing nearly 26th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters with him was extremely taxing on him. Left with no choice, all he could do was let everyone lead him forward while he slowly and silently recovered. Fortunately, the speed of 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters wasn't slow and wouldn't cause them to fall too far behind. When Yang had recovered, he used space principles once more to lead everyone along. This cycle thus continued. It was rare to see so many 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters traveling together. So, when they occasionally ran into passing cultivators, others all became terrified and immediately made way for them. Xianxia couldn't remember how long it had taken him to return to the star boundary from Voidland last time, but it took him only 3 months this time. In the distance, a territory gate that stretched across the void appeared before everyone's eyes. It was the territory gate that led to the great territory where the star boundary was located. The closer he got, the more nervous Xianxia became. Although he hadn't wasted any time along the way, he couldn't guarantee that he would be faster than the Heavenly Sword Palace. After all, his group had taken a long detour, so it was possible that the Heavenly Sword Palace had arrived before them. He was afraid that what he would see after passing through the territory gate would be a scene of misery and suffering. In a flash, the territory gate was right in front of him. Xianxia took a long and deep breath before shouting, "Everyone be on guard." Everyone nodded in unison as they circulated their world force, ready to attack or defend themselves at any moment. Xianxia enveloped the cultivators around him with his energy and plunged into the territory gate. After a moment of disorientation, Xianxia's group passed through and arrived at their great territory destination. The 20 cultivators promptly spread out, vigilant of their surroundings. But soon, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. The ambush and attack they were expecting did not arrive, so it was highly likely that the Heavenly Sword Palace had not arrived yet. Is this the great territory where Sir's homeland is located? Huigu asked, whispering to Bustling World Great Emperor. Bustling World Great Emperor looked in a certain direction, but he saw nothing. Nonetheless, he could faintly sense something was calling out to him. Naturally, this was the connection between a great emperor and their universe world, a result of being recognized by the star boundary's will. Being in the same great territory, Duan Hong Chun immediately sensed the location of the star boundary. "Yes, this is our home," Bustling World Great Emperor smiled. "It's a bit desolate," Huigu honestly voiced his opinion. Along the way here, the closer he got to this great territory, the more desolate it became. This great territory was lacking all the usual signs of prosperity. As he spoke, Huigu took out his universe chart and examined it. He found that even the universe chart didn't have a clear description of this great territory, only a generic identification. There were actually a large number of great territories in the universe chart that were simply marked with designations like A1 or B6, and each of them was a forgotten backwater that Open Heaven Realm Masters never visited because there was nothing of value to be found. Every great territory was vast and boundless, so if one had the time to explore a barren, nameless territory in hopes of getting lucky, he or she might as well refine Open Heaven pills instead to strengthen their foundation. Bustling World smiled. If it weren't for this, we would have long since broken free from our universe's shackles. Why would we have been suppressed for so many years? Fortunately, this great territory was a forgotten corner of the outer universe, allowing many great emperors to slowly consolidate their foundations over the years, which gave them the capital to directly break through to the Sixth Order. There were great emperors in other universe worlds who had been recognized by their world's will. In fact, each mature universe world had their own great emperors, but how many of them could directly break through to the Sixth Order? Most great emperors quickly broke free from their universe world shackles and didn't spend a great deal of time consolidating their cultivation. So their Dao Seal stability was naturally inferior to that of the Star Boundaries people, and their achievements were slightly worse. However, even if they knew this, How many great emperors would be willing to spend tens of thousands of years to slowly reinforce their Dao seal? Even if they were great emperors, they would not be able to resist the temptation to achieve the open heaven realm as soon as possible, reaching a far greater height of power and status. The current achievements of the Star Boundary's great emperors were due to chance and coincidences, and had been achieved without much difficulty. While the two of them were speaking, Xianxia looked in the direction of the Star Boundary as his eyes glimmered brightly. He still remembered the last time he had returned to this great territory to search for the Star Boundary. Although he had come to this great territory back then, he had to spend a lot of time and effort searching for the location of the Star Boundary, because he had been unable to determine if it was even in this great territory or not. In fact, he had already searched several great territories before arriving here. But now, he could actually feel the connection between the Star Boundary and himself the moment he crossed the territory gate. He was also a great emperor recognized by the Star Boundary's will and had the title Void. So, it wasn't strange for him to have such a connection. But why? If I had this kind of connection the last time, why would I waste so much time searching for the Star Boundary? I could feel at the moment I entered this great territory. After pondering for a moment, Xianxia faintly felt that this matter was related to the changes in the Star Boundary. The last time he had returned, the Star Boundary was unstable and on the verge of collapsing. It was about to disappear, and the connection between them was extremely faint. So naturally, he was unable to sense it from afar. However, after he had planted the World Tree's root in the Star Boundary, the Star Boundary had undergone a tremendous change. Even the living beings in the Star Boundary had benefited greatly from this change. The average rate of cultivation had increased, and the worlds had been restored, which immediately strengthened this connection. Xianxia even had a feeling that though he was trillions of kilometers away from the Star Boundary, as long as he was in this great territory, he could instantly return to it. When he turned his head to look at the other great emperors, Zhan Wuhen also looked over and asked in surprise, "You felt it?" Xianxia nodded repeatedly. Ice Feather Great Emperor sighed. It seems that the Star Boundary has indeed undergone a tremendous change. I don't care about the changes in the Star Boundary. What I need to confirm now is whether Zhuo Quan Hui has arrived here or not. Xianxia's expression became serious. Serene's soul slowly voiced his opinion. Probably not. No matter how fast they are, they couldn't have been faster than us. He had deeply experienced the advantages of the Tao of space on their journey here. It's always better to be safe than sorry. Xianxia pondered for a moment before continuing. How about this? Everyone will stand guard here for now, while I'll return to the Star Boundary to take a look. It would be best if Zhuo Quan Hui hasn't arrived, as we can take this opportunity to ambush him at the territory gate. But if he has, I'll send you a message. Iron Blood Great Emperor. Zhan Wuhen nodded and agreed. Good. It's always best to take precautions. Xianxia immediately took out a space beacon and handed it over to Yu for safekeeping before spending some time to release the 1,000+ open heaven realm masters he had stored in his small universe. Carrying so many people in his small universe along the way, Xianxia felt like he was carrying a huge mountain on his back, so he was quite refreshed after he had gotten rid of this burden. Zhuo Quan Hui is a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Everyone must not be careless. Xianxia warned again. Although there were twice as many 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on their side compared to their enemy, and the number of people below the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm far exceeded their opponents, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm was enough to fill that gap. Don't worry. Zhan Wuhen nodded. You also need to be careful. I know. Xianxia nodded before mobilizing his space principles, following the connection between his body and the Star Boundary. The next moment, his figure disappeared all of a sudden. Everyone was used to this already. After Xianxia left, the 1,300 Open Heaven Realm Masters spread out in all directions under the leadership of the many 6th Order Masters. Meanwhile, a look of surprise appeared on Xianxia's face. This time, when he used his space principles, he had a completely different feeling from before. Generally, when he mobilized his space principles, He was able to ignore the barriers of space and instantly teleport from one place to another within a certain range. Although it seemed mysterious to outsiders, everything was under his control. But this time, he felt that things were somewhat out of his control. When he followed the connection between himself and the star boundary and mobilized his space principles, he clearly felt a powerful pull from the star boundary, causing his body to involuntarily break through the void. This was a completely bizarre sensation for him. Furthermore, he was unable to recover for a long time. He felt as if he was crossing through the void and falling into an endless abyss. Even his soul and small universe began to shake. After an unknown period of time, the strange sight before him disappeared into thin air, and a half-moon-shaped universe world appeared in his vision. A familiar aura blew towards him. The star boundary. As expected, Xianxia was able to return to the star boundary directly. Although he had already guessed it would be possible, he still couldn't help but feel excited. This time, the distance he teleported was far too great, far exceeding his own limits. This was definitely not his doing alone. The star boundary also had a great part in it. Otherwise, he would not have been able to accomplish this. After calming himself, Xianxia noticed that nearby the half-moon-shaped universe world, there was another universe world with a thick demonic qi. The demon realm. Xianxia could clearly feel the familiar aura of the star boundary's will, as well as the aura of Gun and his embodiment from the demon realm. The demon realm had originally shattered, but Xianxia had used his embodiment to activate the heaven-devouring battle law, guiding the sealed world bead to swallow and merge the broken pieces before separating the new whole. Gun was the demon realm, and the demon realm was Gun. But because the heaven-devouring battle law was mobilized by the embodiment, he became inseparable from the demon realm. Martial Peak, Chapter 4589, Returning Nurturing to One's Roots. The last time he returned to the star boundary, Xianxia had taken 600,000 people with him and left embodiment in the demon realm. Embodiment possessed the body of a stone spirit clansman and had the ability to refine all kinds of impurities, making him the perfect candidate to cultivate the heaven-devouring battle law. It could be said that Wu Kuang's heaven-devouring battle law was made just for the stone spirit clan, so Xianxia had long since imparted this heaven-defying evil art to him. Xianxia had no idea how Wu Kuang had managed to resolve the various drawbacks brought about by cultivating the heaven-devouring battle law. He had tried cultivating it in the divine armament world, and although his cultivation had improved at a rapid pace, the higher his cultivation, the harder it became for him to control his temperament. Fortunately, his powerful dragon vein was able to somewhat suppress the side effects. Otherwise, Xianxia would have long since suffered from cultivation dissonance. After leaving the divine armament world, Xianxia no longer dared to touch the heaven-devouring battle law, lest his mind and temperament become warped. The two universe worlds, the star boundary and demon realm, were neighbors and quite harmonious. Looking around, the demon realm didn't seem to have changed much, but Xianxia could feel a vigorous vitality from the star boundary. He even saw a huge tree canopy that covered a vast swath of sky on the top of a tall mountain. Naturally, this was the location where he had planted the world tree root. Over the years, the world tree's root had grown to an astonishing height. Xianxia was completely speechless. The world tree he had seen in the great ancient ruins boundaries primordial land wasn't nearly this big, so he didn't know how it grew this large. Just as he was lost in thought, a familiar aura rapidly approached him. Xianxia turned to look and saw a black light shooting through the void and appearing in front of him the next instant. When the light dissipated, the figure revealed was that of embodiment. When their eyes met, Xianxia grinned and greeted, "Long time no see. You're back." Embodiment also smiled and greeted in an echoing voice. "I'm back." Xianxia took a deep breath. The feeling of chatting with his soul clone was quite strange. Embodiment checked him out from top to bottom before raising his brow slightly. "The things you've experienced over the years are truly fascinating." Embodiment was formed from a wisp of Xianxia's soul that had entered the body of the dead stone spirit, so he could be considered his soul clone. As long as the distance between them wasn't too far, they could naturally communicate with each other. Thus, as long as Xianxia opened his mind, embodiment could see everything he had experienced over the years. There are many dangers in the outer universe. Without any foundation, I could only put my life on the line and compete, Xianxia replied with a smile. Is someone pursuing you? Embodiment looked deep into the void. Xianxia nodded. I don't know if they have already entered this great territory, but you must be careful. His expression became solemn as he asked, when did the star boundary begin to change? Embodiment replied, see for yourself. Xianxia nodded and probed his soul clone's memories without a trace of politeness, quickly understanding everything. As the main body, Xianxia was naturally able to spy on the experiences embodiment had gone through. Although embodiment had always been stationed in the demon realm and the star boundary were neighbors now, so the changes in the star boundary naturally came under his attention. The changes in the star boundary could be described as silent and invisible. After Xianxia planted the world tree's root, confirmed that the world principles had stabilized and that the star boundary was no longer in danger of being destroyed, he left with several hundreds of thousands of people. The survival and growth of the world tree had consumed a great deal of the star boundary's world energy. So in the years after Xianxia's departure, the ambient world energy in the star boundary was extremely thin and the rate at which cultivators cultivated was extremely slow. In fact, in those years, no cultivator had been able to break through and advance to a higher realm. However, after several years, the world tree began nurturing the star boundary, which had fed it, causing the world energy to gradually become denser. The damaged universe world became firmer and more stable. As a result, not only did the cultivation become faster, even making breakthroughs became easier. As time passed, this situation became more obvious, and when people discovered this change, the entire star boundary celebrated. The world tree had already become the divine tree of the star boundary. Countless people traveled across the mountains and rivers just to pay their respects to the world tree, even giving it offerings as thanks. Recently, in particular, many cultivators who had poor aptitude had broken through to the Emperor realm, and those who had formerly been in the First Order Emperor realm had all broken through to the Third Order, many even comprehending their own grand Tao and condensing their Tao seals. The situation of the newly born babies was especially noteworthy. In the past, when the various great sects took in disciples, it was normal for one in every 100 or even 1,000 to be considered. After all, there weren't many children suitable for cultivation. Even if those with poor aptitudes were taken in, it would not yield any results after spending a great deal of resources on them. But now, half of the newly born babies were suitable for cultivation. 1 in 100 was a talent, and 1 in 1,000 was a prodigy. When He had previously said that the various great sects had taken in many good seedlings, this was what he was referring to. All of this was thanks to the nurturing of the world tree. Hearing this, Xianxia's expression changed slightly as he directed his eyes towards the world tree. The world tree's nurturing couldn't possibly be water without roots. It had consumed a large amount of world energy when it was growing, so where did the energy it produced come from? He hadn't looked carefully just now, but now that he was scrutinizing the world tree pointedly, he did see some traces, though they weren't very clear. With a thought, his left eye flashed, and a golden vertical pupil appeared. Demon Eye of Annihilation. Under this Demon Eye of Annihilation, Xianxia's vision suddenly became clear. He saw countless inexplicable energies being absorbed by the world tree, becoming nutrients for its growth. Furthermore, there were specks of light above the huge world tree's canopy, transforming into pure world energy and spreading into the star boundary below. So that's how it is. Xianxia suddenly understood. The energy fed back by the world tree was actually coming from the outer universe itself. The void of the outer universe wasn't completely empty and desolate. However, even a powerful open heaven realm master would find it difficult to refine and use this ambient energy. This wasn't a problem for the world tree, though. Another example of this was the 9 heavenly layers grand array in Voidland, which was constantly absorbing the power of the stars and transforming it into the energy for its regular operation and later use. However, The efficiency of the 9 heavenly layers grand array, when it came to absorbing the energy of the universe, was pitiful compared to the world tree. Xianxia could clearly see that under the world tree's influence, the power of the stars was actively being drawn towards its canopy from all directions, regardless of distance. In other words, the energy of this entire great territory was being influenced by the world tree. Embodiment, who was nearby, also gasped in shock. Xianxia had not blocked his senses, so Embodiment could see what his demon eye of annihilation was seeing. He couldn't help but mutter, "So that's how it is. If this continues, I wonder what would become of the star boundary?" Xianxia dismissed the demon eye of annihilation and shook his head. "I don't know, but it shouldn't be anything bad. Not only would it not be bad, in the future, every corner of the star boundary would be a true cultivation paradise. Cultivating here would be countless times faster than in any other universe world or spirit province." Calming himself down, Xianxia added, "We'll discuss the matter of the world tree later. Right now, we don't have much time, so I'll go back to High Heaven Palace first to see my parents. I'm afraid there will be a great battle soon. Although the territory gate is quite far from here, it's better to be safe than sorry. Go find Xianxia and explain the situation to her so that she can make preparations." In Embodiment nodded. Xianxia utilized space principles again as his figure flickered as he disappeared from the spot. The next moment, the pair had already arrived at the depths of High Heaven Palace. Without any further communication, Embodiment immediately flew out and sent a message to Xianxia to discuss important matters. Xianxia went straight to the spirit peak where his parents lived. There was a forest of bamboo at the peak of a spirit peak, and a dense spiritual mist filled the air. Some intermittent sounds were coming from the forest. When Xianxia arrived here, he happened to see a group of young children sitting cross-legged in a clearing in the middle of the sea of bamboo, all of them wearing High Heaven Palace uniforms. These little children had their eyes open wide as they stared at a middle-aged man in front of them, listening attentively. From time to time, one of the little kids seemed to hear something incredible and shook his or her head, as if they had received some kind of inspiration. Yang Yingfeng was currently preaching the Tao. Seeing this scene, Xianxia failed to stifle his laughter. Since when did his father become so interested in such things? In the past, Xianxia had never seen him preach the Tao to High Heaven Palace's disciples. But then again, his father used to only be a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, while many in High Heaven Palace had higher attainments in cultivation than him, so there was no need for him to spend his time on such endeavors. Now that he had formed his Tao seal and his cultivation had reached the limit of the universe world's capacity, Yang Yinfeng was more than qualified to pass on his Tao to these young disciples. Xianxia didn't disturb him and chose to watch quietly. The anxiety he had felt from facing a high-rank open heaven realm master for so long was now completely swept away, and his mind became calm. With a sudden bang, the loft behind Yang Yingfeng had its door shoved open as a figure rushed out, looking around with wide-open eyes. "Is our son back?" After being interrupted, Yang Yingfeng frowned unhappily, but understanding the power dynamics in his relationship with his wife, he wisely decided to swallow his anger and grumpily rebuked, "That smelly brat is roaming around the outer universe, doing who knows what with who knows who. How could he be back?" Dong Suzhu frowned and looked around. "Strange, I clearly felt." Before she could finish speaking, she suddenly stared in a certain direction. Xianxia was utterly speechless. He was currently a 6th-Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and he had come here while concealing his presence. Not to mention Dong Suzhu, a mere Emperor Realm cultivator, even a 5th-Order Open Heaven Realm Master might not be able to discover him here. However, Dong Suzhu had sensed him. Was this the bond between a mother and son? The kind of connection that had nothing to do with one's cultivation, nor with their strength, but one that was innately formed after spending 10 months in the most intimate contact possible between one life and another. With a thought, Xianxia appeared and stared at Dong Suzhu, smiling even more brilliantly than a flower in morning glory. Dong Suzhu was stunned, and her beautiful eyes quickly became wet. She let out a cry of joy and rushed towards Yang Kai as swiftly as a gale wind, hugging him tightly. She was a petite woman, shorter than Yang Kai by a full head, but at this moment, Yang Kai felt an unprecedented sense of care and safety, as if he had returned to the time when he was still in his mother's womb. Whether it was the wind or the rain, she would always be there to shelter and protect him from the storm. Yang Yingfeng also slowly stood up and looked over, rubbing his eyes as if he was afraid he was seeing things. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4590, Pleasant Surprise. The group of little kids below had no idea what was happening, so all of them followed Yang Yingfeng's gaze and turned their heads back to look curiously. "He's back, you're back. My son is really back." After a long time, Dong Suju finally let go of Yang Kai and grabbed him by his arm, jumping up and down like a little girl, crying and laughing at the same time. After carefully observing him for a while, she suddenly pulled him into her embrace. "Mother!" Yang Kai called out softly as he felt his clothes quickly become wet. He slightly raised his hand and gently patted Dong Suju's trembling shoulder. Dong Suju finally recovered from her great surprise after a while and raised her head to dry her eyes. She looked lovingly at Yang Kai as she patted his arms and legs to make sure he was unharmed before heaving a long sigh. Yang Yingfeng also walked over and sized up Yang Kai before coughing lightly. "You're back." Yang Kai quickly greeted, "Father." Yang Yingfeng nodded lightly and glanced behind him, alone. Yang Kai stated with a smile, "Su Yin and the others are all cultivating in Voidland." Yang Yingfeng waved off, "I'm not asking about your wives." Yang Kai was a little puzzled. If he wasn't asking Su Yin and the others, then who was he asking? After a moment of realization, he replied, "Shuer is also in secluded meditation in Voidland right now. Her cultivation is improving at a rapid pace. Father doesn't need to worry." Yang Yingfeng glared at him resentfully before asking in a dignified tone, "Do I have grandchildren after so many years or not?" So that's what he was asking about. As soon as her husband said this, even Dong Suju, who had been crying just now, perked up her ears and stared at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. Yang Kai's face was guilt-ridden as he awkwardly replied, "Your son has been trying his best." Yang Yingfeng was furious. "You impotent little bastard, you've so many wives yet you can't even sire an heir for us? What can I count on you for? Do you want me and your mother to give birth to a younger brother or sister to strengthen our Yang family?" Dong Suju slapped Yang Yingfeng's back, causing a loud sound as she rebuked with a blush, "What nonsense are you spouting? There are children here." When Yang Yingfeng turned around, he saw a group of little children staring at him, so he couldn't continue. He waved off to the group of little chicks, stating, "That's the end of today's lesson. When you return to your room, you should review what you learned. Don't slack off." The children all stood up and under the direction of one of the bigger ones who seemed to be their leader, and gave a proper bow. "Many thanks, Master Ancestor." Although the group of kids was young, their manners were excellent. They lined up in 2 rows and walked down the mountain. When they passed by Yang Kai, they all bowed to Yang Kai too. Yang Kai, watching them leave, raised his brow and praised, "They really are good seedlings." Just now, he had secretly investigated the aptitudes of these children. Although he didn't perform a complete examination, when he swept his divine sense over them, he found that each of them had a clear mind and outstanding aptitude. If nothing went wrong, all of them would be able to easily reach the Emperor realm. Yang Yingfeng glanced at him. "If you can sire one, I'm sure it will be better than any of them." Yang Kai didn't dare to say anything. Fortunately, his mother's heart felt bad for him, and she slapped Yang Yingfeng again. "Our son hardly has the chance to return. Why are you spouting so much nonsense?" Saying so, she turned to Yang Kai and comforted, "Ignore him and come with mother. You must have suffered outside. Why have you lost so much weight?" Having been left outside, alone, Yang Yingfeng's face was filled with regret. He beat his chest and stamped his feet. A doting mother makes a wastrel. A moment later, the family of 3 started chatting happily for a while inside the bamboo house before Yang Kai finally stated, "I came back this time mainly to check on your situation. He said that both of you managed to condense your Dao seals. Dong Suzhu replied, nodding, that's true. Speaking of which, I must thank Senior He. If it weren't for his careful guidance all these years, we wouldn't know how to form our Dao seals. In the inner universe, the Emperor Realm was the limit. Only by breaking free from the universe world shackles would one be able to reach a higher martial Dao. Yang Kai had undoubtedly made the right choice when he chose to leave He to guard the star boundary in the demon realm. At the very least, under his guidance, his parents had successfully condensed their Dao seals. Let me take a look. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and grabbed Dong Suzhu's wrist, immersing his consciousness and carefully examining it. A moment later, a look of surprise flashed across Yang Kai's face. Dong Suzhu asked anxiously, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Yang Kai honestly replied, there is something wrong, but it's not bad, but rather a good thing. I'll talk after taking a look at father's as well. Using the same method, Yang Kai examined Yang Yingfeng's Dao seal, and the surprise on his face became even more apparent. Since this is a good thing, speak up then. Yang Yingfeng flicked his sleeves. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before replying, he must have told you about some things, so you must know about the different orders of the open heaven realm. Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suzhu both nodded. Naturally. Yang Kai continued, the order of an open heaven realm master determines their strength, while their initial order is determined by the orders of element powers they condense. The element powers are condensed through the refinement of a complete set of yin, yang, and the 5 elements. The higher the order of the elements condensed, the higher the order one will be in when they break through to the open heaven realm. Of course, the higher order of the material you wish to refine, the firmer your Dao seal must be. Yang Yingfeng summarized, the Dao seal is the foundation to reach the open heaven realm. Indeed, Yang Kai nodded solemnly. In simpler terms, after an Emperor Realm cultivator condenses their Dao seal, their future path is basically set. From that point on, what order in the open heaven realm they can reach depends entirely on how high the order of the elements their Dao seal can withstand. He said that your father and I can reach the 4th order open heaven realm with certainty, while the 5th order is possible but carries some risks, so he asked us to ask for your opinion. Dong Suzhu looked at Yang Kai somewhat uneasily. The 4th order open heaven realm was not a high order. Yang Kai nodded. This is what surprises me. He was well aware of his father and mother's aptitude. When they first became Emperor Realm cultivators, he'd spent a great deal of effort and resources to help them. In his opinion, even if his father and mother's cultivation had progressed at a rapid pace because of the world tree, and they had even successfully condensed their own Dao seals, it would be good if they could reach the 3rd order. Although the 3rd order open heaven realm was in the low rank, it was still in the open heaven realm nonetheless. Unexpectedly, though, his parents were completely capable of reaching the 4th or 5th order. This was a huge, pleasant surprise. Is the world tree's nourishment really so miraculous? After informing his parents of his thoughts, they finally understood what this so-called good thing was. What order are you now? Yang Yingfeng asked curiously. Although he could feel that Yang Kai had advanced to the open heaven realm, he couldn't tell his order. After all, the difference in their cultivation was too great. 6th order. Dong Suzhu was immediately overjoyed. I told you that your son's order will definitely not be low. With the 6th order open heaven realm, he could even become an 8th order master in the future. Furthermore, if he can obtain open heaven pills produced by the universe furnace, it's not impossible to reach the very peak and become a 9th order master. Yang Kai was surprised. Mother, you even know about the universe furnace? Dong Suzhu stated proudly, we haven't wasted our time all these years. Senior he has told us a lot about the outside world. Yang Yingfeng waved his hand causally and interjected, enough of that. First take a look at me and your mother. Do you think we should break through to the 4th order, or should we try for the 5th order? Yang Kai replied with a smile. The limit of the 4th order is the 6th order, while the limit of the 5th order is the 7th order. One ends in the mid-rank, while the other reaches the high rank, and there is a massive gap between the two. Since there is hope, you should naturally try to break through to the fifth order. Father, mother, don't worry. There may be some risks if others try to break through like this, but my Voidland has the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, so there's no need to be afraid. Unfortunately, he no longer had any divine Tao water in his possession. Otherwise, if he gave it to his parents, there would be no risk for them to break through to the fifth order at all. His father and mother's Tao seals were quite stable, and what he said was basically correct. They were indeed a bit lacking in trying for the fifth order, but it wasn't too far off. Of course, if they wanted to break through to the sixth order, it would be impossible even if they had the Tao Divine Water. Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suzhu may not have any idea what the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was, but since Yang Kai had said so, they naturally wouldn't doubt it. Yang Yingfeng immediately decided, "Good, just as you said, your mother and I will try to break through to the fifth order. In the future, if anyone dares to bully us, we'll beat them up. I'll prepare the materials for you too. Please wait a moment." Dong Suzhu seemed to have sensed something and furrowed her brow. "You just returned, but you want to leave right away?" Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before deciding to explain truthfully. "When he brought Lan Sun to find me this time, he encountered an accident. A powerful enemy has learned the location of the star boundary, and he covets the world tree. So he is rushing over as we speak, wanting to harm the star boundary. I have to stop him. Even if this matter could be concealed for a while, it couldn't be concealed forever. If they could stop the Heavenly Sword Palace of the Territory Gate, it would be fine, but if they couldn't, Zuoquan Hui would kill his way to the star boundary. If a great battle broke out without any forewarning, it would only make Dong Suzhu more worried." Dong Suzhu immediately asked nervously, "How is this enemy's cultivation compared to yours?" "He's stronger than me, but we have more people than him, so mother doesn't need to worry," Yang Kai comforted. Dong Suzhu's expression became even more worried. "You're already in the sixth order if he's stronger than you. Doesn't that mean he's a seventh order master?" Yang Yingfeng stated, "Since a powerful enemy has come, there's no use worrying about it. That great demon god was so powerful back then, but he was still killed. I and your mother only hate that our strength is too low right now, so we can't help you much. You can go and face the enemy without worry. Your mother and I will take care of the star boundary." "Thank you, father." Yang Kai stood up. "Time is of the essence, so your son cannot serve you anymore. Please take care." Saying so, he knelt down and kowtowed. Dong Suzhu quickly helped him up and reminded him with tearful eyes, "Be careful." Yang Yingfeng coldly snorted, "If he hasn't left an heir for my Yang family, how could he dare to die? Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth." Dong Suzhu glared at him fiercely. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fist. "Your son will take his leave now." With a surge of space principles, he disappeared from the spot. Dong Suzhu stretched out her hand and grabbed nothing but air. She felt as if a piece of her heart was missing, and it filled with melancholy. The next moment, Yang Kai suddenly appeared inside High Heaven Palace's main hall. Hua Qingxi was startled for a moment before she quickly stood up happily. Martial Peak, Chapter 4591, Ambush. Palace Master. Hua Qingxi elegantly bowed. Yang Kai nodded. "Do you know about the situation?" Hua Qingxi nodded in acknowledgement. "Sir Embodiment has already informed me. If Palace Master needs High Heaven Palace's cooperation, please ask." Yang Kai shook his head. "In this war, everyone participating is an open heaven realm master, so the star boundary won't be able to help. You just have to take care of yourself." Hua Qingxi stated solemnly, "I understand. Then please be careful. And let me check your Tao seal." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and placed it on her forehead. Hua Qingxi quickly relaxed her mind and body, allowing Yang Kai to examine her. A moment later, Yang Kai withdrew his hand and smiled at Hua Qingxi. "Wonderful. You can advance directly to the fifth order open heaven realm in the future." Although he had a speculation in his mind after investigating the situation of his parents' Tao seals, it was finally confirmed after examining Hua Qingxi's Tao seal. Hua Qingxi's aptitude was undoubtedly better than his parents. His parents' Dao seals were stable enough to condense fourth-order elements, or even fifth-order elements, so there was no reason for Xianxia to not be able to. As expected, Xianxia's Dao seal was stabler than his parents'. In other words, the risk of breaking through to the fifth-order open heaven realm was basically non-existent for her. Is there anyone else in the star boundary who has condensed their Dao seals? Xianxia asked. Xianxia shook her head. Right now, there's only your parents, myself, and Palace Master Lan Sun. Just us four. When Xianxia had last left the star boundary, he basically took all the Emperor Realm Masters with him in one fell swoop, and the ones who remained weren't very strong. Although the cultivation of the star boundary's cultivators had quickly risen all these years with the world tree's nourishment and the recovery of the star boundary, cultivation still required some time. The star boundary cultivators could only condense their Dao seals by raising their cultivation to the peak of the Emperor Realm. As for Lan Sun's condition, Xianxia didn't have time to carefully investigate at the time, but after thinking about it, compared to Xianxia, her aptitude was already top-notch. This matter. Xianxia wanted to say that this matter should be kept under wraps for now, but then he remembered that Heavenly Sword Union was nearly upon them, and if he couldn't stop this formidable enemy, he would be doomed. At that time, even the star boundary would find it difficult to survive, so he quickly changed his mind and stated, "Wait for my return." Xianxia nodded her understanding. Xianxia gave embodiment a few more instructions before taking out a space beacon and testing it out. As expected, he was unable to directly return to the territory gate. Although the space beacon allowed people to instantly teleport from one beacon to another it was paired with, there was still a limit to their range. The territory gate was trillions of kilometers away from the star boundary, a distance far beyond its limit. The reason he was able to instantly return to the star boundary from the territory gate was undoubtedly because of his connection with the star boundary itself. It was equivalent to the power of the star boundary pulling him back, but it was impossible to use this process in reverse. There was no place for him to borrow strength on the territory gate side, after all. However, this was exactly what he wanted. Although Heavenly Sword Union shouldn't have been able to arrive at the star boundary's great territory before him, Xianxia had to take precautions to be on the safe side. While returning to the territory gate, he could also investigate the route. In a flash, Xianxia left High Heaven Palace and arrived in the depths of the void, rushing towards the territory gate. Every once in a while, Xianxia would place a space beacon for emergencies. Along the way, everything was calm and peaceful, and there was no sign of any Heavenly Sword Union cultivators, causing Xianxia to slowly relax. After leaving behind a dozen or so space beacons, Xianxia finally returned to the territory gate. Voidland's open heaven realm masters waiting by the territory gate immediately noticed Xianxia's return. So Zhan Wuhen and the others surrounded him and asked with concern, "Is everything all right on the star boundary side?" Xianxia sorted out his thoughts and told them everything he was able to learn. Many of the great emperors were shocked. "That's great." Mo Huang smiled with relief. "The world tree is actually so amazing. Not only can it swallow the power of the stars and void to nourish the world energy of the star boundary, it can even allow one to cultivate more easily and condense a stronger Dao seal." Duan Hong Chen also wore a look of fascination. If that's the case, wouldn't the star boundary give birth to many open heaven realm seedlings in the future? Zhan Wuhen, on the other hand, was a bit worried. Both fortune and misfortune lie together. If we don't handle it well, great wealth can sometimes turn into disaster. Don't forget, wise Wuquan Hui is coming to the star boundary. All of the great emperors were quick-witted, so when they heard Zhan Wuhen's words, how could they not know what he was worried about? It was like a bucket of cold water had been poured all over the excitement in their hearts, calming everyone down. "We have to keep the changes of the star boundary under wraps." Zhan Wuhen looked at Xianxia solemnly. "Otherwise, I'm afraid even the cave heavens and paradises will become greedy." Even with Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suzhu's rather poor aptitudes, they now had the qualifications to break through to the fourth order or even fifth order open heaven realm. If a true top talent were to grow up in the star boundary, it would be extremely easy for him or her to advance to the sixth order, and it might even be possible for a heaven-defying genius to reach the seventh order. The current star boundary could simply be called a cradle for open heaven realm masters. It could easily produce a large number of open heaven realm seedlings, and this was only the beginning. Who knew what could become of the star boundary, given more time? What Zhang Wuhen said was definitely not an exaggeration. If the cave heavens and paradises came to know about the situation of the star boundary, everyone would probably want to take a share of it. At that time, would the star boundary still be the star boundary? Not to mention, there was still the world tree in the star boundary. Although the world tree did not show any signs of fruiting, who could guarantee that it would not produce world fruits after countless years? This was the only heaven-defying treasure in the world that could allow an open heaven realm master to advance an order directly without any side effects, as well as increase their natural limit. Who would not covet such a treasure? As Zhang Wuhen spoke, he unconsciously glanced towards Qin Kuei and Xianxia. Voidland's forces were comprised entirely of their own people, so they would keep all the secrets to themselves if there were any. The only two outsiders were Qin Kuei and Xianxia from Yinyang Cave Heaven. Senior brother Qing and senior sister Su are both trustworthy people. I'll remind them later, Yang Kai stated. Zhang Wuhen shook his head. I'm afraid this matter won't be as simple as you think. After all, they are disciples of Yinyang Cave Heaven. Although they have some friendship with you and are willing to keep some secrets for you, there are always exceptions. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. Then what should we do? Senior brother Qing and senior sister Su came to help Voidland in its time of need. We can't just kill them to silence them. Zhang Wuhen shook his head and stated, Naturally, I'm not asking you to do such an ungrateful thing. What I want to say is that instead of letting them hide the situation of the star boundary from Yinyang Cave Heaven, it would be better to let them know the truth and use the Yinyang Cave Heaven's power to protect the star boundary. And Mo Huang quickly interrupted, No. Zhang Wuhen turned to look at him, whereupon Mo Huang explained, Yinyang Cave Heaven is one of the 36 cave heavens. Such a huge entity must have its own factions. Qin Kuei and Xianxia are part of Su Linggong's lineage, and with the status of a Yinyang Cave Heaven son-in-law, Su Linggong naturally views Yang Kai in a favorable light. For small matters, everything is easy to discuss, but I'm afraid that Yinyang Cave Heaven's other high-rank open heaven masters will have some other intentions. What if the person sent by Yinyang Cave Heaven to investigate is not Su Linggong? This was also a problem, causing everyone to fall into contemplation. Yang Kai clapped his hands and diverted the topic. Let's talk about this later. Right now, the ones we need to deal with are Heavenly Sword Union and Zuoquan Hui. If my guess is right, they should be arriving soon. All the great emperors nodded slightly. Good. 26th Order Masters and 1,300 cultivators below the 6th Order, almost all the open heaven realm masters from Voidland, were quietly waiting in ambush outside the territory gate for Heavenly Sword Union. Now that things had reached this point, there was no need to conceal their strength anymore. Yang Kai had hidden Iron Blood Great Emperor and the others for this long, to catch Zuoquan Hui off guard. However, while man plans, the heavens laugh. He and Lan Sun had met with an accident, and Zuoquan Hui had learned of the location of the star boundary and the world tree. The battlefield inevitably shifted from void territory to the star boundary's territory. In this battle, they would definitely give it their all. In this battle, one side would die. The newly advanced 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master naturally couldn't be hidden any longer. Waiting was the greatest torture. For half a month, the territory gate remained still and calm. Yang Kai almost suspected that his judgment was wrong, and that Zuoquan Hui had no intention of coming to the star boundary. Or else, why would he have not seen his shadow, even after such a long time? However, there was a violent surge of energy a few days later. When Yang Kai opened his eyes, he saw the territory gate glowing and a colossal illusory phantom slowly emerging from it. They're here. Yang Kai's eyes went wide as he raised his hand and summoned the Azure Dragon Spear. At the same time, all the Open Heaven Realm Masters of Voidland also noticed the changes of the Territory Gate and began circulating their world force. In a flash, the void began to tremble and distort. What everyone saw was Heavenly Sword Union's Heavenly Sword Palace emerging from the Territory Gate. A moment later, the Heavenly Sword Palace rushed out, entering the great territory where the star boundary was located. Yang Kai raised his spear and pushed his world force madly while shouting kill. A golden crow let out a cry as a great sun rose into the sky from behind Yang Kai's back. In this sun, a three-legged exotic bird could vaguely be seen flying about. Facing such a large artifact like the Heavenly Sword Palace, Yang Kai did not hesitate to use his golden crow cast the Sun Divine Manifestation in the opening salvo. The great sun took its spot on the Azure Dragon Spear as Yang Kai thrust it forward, ignoring the barriers of space as it crashed towards the enemy fortress. At the same time, rays of light from various divine abilities and artifacts shot towards the Heavenly Sword Palace like meteors. In that instant, the entire void lit up as if it was daytime as waves of world forces surged and crashed out. When the Heavenly Sword Palace was shuttling through the Territory Gate, they had naturally activated a protective barrier, but under the might of the countless divine abilities and artifacts, this barrier didn't even last for a breath before it shattered like a bubble. The people from Heavenly Sword Palace seemed to panic for a moment. Although they had guessed that they would be ambushed after crossing through the Territory Gate, no one had expected this ambush to be so ruthless. As far as the eye could see, there were nothing but enemies around them, and all of them asked the same question: how did so many people arrive here ahead of them? Martial Peak, Chapter 4592, Astonishing. Zhuo Quanhui, who was sitting in the Heavenly Sword Palace's main hall, wore a gloomy expression as he quickly formed a series of hand seals to control the Heavenly Sword Palace's grand array. He knew that Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space and could travel extremely fast. If Yang Kai insisted on pursuing him, the Heavenly Sword Palace would definitely be unable to escape. However, he didn't see any signs of Yang Kai chasing after him along the way, so he guessed that the latter had chosen another route to return to the star boundary to set up defenses. And facts prove that it was indeed the case. The Heavenly Sword Palace had just arrived in this great territory when it was ambushed. He had already expected that Yang Kai would bring some helpers, but he hadn't expected there to be so many. Over 1,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters. Even if they were ants in his eyes, they were Open Heaven Realm Masters nonetheless. How did these people get here? Even if Yang Kai is a master of the Tao of space, he couldn't bring so many people with him. With a series of hand seals, the Heavenly Sword Palace's defensive arrays began to activate layer by layer, but they shattered and collapsed one by one. The entire Heavenly Sword Palace surroundings were crazily flashing, and was violently shaking, causing everyone to lose their footing. "Meet the enemy," Zhuo Quanhui shouted, issuing a command. Although the Heavenly Sword Palace was extraordinary, in the end, it was still just a large-scale palace artifact. While it could defend, attack, and fly, there were limits to everything. Right now, Zhuo Quanhui was still a bit wary and didn't dare to appear, so he could only rely on his subordinates to defend. Suddenly, a golden light flashed across his eyes. Zhuo Quanhui looked up and saw a great sun at the tip of a spear smashing towards the Heavenly Sword Palace. It even left scorched marks in the void everywhere it passed through, which remained for a very long time. Divine Manifestation. Zhuo Quanhui coldly snorted before raising his hand and pointing towards the approaching sun. The pressure of a seventh-order Open Heaven Realm Master spread out as a streak of light shot from his fingertip. In the next instant, the sun collapsed as a wave of violent energy spread outward. Zhuo Quanhui, who was sitting in the main hall, swayed slightly and his brow twitched. Although they were enemies, Zhuo Quanhui had to admit that Yang Kai was a once-in-10,000 years genius, actually able to use a divine manifestation when he was just in the sixth-order Open Heaven realm. Zuoquan Hui himself had yet to comprehend his own divine manifestation. To a certain extent, he was actually inferior to a sixth-order open heaven realm master. Furthermore, rumor had it that Xianxia had comprehended this divine manifestation when he was still in the Emperor realm, which was simply unbelievable. With Xianxia being in the sixth-order open heaven realm and having his divine manifestation, he was able to unleash an attack comparable to a seventh-order open heaven realm master. Although Zuoquan Hui managed to block this attack fairly easily, he couldn't help but feel his blood and energy roil slightly. He is already so powerful when he is just in the sixth-order open heaven realm. If that brat were to break through to the seventh order, I would not be his opponent. Thinking so, Zuoquan Hui's killing intent became even stronger. I have to kill him before he breaks through to the seventh order no matter what. Otherwise, I will really die without a burial. Multicolored lights flashed as an overwhelming barrage of attacks flew towards the Heavenly Sword Palace. Heavenly Sword Union naturally wouldn't sit back and wait for death, so after Zuoquan Hui gave the order, they immediately began to counterattack. In a flash, both sides started exchanging attacks as world force flowed out in all directions, churning up the void and warping space as a result. However, not a single person was injured or killed despite it being such an intense battlefield. Needless to say, whether it was sixth-order masters or those below that realm, Voidland had more people than the other party. The divine abilities and secret arts from Heavenly Sword Palace were intercepted before they could even approach. The open heaven realm masters of Heavenly Sword Union also had their own advantages, which was that they could hide inside the Heavenly Sword Palace. As long as the Heavenly Sword Palace was not destroyed, they would have a layer of impregnable protection and would not need to worry about being killed. However, how could the Heavenly Sword Palace, which had a seventh-order open heaven realm master assuming command, be so easily destroyed? This massive artifact was the fruit of unimaginable resources and manpower of Heavenly Sword Union. Most of the divine abilities and secret arts aimed at the Heavenly Sword Palace were intercepted, and only a few of them actually managed to hit the palace itself. However, due to the spirit array barriers, it was difficult for Voidland to cause much damage in a short time. On the battlefield, Voidland had the absolute advantage, but the Heavenly Sword Palace was like a hedgehog, making it difficult for anyone to swallow. If this continued for a long time, Voidland would be pushed into a great disadvantage. The Azure Dragon Spear in Xianxia's hand danced as he used his limitless spear techniques freely. Each spear strike was powerful enough to shatter a star and break through a layer of the Heavenly Sword Palace's defenses, but the Heavenly Sword Palace's arrays kept regenerating, annoying him greatly. At the same time, inside Heavenly Sword Palace, Ziyin and the others also noticed that something was wrong. After fighting each other for more than a year, they had long known that Voidland had both strength and numbers on their side, but the previous Voidland forces were not strong to this extent. After observing for a while, they finally discovered that there were some sixth-order open heaven realm masters on Voidland's side they had never seen before. And there were not just one or two, but there were as many as 8. These 8 were sixth-order open heaven realm masters, not 8 cabbages one could find in a local market. Where did they come from? After a quick count, there were actually 26th-order open heaven realm masters in Voidland's side. All of Heavenly Sword Union members were shocked. They only had 10 such masters on their side, so the other party had twice their number. If it weren't for Zuoquan Hui presiding over this place, everyone would have fled long ago. "Master," Ziyin called out to Zuoquan Hui while defending and attacking. "I know." Zuoquan Hui sat still, but his eyes were scanning the surroundings as they shone brightly. Astonishing, simply astonishing. All of them have just advanced to the 6th order. That star boundary really does carry great fortune with it. As the situation was quite tense, the others failed to pay much attention to the details, but Zuoquan Hui, on the other hand, could tell with a single glance that the 8 new 6th order auras were unstable, meaning all of them had just advanced to the 6th order open heaven realm recently. However, Zuoquan Hui didn't think that these people had advanced straight to the 6th order. After all, that would make them core disciples if they were placed in any of the cave heavens and paradises with such aptitude. How could there be so many genius-level talents in Voidland? The only explanation he could think of was the world fruit. Perhaps these people had advanced to the 5th order and consumed a mid-rank world fruit before reaching the 6th order. Suddenly, he remembered something. Rumor had it that Xianxia had achieved the 5th order open heaven realm outside the shadowless cave heaven. It was impossible for him to fake this in front of so many masters, but he had actually reached the 6th order open heaven realm when he participated in the Tao Theory Assembly. Previously, Zuoquan Hui had been unable to understand what was going on, but now everything was clear to him, or so he thought. So it turns out that Xianxia consumed a world fruit a long time ago to raise his cultivation to the 6th order open heaven realm. Marshal Nephew, according to your investigation, has the world tree in the star boundary borne fruits? Zuoquan Hui asked. Xianxia pondered for a moment before replying, I don't know. Although I used a soul-searching technique on that woman, the information I obtained was incomplete. I only know that there is a world tree in the star boundary. Zuoquan Hui gently nodded his understanding. If that's the case, then it must be true. The world tree has indeed borne fruits. I really didn't expect for such a miracle to occur in this remote backwater. In his opinion, since the world tree had already bloomed and borne fruits, the people of Voidland must have benefited from it. Since that was the case, it was not impossible for him to obtain a high-rank world fruit here. If he could obtain a high-rank world fruit, he would be able to instantly advance to the 8th order. At that time, he would be able to destroy Voidland with a flick of his finger. Even if he were to face off against the divine spirit Zhu Jiuyin and Bai Shi, he would still have the strength to fight back. The temptation of a high-rank world fruit was incomparably great. Originally, he had been somewhat afraid that Zhu Jiuyin would follow Xianxia here and ambush him, but now he couldn't care about that. No matter what, he was an elder of Thousand Cranes Paradise. He might be branded as a traitor by Thousand Crane Paradise now, but everyone knew what was going on behind the scenes. Zhu Jiuyin might not even have the courage to kill him. Thinking along the lines, Zuoquan Hui made up his mind and changed his hand seal. The next moment, the Heavenly Sword Palace let out a thrumming sound as it flew straight towards the star boundary, forcefully resisting the bombardment of the many open heaven realm masters in the void. Stop him! Xianxia shouted at the sight of this. The shockwaves from the battle between open heaven realm masters were too great, so if the Heavenly Sword Palace really rushed to the vicinity of the star boundary, Voidland would be forced to be in a passive situation. At that time, Voidland's hands would be tied, while Heavenly Sword Union would be able to fight without fear. Stronger and more fearsome attacks rained down on the Heavenly Sword Palace from everywhere. Even though Heavenly Sword Union's numerous open heaven realm masters had tried their best to stop them, they were still unable to do so completely. Divine abilities and secret arts landed on the Heavenly Sword Palace one after another, causing its barriers to flicker and shatter. However, new barriers were erected in the next moment, spreading out layer by layer and protecting everyone inside the Heavenly Sword Palace from the oncoming attacks. Seeing this, Xianxia's eyes cracked wide open. He instantly teleported to the front of the Heavenly Sword Palace before shouting, "Dragon Transformation!" The next moment, a deafening dragon roar resounded as a huge golden dragon head appeared behind Xianxia before it plunged into his body. Suddenly, a series of explosions rang out as Xianxia's figure swelled under the stunned gazes of Heaven Sword Union's open heaven realm masters, soon becoming a several thousand meters long colossal half-dragon in the blink of an eye. His entire body was covered in dragon scales, and his hands had transformed into dragon claws. The dragon tail on his back swung back and forth, and dragon horns grew on his forehead. And when he shook his head, his dragon beard fluttered about. The next moment, a rich dragon pressure spread into the surroundings. What was even more shocking was that the azure dragon spear in Xianxia's hand had also grown bigger. The massive Heavenly Sword Palace was actually shorter than Xianxia, who had assumed his half-dragon form. Seemingly affected by Xianxia's dragon pressure, Another loud and sonorous dragon roar reverberated as Zhu Qing suddenly transformed into a dragon that was several thousand meters long as well. This dragon was crimson red, giving the impression as if it was covered in raging flames. Compared to Yang Kai's half-dragon form, Zhu Qing's dragon form was clearly that of a pureblood. Zhu Qing soared straight up before unleashing a flaming dragon breath straight at the Heavenly Sword Palace. At the same time, Yang Kai thrust his spear out. The huge azure dragon spear crashed into the Heavenly Sword Palace's defensive arrays without any fancy moves. The azure dragon spear was already a peerless weapon, and coupled with Yang Kai's fearsome strength that could shake the sun and moon, the defensive arrays were pierced through like paper. The people in the Heavenly Sword Palace were thrown into panic as the enormous spear shadows rapidly filled their vision, and an imminent threat of death gripped their minds. At the critical moment, a cold snort rang out from within the Heavenly Sword Palace as the dragon pressure collapsed. Zhuo Quanhui, who was in the main hall, promptly lifted his sword before swinging it down. His movements were graceful and elegant. A 1-meter-long sword wave cut through the air, directly slicing into Yang Kai's half-dragon form. The next moment, a fountain of blood gushed out. Martial Peak, Chapter 4593, Star Boundaries Change. A gaping wound so deep that even his bones could be seen appeared on Yang Kai's shoulder as a rain of golden dragon blood spluttered across the void. Zhuo Quanhui's attack was clearly extraordinary despite its simplicity. It would have been disastrous for Yang Kai had he not tilted his head at the last moment. Nonetheless, he did not retreat. He thrust the azure dragon spear forward as if he was unable to feel any pain. Hong hong hong. One after another, the Heavenly Sword Palace's defenses were broken through. Even its walls were pierced through. Over a dozen open heaven realm masters who couldn't dodge in time were swept up by the spear's power and exploded into a blood mist before they could even make sound. When their small universes collapsed, world force dissipated and flowed out into the void. Before Yang Kai could even pull out his spear, he saw the Heavenly Sword Palace suddenly light up, shooting a beam straight at his face. This beam of light came out of nowhere, but its power was extremely terrifying, comparable to an attack from a high-rank, open heaven master. Yang Kai couldn't even figure out whether this beam of light had been shot by Zhuo Quanhui or if it had been launched using the Heavenly Sword Palace's arrays. Yang Kai instinctively raised his spear to block, and the next moment, he let out a suppressed grunt as he was sent flying out. At the same time, countless beams of light shot out from the interior of the Heavenly Sword Palace. Although they were not as terrifying as the one that attacked Yang Kai, each one was still comparable to an attack from a fifth-order open heaven realm master. There were more than 1,000 such beams of light. Such an attack was obviously not something mere Heavenly Sword Union disciples could release, so it was definitely the power of the palace's grand array. At the sight of this, Voidland's disciples, who had been attacking from the periphery of the Heavenly Sword Palace, didn't dare hesitate and quickly used their defensive divine abilities and artifacts to protect themselves. However, there would always be some flaws. Blood splashed as dozens of Voidland disciples were pierced through. Most of them instantly lost their lives, while a few with tenacious will manage to hang on. Their fellow disciples quickly responded and hurriedly retreated from the battlefield with them to find a place for them to recover. Even Zhu Qing, who had revealed her dragon form, had suffered a blow. Fortunately, Flower Shadow Great Emperor had protected her at the last moment, so she was only slightly injured. For a moment, Voidland's open heaven realm masters no longer dared to approach the Heavenly Sword Palace and retreated one after another. This was the terrifying aspect of a large-scale palace artifact. This kind of artifact was like a moving fortress with both offensive and defensive capabilities, making it extremely difficult to deal with. This was the first time the people from Voidland had come into contact with such a weapon, so they were not experienced enough to deal with it, resulting in some unnecessary damage. The next moment, a dragon roar reverberated across the void as Yang Kai, who had been sent flying, returned in a flash. When he saw the casualties among his forces, he immediately shouted, Everyone below the fifth order, retreat and coordinate from afar. The rest of you, follow me." As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead and raised his massive azure dragon spear before smashing it down. Immediately, a transparent barrier appeared above the heavenly sword palace, but it was unable to block the fearsome might of the blow. The barrier shattered as the fearsome force slammed into the heavenly sword palace like a meteor, causing it to sink slightly. Xianxia's figure flickered as he appeared directly below the heavenly sword palace and swept out with a spear again. A blinding flash of light surged as the heavenly sword palace was knocked back again. After a few rounds, several small universes collapsed, and the aura of world force dissipating came from inside the heavenly sword palace. Obviously, some people had been killed. Meanwhile, Voidland's open heaven realm masters never stopped attacking. However, those below the fifth order open heaven realm could only support them from a distance, and their usefulness was limited. The only ones who could pose a real threat to the heavenly sword palace were the sixth order open heaven realm masters other than Xianxia, and the dozens of fifth order open heaven realm masters. Even after the original advantage in numbers had been leveled, Heavenly Sword Union's cultivators were able to resist the oncoming attacks and defended themselves. With the exception of a few unlucky fools who had died due to carelessness, the number of casualties for the time being remained mostly unchanged. Previously, Voidland was able to pose a certain degree of threat to the Heavenly Sword Palace's occupants by relying on their numerical advantage. But now that most had to attack from a distance, very few of them were able to achieve anything. Basically, all of them were intercepted halfway. Furthermore, Zuoquan Hui attacked from time to time as well, forcing Xianxia to be cautious in making moves lest innocents get hurt. Although Xianxia could pose some level of threat to the Heavenly Sword Palace, it was still difficult for him to stop it from advancing towards the star boundary. If this situation continued, if they were unable to destroy the Heavenly Sword Palace, the star boundary would certainly face a great catastrophe. Xianxia flew into a rage and shouted, "Old dog, if you have the guts, come out and fight." What kind of coward hides away inside his palace when the enemy is before him? Zuoquan Hui's response was an even fiercer attack, forcing Xianxia to dodge. As they clashed and cursed, both sides fought in the void for half a month, but neither side was able to do anything to the other. On the contrary, they were getting closer to the star boundary. Xianxia's heart was gripped with anxiety, but there was nothing he could do. He was now a sixth order open heaven realm, but he still felt powerless. All of the great emperors were feeling the same. They communicated with each other via their divine senses, discussing how to deal with the enemy, but in this situation, none of their plans could be used. The star boundary was in danger. After a few more days, Xianxia could already see the star boundary and demon realm, the two universe worlds in the distance. In the periphery of the Heavenly Sword Palace, Xianxia was no longer able to maintain his dragon form and had reverted back to his human form. Maintaining his dragon transformation for a long time was quite taxing on him. After more than half a month of fierce fighting, Xianxia's entire body was covered in blood, and his murderous intent was seemingly tangible as it lingered around his body, turning his surroundings as cold as ice. Is that the star boundary? Inside the Heavenly Sword Palace's main hall, Zuoquan Hui raised his brow slightly as he gazed ahead. When the star boundary entered his eyes, he couldn't spot anything special about it and couldn't understand why a world tree would appear here. Although Xianxia had managed to obtain some information from Lan Sun, soul-searching techniques had drawbacks. Even if his strength greatly surpassed hers, Xianxia had no way of knowing what kind of information he could obtain from Lan Sun, as the process was quite violent and destructive. In other words, what he could obtain from Lan Sun with a soul-searching technique was entirely up to luck. Just like how he did not know if the world tree had blossomed and borne fruit or not, he also did not know that this world tree was planted by Xianxia, causing Zuoquan Hui to think that it was naturally bred. The world tree was undoubtedly extremely eye-catching, so when Zuoquan Hui laid eyes on the giant tree standing in the middle of the star boundary, his eyes gleamed with joy. It really is a world tree. He had never seen a real world tree before and had only read about it in a few ancient books, but when he laid eyes on it, he saw that the entire star boundary was filled with thick vitality. Looking at the star boundary from the distance, it actually looked completely green. If this divine tree was not a world tree, then what could it be? After taking a closer look, Zhuo Quanhui furrowed his brow a little. He actually didn't see any world fruits. Perhaps it's because I'm too far away that I can't spot them, or maybe they have been harvested by someone. In any case, as long as I can get my hands on this star boundary, the world tree and its world fruits will all be mine. At the same time, Pei Wan Xian, who was fending off an enemy at some place in the Heavenly Sword Palace, stared at a different spot. Unlike Zhuo Quanhui, who was looking at the star boundary, he was looking at the demon realm. For some reason, he felt an extremely familiar aura from the demon realm, as if there was something there that was connected to him. On top of that, the demonic chi of this universe world was obviously extremely compatible with his small universe. In other words, he could directly devour the demon realm's world force to strengthen his foundation. If he could do so, it would definitely advance his cultivation, saving him a great amount of time. He had come to help Zhuo Quanhui this time, mainly because he had some personal grievances with Yang Kai and wanted to use Zhuo Quanhui's strength to deal with Yang Kai to vent his anger. But much to his surprise, he actually encountered this kind of opportunity. The energy of an entire universe world was enough to save him several hundred or even 1,000 years of hard cultivation. He believed that after Zhuo Quanhui had destroyed Void Land and captured the star boundary, he would not be stingy about giving this demon realm to him. I managed to get a hold of a treasure this time. While Pei Wan Xian was secretly excited, a streak of light suddenly shot over from the side. It was the diving ability cast by a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Voidland called Huayong. He waved his hand as his demon chi surged, canceling the oncoming attack. How did the star boundary become like this? And what's going on with the world tree? While he was trying his best to block the Heavenly Sword Palace's advance, when Yang Kai glanced towards the star boundary, his heart was filled with shock. He had returned to the star boundary a month ago, but it had undergone a massive change since then. While things were different the previous time he returned, it was certainly not to this extent. The star boundary was currently covered in extremely rich vitality, causing the entire universe world to appear warm and inviting. Everyone gasped in amazement at the sight of this. Even from hundreds of millions of kilometers away, Yang Kai could still feel the vitality of the star boundary. And the world tree. Although it was already tens of thousands of meters tall back then, it was obviously taller than before, almost twice the size it was compared to just a month ago. It was now nearly 100,000 meters tall, truly making it an existence that held up the heavens themselves. The changes in the star boundary are definitely related to the world tree's growth and nourishment. But why has the world tree's feedback become so much stronger in this 1 month, even allowing it to grow to such a height? Yang Kai couldn't understand. At that moment, fluctuations of a small universe collapsing came from the Heavenly Sword Palace, indicating the death of another Open Heaven Realm Master. Although the Heavenly Sword Palace's defenses were strong, the joint attack of 26th Order and dozens of 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters was no joke. Along the way, at least 100 Open Heaven Realm Masters of Heavenly Sword Union had lost their lives. On the other hand, because the Voidland Open Heaven Realm Masters below the 5th Order were all helping from a distance, their side hadn't suffered many losses, with the exception of the couple dozen people who had died in the initial clash. However, the 6th Order and 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were all injured and exhausted at this point. The next moment, Yang Kai suddenly looked towards the Heavenly Sword Palace in shock before his gaze shifted back to the star boundary. When the unknown Open Heaven Realm Master from Heavenly Sword Union died, his small universe collapsed and his world force dispersed. Almost immediately after, Yang Kai could clearly feel this free world force being drawn straight towards the star boundary, pouring into the world tree, where it was cleanly absorbed. In a flash, realization dawned upon Yang Kai. When Heavenly Sword Union's Open Heaven Realm Masters died previously, Xianxia had vaguely sensed the dispersion of their world force, but he hadn't paid much attention to it at the time. Now, when he observed more closely, he realized that this free world force was clearly flowing towards the star boundary. He was able to feel it so easily this time because they were now much closer to the star boundary. Martial Peak, Chapter 4594, Defending at the Price of Blood. In the past, the growth of the world tree was mainly fueled by the energy absorbed from the stars and void in the great territory where the star boundary was located. Its growth had been slow because such energy wasn't very rich. However, during this month-long battle, over 100 Open Heaven Realm Masters from Heavenly Sword Union and several dozen from Voidland had died. After their deaths, their small universes had collapsed and their world force had dispersed into the void before being drawn in and absorbed by the world tree. Naturally, the world tree would be able to rapidly grow with nourishment like this. And owing to the corresponding feedback, the star boundary had also reaped great advantages. This was why the world tree and the star boundary had undergone such massive changes. This was what Xianxia believed. Otherwise, there was no way he could explain what he was seeing. This kind of change would undoubtedly bring unimaginable benefits to the world tree and the star boundary. But with such a powerful enemy in front of him, Xianxia did not have the time to consider such things. In a flash, Xianxia instantly moved right before the Heavenly Sword Palace and pointed his spear forward. A determined and serious look could be seen on his face. They were only 10 million kilometers away from the star boundary now. So if he allowed the Heavenly Sword Palace to continue advancing, the star boundary would definitely fall into enemy hands. They had to stop the Heavenly Sword Palace from advancing any further no matter what. The only option they had left was to fight to the death. Shwa shwa shwa. One figure after another flew over and stood beside Xianxia, as if they sensed his determination. Iron Blood, Bustling World, Martial Beast, Serene Soul, Flower Shadow, and Ice Feather Great Emperors all arrived together without a word. Immediately after, Yuhi, Imo, Mei, Maozhe, Gongqing, Zhouya, Huayong, Shumu Dan, Huigu, Qingkue, Suing Shui, Fangyu, and Xiangning also appeared in a flash. 26th Order Masters stood in a line in the void, blocking the path between Heavenly Sword Palace and the star boundary like an impregnable wall. Behind these 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters stood dozens of 5th Order Masters. The next moment, streaks of light shot over as more than 1,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters who were below the 5th Order flew over to help. As the army assembled, their momentum soared. This scene seems familiar. Iron Blood Great Emperor smiled. Martial Beast Great Emperor Imo Huang clenched his fists as a series of popping sounds rang out. Reminds me of the Great War. When they had fought against Great Demon God in the past, the Great Emperors had joined forces to fight the enemy. This was the first time that the strongest masters of the star boundary had all gathered together, and fortunately, they achieved their goal. Although the ones attacking today were Heavenly Sword Union and Zuoquan Hui, the situation was quite similar. In the past, they had joined forces to kill Great Demon God, and today they had joined forces to destroy the Heavenly Sword Palace and kill Zuoquan Hui. The situation of facing a strong enemy with weaker forces had stirred up the pride and sentiments in their hearts. Young boy, don't die this time. Bustling World Great Emperor turned his head and warned Xianxia. Xianxia had died during the battle against Great Demon God. Fortunately, by refining the immortal tree, he was able to reconstruct his body and return to life, allowing him to continue battling Great Demon God. Xianxia grinned, "Don't worry, I won't die." Then he shouted, "Kill." Using his dragon transformation secret technique, Xianxia's figure reached the height of several thousand meters once more. A great sun appeared on the tip of the enormous Azure Dragon spear as he thrust it towards the Heavenly Sword Palace. At the same time, all the Voidland Open Heaven Realm Masters used their respective divine abilities and artifacts to launch attacks against the Heavenly Sword Palace. After nearly a month of fierce fighting, although a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Zuoquan Hui had personally defended it, the Heavenly Sword Palace had still suffered some damage. Be that as it may, this artifact's defensive capabilities were quite impressive, and it was still holding up relatively well. With a dazzling flash, the Heavenly Sword Palace launched another wave of attacks to intercept the incoming barrage. Countless divine abilities collided in the void and canceled each other out as void cracks appeared before quickly closing one after another. Most of the attacks were blocked, but a small number of them still made it through and struck the Heavenly Sword Palace, causing layers of protective barriers to shatter and disappear. But before Voidland could launch a second wave of attacks, the Heavenly Sword Palace burst with another blinding flash as thousands of sword lights shone. The next moment, another barrage of attacks headed straight towards Voidland's cultivators like a storm, drowning everyone in its path. Xianxia immediately stood at the forefront. With a flash of thought, a giant towering tree appeared behind him, covering the void as its branches drooped down to form a protective shield, blocking the countless sword beams. Ripples appeared on the protective shield one after another as the towering evergreen divine manifestation became much dimmer. The towering evergreen was powered by his wood element power condensed from the immortal tree. So not only could this divine ability heal injuries, it also had an extremely sturdy defensive ability. However, the towering evergreen was not all-powerful and was unable to shield all the open heaven realm masters for Voidland. Although it was able to block most of the attacks, there were still some that managed to slip through. Even though the many open heaven realm masters from Voidland had been prepared for this counterattack, every single sword light from the Heavenly Sword Palace was comparable to an attack launched by a fifth-order open heaven realm master. Blood splashed as dozens died on the spot the next moment. With a deafening crash, Xianxia's spear smashed into the Heavenly Sword Palace, causing its advance to slow as it shook violently. Hong hong hong. Xianxia kept smashing his spear out again and again, releasing a massive amount of violent energy. The enormous Heavenly Sword Palace was actually stopped in place. Furthermore, under the continuous barrage of attacks, the aura of several small universes collapsing could be felt coming from inside the palace. But before Xianxia could rejoice, a dazzling sword light slashed towards him. Zuquan Hui had personally made a move. The might of a seventh-order open heaven realm was like a mountain pressing down on them, making it difficult for everyone to breathe and sending their vitality tumbling. When this sword light struck the protective barrier of the towering evergreen divine manifestation, it became even dimmer. After another sword attack from Zuquan Hui, the towering evergreen was instantly destroyed, turning into specks of light that dissipated into the void. Xianxia's heart shook and his small universe became agitated, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Just like Xianxia's continuous attacks, Zuquan Hui didn't stop at all, swinging his sword again and again. At this moment, Xianxia's ears were ringing and his head was spinning. He shook his head to regain his bearing, but still staggered back, unable to defend himself. However, after his small universe was shaken, he felt a strange connection with the star boundary, for some reason. At this critical moment of life and death, the great emperors joined forces and stood in front of Xianxia. Each of them used their own divine abilities to resist the oncoming sword lights. With a dazzling flash, the great emperors were forced back. All of them were vomiting blood and bleeding from their 7 orifices. Even with the combined strength of all the great emperors present, they were unable to resist Zuquan Hui's assault and were instantly injured. But the silver lining was that the sword light shooting at Xianxia was intercepted. Overconfident brat. Inside Heavenly Sword Palace, Zuquan Hui sneered as another sword light slashed out. Xianxia vigorously shook his head before he finally stabilized himself. He then promptly raised his spear to meet the oncoming attack. At the same time, the injured great emperors also gathered their strength and joined forces to resist. Yu He and Imo Mei also rushed over at that moment. With everyone's strength combined, they were finally able to barely resist Zuquan Hui's sword strike. However, the situation had grown worse. The Heavenly Sword Palace, which had finally been stopped by Xianxia, had once again started moving forward. Even if the Voidland Masters refused to back down as they made their last stand, they were still unable to stop the enemy from closing in. 10 million kilometers, 9 million, 8 million. A long road, paved with blood, was floating in the void. Mangled and mutilated corpses of Open Heaven Realm Masters were scattered all over. Every time the Heavenly Sword Palace's arrays erupted, a few cultivators from Voidland would lose their lives. Although the Heavenly Sword Palace was also on the verge of collapsing under the relentless bombardment of Voidland's Open Heaven Realm Masters, it was still a hair's breadth away from being completely destroyed. Had there not been so many Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on Voidland's side, the outcome of this battle would have already been decided. Be that as it may, everyone from Voidland was on their last leg. Xianxia was already fighting like he had lost his mind. He had simply stopped caring about saving his strength as he continued to pour his world force into every attack. He had already used Golden Crow, Cast the Sun, several times, and each time he did, he chipped away at the Heavenly Sword Palace, but he was still unable to break it. His small universe had long been shaken to the point that it was already unstable. Xianxia didn't have time to investigate right now, but he knew that his small universe would definitely crash if he did not stop. But the more turbulent his small universe became, the clearer Xianxia could feel the strange connection between himself and the star boundary become. He was Void Great Emperor, recognized by the star boundary's will, so it was not surprising for him to have such a connection. Xianxia had used this very connection to instantly return to the star boundary a month ago. At first, Xianxia had not paid much attention to it, but as the battle proceeded and he displayed his stalwart determination to protect the star boundary, the connection grew stronger and stronger. The connection became so strong that it was difficult for Xianxia to ignore now. He didn't know why, but for some reason, he even felt a faint calling or expression of intent was about to surface from a mist. So, Zhu Jiuyin isn't here. Zhuo Quan Hui's calm voice suddenly came from Heavenly Sword Palace. Zhuo Quan Hui was always holed up inside the Heavenly Sword Palace when he was in Void territory and did not dare to show his face. Even though the Heavenly Sword Palace was situated right outside the territory gate, he was afraid that Zhu Jiuyin would suddenly appear and catch him off guard if he went outside. Even when he had come to this backwater great territory, he had always been on guard against hidden murderous intent, even though he was tempted by the World Tree to take a risk. But even when the battle had reached this point, he hadn't sensed Zhu Jiuyin's aura at all. Seeing that the people from Voidland could no longer resist his advance, he finally understood that his fears were needless. The one person he was afraid of was not even here in the first place. If that wasn't the case, why would Zhu Jiuyin have been hiding all the while? Why hadn't she taken action yet? She was not going to take action after everyone from Voidland died, right? Realizing this, Zhuo Quan Hui couldn't help but become angry out of shame. He felt that his cautious actions had made him look like a coward. However, he was most pleasantly surprised and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Without Zhu Jiuyin, how can you ants resist this monarch? This monarch will occupy the star boundary and then destroy all you weaklings. Although he had confirmed that Zhu Jiuyin was not here, he still had no intention of showing his face. He simply continued to activate the power of the Heavenly Sword Palace's Grand Array, throwing Voidland's masters into panic. Just as Xianxia feared, once Zhuo Quan Hui reached the star boundary, he would have everything under his control. Voidland's Open Heaven Realm Masters would definitely not dare to start a war in the star boundary. So at that time, everyone would be at his mercy. The only option was to end things in the void. Suddenly, the Heavenly Sword Palace shot straight towards the star boundary, as Zhuo Quan Hui no longer had any scruples. Over 1,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters of Voidland desperately tried to resist, but were still forced back. Suddenly, a glimmer of light cut through the fog as the feeling that Xianxia had been unable to understand for so long finally became clear like the rising sun. Xianxia quickly dispelled any doubts he had and cleared his mind before understanding the epiphany. So that was how it is. Martial Peak, Chapter 4595, Lend Me Your Strength. So that was how it is. I have actually neglected my greatest reliance, my greatest foundation. The world lives. Xianxia lowered his head and mumbled to himself in a low voice. The next moment, he shouted as his long hair fell over his forehead. You want the star boundary, but have you asked the star boundaries, Will? Sitting in the main hall of the Heavenly Sword Palace, Zhuo Quanhui scoffed. When this monarch occupies that place, this monarch will become its will. Xianxia slowly shook his head. Then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Zhuo Quanhui's face sank as he suddenly had a bad feeling. It was inexplicable, as if something terrible was about to happen. Xianxia grabbed his spear with one hand and suddenly formed a series of hand seals with the other, muttering in a low voice, Heavens and earth, lend me your strength. Whoa. The void trembled at that moment as everything came to a halt. In the next moment, the world tree, which had reached the height of 100,000 meters, began to sway violently. Its giant canopy rustled as a beam of green light shot out from the star boundary and struck Xianxia. Xianxia remained still, but his aura, which had become incredibly weak due to overexhaustion, started rapidly rising, soaring upwards seemingly without limit. His turbulent small universe calmed, reaching a state of tranquility that he had never felt before. Furthermore, his small universe's foundation was also rapidly strengthening. A terrifying pressure erupted from Xianxia, spreading out in all directions, causing space itself to tremble. The open heaven realm masters of Heavenly Sword Union inside the Heavenly Sword Palace were dumbstruck at the sight of this. In the void, 1,000 open heaven realm masters of Voidland also wore looks of amazement. Xianxia's aura rapidly reached a peak, one far higher than his original. Although he had yet to reach the seventh order, he was just a hair's breadth away from it now. The corner of Zhuo Quanhui's eyes twitched as he stared at this scene in disbelief. Borrowing the world's strength. So that's how it is. Zhan Wuhen's eyes flickered with realization. The great emperors also quickly understood what just happened. Xianxia was borrowing the power of the star boundary. Any great emperor who was recognized by the will of his universe world could borrow its strength. But this time, Xianxia was borrowing power far beyond their imagination. In general, there was a vast difference between the Emperor Realm and the Open Heaven Realm. Any Open Heaven Realm master, even of the lowest order, could easily kill an Emperor Realm cultivator. But at certain times, in certain special circumstances, an Emperor Realm cultivator could display the strength comparable to a low-rank Open Heaven Realm master. Just like how the great emperors had fought against Great Demon God in the past. Great Demon God definitely had the strength of the Open Heaven Realm at that time. But in the end, he was killed by the combined forces of the Star Boundary's great emperors. The fundamental reason for this was that the great emperors had borrowed the world's strength of the Star Boundary to display enough power to kill Great Demon God. Back then, when the Star Boundary had been nearly destroyed and the people had fallen into misery, the great emperors still had the strength to fight against Great Demon God by taking advantage of the Star Boundary's remaining strength. Now that the Star Boundary had received the World Tree's nourishment, and its foundation had become many times stronger, the world's strength Xianxia could borrow from it was naturally far greater than before. At this moment, it was as if he had the support of the entire Star Boundary's world force. Zhuo Quanhui was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with rich experience. So it wasn't that he didn't know about the secrets of universe worlds and great emperors, but under normal circumstances, how much strength could a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Xianxia borrow from a mere universe world? It was a little better than nothing, that's all. However, the situation in the Star Boundary was completely different from that of ordinary universe worlds. Its foundation was extremely rich due to the World Tree's feedback. Furthermore, the World Tree had also absorbed the world force of all the Open Heaven Realm Masters from both sides who had lost their lives in this battle, allowing its heritage to become even stronger. The world was alive. When Xianxia was giving his all to defend the Star Boundary, even willing to put his life on the line to protect it from danger, the Star Boundary itself had sensed it. The feeling lingering in Xianxia's heart was a sign of acknowledgement from the Star Boundary will. Yangkai understood a bit too late, but he still managed to deduce it in time. Zhuo Quanhui, you made your biggest mistake by making things difficult for my star boundary in this great territory. Yang Kai's world force surged as he felt an indescribable power coursing through his body. Borrowing the power of the star boundary, not only had he recovered, but his strength was also only a step away from the seventh order. You're still only a sixth order ant. How dare you boast so shamelessly? When you have broken through to the seventh order, then you can act presumptuously before this monarch. Zhuo Quanhui was extremely angry. As he finished speaking, sword waves once again shot out from the heavenly sword palace. Furthermore, he had also launched a divine ability personally at Yang Kai. Yang Kai promptly raised his spear to block the incoming assault. Although he was forced back tens of thousands of kilometers again, he was no longer incapable of resisting. The gap between him and Zhuo Quanhui had been greatly reduced. This scene was witnessed by everyone present. Voidland's morale immediately soared as they all took action to block the Heavenly Sword Palace's attack. The great emperors glanced at each other, but didn't say anything. Nonetheless, all of them could tell what the other was thinking. Young boy, I'll leave this place to you. Iron Blood Great Emperor suddenly shouted. Yang Kai turned his head in surprise and saw Iron Blood Great Emperor's figure instantly disappear from his spot. When he looked back at the others, he saw that bustling world, Martial Beast, Serene Soul, Flower Shadow, Ice Feather, and the other great emperors were also nodding at him expectantly. Yang Kai instantly understood and shouted, "Everyone, don't worry, I'll definitely kill this old dog at our doorstep." The next moment, several figures suddenly appeared atop the World Tree's crown in the star boundary. They were none other than the great emperors who had disappeared from the battlefield. They had never cultivated the Tao of space, so under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for them to travel millions of kilometers in an instant. But the star boundary was their homeland, and since Yang Kai was able to return from the territory gate with the help of the star boundary, it was naturally possible for them to do something similar. Traversing a few million kilometers was as easy as stepping through their front door for them. They were old friends who had known each other for over 10,000 years. So with just a glance at each other, all of them smiled and sat down cross-legged, opened their small universes, and poured their world force into the star boundary. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master's assistance caused the entire star boundary to tremble slightly, as if it was welcoming their return. In the void, Yang Kai's aura, which was slowly stabilizing, suddenly shot up again. Naturally, this was due to the support of the great emperors, carrying with it the hope of countless living beings in the star boundary. Nonetheless, Yang Kai was still unable to break through the shackles of the Sixth Order. Although he was now just half a step away from the Seventh Order, there was still a thin barrier blocking his path. If he could not break through this barrier, he would not be able to glimpse the broad horizons of the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm. The Sixth Order was in the mid-rank, while the Seventh Order was the beginning of the high rank. The gap between them was simply too great. Just a little more. Just as Yang Kai thought he had reached his limit, another wave of energy suddenly surged through his body. This wave of energy came at just the right moment, shattering the already cracking shackles. Hong. An invisible shockwave burst out from Yang Kai as the prestige of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master filled the void. Atop the World Tree, two figures slowly descended. One of them wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as he muttered, "Luckily, we were not too late." The other person stated, "What a pity. I thought that after advancing to the Sixth Order, I would be able to enjoy a good fight with old friends. But I didn't expect I wouldn't have such an opportunity." Iron Blood Great Emperor opened his eyes and gently smiled. "The two of you aren't good at fighting anyway, so it's best if you don't cause trouble." Wondrous Pill and Heaven's Revelations looked at each other and had no choice but to agree. Fair enough. The two of them had been cultivating in Voidland all this time, attempting to break through to the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm. Just when they somehow broke through and were preparing to head to the territory gate to assist, he happened to bring Lan Sun to Voidland. When the two of them learned of the situation, they anxiously rushed to the star boundary, but they were still a step behind Heavenly Sword Union. By the time the two of them finally returned to the Star Boundary's great territory, Heavenly Sword Union and Voidland had already fought for a long time. When they finally caught up with the Heavenly Sword Palace and arrived at the edge of the battlefield, they happened to see Xianxia borrowing the Star Boundary's world force and their old friends returning to the Star Boundary to support him. Seeing that Xianxia was still only at the peak of the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, just half a step away from breaking through to the Seventh Order, the two of them didn't hesitate to return to the Star Boundary. "I wonder if young boy has reached the Seventh Order yet." Wondrous Pill, Great Emperor, looked up into the void and muttered, "Old dog, next year today will be the anniversary of your death." In the void, Xianxia was in high spirits. The world force around him surged as he thrust out his spear, transforming it into a barrage of spear shadows that filled the sky and rained down towards Heavenly Sword Palace. How could he lose this battle, carrying the hopes and expectations of all the great emperors and countless living beings in the Star Boundary on his shoulders? Dazzling lights flashed across the Heavenly Sword Palace as its defensive arrays shattered and collapsed. Multiple small universes collapsed one after another at the same time. Although Wuxia was desperately repairing the arrays, he could not catch up with the storm of attacks. His greatest reliance was that he was an order higher than Xianxia's cultivation, but now he had even lost that advantage, which had immediately pushed him into a corner. Attacks rained down at the Heavenly Sword Palace from every direction. Heavenly Sword Union disciples tried their best to resist, but it was impossible for them to keep up. In less than a dozen breaths of time, the Heavenly Sword Palace suddenly cracked with a blinding flash as an inexplicable and fearsome aura surged from it. Everyone dodge. Xianxia promptly realized that something was not right and shouted aloud, immediately using his space principles to wrap up those around him and quickly retreating. Not only were Voidland's cultivators retreating, but countless figures fled from the Heavenly Sword Palace as well. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying shockwave suddenly swept out, as if the sun in the sky had exploded. Some of the slower Heavenly Sword Union cultivators didn't even have time to make a sound before they were enveloped by this blinding flash and instantly lost their lives. The fallout from this explosion crashed into everyone, causing them to feel as if they were standing in the middle of a vast ocean, unable to even stand firm. Everyone promptly used their defensive divine abilities and artifacts to protect themselves as stray bolts of energy and rubble flew out randomly. Xianxia stabilized his footing and stared straight ahead. The Heavenly Sword Palace had exploded. After defending for over a month, crossing trillions of kilometers, they had finally managed to crack this hard nut. Voidland's cultivators had evacuated in time, so apart from some minor injuries suffered by a few low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, no one had lost their life. On the other hand, Heavenly Sword Union's Open Heaven Realm Masters had suffered heavy casualties. Heavenly Sword Union had spent unimaginable resources and effort to build the Heavenly Sword Palace, so the instant it was destroyed, the resulting explosion was not inferior to a full-powered attack launched by a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master. When the dust settled, only about 400 Open Heaven Realm Masters remained on Heavenly Sword Union's side, and all of them were in a sorry state. Martial Peak, Chapter 4596, Huangquan. A giant black hole had appeared where the Heavenly Sword Palace had exploded. It was surrounded by thousands of cracks that extended to the depths of the void. Space had shattered, making it look like the end of the world. Wuxia stood somewhere in the void, surrounded by a group of Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. His face was twitching, as if he had yet to recover from the series of events just now. The Heavenly Sword Palace occupied an absolute advantage. Just a few million more kilometers, and it would have reached the Star Boundary. At that time, Voidland would have been at his mercy. But much to his dismay, Xianxia had borrowed the power of heaven and earth to instantly break through from the Sixth Order to the Seventh Order, destroying the Heavenly Sword Palace, shattering his greatest reliance, and dragging him down into the dirt. Xianxia raised his spear and sneered, "Old dog, you're finally willing to come out." Zuoquan Hui narrowed his eyes as he looked at Yang Kai. When their gazes met, it seemed as if sparks were flickering. "Kill!" Yang Kai shouted as his enormous dragon form wrapped in a supreme dragon pressure appeared before the Heavenly Sword Union Masters in a single move. The next moment, Yang Kai swept his massive azure dragon spear that seemed to hold up the sky as a rich world force burst out, wantonly releasing the power of the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm. Even Zuoquan Hui did not dare to casually take such an attack. Although Yang Kai had acquired the strength of the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm, he did not obtain it by cultivating himself, but because he had borrowed the world force from the star boundary, an external aid. Even so, when Yang Kai attacked with the Azure Dragon Spear using his several thousand meters tall half-dragon form, Zuoquan Hui had no choice but to cherish his own life. Facing this attack, he used a divine ability to block as a feint before pulling back. Seeing this, the 10 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters around him quickly dispersed. Heavenly Sword Union's formation collapsed in the wake of this attack. Behind Yang Kai, a tide of Open Heaven Realm Masters swarmed towards him. Having been under extreme pressure for so long, it was now their turn to vent, which they did without holding back in the slightest. Everyone used their respective divine abilities and artifacts to their heart's content to attack the enemy. The few hundred Open Heaven Realm Masters on Heavenly Sword Union's side were nearly frightened to death. Heavenly Sword Union's cultivators had suffered heavy casualties thanks to the Heavenly Sword Palace's explosion. Now, there were less than 400 of them left. On the other hand, Voidland still had over 1,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters on their side. With almost 3 times the difference in number, there was no need for any kind of battle formation. Just charging forward was enough to crush the enemy. Not to mention, Voidland had a huge advantage when it came to the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Including Yang Kai, Voidland had a total of 22 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. With the 8 Great Emperors having returned to the star boundary, 14 still remained. Even if Yang Kai wasn't included, there were still 13 on their side. On the other hand, Heavenly Sword Union only had 10, so Voidland had a 3-person advantage. Back then, during a meeting with Zuoquan Hui in the Heavenly Sword Palace, Pei Wenxian had proposed to send a message to Xianxia, inviting him to come and help. He had said that as long as they had one more Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master on their side, they could completely turn around the situation. With one more, they would be able to gain an advantage of 2 against 1 in a battle, which would become the key to victory. If just one more Sixth Order Master could be the difference between victory and stalemate, what more need be said if one side had 3 more? 20 Sixth Order Masters from both sides were engaged in a fierce battle, and for the moment, they were evenly matched. Meanwhile, the 3 Mountain Lords of Profound Yang Mountain, Mao Zhe, Gung Qing, and Zhouya quietly blended into the 1,000-plus Open Heaven Realm Masters from Voidland side and rushed into Heavenly Sword Union's army, leaving bloody carnage in their wake. With 3 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters joining forces, how could Heavenly Sword Union's army, who were at most 5th Order Masters, be a match for them? In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the number of Heavenly Sword Union cultivators had been reduced by half, and the remaining people were now surrounded by Voidland's forces. There was no way for them to escape, and it was only a matter of time before they were defeated and killed. After settling the overall situation, Mao Zhe and the others rushed back to the battlefield of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Huang Quan suddenly had his hair stand on end, as if he had fallen into an ice house. A chill ran up from the tip of his toes to the crown of his head. At that moment, Huang Quan was fighting none other than his old nemesis, Hui Gu. Both were from Yinyang Cave Heaven's prison star and had developed a loose friendship during their hundreds of years of imprisonment. However, Hui Gu had infiltrated the prison league under Yang Kai's orders after being subdued by the latter, only to be exposed in the end. As a result, Huang Quan killed Hui Gu's only loyal servant by Mo right in front of him. That day, Hui Gu swore that one day he would kill Huang Quan and avenge Bai Mo. By some coincidence, when Hui Gu returned to Voidland with Yang Kai, Huang Quan had fallen in with Zuoquan Hui. Both sides had fought several times in void territory, but neither of them had been able to gain the upper hand. In fact, Hui Gu's strength was actually slightly inferior. After all, Huang Quan was the league master while Hui Gu was just one of its protectors in the prison league. There is a difference between their status and strength as well. After exchanging several blows several times over the past year, both of them knew each other's techniques like the back of their hands. Huang Quan naturally wouldn't be afraid if he was only facing Hui Gu. However, the three mountain lords of the profound Yang Mountain were now rushing over. Huang Quan was extremely unlucky. Mao Zhe and the others didn't intentionally target him. Rather, they were just providing support to the closest battlefield. Huang Quan and Hui Gu just happened to be on that battlefield. Seeing these three rushing towards him, Huang Quan didn't hesitate to escape as he knew that he couldn't remain. Not to mention a sixth order master like him. Even someone in the seventh order like Zhui Quan Hui might not be able to escape this debacle. After Yang Kai had borrowed the Star Boundaries World Force, strengthening himself to the point where he reached the seventh order, he had destroyed the Heavenly Sword Palace and stopped Heavenly Sword Union's momentum. If Huang Quan did not flee now, when would he? As for whether Zhui Quan Hui would settle the score with him later or not, he could worry about it after he had escaped. However, Hui Gu kept desperately hounding him, which was very annoying. A fierce gleam flashed across Huang Quan's eyes as he ignored Hui Gu's incoming palm strike and ruthlessly launched a divine ability towards him, seemingly wanting to trade a life for a life. In truth, Huang Quan had no intention to fight to the death with Hui Gu. It wasn't easy for him to escape from the prison star and regain his freedom, so he valued his life more than anything. With his sixth order open heaven realm cultivation and a long life ahead of him, he still had many good days to look forward to. He was simply doing this to force Hui Gu to stop and back off so he could escape. But much to his dismay, when faced with this divine ability, Hui Gu didn't even try to dodge or block. His eyes burned with unquenchable hatred as he appeared completely ready to sacrifice his life if it meant killing his enemy. Huang Quan turned pale in shock as he cursed, "Madman!" In a panic, he hastily withdrew some of his strength to defend himself. The next instant, both of them shook and threw up a mouthful of blood each, their auras weakening as their world force unstably fluctuated. Mao Zhe, Geng Qing, and Zhou arrived just in the nick of time. The three of them formed a triangle and rushed towards Huang Quan. Their world force surged as they fired their divine abilities before even reaching him. My destined time has come. Huang Quan's face turned ashen. Even if he was at his peak, he would most likely die if he was facing these three, not to mention the fact that he had been forced into a dead end by Hui Gu. A blinding flash of light appeared before Huang Quan's body flew out like a rag sack as it was struck by three divine abilities. In the blink of an eye, he was left in a sorry state. His hair was a mess and he was covered in blood. Suddenly, an angry and gnashing face appeared right in front of him like a ghost, almost touching his nose. Its eyes were burning with flames of hatred and blood was flowing from its 7 orifices, making it look like a real devil. Huang Quan's heart almost burst in fright as he felt a sharp pain in his neck. Hui Gu transformed into a streak of light as he brushed past Huang Quan. About 1,000 meters behind Huang Quan, Hui Gu looked up into the void and smiled. "Rest in peace, Bai Mo. I've avenged you." He raised his hand, holding a bloody head in it as 1,000 meters behind him stood the headless corpse of Yellow, Spring Heavenly Monarch. Huang Quan hadn't died yet, as the vitality of a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was extremely tenacious. He would not immediately die, even if his head was twisted off, but he obviously knew what kind of situation he was in right now. Blinking his eyes, he also looked up into the sky and heaved a sigh. Back when he left the prison star, if he hadn't sought refuge with Zhui Quan Hui, he would have been living a happy life right now. He didn't hold a grudge against Hui Gu for killing him. From the day he started cultivating, he knew that when one walked the martial Tao, even if he did not kill others, he would be killed by them one day. The martial Tao was long, and there was no one whose hands weren't dyed in blood. How many people were there who did not take life and death lightly? Such a day was bound to come, sooner or later. Be that as it may, he named himself Huang Quan, meaning Yellow Spring. He might receive some kind of preferential treatment in the underworld, but King Yama was not someone to be trifled with. He slowly closed his eyes as his vitality rapidly dissipated. 1,000 meters away, the small universe of a sixth-order open heaven realm master collapsed, releasing a massive amount of world force that transformed into a violent wave of energy which was visible to the naked eye. The violent energy was immediately pulled in by the world tree that was still a few million kilometers away. Huigu's hand trembled, and he shattered the head in his hand before keeling over and coughing, spitting out pieces of his internal organs. Xianxia flashed over. "Are you all right?" Huigu shook his head. "I'll survive." Although he had taken Huang Quan's divine ability head-on and was seriously injured, he would live. Furthermore, a weight had been lifted off his heart after he had killed Huang Quan, allowing his mind to become much clearer. "Retreat and heal yourself first," Xianxia urged before following Mao Zhe and Geng Qing to the next battlefield. Although many of the Sixth-Order Masters were fighting their own life-or-death battles, Huang Quan's fall could not escape their senses. The commotion caused by the collapse of Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master's small universe and subsequent dissipation of his world force was not small. Even the dullest of people could sense it. A Sixth-Order Master on their side had died in such a short period of time, naturally causing great fear among the remaining Heavenly Sword Union Masters. Some of the smart ones immediately began to flee, but how could Voidland allow them to escape? Naturally, they tried their best to stop and suppress them, so the enemy's efforts yielded little result. Under normal circumstances, when two masters with the same cultivation fought, if one of them insisted on escaping, the other would have no way to stop him. Let alone one. Even if two of the same cultivation try to stop someone together, they still might not be able to. This was why the higher one's cultivation was, the easier it was to determine victory or defeat, but the harder it was to determine life or death. If they couldn't beat the enemy, they still could run, unless one cultivated the Tao of space like Xianxia and had unmatched speed, or they had arranged a heaven-sealing, earth-locking array in advance, making escape impossible. Xianxia was currently locked in a fierce battle with Zuoquan. Even though he had obtained the strength of a seventh-order open heaven realm master by borrowing world force from the star boundary, he was unable to divert his attention. Fortunately, there happened to be an array master on Voidland's side. Martial Peak, Chapter 4597, Growing Stronger as the Battle Rages. Somewhere in the void, when Luan Baifeng saw Heavenly Sword Union's Sixth-Order Masters wanting to flee, she immediately sent a transmission to Mao Zhe. The three mountain lords of the profound Yang Mountain had originally planned to assist you to capture that Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm female cultivator named Ziyin, but after receiving Luan Baifeng's transmission, they immediately changed directions and flew toward her. A moment later, Luan Baifeng withdrew from the battlefield, and the three mountain lords joined forces to fight her original opponent, Heavenly Sword Union's Seven Mysteries Heavenly Monarch, Xianxia. Xianxia was originally an older generation Sixth-Order Master of Heavenly Sword Union. He spent most of his time in secluded cultivation in order to break through to the Seventh Order. Even most of Heavenly Sword Union's disciples didn't know that they had an old ancestor like him. Only a few of the higher-ups knew of his existence. Besides Seven Mysteries Heavenly Monarch, Heavenly Sword Union also had another Sixth-Order Red Sun Heavenly Monarch, Danyang. Zuoquan had forcefully taken over Heavenly Sword Union with his Seventh-Order cultivation, so he naturally wouldn't allow these two to freely do as they wished. Xianxia and Danyang had no choice but to come out of seclusion. Originally, although Xianxia was shocked by Luan Baifeng's unpredictable methods when he fought her, he was still able to gain a slight advantage. He even had the room to ask Luan Baifeng why she had betrayed Zuoquan and joined Voidland instead. When Luan Baifeng left, and Mao Zhe, Geng Qing, and Xianxia took her place, though, Xianxia couldn't help complaining bitterly. 1 against 3, and with all of them being Sixth-Order Masters, forget about fighting, it would be difficult to even escape. From the start, Mao's cultivation was about the same as his at the peak of the Sixth Order. As for Gengqing and Zhouya, although they were slightly weaker, they weren't too far off. I guess things are not looking good for us today, unless Zuo Quanhui manages to take down Yangkai. Qi Xian was barely able to deal with the three mountain lords of the profound Yang Mountain, and was forced to only defend under their combined attacks, while secretly praying for a miracle. On the other side, after Luan Baifeng broke away from her opponent, her figure shuttled through the void, wandering the various battlefields as she sent out her array plates one after another, instantly activating the arrays engraved on them. She had quite a number of array plates in her possession and of various types, but because masters on both sides were fighting, Luan Baifeng had chosen to only use trapping arrays or illusion arrays. Basically, all the array plates she had thrown out were non-lethal. Although the arrays activated from these array plates could not kill or injure the enemy, it might even disturb the judgment of her own allies, they could temporarily trap these Sixth Order masters in place and prevent them from escaping. A moment later, 8 arrays took shape in the void. Although no figure could be seen inside these arrays, the cultivators outside were able to clearly sense the shock waves and fallout coming from inside. Obviously, the masters of both sides trapped inside were fighting fiercely. After having done all this, Luan Baifeng took a break and turned her head to look at Yang Kai and Zuo Quanhui, and saw the two of them exchanging blows, constantly releasing their divine abilities and secret techniques. Although Yang Kai was at a disadvantage, he was still able to hold on. After seeing this, Luan Baifeng could finally feel relieved. She then rushed into the array in front of her to help her companion kill his opponent. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were locked in a heated battle with their respective opponents, but the Heavenly Sword Union cultivators below the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm were getting slaughtered one-sidedly. The original 300 or so Open Heaven Realm Masters of Heavenly Sword Union had suffered great casualties under the hands of the 3 mountain lords of the profound Yang Mountain. Now, less than half the original number remained. On Voidland's side, over 1,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters formed a huge encirclement, surrounding all of Heavenly Sword Union's cultivators and steadily pushing inward. As the encirclement continued to shrink, the Heavenly Sword Union's cultivators suffered more and more casualties. Under the constant barrage of the divine abilities and secret techniques, the Heavenly Sword Union cultivators would explode into blood mists at a steady pace. The huge gap in numbers made it impossible for Heavenly Sword Union to turn the tide. No matter what the outcome of this battle ultimately was, Heavenly Sword Union, a peak second-class force that had enjoyed countless years of glory, would cease to exist. On another side of the void, Yang Kai and Zuo Quanhui were locked in a heated confrontation. It was a battle between high-rank, Open Heaven Masters. The void would shatter every time they clashed, and their battlefield spanned millions of kilometers. Their world force kept constantly clashing, causing the space to crack like a broken mirror. This was especially true for the place where the Heavenly Sword Palace had exploded. A black hole had appeared there after the explosion. This black hole should have slowly closed under the self-repairing properties of the world principles if it was not subjected to any external forces. However, under the influence of the intense battle between the two, not only did this black hole not show any signs of closing, it even grew larger instead. A chaotic aura of nihility was coming from inside the black hole. This wasn't the first time Yang Kai had fought Zuo Quanhui. The last time they had fought was in Void territory, but that time he had still been beaten miserably by Zuo Quanhui even with the support of the 3 mountain lords. Yang Kai would have been killed on the spot if it weren't for the fact that his strength far exceeded an ordinary Sixth Order Master's. Although he had managed to force Zuo Quanhui back in the end, he had suffered significant damage and had even exposed his Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. When they fought again after several years, the disparity between the first and this time was obvious. A high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master was indeed on a completely different level from a mid-rank one. Even if he had reached the high rank by borrowing world force, Yang Kai was still able to exert the might of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master nonetheless. On the surface, Yang Kai was still at a disadvantage. After all, Zuoquan Hui was a veteran 7th Order Master, so he had better command of his strength and skills. However, Yang Kai was confident that it was next to impossible for Zuoquan Hui to kill him with his current strength. Moreover, he could feel his strength growing with every passing breath. His current strength came from the Star Boundary's world force. Thus, his strength was directly related to the foundation of the Star Boundary. Previously, Yang Kai gained the might of the 7th Order and instantly destroyed the Heavenly Sword Palace with the help of the various great emperors who had entered the Star Boundary, causing countless Heavenly Sword Union cultivators to die. It had to be known that the world force released by every Open Heaven Realm Master who died would fuel the World Tree's growth, which in turn would strengthen the Star Boundary's foundation. The more Heavenly Sword Union Open Heaven Realm Masters that died, the more energy the World Tree could feed back to the Star Boundary, thereby further strengthening its foundation. This was the main reason why Yang Kai became more confident as he fought. With the Star Boundary as his backer, he had an endless supply of energy unless the Star Boundary exploded and collapsed. Obviously, this had not gone unnoticed by Zuoquan Hui. In the beginning, Yang Kai was obviously much weaker than him, but as time passed, Yang Kai became stronger, soon almost equaling him in strength. The world force, colliding with each other's divine abilities and secret techniques, was the best indication of this change. Zuoquan Hui's confidence slowly sank to the bottom. He thought that since Zhu Jiuyin wasn't here, victory was in his grasp, but it never crossed his mind that something like this would happen. Zuoquan Hui could feel his small universe shake every time they clashed. Although it wasn't a big deal, it meant that Yang Kai had the strength to threaten him. The only thing Zuoquan Hui could rejoice about right now was that Yang Kai had not reached this realm through painstakingly cultivating himself, so his control wasn't perfect. It was akin to a child holding a huge blade that weighed several dozen kilograms. Although the blade was sharp and deadly, the child could not wield it properly. However, he was having a really hard time dealing with Yang Kai's space principles. Zuoquan Hui did not find them that troublesome when Yang Kai was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but now that Yang Kai's had reached the might equivalent to that of a 7th Order Master, he truly found the Tao of space difficult to handle. Yang Kai would appear and disappear without a trace, often appearing right at his most defenseless corner and then thrusting his spear out without a shred of mercy. These attacks were simply impossible to guard against. Occasionally, he would be able to determine Yang Kai's position in advance and launch a divine ability to attack him, but Yang Kai would simply disappear like a ghost. Yang Kai's usage of space principles had almost reached perfection. Zuoquan Hui's expression became solemn as Yang Kai's world force became stronger and stronger. And with the continuous increase in his strength, he couldn't help but feel an urge to retreat pop up in his mind. I have no choice but to admit that I have grossly underestimated the Lord of Voidland. It's just as he had said, it was a wrong choice to make enemies of him in this great territory. But if he wasn't here, where could he fight with Yang Kai? He couldn't fight in Void territory, as that was even more disadvantageous for him with 2 divine spirits lurking in shadows. What's more, Yang Kai had still not used his Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. It was a divine ability that had injured him before, so its power was immense. The battle is already as good as lost. It would be unwise to stay here any longer. It would be better to retreat for now and plan what to do next. Although Zuoquan Hui had decided so, it was extremely difficult to escape from someone who was proficient in the Tao of space. While the two of them fought, Yang Kai also exerted his space principles to turn the surrounding space viscous, making it feel as if they were trapped in a swamp. Had it been any other 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, even if the opposite party's cultivation was much higher than his, Zuoquan Hui was confident he could escape, but facing Yang Kai, he really didn't have that kind of confidence. Suddenly, fluctuations of another small universe collapsing spread out. It was 7 Mysteries' heavenly monarch from Heavenly Sword Union, who had perished under the siege of the 3 Mountain Lords. Zuoquan Hui's face became dark and gloomy. The situation would only become more dire as his 6th Order Open Heaven Realm subordinates fell one after another. And once the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Voidland rejoined forces with Xianxia, he would be doomed. Not daring to hesitate any longer, Zuoquan Hui turned his head towards the direction of the black hole. Since things have come to this, I can only take the risk. Knowingly or unknowingly, his body began to move towards the black hole. Xianxia followed him like a shadow as his azure dragon spear thrust out, releasing world force in bursts all over the void. The shockwaves from the battle between the two caused the black hole to expand further as the chaotic energy became even denser. Zuoquan Hui, you will die today. As Xianxia shouted, he felt his strength sharply rise. This increment was far bigger than before, allowing him to feel as if he was now on par with Zuoquan Hui. Without a moment of hesitation, a golden crow's cry reverberated as a great sun leapt out, lighting up the void. Golden Crow cast the sun. In that instant, Zuoquan Hui's figure seemed to freeze for a moment. Xianxia's eyes immediately lit up at the sight of this. He promptly thrust the spear with the great sun on its tip straight towards Zuoquan Hui without a moment of pause. Space shattered under this attack, and so did Zuoquan Hui's figure. As the great sun exploded, Xianxia vaguely felt as if he had broken something, but he couldn't figure out what it was. And before he could think about it, a mighty sword wave shot towards him. He promptly raised his spear to block the incoming attack. The next moment, a violent energy drowned Xianxia, sending him flying 10,000 kilometers back. Martial Peak, Chapter 4598, Territory Gate. Xianxia's vitality was in turmoil as his small universe trembled. Zuoquan Hui's all-out counterattack was truly terrifying. Xianxia didn't even see how Zuoquan Hui had managed to avoid his first spear strike. It could only be said that a high-rank, open heaven realm master was truly beyond common sense. After quickly stabilizing himself, Xianxia looked up again before his pupils shrank. Zuoquan Hui's figure stood straight as a sword in front of the giant black hole, and beside him were several other figures. They were Ziyin, Yin, Xi, and Zhao, and several other Sixth Order Masters. After repelling him, Old Dog Zuoquan Hui still had the strength to spare to save his trusted subordinates. At this moment, Ziyin and the others were still in a state of shock. They had expended a great deal of their strength during their respective battles. Furthermore, they had been trapped by Luan by Feng's array plates. If Zuoquan Hui hadn't broken the arrays and rescued them, they would have died here, their remains scattered across the void. Now that they were standing beside Zuoquan Hui, they finally felt a sense of security. When they looked around, their eyes filled with sorrow. The Heavenly Sword Palace had long since been destroyed, and the Open Heaven Realm Masters of Heavenly Sword Union had suffered countless casualties. Although there were still over 100 people left who were tenaciously holding on, it was only a matter of time before they would be defeated and killed. Red Sun Heavenly Monarch's lips trembled violently as his face turned ashen. Heavenly Sword Union was done for. Heavenly Sword Union, which had been gloriously standing for countless generations, was completely destroyed after this battle. Dan Yang felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. Although he was resentful over the fact that Zuoquan Hui had dragged Heavenly Sword Union into this mess, he didn't dare say anything. For better or worse, he and Huang Mao had been saved by Zuoquan Hui, so as long as they could escape with their lives this time, with their Sixth Order cultivation, they might still have a chance to make a comeback in the future. Honored Master, Ziyin suddenly looked towards Zuoquan Hui's waist with a look of horror on his face. Much to her shock and dismay, there was a bloody hole in Zuoquan Hui's body which was surrounded by raging golden crows, true fire. Master was actually injured. Ziyin couldn't believe her eyes. Xianxia had injured her honored master the last time they fought in Void territory, but that was because Zuoquan Hui had been too careless, and Xianxia had joined forces with two other Sixth Order Masters. The situation was much different compared to now when he was injured in a one-on-one fight. It was shocking to think Xianxia was actually this strong. Zuoquan Hui didn't seem to have heard Ziyan's concern, as he simply stared indifferently at Xianxia from a few thousands of kilometers away. Xianxia was also looking at him, his gaze slowly shifting down to the bloody wound as a big grin appeared on his face. It turned out Zuoquan Hui did not come out completely unscathed from their last clash. Just now, Zuoquan Hui had used some kind of unknown technique to avoid his fearsome strike, while simultaneously repelling him and rescuing Ziyin and the others. Xianxia thought that there was still a big gap between him and Zuoquan Hui, but by the looks of it, Zuoquan Hui had paid a great price to achieve this. Xianxia was overjoyed. Although he hadn't been able to kill Zuoquan Hui with that blow, if he could seriously injure him, he was not that far from killing him. Raising his Azure Dragon Spear, Xianxia looked at Zuoquan Hui with a defiant expression on his face. Zuoquan Hui took a deep breath and indifferently stated, "This monarch will pay you back 100-fold for the gift you have given me today." Xianxia sneered, "You don't need to wait. Let's settle this grudge now. Let us see if you die or I perish." Zuoquan Hui slowly shook his head in response. "The time has yet to come." Having said so, he turned around and slashed his sword towards the black hole behind him. Xianxia was dumbfounded at the sight of this. He was completely unable to understand what Zuoquan Hui was doing, but he instinctively felt that something was not right. The next moment, the black hole suddenly expanded under the influence of the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm World force pouring out from this sword strike. Zuoquan Hui summoned his strength without a moment of hesitation, wrapping it around the few Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters beside him before diving in. Xianxia's eyes widened in shock. Is he courting death? That black hole is filled with nihility and chaos. Even if he's a Seventh Order Master, it's impossible for him to find his way out once he's inside. Sooner or later, he would be lost in the void crack and suffer a fate worse than death. But right then, Xianxia felt a strange aura from the black hole. It wasn't an aura of nihility and chaos, but rather a trace of the power of the stars. He's trying to escape. Xianxia shouted in anger. "Where do you think you're going?" Pushing his space principles madly, he thrust his spear forward, straight into the black hole. Xianxia heard a muffled groan as he withdrew his spear and could see blood dripping from the tip of his spear. Be that as it may, Zuoquan Hui and the others were nowhere to be found, and it was unknown who had been injured by that spear. Standing in front of the black hole, Xianxia's gaze turned serious as he carefully examined it for a moment. The next moment, he ground his teeth in anger and shouted, "A territory gate." This black hole had formed due to the explosion of the Heavenly Sword Palace, and along with constant barrage of attacks, the void in this region was completely shattered, which actually resulted in the formation of a territory gate that was connected to another great territory. Xianxia's face turned extremely dark and gloomy. He actually let Zuoquan Hui escape, even when he had such a good opportunity before him. Earlier, Zuoquan Hui deliberately stood in front of this black hole to lure him into attacking with his spear, even at the expense of being seriously injured. At that time, Xianxia clearly felt that his spear had broken something. However, Zuoquan Hui's quick counterattack sent him flying thousands of kilometers away, so Xianxia didn't have time to carefully investigate it. "I guess I broke the territory barrier at that time. He lured me into attacking him at the risk of his own life, so that he could borrow my space principles." Although Zuoquan Hui was a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he was not proficient in the Tao of Space, so even if he personally took action, he might not be able to achieve this. On the other hand, Xianxia could. He knew that he could not escape from Xianxia, who was proficient in the Tao of Space, so the only way out was to borrow Xianxia's strength to shatter the territory barrier and create a new territory gate to another great territory. If it was the past Xianxia, he might not have been able to do this. After all, his cultivation wasn't high enough. However, the explosion of the Heavenly Sword Palace resulted in the formation of a weak spot in the territory barrier, which should have closed up soon after, but due to the fierce battle between the two, not only did it not seal itself, it expanded, which made it possible for this to happen. The right conditions and the right person with the right timing made this possible. If even a single factor was missing, this would not have been possible. The fact that Zuoquan Hui was able to come up with such a plan and find a lifeline even in such a desperate situation was a testament to his rich knowledge and experience. He really was an old fox. Xianxia's teeth were about to break from all the gnashing. He gripped the azure dragon spear so tightly that the veins on his hand were bulging. Although he was filled with unwillingness, he was unable to launch a pursuit. His current cultivation was thanks to the world force borrowed from the star boundary. So once he chased after them and left this great territory, he would lose that boost. At that time, not to mention the sudden loss of his 7th order might, his original 6th order cultivation would be too exhausted to be utilized. Xianxia had consumed a great deal of his energy before borrowing the world's strength, and had yet to recover. Mercy, please. I'm willing to surrender. I'm willing to submit. I'm willing to follow Voidland's orders from now on. Amidst the chaos, firm gold heavenly monarchs begging could be heard from nearby. After Zuoquan Hui repelled Xianxia, although he had managed to rescue a few of his subordinates, he did not get them all. Apart from Ziyin, Pei Wenxian, and Yin Xin Zhao, he only took Heavenly Sword Union's Red Sun Heavenly Monarch and Huang Mao with him. Ziyin was his only remaining disciple, so no matter what, he couldn't ignore her. Pei Wenxian and Yin Xin Zhao were both Cave Heaven disciples, so he couldn't leave them behind either. Otherwise, even if he managed to escape today, Myriad Demons Heaven and Xian Yuan Cave Heaven wouldn't let him go. He only helped Heavenly Sword Union's Dan Yang and Huang Mao because it was convenient. As for the remaining Jin Gang, Song Yin, and Heavenly Sword Union's Liang Su, Zuoquan Hu, he couldn't do anything about them and had no choice but to abandon them. Now that Zuoquan Hui had escaped, and Heavenly Sword Union had almost been completely wiped out, how could Jin Gang and the others still have the courage to fight? Hearing his request, Mao Zhe and the others who were surrounding them couldn't help but slow down their attacks. Mao Zhe even retreated and turned his head towards Xianxia with a look of inquiry. A 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was considered a powerful force in the 3,000 worlds. Although there are currently over 20 such masters in Voidland, no one was going to complain about having a few more. The more masters a force had, the stronger their foundation would be. Mao Zhe could not tell what Xianxia was thinking, but he faintly felt that Xianxia should not refuse such a good opportunity. To his surprise, Xianxia just coldly glanced over and shouted, without a moment of hesitation or mercy, "Kill them!" Mao Zhe's heart clenched, but he joined the battle once more without any delay, unleashing his divine abilities and attacking Jin Gang with everyone else, causing the latter to curse and complain incessantly. Wan Baifeng rushed over and stood next to Xianxia, asking in a low voice, "No matter what, those 3 are 6th Order Masters. Isn't it a pity to just kill them?" Xianxia let out a cold snort. Anyone who only knows how to bully the weak while currying favor with the strong can only have the courage of a mouse. What's the point of keeping such trash alive? What's more, if a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master tries to rebel, who can suppress them? If I still had pages on my loyalty list, I wouldn't mind keeping them alive, but now that all 9 pages have been completely filled, there is no place to write their names, unless I remove someone else's, of course. Wan Baifeng's face twitched. "I was just making a suggestion. If you want to kill them, it's your choice." Wan Baifeng could tell that Xianxia was in a particularly foul mood, so she didn't say anything else, lest she offended him somehow. However, she still found it a bit regretful. Those 3 are 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. It would be better to throw them into the Black Territory or slaves than to just kill them here. She had been in charge of the Black Territory for many years and was always interested in acquiring all kinds of Open Heaven Realm Masters who had been pushed to the end of their ropes. She was not trying to plead for leniency for Jin Gang and the others. It was just her instinct to acquire manpower. Any Open Heaven Realm Master she could use was just her slave in her eyes. However, if Xianxia wanted her to give up her position in the loyalty list, it would be impossible. Once someone had entered the loyalty list, he or she would forever be a slave, unless her name was erased, and having her name crossed out meant her death. However, after she gave it another thought, she realized that the current situation of the Black Territory was very different from before. Xianxia could go deep into the Black Territory and bring back, or stars to mine, so it didn't matter if she had Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters or not. What about those guys over there? We don't need to kill all of them, do we? Luan Baifeng turned to look at the remaining Heavenly Sword Union forces. They're all below the Sixth Order. If we train them a little, they'll be good at mining and will be easy to control. Yang Kai waved his hand. I'll leave them to you. In any case, there weren't many Open Heaven Realm Masters left from Heavenly Sword Union, so whether they killed them or not didn't matter. If Luan Baifeng wanted them, he could just give them to her. She had made many great contributions in this war, and if she hadn't risked her life to save he and Lan's son, Zuoquan Hui would have definitely gained an absolute advantage over Voidland. A bright smile immediately bloomed on Luan Baifeng's face. Many thanks, sir. Martial Peak, Chapter 4599, Old Dog's Trap. Luan Baifeng was just about to take over the remaining Open Heaven Realm Masters of Heavenly Sword Union, when suddenly, the aura of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm burst out from inside the huge encirclement formed by the 1,000 Voidland Open Heaven Realm Masters. Immediately after, a figure shrouded in demon chi broke through the layers of the blockade and rushed out, sending many Open Heaven Realm Masters tumbling in the process. Luan Baifeng's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of this. Breakthrough during a battle? Luan Baifeng knew exactly how many Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters there were in Heavenly Sword Union. After all, she had been there for several years and knew all of them like the back of her hand. But at this moment, someone had broken through to the Sixth Order during this fierce battle. Luan Baifeng was shaken, and a storm blew through her heart. On the martial Tao, aptitude, opportunities, and destiny were all indispensable. Below the Open Heaven realm, cultivators would often be able to break through to a higher realm under great pressure, allowing them to turn around desperate situations by killing enemies originally stronger than themselves. This was known as breaking through in battle. Forget about others. Luan Baifeng herself had experienced this once before. She couldn't remember how many years ago it was, but at that time, she was only in the Saint King realm. A man who lusted after her beauty and wanted to do something heinous to her had chased after her relentlessly. Luan Baifeng was still unable to escape from that man, even after fleeing for a month. However, during a cruel battle, she suddenly broke through to the origin returning realm in a moment of life and death and defeated that sadistic bastard. She clearly remembered that she cut off all that bastard's limbs, severed his manhood, peeled his skin from his muscles, and tortured him for 3 days and 3 nights before he finally died. From the beginning to the end, she didn't know the name of that bastard. She only remembered his cries and pleads before he died. His pitiful begging was music to her ears and truly unforgettable. However, she had broken through like this only once on her own path of growth, and she was a proud daughter of the heavens. Otherwise, she wouldn't have reached the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Yet, someone with aptitude like her had only broken through like this once in a much, much lower realm, so one could only imagine how rare such an experience was. This was also just for the realms below the Open Heaven realm. Once someone's cultivation had broken through to the Open Heaven realm, he or she would need time and accumulation above all else to advance further. It was practically impossible for any Open Heaven realm master to break through due to a life or death battle, because even if they did gain some insights during that moment of crisis, it would only advance their state of mind or comprehension, not their order. But now, she had personally witnessed a Fifth Order Open Heaven realm master advance to the Sixth Order in such a crisis. This came as a huge surprise to her. It's that myriad demons heaven's disciple. Luan Baifeng's beautiful eyes lit up as she developed a strong interest in this person. If such a man was captured and carefully examined, she might be able to gain some benefits. I'll go capture him, Luan Baifeng stated before rushing forward. Impatience was clearly written on her face, as if she would miss out on something good if she was a moment late. But right then, a spear suddenly appeared in front of her. Luan Baifeng turned her head in shock and saw Yang Kai staring at the myriad demons heaven disciple who had just broken through to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm silently. Even when the man rushed into the newly formed territory gate and disappeared, Xianxia showed no sign of stopping him. Although he could easily stop this man with his current strength of the high-rank open heaven realm and his proficiency in the Tao of space, he still didn't make any moves. Luan Baifeng blinked her beautiful eyes in confusion, unable to understand what Xianxia was up to. Nonetheless, Xianxia's intention to let this man live was extremely obvious, so how could she not see it? An extremely audacious idea suddenly popped up in Luan Baifeng's mind as she narrowed her eyes. If you don't go now, none of Heavenly Sword Union's disciples will be left, Xianxia indifferently stated, withdrawing his azure dragon spear. Luan Baifeng promptly turned her head and saw that the open heaven realm masters of Heavenly Sword Union were all on their last legs. She could not delay any longer, so she immediately rushed over and shouted to stop Voidland's people. Xianxia turned his head and looked towards the 3 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters before his figure left a long streak of light as he shot towards them, thrusting his spear out. The eyes of Jin Gang, who was still struggling at death's door, suddenly bulged as he stood there in a daze. He looked down and noticed that a giant hole had appeared in his chest at some point. His heart had been eviscerated and his vitality was now leaking out. Before he could recover from his shock, a series of divine abilities came crashing down on him from all sides, instantly reducing him to mist. The other 2 battlefields did not fare any better. Song Yin and the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master named Liang were already exhausted, so how could they possibly withstand the might of Xianxia's spear? Not to mention, they were besieged by 4 or 5 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters each by now. The 3 enemy 6th Order Masters died one after another, and their massive world force instantly dispersed into the void. With their deaths, the shockwaves of the fierce battle slowly subsided. On the other side, Luan Baifeng had also taken over the battlefield of the cultivators below the 6th Order. There weren't many Heavenly Sword Union cultivators left, just 70 or 80. In this battle, Heavenly Sword Union's Open Heaven Realm Masters had suffered overwhelming casualties. 5 6th Order Masters had lost their lives, while the casualties below the 6th Order were in the hundreds. The death of so many Open Heaven Realm Masters had caused the World Tree's growth to reach unimaginable levels. In the Star Boundary, the massive canopy over 100,000 meters tall now blocked out the sun over a vast swath of land. One could even see the towering giant tree clearly from millions and millions of kilometers away in the void. Recover as much as you can. 2 hours later, follow me to pursue the enemy. Xianxia ordered before immediately sitting down cross-legged and cutting off his connection with the Star Boundary. He knew to hit a dead snake to avoid any future trouble. He had managed to injure Zuoquan Hui with great difficulty, so if he let him escape again, it would only be more difficult for him to kill him next time. The last time he escaped, Zuoquan Hui returned with Heavenly Sword Union under his command. Who knows if he would return with some earthly Sword Union or something next time. It didn't matter which great territory this territory gate led to, or what kind of dangers they might encounter on their way there. Xianxia was determined to kill Zuoquan Hui. Xianxia's 7th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation rapidly started receding like a deflated balloon. Even though he was mentally prepared and knew that his cultivation would fall back once he cut off his connection with the Star Boundary, he still could not bear the backlash entirely. Only after coughing a mouthful of blood did he feel any better. His cultivation returned to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, and even his small universe was completely barren as his world force had hit rock bottom. He secretly rejoiced that he had not chased after Zuoquan Hui immediately, as he would not have been able to defeat any Open Heaven Realm Master in his current state. How could someone in the Open Heaven Realm without world force be called an Open Heaven Realm Master? After consuming a large number of Open Heaven Realm pills, Xianxia's dry small universe finally received some nourishment and slowly recovered its world force. A short 2 hours was not nearly enough for Xianxia to restore his strength to its peak, but time was not on his side. Zuoquan Hui already had a head start, so if he didn't chase after him now, he would not even be able to catch sight of his shadow. Xianxia slowly stood up and took a long, deep breath as he looked up. 22 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Voidland had gathered around him, including Heaven's Revelation and Wondrous Pill. Xianxia had already sensed their auras when he was borrowing the world force from the Star Boundary, so he wasn't surprised by their appearance here. However, since the 8 Great Emperors had previously poured their world force into the Star Boundary to allow Xianxia to borrow more power, their current condition was quite similar to his. Their auras were weak, and they were probably at less than 40% of their peak. Xianxia nodded slightly to the 2 Iron Blood Great Emperor, Zhan Wuhen, on the other hand, sized up Xianxia from top to bottom. When he spotted Xianxia's gleaming eyes, he could not help but ask in surprise, "Did you gain something?" Xianxia gently nodded. "It saved me at least 500 years of cultivation." Xianxia was able to reach the 7th Order Open Heaven realm for a short period of time by borrowing the strength of the Star Boundary. Although his connection with the Star Boundary was cut off, and his cultivation had receded back to the 6th Order now, it wasn't like he had gained nothing. His 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Foundation had been greatly strengthened because of this, but because his small universe still had not recovered its world force, he was unable to display too much strength right now. Once he did recover his world force, Xianxia believed he would be much stronger than before. This kind of gain was not inferior to when he entered the Divine Armament world. Furthermore, he had experienced the strength of the high-rank Open Heaven realm firsthand, which would be of great help to him when he advanced to the 7th Order in the future. "That's wonderful." Zhan Wuhen nodded his acknowledgement, though he felt a little envious. Bustling World Great Emperor asked in surprise, "If you can borrow some strength a few more times, wouldn't you be able to step into the 7th Order directly?" Xianxia waved his hand and explained, "Don't speak about it so lightly. I had to consume a great deal of the Star Boundary's foundation when I borrowed its strength. The Star Boundary has not shown any signs of degradation because many Open Heaven Realm Masters died in this battle, and the World Tree has received a great deal of nourishment from their collapsing small universes, which is why its foundation has strengthened instead of weakening. If I were to do this a few more times, though, the Star Boundary's foundation would be damaged, and the consequences will be unpredictable." Bustling World Great Emperor nodded lightly. "That's true." Since Xianxia was able to borrow the world's strength of the Star Boundary, the other Great Emperors of the Star Boundary could naturally do the same. Originally, Bustling World Great Emperor was considering whether he should use the same method to rapidly increase their strength. But by the looks of it, although this method was feasible, it would damage the Star Boundary. No one was willing to do this. Xianxia turned to Qin Kuei and asked in a low voice, "Is there something wrong?" Qin Kuei had been observing the newly appeared territory gate all this while. Unlike in normal territory gates, this new territory gate was constantly twisting and distorting for some reason, giving off an extremely uneasy feeling. "It's not very stable." Qin Kuei frowned. "I don't know what we'll encounter if we enter it rashly. We might end up torn apart by the void if we aren't careful." "Ah, right, never mind. If you lead the way, we don't need to worry about that." Xianxia was proficient in the Tao of Space, so he naturally had a method to deal with this situation. How did he create a territory gate? Xianxia couldn't understand this, but Zuoquan Hui seemed to have anticipated this development. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lured him to attack the black hole in the first place. Qin Kuei pondered for a moment before explaining. Rumor has it that the great territories were not connected with each other in ancient times. Each great territory existed independent of the others. Everyone thought that the great territory they were in was the entire universe. However, the great experts of ancient times saw through the mysteries of the world and were somehow able to open passageways to other great territories, which was how the original territory gates came to be, similar to the one in front of us. As more and more territory gates appeared, the number of great territories they could explore increased, eventually forming the current 3,000 worlds. Su Yingshui added, "If one is strong enough, they can break through the territory barrier between the two great territories and open a new territory gate." Xianxia's expression became ugly. "I knew it. I fell into that old dog's trap." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4600, The New Great Territory. Under normal circumstances, even a fight between high-rank open heaven realm masters might not be able to break through a territory barrier, but Xianxia happened to be proficient in the Tao of space. Along with the previous explosion of the Heavenly Sword Palace and various chances and coincidences, Zuoquan Hui was able to borrow his strength to open a passageway between the two great territories, which ultimately gave him a chance to escape. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Zuoquan Hui to escape from Xianxia's grasp, even if he was an experienced 7th-order open heaven realm master. If Xianxia could pin him down until Voidland's 6th-order masters had taken care of all their opponents, Zuoquan Hui would not be able to resist once they had also joined and besieged him. Unfortunately, Xianxia had missed such a great opportunity. Who knows whether the old dog's time had not arrived or the heavens just did not want to side with Xianxia. I have no idea which great territory is on the other side. Qin Kuei frowned. I'll go in and take a look, Xianxia stated as he took a step forward. Allow me. Huigu arrived in front of Xianxia in a flash and rushed towards the territory gate without giving the latter a chance to say anything. After having personally killed Huang Quan and obtaining his revenge, Huigu had no regrets in this life. No one knew if there would be an ambush waiting for them on the other side of the territory gate or not, so the first one to rush in would be at a disadvantage. Xianxia hadn't fully recovered yet, so it wasn't appropriate for him to lead the way. From this point alone, one could see the difference between Huigu and Mao Zhi's group. Both of them had left their names on the loyalty list, but Huigu was far more loyal. Xianxia could not let him enter the territory gate alone, though. Although this territory gate had been formed by his piercing through the territory barrier, it had just been formed and wasn't stable yet. With his proficiency in the Tao of space, Xianxia didn't need to fear the void turbulence. Huigu, on the other hand, was different. He might even lose his way in the void if he was unlucky. Xianxia followed behind Huigu like a shadow while the others quickly chased after them. The territory gate really was very unstable. It gave everyone a feeling of distortion as everyone passed through it. The void turbulence around them churned wildly with the air of chaos and nihility, causing everyone's heart to clench. Fortunately, everything went smoothly, and in the blink of an eye, all of them passed through the territory gate and arrived at the great territory on the other side. Everyone immediately circulated their world force as they secretly raised their guards. But much to their surprise, there was no ambush waiting for them. Zuoquan Hui probably didn't have the courage to remain here and wait for Voidland to pursue him. He had lost more than half of his 6th-order open heaven realm subordinates in the previous battle, and all those below the 6th order had been killed or captured. If he remained here, he would just be waiting for his death. He might as well escape as soon as possible and find a place to recuperate, then look for an opportunity to make a comeback. When everyone came to their senses, all they saw were dazzling nebulas and stars all around them. It was quite a beautiful sight. Everyone was stunned by this gorgeous and stunning scene. Even Xianxia raised his brow slightly. Although he had seen many great territories, a beautiful great territory like this was still extremely rare. No great territory could compare to this place. There were many stars in the sky, indicating that there were many universe worlds in this great territory. There was also a sun star just a few million kilometers away, shining brightly while the occasional golden flare would arc up around it. Xianxia turned his head and looked around, silently investigating. To his side, Qin Kuei took out his universe chart and checked his location, trying to determine their position. A moment later, his eyes went wide in shock. Xianxia, who was standing next to him, curiously turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" Qin Kuei raised his eyes and stared at her in a daze, muttering, "This great territory is not marked on the universe chart." Xianxia was stunned for a moment before asking in astonishment, "Really? Yuhi, Huigu?" And the others also turned to look at him, their eyes filled with shock. "What do you mean?" Duan Hong Chun didn't understand, and the other great emperors also wore similar expressions. They could not understand why the others were so shocked. Although the various great emperors of the Star Boundary had been brought to Voidland by Yang, Kai many years ago. They had been cultivating in seclusion almost the entire time and had only recently advanced to the Sixth Order. They didn't know much about the outer universe, so naturally, they didn't know what a great territory that was not marked on the map represented. Even Yang Kai didn't dare to be certain and could only make some speculations. Yu He and the others also took out their universe charts and checked to confirm it themselves. They discovered that Xianxia was not lying to them. This great territory was not marked on the universe chart, which also meant that they were unable to determine their current location on the universe chart. It had to be known that even the great territory where the star boundary was located was marked on the universe chart. However, it was given a generic identification code as it was too remote and desolate, showing just how comprehensive the universe chart was. The universe chart contained all of the great territories that had been discovered and explored. Not a single one was left out. But now, the great territory they were in was not marked on the universe chart, which left only one possibility. This is a great territory that has not yet been discovered, Qin Kuei excitedly stated. Bustling World Great Emperor and the others were stunned for a moment before understanding the meaning behind Qin Kuei's words. A new great territory. Qin Kuei repeatedly nodded. In a new great territory. A new great territory meant unimaginable resources and wealth that could be obtained. Presumably, if news of this new great territory were spread, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. How could there be a new great territory? Martial Beast Great Emperor furrowed his brow. He had just heard from Qin Kuei that in ancient times, every great territory existed on its own, and everyone thought that the great territory they were in was the entire world. It was only after the great experts of ancient times created many territory gates, connecting many great territories, that the current 3,000 worlds was formed. But after so many years of exploration, all of the great territories had been discovered. There should not be any new great territories. Qin Kuei replied, shaking his head. I don't know, perhaps some ancient great expert did not mark it when they were developing the territory gates, or perhaps it's a newborn great territory. Suddenly, Yang Kai, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. This great territory is very young. Using the word young to describe a great territory was undoubtedly strange, but everyone immediately understood what Yang Kai meant. The mysteries of a universe world's life and death were difficult to comprehend even for those with extraordinary cultivation at the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. The annihilation and rebirth of a great territory was even more out of their reach and definitely not something they could comprehend with their current cultivation. No one knew when this great territory was born, but Yang Kai could sense the young and tender age of the nearby sun star. Just like how he felt that the sun in the black territory was getting old thanks to his golden crow's true fire having a special connection with sun stars. In contrast to the sun of the black territory, which was like an old man with 1 foot in the grave, the sun star in front of him was a newborn baby. I must lay full claim to this place. If it were any other time, such a great discovery would have made all of them ecstatic. However, everyone was chasing after Zuoquan Hui now, and their futures would be fraught with worries and dangers if they couldn't find him. Yang Kai was originally a bit worried that Zuoquan Hui would escape completely. After all, he was already 2 hours behind him. 2 hours for a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master was plenty of time to do many things and travel a great deal of distance. However, since they had confirmed that this was a new great territory, there was no need to worry about that. Zuoquan Hui had borrowed Yang Kai's strength to break through the territory barrier and escape to this place. Before, it seemed like he had managed to find a slim chance of survival by some stroke of luck, but by the looks of it, it was a stroke of bad luck, and he had fallen into a hopeless situation. There was only one territory gate, so Zuoquan Hui had nowhere to run. He was like a turtle hiding in his own shell. Let's leave the matter of this new great territory for later. Pursuing Zuoquan Hui comes first. Yang Kai shouted as he headed in a certain direction without giving anyone an explanation, following some traces which were left behind. Everyone quickly restrained their excitement and followed closely behind him. Along the way, they all did their best to recover their strength and energy. Yonkai was not using space principles. First of all, doing so would consume a lot of his strength, and he was trying to conserve every bit of his energy now to increase his chances of winning against Wuquan Hui. Second of all, it would be inconvenient for him to track the traces left behind while using instantaneous movement. Luan Baifeng was right behind Yonkai, so she was both shocked and impressed. If she had just made a guess when she saw Yonkai let that sixth order open heaven realm myriad demons heaven disciple go, she was dead certain now. The man who had broken through to the sixth order from the fifth order must be Yonkai's spy. But how is that possible? That guy was obviously a myriad demons heaven's disciple. So when did Yonkai get involved with him? She vaguely remembered that when she was in Heavenly Sword Palace, Pei Wenxian had addressed that guy as junior brother Imo Sheng. There were almost undetectable traces of demon qi left in the void, so it was obvious that this guy, named Imo Sheng, had deliberately left a trail for Yonkai to follow. If not for this, Yonkai might not have been able to find Wuquan Hui in this vast void, no matter how much he wanted to find the ladder. Luan Baifeng couldn't help but admire him. The more she looked at Yonkai, the more she felt that this guy was even more scheming than Wuquan Hui. What kind of sly and scheming mind is hidden behind this young man's face? It's one thing to send me into Heavenly Sword Union, but to think he can even put his nose into Myriad Demons Heaven is another thing altogether. It's Myriad Demons Heaven, one of the famous 36 cave heavens. What is it? Yonkai turned his head to look, sensing Luan Baifeng's strange gaze. Luan Baifeng shook her head and failed to hold her laughter. This mistress is thinking that her losing to you back then was not undeserved, sir. Yonkai snorted lightly. If you have something to say, just say it. Luan Baifeng slowly shook her head, not saying anything. Yonkai looked at her with a perplexed look on his face. After seeing that she really had nothing to say, he couldn't be bothered with her and focused on chasing after the enemy. Although Wuquan Hui only had a head start of 2 hours, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was not slow. It was not easy to catch up to him. Fortunately, Yonkai and the others also needed to recover, so they were not in a rush. After 5 days, a rich universe world aura blew on their faces as a star appeared in front of them. It was an azure world and should have been peaceful and tranquil, but looking at it from the void, they could clearly see that the weather on the surface of the universe world was rapidly degrading. Thunderstorms could be seen everywhere. Over there, Yonkai stopped in his tracks as he looked towards that universe world, narrowing his eyes. Wu Kuang's trail pointed directly towards the universe world in front of him. Qin Kuei frowned for a moment before his expression suddenly changed. Damn it, Wuquan Hui is trying to refine the world force of that universe world to recover. Su Yingshue's pretty face sank. To think that someone from Thousand Crane Paradise would use such despicable methods. Martial Peak, Chapter 4601, The Heaven's Judgment. Refining the world force of a universe world was a despicable act that went against the heavenly way. After all, doing so would damage the foundation of a universe world, which in turn would bring calamity to the trillions of living beings. What the great demon god had done back then was more or less the same. Only the lawless and wicked would do something so disgraceful. No matter what else, Wuquan Hui was from Thousand Crane Paradise. Before he was labeled as a traitor by Thousand Crane Paradise, he was an inner sect elder, so it really was unthinkable for him to do something like this. However, when everyone remembered how he had not hesitated to have Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch wreak havoc in Void Territory's Three Brilliance world in order to lure Yonkai out, killing countless people in the process, it became apparent that there was nothing he would not do. Wuquan Hui had resorted to unscrupulous means before in order to avenge his disciple, so he would naturally do so again. Supplementing your own energy by refining a universe world's foundation was not something that could be done so easily. However, it was only possible if the universe world's foundation was compatible with one's own small universe. Otherwise, if their energies conflicted with each other, the cons would outweigh the pros. Since Wuquan Hui was doing something like this, it meant that the foundation of this universe world was compatible with his small universe. Nonetheless, Even if he could refine it successfully, Zuoquan Hui would still need to spend a great deal of time and effort to eliminate the sequelae caused by this. There was no doubt that the foundation of the universe world here was beneficial to him, but if he failed to remove the harmful energy, it would damage his foundation instead. It was not as safe as painstakingly refining open heaven realm pills and cultivation materials of different orders, but it won in speed. Apparently, Zuoquan Hui's condition wasn't very good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken such a risk. "Let's go," Yang Kai shouted as he took the lead and rushed towards the universe world. Since he knew what Zuoquan Hui was scheming, how could he let him have his way? On the Blue Clouds continent, Lu Baiyang was leaning against a large tree with his body drenched in blood, his hair disheveled, and his face completely pale. He was the strongest master in the Blue Clouds continent. He had gained some insights into the heavenly way and had gone into retreat for hundreds of years just to comprehend his own Tao. He didn't know what kind of mysteries lay further ahead on the martial Tao, but he could faintly feel that his path had not yet reached its end and that there was still a vast future ahead of him. He could not prove this point, nor could anyone tell him about this. No one on the entire continent had this qualification. After being invincible in this world for so many years, he longed for an even stronger master to guide him. He had once fantasized about a wider world outside the continent, where cultivators stronger than him existed. He even once thought that it would be great if a stronger master really came to the Blue Clouds continent. No matter if the other party was someone good or evil, he could at least ask for some advice from them. Even if he had to pay a steep price, it was still acceptable to him. And such a day had really come. When the world shook, it shook Lu Baiyang wide awake. He immediately came out of retreat and looked around. The next moment, he spotted 7 figures descending from the sky and landing on tranquil heaven's peak where he lived. This was the sacred peak of the Blue Clouds continent, the holy land of the martial Tao that everyone on the continent yearned for, because this was where Lu Baiyang lived. Tranquil Heaven's Peak was the source of all earth veins of this world, and Lu Baiyang was its protector. The auras of these 7 people were as deep as the sea, and Lu Baiyang could tell each of them had a cultivation far greater than his own with a single glance. Even someone like Lu Baiyang didn't know how to face them. He had longed for a stronger cultivator to guide him, but he hadn't expected that when such a cultivator arrived, their cultivation would be so high that he couldn't even see the opposite party's back. Just a casual attack from the other party had left him severely injured. His foundation almost collapsed, and his cultivation had nearly been crippled because of this. He hadn't even been able to clearly see how the other party had attacked. In the eyes of the other party, Lu Baiyang's title of strongest under the heavens was no different than a scrap of paper. What caused Lu Baiyang to be bitterly disappointed even more was the fact that after attacking him, the other party no longer paid any attention to him. They did not even care if he was dead or alive. They let him lie on the ground, barely breathing, not even showing the slightest bit of vigilance. Only if the disparity between them was too great would they ignore their opponent like this. Lu Baiyang coughed up a mouthful of blood, leaning against the tallest tree on tranquil heaven's peak. He didn't know what these uninvited guests had done, but half a day ago, the heavenly way roared and the wind and clouds changed color. Immediately, Lu Baiyang noticed that the Blue Clouds continent was losing something very important at a rapid rate. He had been able to comprehend a trace of the heavenly way after painstakingly cultivating for so many years in the retreat, so he was able to faintly perceive the changes in the world. It was not just world energy that was being drained away, but something far more important. This was the foundation of the entire world. Hong long long. Deafening rumbles came from the ground as it cracked, and the sky shook to no end. Lu Baiyang felt as if he was hearing the wails of all living beings in the world. Each and every one of the heart-wrenching cries were so real that they seemed to echo in his ears. He shook his head vigorously, but he was unable to shake off the noise. He heard countless prayers and pleas. He saw the world collapsing, volcanoes erupting, and living beings fleeing in a desperate attempt to seek shelter. The world was ending. Lu Baiyang's eyes went wide. He didn't know why he was hearing these strange noises and seeing these strange scenes, but he knew that they were real and were happening all over the Blue Clouds continent. This was the home where he was born and raised. Yet these invaders wanted to destroy it. Lu Baiyang actually broke into a fit of coughing as he braced himself and slowly stood up. Not far away, Ziyin, who was recovering, opened her eyes and glanced at him. Her eyes flickered with a cold gleam as she indifferently stated, "If you don't want to die, just lie there. I actually failed to kill him. This guy is quite tenacious." Lu Baiyang coughed violently again, spitting out pieces of his internal organs before lowering his head and mumbling in a low voice. "This is Blue Cloud's continent. I, Lu Baiyang, am the strongest master of the Blue Cloud's continent. Everyone in the world knows that even if the sky collapses, someone will always appear to hold it up. If I, Lu Baiyang, don't stand now that it is collapsing, who will?" He stated his inner thoughts word by word, taking a step with each one he spoke, leaving behind clear bloody footprints. After a few steps, his dispirited face slowly brightened as his hunched back straightened. The world hummed. The next moment, a cracking sound rang out. Lu Baiyang stopped in his tracks. He felt as if something had appeared in his body. The grand Tao that had always eluded him, like it was covered in a layer of fog, even after having been in a retreat for so many years, suddenly became as bright as day at this moment as a seal appeared in his body. A steady stream of energy was flowing out from the seal, causing Lu Baiyang to feel as if he possessed the same power as the heavens and the earth, and that he was able to control this omnipresent might of the world. "Oh, you obtained the acknowledgement of the world's will and became a great emperor, allowing you to form a Tao seal?" Xianxia looked towards Lu Baiyang with interest. Red Sun Heavenly Monarch indifferently stated, "This world is sentient. It doesn't want to be destroyed. So naturally, it will strive to find a chance to survive. But unfortunately..." So, what if Lu Baiyang had become a great emperor? In front of several Sixth Order and a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, he was still nothing more than an ant. If he had found such a genius in the past, Dan Yang might have been interested in taking him under his wing and meticulously nurturing him. However, after the battle with Voidland, Heavenly Sword Union had almost been wiped out, with only him and Huang Mao surviving until now. There would be no Heavenly Sword Union in the future. Dan Yang even didn't have the heart to take in disciples and teach them at this point. While Lu Baiyang was still in a daze, Ziyin had already lifted her hand. The next moment, she sent a burst of energy towards Lu Baiyang's heart with a flick of her wrist. In the moment of crisis, Lu Baiyang instinctively dodged to the side, borrowing the might of the world to instantly teleport to another location, but the energy followed after him like it was alive. This time, Lu Baiyang was unable to dodge, and his chest was pierced through, causing a fountain of blood to spurt. Lu Baiyang was shocked and fell into despair. Originally, he had thought that he would be able to fight against these invaders after his strength had greatly increased. He would be able to take a few of them down along with him, even if he lost his life. However, he now finally realized that the gap between him and these people was simply too great. The woman had heavily injured him with a flick of her wrist, so it would obviously be a simple matter for her to kill him. Lu Baiyang looked up in anger and roared, grounding his teeth. "You will surely suffer the heaven's judgment for committing such vile acts. The trillions of dead souls of my Blue Cloud's continent will haunt you day and night. We will not let you rest in peace." Hearing this, Xianxia sneered. "Haunt us? The heaven's judgment? Ignorant fool." Mid-speech, Xianxia looked up and a look of fear appeared on his face as he shouted, "How did they find us?" The others also felt that something was wrong, and all of them looked up as if they were facing a great enemy. Even Zhuo Hui, who was refining the foundation of the Blue Cloud's continent, suddenly opened his eyes as a dark and malicious gleam flashed across his eyes. Lu Baiyang finally realized what was happening and also looked up as well. He then saw an upheaval in the void as a giant crack appeared in the sky. From the crack, a group of more than 20 people appeared, descending upon the world like divine soldiers from the heavens. The person in the middle was a young man who looked even more youthful than himself. He wore a tight-fitting outfit and had a majestic and dignified expression. In an instant, everyone became tense. The invaders who were ridiculing Lu Baiyang just now wore ugly expressions, as if their parents had just been murdered. Although Lu Baiyang didn't know where this second group of guests came from, it was clear that these two groups were enemies. More importantly, the first group was obviously afraid of the newcomers. Lu Baiyang's heart was filled with joy as he burst into loud laughter. Those who act unjustly will die. The heaven's judgment has arrived. No one was in the mood to pay attention to this fellow who had just become a great emperor. Xianxia and the others became extremely focused as they began circulating their world force. Up in the sky, Yang Kai stated in a calm and composed manner, coldly staring down, "Zuoquan Hui, you won't escape this time." Zuoquan Hui clenched his teeth and coldly snorted. "And how are you going to fight me exactly? You can't borrow the world's strength after leaving that great territory, can you?" Previously, Yang Kai had advanced to the Seventh Order by borrowing world force from the Star Boundary, obtaining the qualifications to fight him. Now that he had left the great territory, his cultivation had reverted to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Although he only had 6 Sixth Order Masters beside him, including one more who had just broken through, a Seventh Order Master like him alone was enough to bridge the gap between them, so the current situation was not necessarily worse than before. As long as he could take down Yang Kai, he would be victorious. Looking down at the blue clouds continent, Yang Kai sighed softly and sympathetically mumbled, "Many people are going to die today." Martial Peak, Chapter 4602, Sneak Attack. If so many Open Heaven Realm Masters were to fight here, it would definitely have a huge impact on the entire universe world. If the fight went on for too long, this universe world might even be torn to pieces. However, they could not remain still either. Once Quan Hui had refined this universe world's foundation, he could do as he pleased, and this continent would plunge into misery anyway. All Yang Kai could do was quickly end this battle to reduce the losses. Yang Kai's gaze turned to the nearby Great Emperor, who was lying in a pool of blood. Lu Baiyang also happened to have noticed him. As their eyes met, Lu Baiyang requested in a low voice, "Blue Cloud's continents, Lu Baiyang begs for your excellency's assistance in slaying these evil people and returning peace to this world." "I won't disappoint you." Yang Kai nodded slightly before raising his spear and pointing it towards Zuoquan Hui. "Today, either he dies or I perish." Seeing this, Lu Baiyang's figure flickered, and he instantly disappeared from his spot. After having obtained the acknowledgement of the world's will and becoming a great emperor, he was able to travel freely on the Blue Clouds continent. Even if he had never cultivated the Tao of space, he could still travel to any corner of this world with its assistance. A great battle was about to break out. Although he had no way of speculating what kind of profound cultivation both sides had, he knew that the gap between him and them was too great. If he stayed here, not only would he not be of any help, but he might even be accidentally injured. Since that was the case, the better choice was to quickly evacuate everyone in the vicinity. Regardless of how many he could actually save, he had to at least try. Zuoquan Hui and the others had no intention of stopping him. The life and death of an indigenous great emperor did not matter to them. The next moment, the aura of 22 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters slowly spread out, causing the entire world to freeze. Ziyin and the others couldn't help but let out muffled grunts as they felt as if a great mountain was pressing down on them, making it hard to even properly breathe. They had no choice but to use their full strength to resist the pressure. At the same time, they quickly moved towards Zuoquan Hui. The gap in their numbers was simply too great, with Yang Kai's group being almost 3 times bigger than theirs. They had no choice but to rely on Zuoquan Hui, a high-rank Open Heaven realm, to even the odds. The atmosphere instantly became tense as both sides unleashed their auras, seemingly wanting to seize the initiative in this silent battle. But neither of them actually took the initiative to attack. Immediately after, void cracks began to appear right in the middle of the two groups, distorting the surrounding space. They were evenly matched. Surprisingly, they were able to block the invisible pressure emanated by Voidland's masters under Zhou Quan Hui's leadership. Xian and the others were ecstatic, and they pushed their auras even harder. Voidland was losing ground. Among the 22 people who stood in midair, a few of them suddenly stumbled, and their faces went slightly pale. They looked like they were about to collapse. Heavenly Sword Union's masters became even more excited at the sight of this. They immediately wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to push further and crush the arrogance of Voidland. If they could achieve this, Voidland would be at a disadvantage in the actual battle. With such a huge disparity in numbers, Heavenly Sword Union's side should have been at a disadvantage even if they had a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but the fact was that Voidland were the ones losing momentum. They appear to have the upper hand, but actually didn't. Ziyin failed to understand why they were gaining the upper hand and could only guess that Voidland's side had consumed too much energy in the last battle and had yet to recover. This was great news for Heavenly Sword Union's group. In Xian Zhao, Pei Wenxian, Dan Yang, and Huang Mao also had similar thoughts. Perhaps this time, they would be able to turn defeat into victory. But the next moment, something happened that took everyone by surprise. Palm shadows filled the sky as they rained down on Zhou Quan Hui's back like a violent storm. Then, the fearsome world force of someone in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm suddenly erupted. Zhou Quan Hui fell victim to this sneak attack, even though he was a 7th Order Open Heaven realm master. His eyes widened in anger as he slashed his sword behind him without a moment of hesitation. This sword light seemed to be able to cut through space, leaving only the brilliance of the attack behind. A figure quickly retreated, but it was still unable to avoid that sharp attack and was slashed from head to toe, almost splitting in two as a result. Fortunately, the figure immediately retreated after launching their sneak attack. Its quick escape saved its life, but it was still seriously injured. This attack left a huge, gaping wound spanning from the middle of its brow to its abdomen. Red-hot blood immediately gushed out of the wound as the figure was sent flying, crashing into tranquil Heaven's Peak. The 10,000 meters tall mountain split and collapsed into rubble. This sneak attack came out of nowhere, and Zhou Quan Hui's counterattack was not slow either, so everything was over in a flash. It wasn't until this moment that Ziyin and the others came to their senses. When they turned their heads, they recognized the attacker to be the Myriad Demon's Heaven disciple named Mo Sheng, who claimed to have broken through at the last moment and fought his way out. Pei Wenxian's mind went blank as he instinctively felt that something was wrong. He could not believe his junior brother Mo Sheng launched a sneak attack on Zhou Quan Hui. Why would he do that? As impossible as it seemed, the truth was right in front of him. Mo Sheng had already been sent flying, and no one knew whether he was dead or alive, so Pei Wenxian had to accept the reality before his eyes. Suddenly, he felt a cold gaze focused on him, filled with murderous intent. Pei Wenxian was startled and quickly turned his head, explaining himself in horror. "Martial uncles, well, I don't know." Before he could finish his sentence, an incomparably terrifying pressure descended from the sky. It was none other than Voidland's cultivators who had been forced to retreat previously and were now counterattacking. The pressure emanating from the Voidland masters was tremendous, completely opposite to the weakness they showed before. The pressure felt like it could topple the mountains and overturn the seas, sweeping away the world as it passed. They were feigning weakness? In an instant, Pei Wenxian understood everything. No wonder they didn't attack just after they arrived and deliberately used their pressure to suppress us instead. They wanted to distract us so that Zhou Quan Hui would have no choice but to exert his pressure to resist, allowing Mo Sheng to launch a sneak attack. Once Zhou Quan Hui fell into this trap and used his pressure to counterattack, he could not stop. Their every step was meticulous and carefully planned. Those from Voidland were too cunning. Pei Wenxian also finally understood how those from Voidland had found them so quickly. This great territory was vast, and they had not left any trail behind on their way here. Furthermore, it was just a coincidence that they found this continent. However, those from Voidland had arrived here less than half a day later. It was simply too quick. Since Mo Sheng was a traitor, though, it was naturally not difficult for him to secretly leave behind some clues. Mo Sheng was a myriad demon's heaven disciple like him. So after Zuoquan Hui was ambushed, one did not need to be a genius to understand why he was showing such murderous intent towards him. However, Pei Wenxian couldn't come up with anything to prove his innocence. He had no intention of betraying Zuoquan Hui, but he had been implicated by Mo Sheng. The only thing he couldn't figure out was why Mo Sheng had betrayed Zuoquan Hui and when he had teamed up with Xianxia. Now, after he gave it another thought, though, he found Mo Sheng's breakthrough to the Sixth Order extremely suspicious. However, when Mo Sheng had rushed over, no one had the time to look deeper into this matter. In addition, he was also a myriad demon's heaven disciple, so asking too much would inevitably cause the other party to feel some displeasure, which could lead to a conflict they couldn't afford right now. In their situation, even one more Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master meant better chances of survival. At this moment, none of them had the time to think about these things. Everyone, including Zuoquan Hui, a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, buckled under the fearsome wave of pressure. Their energy was sent into turmoil as they spat out mouthfuls of blood. "Kill!" Xianxia angrily roared as he raised his spear. Immediately after, the 22 people on his side, who had been suppressing their auras since they appeared, rushed down like a tiger hunting its prey as they each went looking for their opponent. Iron Blood Great Emperor and Bustling World Great Emperor headed straight towards Pei Wenxian together. Martial Beast and Serene Soul charged straight at Xianxia. Flower Shadow and Ice Feather attacked Dan Yang together. Wondrous Pill and Heaven's Revelation fought Huang Mao together. Fang Yu and Xiang Ying were thus left with no choice but to go after Ziyan. As men, they really did not want to gang up on a lone woman, but since everyone had already decided on this strategy, they had no choice but to accept it. The 8 great emperors, as well as Fang Yu and Xiang Ying, were Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who had advanced in recent years. Their foundations were shallow and could not compare with veteran Sixth Order Heavenly Monarchs like Dan Yang and Huang Mao, or even Ziyan, Pei Wenxian, and Xianxia. In a one-on-one fight, they were definitely not their opponent. But 2 against 1 was naturally not a problem. They were also in desperate need of a fierce battle to consolidate their cultivations and adapt to the battles between Open Heaven Realm Masters. In the Star Boundary's great territory, the Great Emperors had not had a chance to act because they had all gone to the Star Boundary to support Xianxia. Now, their wish had finally come true. Although the Voidland cultivators weren't at their peak because of the last battle, the same was true for Xianxia, Pei Wenxian, and the others. Everyone's situation was similar, and neither was better off than the other. On top of that, Xianxia and the others had just suffered under the joint pressure exerted by those from Voidland just now, which had put them at a disadvantage. For the moment, Voidland had the absolute upper hand in their respective battlefields, leaving Xianxia and the others bruised and battered. The peaks in the vicinity collapsed one after another as the heavens were torn asunder and the earth was split apart. The fallout from a battle between Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were extremely terrifying. Liu Baiyang would have lost his life had he not left, even if he was a great emperor. On the other side, the 3 mountain lords, Huayong and Shu Mudan, Qingke, Su Yingshui, Yuhi Mo Mei, Huigu Wan Baifeng, and Yang Kai as the leader together fought the 7th Order Master, Zuoquan Hui, in a 12 versus 1 battle. To be honest, even 12 ordinary 6th Order Masters might not be able to defeat a 7th Order Master. Even if they somehow won by putting their lives on the line, the price they had to pay would be quite steep, and they might even be dragged down with them. Fortunately, Yang Kai was no ordinary 6th Order Master. The 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were extremely precious to Voidland. So how could Yang Kai bear to let Zuoquan Hui kill anyone? Wu Quang's sneak attack played an important role here. Zhuo Hui had not expected that a myriad demons heaven disciple would attack him from behind. When he had lured Yang Kai into attacking and piercing through the territory barrier, he had suffered severe injuries from Yang Kai's Azure Dragon Spear. On his way here, he did not have the time to heal himself, and had only thought of a way to disperse the Golden Crow's true fire lingering around his wound. And the sneak attack had only made his injuries worse. At this moment, Zhuo Hui could only exert about 70% of his peak strength, perhaps even worse. If Zhuo Hui escaped, even in these conditions, Yang Kai would simply stab himself to death with his own spear. As soon as they began fighting, Zhuo Hui was forced to retreat again and again. Although he was recklessly waving his sword and spending his world force, he was still unable to withstand the combined onslaught of 12 sixth-order masters. Yang Kai's spear struck his shoulder and sent him flying in just a few breaths of time as a dozen or so divine abilities and secret techniques followed closely behind. It immediately caused Zhuo Hui's eyes to widen in anger as he drew a circle with his sword, barely managing to block the oncoming attacks. Even so, his vitality was sent into turmoil from the impact. Martial Peak, Chapter 4603, Fighting a Seventh-Order Master Together. Voidland's group launched another salvo without giving Zhuo Hui even a moment to catch his breath. One after another, multicolored flashes of their divine abilities and secret techniques glimmered before bursting into dazzling halos, destroying everything in their path. With a loud crash, dust and pieces of rocks flew into the air, as a figure draped in demon chi flew out from the cloud of dust and smoke. It just so happened that Zhuo Hui's back was towards the figure. The demon chi in the figure's hands transformed into two demon dragons as they flew straight towards Zhuo Hui, bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws. Close behind the demon dragons was the figure heading straight at Zhuo Hui. Zhuo Hui let out a cold snort and slashed out with his sword, blasting the demon dragons into smithereens. Afterwards, the long sword that was wrapped in intense world force continued moving straight towards the figure's head. With a deranged smile on its face, the figure wrapped in demon chi didn't even try to dodge. Its body was covered in blood, as if it didn't seem to care about its life, and was ready to die with Zhuo Hui. Just when the sword wave was 100 meters away from the figure, the Azure Dragon Spear broke through the barrier of space and shot straight towards Zhuo Hui's back. There was a fist-sized black ball on the tip of the spear, releasing the aura of nihility and chaos. Zhuo Hui furrowed his brow, and he flicked his wrist, sending his sword flying towards the spear. The black ball instantly exploded, transforming into a black hole that swallowed everything around it. Yang Kai was also sent back, flying by the violent blast of energy. From the left, Mao Zhe, Geng Qing, and Zhouya left 3 long streaks of light as they brushed past Yang Kai, while from the right, Wan Baifeng, Huigu, and Hua Yong swooped in, filling the gap in their defenses. The 7 of them used their divine abilities to bombard Zhuo Hui, not giving him a single moment to regain his balance. At the same time, Yu He and Mo Mei flew over, supporting Yang Kai's tumbling body and stabilizing him in midair. Yang Kai, taking a deep breath, and rejoined the attack with the 2 women as their momentum soared. In this chaotic confrontation, the 12 sixth-order open heaven realm masters of Voidland were like a wheel, attacking Zhuo Hui in turn without rest. Even though Zhuo Hui was a high-rank open heaven realm master, he was struggling to defend himself. Not dead yet. Yang Kai glanced over at Wu Kuang, taking a moment away from the intense fight. The figure clad in demon chi was none other than Wu Kuang. He had been sent flying by the sword strike when he tried to sneak attack Zhuo Hui. The sword attack left a gaping cut on his face, as well as on his chest and abdomen. However, he didn't seem to feel any pain. Rather, the more he fought, the more berserk he became. Wu Kuang laughed loudly. A good man does not live long, but a scourge lives 1,000 years. This king is destined to exist for as long as the universe does. Yang Kai curled his lips and stated, At least you have some self-awareness. Wu Quang's expression suddenly became serious. You owe me this time. I expect to be compensated fairly. Xianxia replied, Fine. If you have any requests, feel free to ask. Whether or not I'll fulfill them will depend on my mood, though. Wu Quang moved to Zuoquan Hui's flank, waiting for an opportunity to unleash a series of divine abilities as he shouted, I want this old dog. As he stated his request, his eyes lit up as he stretched out his tongue, licking his lips as an evil aura started emanating from him. Yu He and Mo Mei beside Yang Kai suddenly shivered at the sight of this. They still didn't know what kind of friendship Yang Kai had with this myriad demon's heaven disciple for him to be willing to cooperate with them and ambush Zuoquan Hui, a seventh-order master, but they instinctively felt that this guy wasn't a good person. Wu Quang's request further caused Yu He and Mo Mei's brows to inexplicably furrow. Yang Kai's face twitched as he resolutely declared, Ask for something else. Others might not know what Wu Quang meant, but Yang Kai did. Wu Quang cultivated the heaven-devouring battle law, so it was obvious he was interested in Zuoquan Hui's seventh-order open heaven realm cultivation. No, Wu Quang firmly refused. The last time he had devoured a seventh-order open heaven realm master with his heaven-devouring battle law, his cultivation had soared tremendously. After having tasted such sweetness, Wu Quang simply found anyone in the third, fourth, or even fifth-order bland now. How could he be willing to give up such a big pie like the seventh-order open heaven master before them? As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he was willing to risk his life. Arrogant brat. Zuoquan Hui roared in anger. Yang Kai and Wu Quang were talking like he was already a fish on the chopping board, completely at their mercy. As a seventh-order master, how could he not be angry? He had never suffered such humiliation in his life. However, no matter how angry he was, he could not reverse this situation. The last time he was in void territory, Yang Kai and the three mountain lords of the profound Yang Mountain had been able to barely match him. Although they had been at a disadvantage in every aspect, they were already qualified to fight him. Now, there were 12 sixth-order masters of Void Land fighting him, 3 times more than previously. He had also suffered multiple injuries and was no longer at his peak. So how could he be their opponent? With a dazzling strike, Zuoquan Hui split the ground and the sky before putting a distance from his attackers. The next moment, his figure flickered and actually transformed into 3 clones. Everyone promptly spread their divine sense, but the next moment, all of them looked surprised. The 3 figures were exactly the same. They were unable to differentiate which one was real and which one was a decoy. They had never heard or seen such divine ability before. The 3 Zuoquan Hus wore the same expression, and even their movements were fluid and lifelike. As soon as they appeared, they rushed forward in 3 different directions. As everyone worked together to block the 3 Zuoquan Hus, they were shocked to discover that these 3 Zuoquan Hus possessed the full strength of his true body. For a moment, everyone was thrown into confusion. The power of a high-rank open heaven realm master was really frightening. Suddenly, 2 of 3 Zuoquan Hus distorted and collapsed, leaving behind only one of them who had broken through everyone's encirclement and was now less than 1,000 meters away from Yang Kai. He wore a grim and serious look on his face. The sword in his hand thrummed as he poured his world force into it and swung it towards Yang Kai. Immediately after, a shocking sword wave shot out, shattering space wherever it passed. An indescribable sense of crisis engulfed Yang Kai, causing his heart to clench tight. He realized that Zuoquan Hui knew that it would be difficult for him to fight everyone at once, so he had decided to attack him. Everyone understood the principle of killing a general to subdue his men. Yu He and Mo Mei, who had been standing together with Yang Kai, transformed into 2 streaks of light as they fearlessly rushed forward. They released their divine abilities, but were still unable to slow the sword wave even a bit. Muffled grunts escaped from their mouths as the sword intent struck them. Under the unbearable pressure of the world force, both of them spat out a mouthful of blood and were thrown back. Yangkai promptly put his azure dragon spear aside and quickly formed a series of hand seals. The next moment, the golden crow cried out and a great sun rose, brightly illuminating the world. After the sun, a cold, round moon also rose up as frigid moonlight slowly spread out. The sight of the sun and moon shining together was a wondrous sight. Yangkai pushed both his space principles and time principles to their limit. The golden sun and the silver moon began rotating, transforming into a golden and silver wheel that seemed to cut through thousands of years of time. Everything else in this world seemed to have come to a standstill at that moment, with only the lone high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master remaining unaffected. The sun and moon divine wheel had appeared again. Zuoquan Hui's pupils instantly shrank. Last time, he had been injured by Yangkai's sun and moon divine wheel in a moment of carelessness, which forced him to retreat from void territory and head to heavenly sword territory to recuperate. He still remembered the strange power that gnawed at him like maggots on rotting bones. He had never seen such a strange power in his entire life. It was a mixture of time and space principles, a might that transcended anything he had comprehended or experienced before. He had spent a great deal of effort to disperse the space-time strength which had invaded his body and had lost hundreds of years of his lifespan as a result. He knew better than anyone how difficult and terrifying this strange power was. Originally, Zuoquan Hui thought that Yangkai wouldn't be able to grow much in just a few years, but now that Yangkai's sun and moon divine wheel appear before him again, he realized he was wrong. In just a few short years, Yangkai's comprehension of this divine ability had clearly risen to a whole new level. Compared to when he had used it that day, the sun and moon divine wheel today was far more powerful. The sun and moon divine wheel's foundation was its composite space-time strength. It contained both time and space principles. The Tao of space was Yangkai's grand Tao, and Yangkai had already reached the 7th level, summiting the peak in his comprehension of it, bordering on transcending the mundane. However, his comprehension of the Tao of time was vastly inferior to that of his Tao of space. Fortunately, Voidland had the legacy inheritance of Flowing Time Great Emperor. Flowing Time Great Emperor was the true master of the Tao of time. Entering retreat in the Flowing Time Temple while engaging in discussion with Xianxia and Yang Shui had allowed Yangkai to make a breakthrough in his mastery over the Tao of time. Although it still wasn't as good as his own Tao of space, it was more than enough for him to improve the might of his sun and moon divine wheel. The current sun and moon divine wheel was more than 20% stronger than the past. Yangkai had specially kept this as a surprise for Zuoquan Hui. Originally, he had wanted to use this move to end everything, but the situation on the battlefield had completely changed. Since Zuoquan Hui wanted to consign him to death, regardless of the cost, Yangkai had no choice but to reveal this card. At this moment, each passing breath felt like a million years had passed. A loud bang reverberated through the sky as a terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. The shocking sword wave shattered and transformed into countless thin strands of sword chi, causing the surrounding space to be riddled with cracks. Even the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Voidland were unable to withstand this fallout and were all covered in blood. Yangkai was also struck in the chest by the remnants of the sword chi and was sent flying with wounds so deep that even his bones were visible. Zuoquan Hui didn't fare any better. Although the sun and moon divine wheel's power had been reduced by more than half by his sword wave, the remaining space-time strength still continued to head towards him. Even with his cultivation, he was unable to avoid this blow. Just like last time, when the golden and silver divine will crashed into his body, a terrifying power burst out and strangely seeped into his body, directly attacking his small universe. In an instant, Zuoquan Hui's footing became unstable and everything went white before his eyes. His small universe became even more unstable, and at the same time, his exposed skin began to wrinkle and crack. A dragon swimming in the shallows could be toyed with by a shrimp. A tiger could be bullied by a dog if it left its mountain. Zuoquan Hui was livid. In order to lure Yangkai into breaking the territory barrier, He had taken a great risk. Although he had successfully forced Xianxia to open a territory gate, he had not been able to completely avoid the blow at that time, and was seriously injured. If not for this, he wouldn't have come to this Blue Cloud's continent to refine its foundation to supplement his energy. On top of that, he had been caught off guard by the sneak attack of the myriad demons' heaven disciple, making a bad situation worse. If that wasn't the case, how could he be at such a disadvantage? After a while, the shock waves from the collision gradually subsided. Xianxia's figure left a trail in the air as he struggled to stabilize his retreating figure. When he finally stood firm and looked up, he saw a streak of light flying towards the horizon. "You want to run?" Xianxia fiercely shouted as he raised his azure dragon spear and chased after him. The sun and moon divine had exhausted him greatly, and he had not fully recovered to begin with, so now he was even more exhausted. However, Xianxia could not miss this opportunity. If he did not eliminate Zhuo Quanhui this time, he might not have such a good opportunity next time. Pushing his space principles, Xianxia's figure flickered and disappeared from his original position. When he reappeared, he turned around and thrust his spear out. He happened to be standing right before Zhuo Quanhui, who was fleeing straight towards him. Martial Peak, Chapter 4604, Manifest My Universe. Zhuo Quanhui was obviously prepared for this, as escaping in front of someone who was proficient in Tao of Space was simply too unrealistic. As a result, this spear strike didn't do anything to him, and instead, he managed to hit Xianxia several times until the latter was coughing up blood. In a one-on-one fight, Xianxia was no match for Zhuo Quanhui. Fortunately, Voidland's Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had caught up in this brief delay, unleashing their respective divine abilities as their world force surged violently, pushing Zhuo Quanhui back down to the ground. A strong wind blew and his clothes fluttered. Next to Tranquil Heaven's peak, Zhuo Quanhui stood with disheveled hair, his long robe stained with blood. It was unclear whether this blood belonged to him or his enemies, but he no longer possessed the aloof air of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. With Xianxia in the lead, a total of 13 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters surrounded Zhuo Quanhui from every direction, firmly locking him in place. He could not escape, not to the sky, nor towards the ground. He had never imagined that he would one day fall into such a predicament. Be that as it may, Zhuo Quanhui didn't show any sign of anger or frustration. His expression remained the same as he swept his eyes over everyone present, seemingly trying to imprint their faces into the depths of his soul. His indifferent gaze was like a sharp blade, and when it swept across them, even these masters felt their skin being pricked. Xianxia took out a handful of Open Heaven pills and tossed them into his mouth and started chewing them, taking this opportunity to restore some of his energy. He then pointed his Azure Dragon spear at Zhuo Quanhui and stated, "The sooner you die, the sooner you can be reborn. You're already so old. Why bother making things difficult for yourself?" Zhuo Quanhui turned his eyes towards Xianxia as he indifferently replied, "This monarch has underestimated you. This monarch has only himself to blame for falling into such a state today." Xianxia praised, "It's good to know one's own limits. Since you have realized this, just obediently stand still. Don't worry, I'll end this in one thrust, so you won't feel any pain." Zhuo Quanhui slowly shook his head. "It won't be that easy to kill this monarch. Xianxia, how about this monarch makes a deal with you?" "A deal?" Xianxia looked at him with an arrogant look on his face. "Do you think you have the qualifications to negotiate a deal with me in this situation? If I give the order, do you believe you'll immediately be reduced into a pile of mud?" As he spoke, he kept tossing the Open Heaven pills into his mouth, and at the same time signaled the others with his eyes, making sure they were ready to respond. Although Zhuo Quanhui seemed to be at his wit's end, if a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master were to lash out without regard for his own life, Xianxia couldn't predict what kind of methods he could use. It was impossible for Zhuo Quanhui to escape, but Xianxia had to be on guard against him dragging some of them down with him before he died. Thus, even though he had the upper hand, Xianxia didn't dare to lower his guard in the slightest. On the contrary, he became even more vigilant than before, madly urging his divine sense. The moment he noticed Zuo Hui doing anything suspicious, he would instantly go for the kill. "You can give it a try," Zuo Hui calmly stated, showing a fearless expression. Yang Kai instinctively felt that this guy was purposefully trying to mystify things, but he didn't dare to take the risk, so he could only follow up. "Then tell me, what kind of deal do you want to make with me?" Yang Kai threw bunches of open heaven pills into his mouth, like he was eating candy. He was more than happy to delay things, so he could restore more of his strength. In this short time, he had already consumed more than 100 open heaven pills. Much. Those from Voidland followed suit and began chewing on open heaven pills loudly, annoying Zuo Hui. They could take this opportunity to recover, but he could not. He could guarantee that once he tried, he would be swarmed with attacks from every direction. "Put today's matter to rest right here and now, and let me leave with Ziyan. Everything that happened in the past will be written off." Zuo Hui earnestly looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai quietly looked at him for a while, and when he realized that there was nothing else Zuo Hui had to add, he mumbled incoherently. "Just like that?" Zuo Hui nodded his agreement. "Yes." Yang Kai mumbled to himself. His throat bobbed as he swallowed before he took out a spirit fruit from somewhere. He then lowered his head and carefully wiped it after finding a clean spot on his clothes. "I need to think about it. Your request is a bit excessive. It's not something I can easily agree to." Zuo Hui sneered in his heart. Yang Kai was clearly stalling and using this opportunity to recover. How could he not see through this little trick? But even though this kind of recovery could have some effect, it wasn't very useful. However, when Yang Kai took out the spirit fruit, Zuo Hui furrowed his brow. Because even with his knowledge and experience, he couldn't tell what kind of spirit fruit it was. Under his watchful gaze, Yang Kai opened his mouth wide and stuffed the entire fruit into his mouth, chewing it a few times before swallowing it whole. His throat bobbed up and down once more, clearly showing him swallowing something. The next moment, Yang Kai's expression changed as he reached out and covered his mouth before sealing his 7 orifices. Immediately after, loud rumbles came from inside Yang Kai's body, as if thunder was rolling inside him. His clothes even started fluttering on their own as rich world force escaped from his pores. "What did you just eat?" Zuo Hui suddenly felt that something was not right, as he could clearly see Yang Kai's aura rising rapidly. Yang Kai still had his mouth covered as he madly refined the spirit fruit's pulp. He narrowed his eyes and smiled at Zuo Hui as if he was looking at prey trapped in a cage. Zuo Hui's eyes narrowed as he finally reacted. "A world fruit." "Burp!" Yang Kai loudly belched, burping up a gush of world force visible to the naked eye. At the same time, he waved his other hand like a rattle drum. No, you are mistaken." How could Zuo Hui listen to his explanation? He angrily shouted, "You cunning brat! You forced me to do this! Let's see who dies today, whether it will be you or me." Yang Kai also shouted at the same time, "Attack!" From beginning to end, Yang Kai had no intention of letting Zuo Hui off. Without even mentioning his ridiculous request to negotiate, even if he had proposed a feasible offer, Yang Kai wouldn't have listened to it. After having paid such a huge price to force this old bastard into a desperate situation, how could he let him escape so easily? Allowing a tiger to return to the mountain would only lead to disaster, as it would surely return to bite him in the future. The only reason Yang Kai even bothered talking just now was to allow his side to recover slightly, hopefully allowing them to use just one more divine ability at the critical moment to save themselves. Be that as it may, using open heaven pills to recover was simply too slow. It was while Yang Kai was grumbling to himself about this that he suddenly remembered he had a number of world fruits on him. In the great ancient ruins boundaries primordial land, Yang Kai had obtained a total of 16 world fruits from the world tree, 3 mid-rank, and 13 low-rank. The 3 mid-rank fruits had already been used up. He had used one to advance from 5th order to 6th order, one had been used by Yu He, and one was used to help Lu Shui advance from the 4th order to the 5th order. On the other hand, Yang Kai had only used one of the 13 low-rank world fruits, giving it to Guziyin, which helped him advance from the second order to the third order open heaven realm. Xianxia still had 12 low-rank world fruits left. Although world fruits were rare and valuable treasures, a low-rank world fruit was quite useless to him now, strictly speaking. This fruit could at most allow a second-order open heaven realm master to advance to the third order directly, but it was not enough to allow someone in the third order to advance to the fourth order. Only a mid-rank world fruit could do that. Therefore, Xianxia had simply held on to the remaining 12 world fruits. It wasn't until this moment that he had a flash of inspiration. He had personally consumed a mid-rank world fruit before and knew that it was filled with extremely rich world force. And to top it off, it had no impurities. It could easily be refined. It just would not help an open heaven realm master advance by an order. A low-rank world fruit naturally couldn't allow him to break through to the seventh order, but it shouldn't be a problem to supplement his consumption. Figuring it was worth a try, he ate one. The effect was immediate. The world force in his small universe was rapidly growing, and he swiftly regained his strength. Although he had not recovered completely, Xianxia still recovered about half of his energy. Furthermore, he was slowly recovering the rest of his energy as he refined the rest of the world fruit. Zuoquan Hui had obviously noticed this as well, so he could not hesitate anymore. The trapped beast immediately began fighting back. At Xianxia's command, the Sixth Order Masters had already prepared their divine abilities in advance and fired them straight towards Zuoquan Hui like a storm at this moment. This time, Zuoquan Hui did not dodge, though, and instead, a universe-world illusory phantom suddenly expanded with him at its center. The next moment, Zuoquan Hui's resolute voice rang out in Xianxia's ear. "Manifest my universe and eliminate my foes." Heaven and earth started spinning, and by the time Xianxia thrust his spear out, the sight before him had completely changed. Zuoquan Hui was nowhere to be seen, and even the 12 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had disappeared. Even the environment around him had changed dramatically. Originally, they were above tranquil heaven's peak. The picturesque scenery of the Blue Cloud's continent's sacred peak had been shattered by their battle. The sky had cracked and the ground was split apart, flipping the mountains and rivers. The entire site looked quite apocalyptic. But at this moment, Xianxia found himself standing in a green field. The sky was blue, and there was vast wilderness around him. There was nothing else in sight. Xianxia's face turned pale. He instinctively thought that he had fallen into some kind of illusion and promptly used the demon eye of annihilation. But he found nothing strange. Zuoquan Hui was nowhere to be seen, but his aura was all around Xianxia, making Xianxia feel as if Zuoquan Hui was everywhere. Realization suddenly dawned upon Xianxia as he shouted, "His small universe!" Xianxia was not taken aback after realizing this. Rather, he burst into laughter. "Oh, Zuoquan Hui, are you out of tricks? You even manifested your small universe." Had he not been at the end of his rope, why would Zuoquan Hui have taken such a risk? A high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master's small universe had already transformed from ethereal to corporeal and was capable of accommodating living beings. It could even be said that if one were to raise some living beings in their own small universe, its foundation would be constantly enhanced as they multiplied, which was equivalent to constantly cultivating. Inside Blood Monster Cave Heaven, the ancestors of Abundant City's cultivators were the ones who had been raised by Blood Monster Divine Monarch in his small universe in the past. Blood Monster Divine Monarch had fallen, but his small universe had not collapsed. Instead, it transformed into a universe Cave Heaven and survived. This allowed Xianxia to bring Mo Mei and the others out of Abundant City. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but even though Zuoquan Hui was just a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he too was able to accomplish this. Basically, no 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would do this. However, because it was extremely taxing to raise living beings in one small universe. The environment of their small universe was not necessarily suitable for living beings to live and reproduce, and if they did not take care of this population well enough, all their efforts would wind up being fruitless. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4605, Opportunity Within Crisis. What's more, when fighting others, once their small universe became unstable, it could quite possibly lead to natural disasters, causing the many living beings inside it to die. Therefore, Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were extremely cautious when it came to raising living beings in their small universes. Being qualified to do so was one thing, but whether or not one would was another. Zuoquan Hui wasn't rearing any kind of living beings in his small universe, so he knew his limits. A Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master wasn't invincible, so instead of wasting his time and energy on such a risky pursuit, he might as well refine Open Heaven pills. Nonetheless, as a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, Zuoquan Hui's small universe had indeed become tangible. At this moment, Xianxia was inside Zuoquan Hui's small universe. Xianxia had brought over 1,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters from Void Territory all the way to the Star Boundary's Great Territory by putting them into his small universe. However, sending people into one's small universe required their cooperation. The people he had placed inside could not have any thought of resisting. Otherwise, Xianxia would have had to spend a great deal of effort, even if he could put them inside. So Quan Hui was obviously using a different approach, because Xianxia didn't feel any force pulling him in. Zuoquan Hui had actually done the reverse, summoning his small universe and manifesting it into the outside world, essentially engulfing everyone and everything that was in his small universe's range. Xianxia couldn't help but recall some of the things the proprietress had told him before she went into seclusion, including how Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters used their small universes. The proprietress said that once a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master used his or her small universe like this against an enemy, it would mean that he or she had really decided to fight with their life on the line. This was also the most powerful method a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master could use, a trump card every high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master possessed, because in their own small universe, they ruled over everything, just like how Xianxia once ruled over the Small Seal world. So when he noticed that Zuoquan Hui had actually summoned his small universe, Xianxia was both surprised and happy. What surprised Xianxia was that Zuoquan Hui had decided to go all out. He might have really decided that he would not rest until either Xianxia was dead or he was. Xianxia was happy because if he could resolve this situation, Zuoquan Hui would definitely die today. This was a crisis, but also an opportunity. Xianxia took a long, deep breath as he immersed himself in his thoughts, carefully recalling what the proprietress had said before she went into seclusion. The injured Zuoquan Hui was besieged by over a dozen Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Zuoquan Hui realized that he was no match for them, so he summoned his small universe without a moment of hesitation. It wasn't that he didn't know the risks of doing so, but rather that he had no other choice. By pulling everyone in his small universe, he would be able to control the battle more easily. At the very least, he had dispersed Void Lands Masters. Now, he could fight them individually rather than as a group. It was just like how Xianxia was all alone at this moment. Everyone had clearly been with him, but they had all disappeared now. However, doing so was extremely risky as well. Firstly, by manifesting his small universe, Zuoquan Hui could only use his full strength to control the various elements inside the small universe, and could no longer interfere with the outside world. In other words, the small universe he summoned became a fixed target. If someone tried to attack him from the outside, he would be unable to resist and could only passively endure. Secondly, taking more than a dozen Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters into his small universe posed a huge risk. All the damage Xianxia and his friends caused to the small universe would damage Zuoquan Hui's foundation directly. This kind of damage to one's small universe was extremely dangerous. Only if there was no other choice would a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master be willing to use such a method. As such, Zuoquan Hui was obviously desperate. Xianxia was also certain that not only had Zuoquan Hui taken him into this place, but he had also not let any of the dozen or so Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Voidland escape. After all, everyone had been standing not too far away from him, so he would otherwise have to be on guard against any attacks from the outside. Thinking this, Yang Kai couldn't help but break into laughter. Zuoquan Hui, you really outthought yourself? No one can save you from dying today. Without any more delay, Yang Kai's body rapidly expanded as he let out a dragon roar. His small body transformed into a several thousand meters tall half-dragon, and the azure dragon spear in his hand grew proportionally bigger. He then mobilized his world force as he thrust his spear forward, releasing a violent burst of energy that caused the world around him to collapse. Since this place was Zuoquan Hui's small universe, Yang Kai did not have any scruples when he acted. All he needed to do was use his most powerful methods and wreck the surrounding world as much as possible. There was also no need to seek out Zuoquan Hui, as he could come and go as he pleased in this place. Even Yang Kai, who was proficient in the Tao of Space, might not be able to catch him. Zuoquan Hui was nowhere, but he was also everywhere. All the damage Yang Kai caused to this world would cause some degree of damage to Zuoquan Hui. What Yang Kai could do now was try his best to attract Zuoquan Hui's attention. Yang Kai wanted to make Zuoquan Hui divert at least 60% of his focus onto him. This way, Zuoquan Hui wouldn't be able to focus much of his strength on dealing with the other Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters for Voidland. After all, not everyone was as strong as him. If Zuoquan Hui were to use his full strength to deal with any one of them, the others would find it very hard to resist. The ground split apart as huge ravines spread out like a spiderweb. Even the sky was riddled with tiny cracks. Yang Kai was unleashing his strength to his heart's content, not caring about anything else. Space principles pulsated violently, and every time he thrust his spear out, a giant black ball would explode from its tip, transforming into a black hole that swallowed everything around it. His rupture secret technique was the best method Yang Kai had to destroy the foundations of Zuoquan Hui's small universe. Coupled with his enormous half-dragon form, the entire space around Yang Kai had been shattered after a dozen or so strikes. But much to his surprise, Zuoquan Hui did not even try to counterattack. Yang Kai clenched his teeth and coldly snorted. "You dare ignore me? Zuoquan Hui, you're quite courageous." Yang Kai hadn't encountered any obstructions up until now. Obviously, Zuoquan Hui hadn't paid any attention to him. Zuoquan Hui also knew that Yang Kai was the strongest among the Sixth Order Masters from Voidland, far surpassing what should be possible for an ordinary Sixth Order Master. He could not possibly kill him in just a few moves. As such, his intentions were clear. He was planning to deal with the others first. Then he would slowly handle Yang Kai. How could Yang Kai allow Zuoquan Hui to do as he wished? He used his entire strength to cause as much damage as possible here in order to draw Zuoquan Hui's attention, as the more he could cause Zuoquan Hui to divert his focus, the safer the others would be. Seeing that ordinary methods weren't effective, Yang Kai decided to go all out. A golden crow let out a cry as a great sun rose into the sky, followed by a round silver moon. The sun and moon began cycling as a gold and silver wheel expanded in space, and time principles spread into the surroundings. The sun and moon divine wheel had appeared again. This time, he did not have to worry about Zuoquan Hui blocking or dodging. This was the latter's small universe, so Zuoquan Hui was everywhere and had nowhere to hide. Originally, Yang Kai had expended a great deal of his energy, so he was unable to display the sun and moon divine wheel again. But after consuming a low-rank world fruit, he was simply brimming with energy, allowing him to use it once more. The strange space-time strength filled the air. Wherever the divine wheel passed by, everything cracked, crumbled, and withered away. Not only did the solid ground become like this, but it was even true for the empty sky. Moreover, the space-time strength was crazily spreading in all directions, forming a crystallized world wherever it passed by. It looked beautiful, but it was also filled with endless murderous intent. Right then, the surrounding world force started surging before, transforming into a series of divine abilities that flew straight towards the sun and moon divine wheel, intercepting it. Since Zuoquan Hui had pulled the Voidland Masters into his small universe, he naturally wouldn't sit back and wait for death. Once young, Kai displayed the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. He had no choice but to stop him no matter how unwilling he was. He had been affected by this space-time strength before, so he was well aware of how terrifying this strange energy was. If he allowed Yonkai to do as he pleased, his foundation would be greatly damaged, even if he managed to escape this time. Boundless divine abilities and secret techniques blotted out the sky and earth. Furthermore, Zuoquan Hui did it with just one thought. As the ruler of his small universe, he naturally had many advantages in this place. After spending a great deal of energy, Zuoquan Hui was finally able to completely block the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, but the battlefield was already a mess, and the strange space-time strength had begun corroding his small universe's foundation. Zuoquan Hui had no choice but to use even more of his strength to seal this space-time strength, hoping to slowly eliminate it after this battle was over. Elsewhere, Huigu stood there with cold sweat dripping down his forehead and blood dripping down his nose. Just now, he thought he was going to die, but for some reason, the might of the sword wave attacking him had greatly reduced at the critical moment, allowing him to survive. He vaguely guessed that someone else must have pulled Zuoquan Hui's attention, saving his life. Without delaying for even a single moment, he promptly pushed his strength to the limit and destroyed everything around him. Since Yonkai could figure out that this was Zuoquan Hui's small universe, naturally everyone else understood this as well, especially the veteran 6th Order Masters like Huigu. Even if they had never fought with a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master before, they had at least heard of their unique methods and could match them with their current situation. Similar to the Huigu, Luan Baifeng's figure kept moving like a nimble snake. She never stopped at one place to avoid being targeted by Zuoquan Hui. She was holding a bunch of array plates in her hand and was continuously throwing them out. These array plates would form killing arrays one after another after they were activated, wantonly destroying everything around them. She had used up all of the array plates she had amassed over nearly 1,000 years in no time, causing her a great deal of heartache. Ever since her name had been put on Yongkai's loyalty list, the array plates she had amassed were being rapidly consumed one after another. Previously, she had used up many array plates to set up a number of illusion arrays and bewildering arrays in the Star Boundary's great territory. Now, she had expended most of her killing array plates. The wealth she had gathered over these years was all gone. She secretly made up her mind that after this was all over, she would make Yongkai compensate her 10 times or even 100 times over. Maozhe, Gengqing, Zhouya, Huayong, Shu Mudan, Qin Ke, Su Yingshui, Imo Mei, and he were all separated, but each of them was simultaneously launching their strongest attacks. Zuoquan Hui's small universe instantly became unstable as his world force churned. Even with his 7th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, he still ran himself haggard, dealing with everyone. One figure in particular, clad in demon chi, stood atop a tall mountain. After entering this small universe, Wu Kuang's eyes lit up as he sensed everything around him. The surroundings were filled with extremely rich world force. It was like a mouth-watering feast was spread before him, exuding a delicious scent. Martial Peak, Chapter 4606, If one suffers, all suffer. Since Martial Uncle Zhua is being so hospitable, then your martial nephew won't stand on ceremony with you. Wu Kuang grinned maliciously as he sat down cross-legged and activated his heaven-devouring battle law. Immediately after, his body seemingly transformed into a bottomless pit as the world force and the surroundings swirled towards him. In an extremely short period of time, Wu Kuang had pushed his heaven-devouring battle law to its limit and devoured all of the nearby world force. Wu Kuang couldn't help the look of glee that appeared on his face, feeling the endless stream of pure energy. His expression gave the impression of a perverted, hungry ghost holding a warm and fragrant body, as if he could devour its body and soul. When others were pulled into this small universe by Zuoquan Hui, they could only use everything they had to wreak as much destruction as possible. This was even true for someone as strong as Yongkai, but Wu Kuang was different. He could devour the small universe's foundation directly and strengthen himself in the process. Zuoquan Hui had not expected this, and this was his biggest mistake. He thought that Wu Kuang had advanced to the 6th Order from the 5th Order during the last battle, but he had no idea that Wu Kuang had reached the 6th Order long ago. It was just that he had been carefully hiding his 6th Order cultivation to the end in order to track down Zuoquan Hui and inform Yang Kai. They might not have discussed any plans beforehand, but Wu Kuang was sure that Yang Kai understood his thoughts, and Yang Kai was sure that Wu Kuang understood his. To a certain extent, their hearts were connected. Destruction and devouring were two completely different things. The reckless destruction Yang Kai and his friends had caused to the small universe would undoubtedly bring great damage to Zuoquan Hui's foundation, but their efficiency was far lower than Wu Kuang's. The small universe's foundation began to rapidly deplete as the devouring took place. On the other hand, Wu Kuang's aura gradually grew stronger. Yang Kai could clearly feel that Zuoquan Hui's interference with him had taken a huge dive and laughed loudly as he continued to bombard his surroundings. You finally noticed? But what to do? It's too late. A figure suddenly appeared not far from Yang Kai. It was none other than Zuoquan Hui, who had been hiding all this time. At this moment, this high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master's face was slightly pale, and he was fuming in rage. He raised his long sword and asked, pointing it at Yang Kai and glaring at him, "You knew this was going to happen?" Yang Kai thrust his spear towards him, blotting the sky with spear shadows, his face beaming with joy as he taunted, "Guess." Zuoquan Hui's figure did not move, but an enormous sword wave shot forward, shattering the spear shadows and heading straight towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai quickly retreated, blocking that enormous sword wave that spanned across the sky. But the next moment, his heart suddenly clenched as he threw himself to the ground. A bolt of lightning came rumbling from behind, brushing past his scalp, burning a few strands of his hair. Yang Kai stood back up again, but he had broken into a cold sweat. It was indeed difficult to fight with someone inside their small universe. Not to mention that this opponent was a high-rank master. Although Zuoquan Hui had not fully recovered from his injuries, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. But he had no choice but to fight on. "Who are you? You are definitely not a Myriad Demon's Heaven disciple." On another side, Wu Kuang was no longer able to calmly continue devouring in peace. In fact, when he activated his heaven-devouring battle law, Zuoquan Hui appeared before him out of thin air, slashing at him. Wu Kuang was so flustered that he quickly counterattacked and fled. However, after exchanging blows with Zuoquan Hui, Wu Kuang discovered that there was something wrong with this Zuoquan Hui. He didn't appear to be real, but more like a projection. He also didn't have the strength of a 7th Order Master. Wu Kuang might be fleeing in panic at the sight of Zuoquan Hui chasing after him, but he was not completely helpless. He realized that Zuoquan Hui could not divert too much attention to his side, which was why he was so weak. Having realized this, Wu Kuang greatly calmed down. While running around in circles, he circulated his heaven-devouring battle law, greedily devouring the surrounding world force. There was a malicious grin hanging on his face as he responded, "Of course I'm a Myriad Demon's Heaven disciple. Why is Martial Uncle Zue asking such a question?" Zuoquan Hui didn't appear to have taken any action, but he appeared in front of Wu Kuang like a ghost and gently thrust out his sword. Had Wu Kuang not been constantly changing his position, it would have been next to impossible to avoid this sword strike for him. Myriad Demon's Heaven definitely does not have such an evil technique. "What kind of secret art are you cultivating?" Zuoquan Hui shouted, gnashing his teeth as a sliver of fear could be seen in his eyes. He had never seen such an evil technique before, and much to his surprise, it could actually swallow his small universe's foundation and make use of it. This kind of secret art went against the heavens. If everyone could cultivate it, it would not be this difficult to break through to the Open Heaven Realm. Among the dozen or so 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters he had pulled into his small universe, Yang Kai's was undoubtedly the strongest, But if there was anyone who posed the greatest threat to him, it would be this myriad demons heaven disciple before him. Even now, Zuoquan Hui still couldn't understand why myriad demons heaven's own men would ambush him. Meanwhile, Zuoquan Hui's projection also appeared in front of the other Sixth Order Masters of Voidland. Be that as it may, these projections weren't very strong at all. They were at most on par with their respective opponents, some of them even slightly weaker. Occasionally, they would launch a fierce attack, but it was clearly not working. Obviously, Zuoquan Hui was too distracted to control them all. At first, everyone was shocked by Zuoquan Hui's sudden appearance. Even a sickly tiger was quite fierce, so no one was confident facing a Seventh Order Master. But after exchanging a few blows, they discovered the truth and no longer panicked. The dozen or so battlefields were like a raging wildfire. Each time they clashed, they would cause damage to Zuoquan Hui's small universe to a certain extent, whereas Wu Kuang was constantly using his heaven-devouring battle law to devour Zuoquan Hui's foundation. Yang Kai's several thousand meters tall half-dragon form was riddled with wounds and had many places where his dragon scales were blown off, a shocking sight to behold. Zuoquan Hui had placed most of his attention on him, giving Yang Kai a really hard time. Although his life was in no danger, being constantly suppressed was not very enjoyable. Be that as it may, Yang Kai was more than happy to see this status quo maintained. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for Zuoquan Hui, and once he reached his limit, he would lose for sure. Zuoquan Hui was a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so how could he fail to realize this? He was thinking of taking down Yang Kai first, and then dealing with the others one by one. As long as Yang Kai died, it did not matter how many Sixth Order Masters Voidland had. But after a while, he realized that it was easier said than done. Even if he could push Yang Kai into a corner, he wouldn't be defeated so easily. Since things had come to this, he could only change his strategy. As the two figures clashed, Yang Kai's spear struck Zuoquan Hui's figure, but no blood flowed out. Yang Kai wasn't surprised either. He had already noticed that Zuoquan Hui wasn't a real entity, but a lifelike projection. Suddenly, Yang Kai raised his spear and looked around, but he could not spot Zuoquan Hui. Even his barrage of attacks, which had never ceased, had stopped. Yang Kai's heart clenched. This undoubtedly meant that Zuoquan Hui had no intention of hounding him, and had instead focused his attention elsewhere. And on Voidland's side, Wu Kuang was the biggest threat to Zuoquan Hui. Wu Kuang was in danger. Although Yang Kai could take this opportunity to vandalize Zuoquan Hui's small universe, Wu Kuang would probably be killed by Zuoquan Hui in less than 10 breaths. Yang Kai instantly spread out his divine sense, but he couldn't sense anyone's aura, let alone find Wu Kuang's location. Zuoquan Hui's aura was all around him and disrupting him. What should I do to get out of this? Yang Kai asked himself. He couldn't save Wu Kuang if he couldn't find him. Furthermore, once Zuoquan Hui killed Wu Kuang and the others, he could not be stopped. And Yang Kai would definitely not be able to completely destroy Zuoquan Hui's small universe before then. After a moment of consideration, Yang Kai slammed the Azure Dragon Spear into the ground and pressed his palms together before fiercely pulling them away from each other, as if he was trying to separate the whole world, shouting word by word, "Heaven and earth, open." His small universe rapidly rotated before it suddenly manifested. The reason why Zuoquan Hui was able to manifest his small universe was because his small universe had already turned tangible. This was a trump card that could only be displayed by a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. Ordinary Sixth Order Masters would not be able to do such a thing. However, Yang Kai was able to do so because his small universe had materialized from the very beginning. Yang Kai had no idea what the consequences of doing so would be. After all, he had never tried something like this ever before, but he knew that if he didn't do so, Wu Kuang would die without a doubt, and then the others would follow suit. Yang Kai's small universe instantly spread out, and he suddenly felt as if he had stepped into a whole new world. He could clearly feel that his small universe was now nested inside Zuoquan Hui's small universe, and the two small universes were overlapping each other, one within and the other. The bigger one belonged to Zuoquan Hui, while the smaller one belonged to him. An extremely uncomfortable feeling coursed through Yang Kai's body. He felt as if he was trapped in a cage and was being squeezed from every possible direction, causing him to let out a muffled groan. But the next moment, Yang Kai sensed the auras and locations of the others. He knew everything within his small universe like the back of his hand. Wu Kuang was indeed hanging by a thread, one of his arms limply hanging, connected only by skin and muscles. His body was covered in blood as he desperately tried to escape from Zuoquan Hui's assault. In a moment of life and death, he no longer had the time to use the heaven-devouring battle law to devour energy. All he could focus on was preserving his life. Zuoquan Hui was everywhere, his sword following him like a shadow. Just when it looked that Wu Kuang was about to die, Zuoquan Hui's movements suddenly became sluggish. As Yang Kai's small universe spread out, he felt extremely uncomfortable, as if he was trapped in a cage, but Zuoquan Hui did not feel good either. In contrast, he felt like his small universe had become bloated, like he had eaten far too much. He even found circulating his world force a little difficult. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been such a slight pause just now. With such a good opportunity before him, Wu Kuang was finally able to escape from the jaws of death. Fear was clearly visible on his face. Zuoquan Hui didn't give chase and instead gazed around with a look of shock hanging on his face. Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared out of thin air, alongside the dozen or so other Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Everyone had gathered. The others obviously hadn't realized what was happening, but since they were together again, it was better than fighting on their own. They looked at each other, and seeing that they had not lost anyone, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. You're only a Sixth Order. How could you possibly manifest your small universe? Zuoquan Hui stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. None of your damn business. Yang Kai raised his spear and pointed it at him with an arrogant and unyielding look on his face, suppressing the surging blood in his heart. Your small universe has become tangible when you're only in the Sixth Order. You really are a rare genius. Zuoquan Hui sighed. Yang Kai sneered. Don't think that you can save your life just by some ass-kissing. Today, you're going to die, no matter how unwilling you are. Zuoquan Hui suddenly smiled and stated, Now that our small universes are overlapping, if one of us suffers, we both suffer. This monarch wants to see how you will kill me now. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4607. Do you have any last words? Then you'd better open your dog, eyes wide and watch. Yang Kai pointed his spear at Zuoquan Hui and coldly shouted, Kill! But the people around him remained motionless. Yui nervously looked at him, nervously, Young master. If everyone failed to understand what just happened before, why were they suddenly together when they were clearly separated? How could they not understand after hearing what Zuoquan Hui said? Much to their dismay, Yang Kai had actually manifested his small universe inside Zuoquan Hui's small universe world, endangering himself. It was really reckless of him. And just as Zuoquan Hui said, both of their small universes now shared the same fate. Whatever happened to one would happen to the other as well. If they were to really attack, it would not only destroy Zuoquan Hui's small universe, but also Yang Kai's small universe. Unless they could find a place where their small universes weren't overlapping. Only then could they have a chance to only affect Zuoquan Hui. But as things stood, how could Zuoquan Hui allow them to do so? He was more than happy to see Yang Kai's fate tied to his. No one dared to act rashly in this current situation. What are you all waiting for? Attack! Yang Kai shouted. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. If we don't act now, we won't get another chance in the future. Yui's eyes turned red as she grit her teeth and shouted, Young master, you must hold on. As soon as she finished speaking, she took the lead and charged straight towards Zuoquan Hui, closely followed by the other Sixth Order Master. Zuoquan Hui was extremely stunned. Boy, you're insane. Before Zuoquan Hui could finish cursing, he was forced to flee as a series of destructive divine abilities came shooting at him, his heart filled with shock at Yang Kai's ruthless determination. A series of explosions reverberated as the ground and the sky cracked at a spot where the small universes overlap. Xianxia spurted a large mouthful of blood as he felt his soul violently trembling. What he was doing was akin to sacrificing 800 of his soldiers to kill 1,000 of the enemies. Now, it all came down to who fell first, Zuoquan Hui or him. Suddenly, Xianxia turned his head and cursed, "Wu Kuang, you bastard!" Wu Kuang didn't attack Zuoquan Hui, but instead sat down sitting cross-legged, madly using the heaven-devouring battle law to devour the surrounding world force. Xianxia was so angry that he almost coughed up blood. Wu Kuang's act of devouring world force like this might be harming Zuoquan Hui, but Xianxia couldn't escape from it either. Furthermore, he was so brazen that he actually sat down next to Xianxia, as if he wanted the latter to protect him. Xianxia could not wait to take out his azure dragon spear and plunge it right into his heart. However, Wu Kuang shamelessly raised his head and added with a serious look on his face, "You should not divert your attention during this life-and-death battle." Xianxia suppressed the boiling blood in his heart and quickly took out a low-rank world fruit and swallowed it, forcefully calming his nerves. He then turned his head, avoiding looking at him. What the eyes did not see, the heart did not grieve. Before refining the world fruit's medicinal efficacy, Xianxia stuffed another one into his mouth. After eating 2 world fruits, Xianxia finally had the confidence to drag Zuoquan Hui down to his death. He raised his head, looking at the battle that was raging on the other side. Zuoquan Hui was at the end of his rope, though he was still desperately struggling. It wasn't that Xianxia didn't want to step forward to help, but since the 2 small universes were stacked together now, he needed to exert all of his strength to interfere with Zuoquan Hui's control over the surrounding world. Had he not been suppressing Zuoquan Hui here, how could the latter be so weak? Zuoquan Hui had to divert some of his attention to deal with the attacks of a dozen or so 6th-order open heaven realm masters while enduring the backlash caused by the destruction to his small universe, while at the same time resisting Xianxia's interference. So how could he not be at a disadvantage? With time, Xianxia could clearly feel his small universe's foundation rapidly depleting. Fortunately, he had eaten 2 low-rank world fruits, allowing him to slowly replenish what he was losing, but he was still unable to make ends meet. Zuoquan Hui's situation was even worse. His body was covered in blood, and his hair was disheveled. It looked as if he had reached the end of his road, and as he unleashed his divine abilities one after another, he no longer bore the awe-inspiring might of a 7th-order master. Suddenly, Xianxia's brow twitched as a look of joy appeared on his face. He could feel Zuoquan Hui's small universe rapidly shrinking. Zuoquan Hui was a 7th-order open heaven realm master, so his small universe was much bigger than Xianxia, but now it was actually getting smaller. This way, it would be easier for him to suppress Zuoquan Hui. Sure enough, when their small universes broke that critical point, Zuoquan Hui's performance became much worse. As if this old man realized that he was doomed, his attacks became fiercer. It looked like he wanted to take a few people down with him before dying. How could Xianxia allow him to do as he pleased? With a single thought, Xianxia used his own divine abilities and coordinated with everyone else's attacks. In an instant, Zuoquan Hui's figure came to a halt as his imposing momentum suddenly plummeted and he staggered, spurting out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, over a dozen divine abilities bombarded Zuoquan Hui, sending him flying like a paper kite before heavily crashing to the ground. It had not been that long, but he was now gasping for breath. However, no one dared to lower their guard as all of them gathered around him and waited. Xianxia kicked Wu Kuang, who was sitting next to him motionlessly and was only focused on swallowing energy, to the ground. "Stop. Your table manners are beyond unsightly." After cursing and venting his anger, Xianxia covered his mouth and lightly coughed, covering his palm in golden blood. Wu Kuang had obtained a great bargain, so he couldn't be bothered to argue with Xianxia over his rude actions. He simply stood up and patted his butt, a look of dissatisfaction appearing on his face. Shouldering the azure dragon spear, Xianxia stepped forward and asked in a low voice, "Zuoquan Hui, do you have any last words? Zhuo Hui, who was loudly wheezing, stared blankly into the void. Yang Kai stood not far from him, looking at him indifferently. Don't have any unrealistic fantasies? Your cultivation has already fallen to the sixth order, and your small universe has become unstable. There is no hope for you to advance again in this life, even if you survive. So why not just die? When the surrounding crowd heard this, they discovered that Zhuo Hui's omnipresent aura was rapidly fading. Furthermore, the surrounding scenery was also distorting. It was obvious that Zhuo Hui's cultivation had fallen to the sixth order open heaven realm, and his small universe was no longer able to maintain its solid form. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. They were extremely wary of this seventh order open heaven realm master. After all, Zhuo Hui was a veteran powerhouse, so who knew what kind of trump cards he was still hiding? If Zhuo Hui really managed to drag some of them down with him, their losses would outweigh the gains. But since he had fallen to the sixth order, the threat he posed was greatly reduced, making him look like a tiger without its fangs. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Zhuo Hui moved and slowly sat up straight, crossing his legs as he stared at Yang Kai indifferently. I'm afraid the future will be quite exciting with a monster like you appearing in the 3,000 worlds. You flatter me. Yang Kai maintained a stoic face. Unfortunately, this old master won't be able to see it. Zhuo Hui sighed. After I die, that disciple of mine won't be able to escape death either, right? Yang Kai raised his chin. Don't worry, I'll let her reunite with you as soon as possible. Well, maybe she's already waiting for you on the road to the Yellow Springs. Zhuo Hui nodded. It's up to you. The winner is the king and the loser is the villain. If you had lost, your fate wouldn't be any better than this monarch's. Yang Kai clapped his hands and scoffed. You've got quite a vivid imagination. Zhuo Hui smiled at him. There will come a day when you will understand. Saying so, he suddenly made a hand seal and asked, looking at Yang Kai, do you know why a high-rank open heaven realm master won't easily open their small universe to kill their enemy, even if it is a trump card that every high-rank open heaven realm master can use? Yang Kai slightly furrowed his brow. Please enlighten me. Zhuo Hui replied, because if we do this, even if we successfully kill the enemy, there will be no end to the trouble, just like this. The next moment, Zhuo Hui's figure shook. Yang Kai could clearly feel the aura of a small universe collapsing as world force spread out. Everyone watching was shocked. Zhuo Hui's action would undoubtedly disintegrate and collapse his small universe. The small universe world was the foundation of an open heaven realm master. Once the small universe collapsed, the open heaven realm master would not be far from death. Zhuo Hui had fallen to the sixth order, so even if he still had the strength to mount up a fight, he would only be humiliating himself. Rather than losing his life to the enemy, he preferred to end his own life. Not everyone possessed such courage. Zhuo Hui, who had shattered his own small universe, started loudly laughing. Boy, this monarch will teach you a lesson with his life. You should cherish it. While he was laughing, Zhuo Hui's head drooped down as he died. An intersect elder of Thousand Crane Paradise had fallen. Yang Kai's expression changed drastically as he stomped his feet and cursed. Why can't this old dog just die peacefully? Yang Kai's figure shook and his world force was mobilized, sealing the surrounding region. With them, as the center, everything within a 10,000 kilometers radius was completely sealed. Yang Kai finally understood what Zhuo Hui meant when he said there would be no end to the trouble. The old man had broken his own small universe and poured his world force into Yang Kai's small universe. Not only was this energy not beneficial to Yang Kai, though, it was akin to a kind of impurity, as it was wholly incompatible with his own body. In short, this foreign energy was corroding his small universe. Had Yang Kai not quickly reacted and sealed off the surrounding 10,000 kilometers and allowed this energy to fill his small universe, it would have been difficult for him to remove it. He would have had to spend a great deal of time and energy in retreat. In other words, although high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters could use this trump card to kill enemies, and it was their most powerful trump card at that, it could not be used lightly. Regardless of whether the enemy committed suicide or was killed, once their world force leaked out, it would be akin to swallowing a mouthful of poison. The price Zuo Quanhui had to pay to teach this lesson was not small, and the price to receive this lesson for Xianxia was not small either. Xianxia promptly turned his head to Wu Kuang, whereupon the latter snapped at him. What? He still had not forgotten that Xianxia kicked him before. The heaven-devouring great emperor had never been a magnanimous person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have caused so many deaths. Xianxia snorted. If you're willing to take action, then do it. If you're not, then I won't force you. At worst, I'll just cut off this region. In any case, it'll only damage some of my foundation. Wu Kuang pretended to be slow-witted before he agreed. Since you are asking for help, I'll help. As Wu Kuang activated the heaven-devouring battle law, the world force within the 10,000-kilometer radius madly flowed into his body. The group of Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master watching from the side instantly felt an instinctive sense of dread. Although they had seen Wu Kuang use the heaven-devouring battle law before, everyone had been fighting with Zuo Quanhui, so they hadn't paid much attention to it. Now, when they got to see it so closely, they were all shocked. Martial Peak, Chapter 4608, Beg for Death or Beg for Mercy. The universe was huge and boundless. There were 3,000 worlds and countless mystical arts, but they had never seen or heard of one which could refine the world force of others for their own use until now. This was definitely a heaven-defying evil technique that went completely against the heavenly way. So when everyone saw Wu Kuang activate the heaven-devouring battle law and devour the world force, they were completely shaken up. It was just that cultivating this kind of secret art would damage the peace and harmony of the world, and he would be fraught with endless danger. He would ultimately meet an untimely death. So although they were shocked, they didn't feel much envy. Wu Kuang finished in less than an hour. Xianxia felt so much pain and anger that he almost vomited blood. Although he had killed Zuo Quanhui in this battle, he had paid a huge price for that. Over 10 Sixth-Order Masters fought inside his small universe, causing great damage to its foundation, and coupled with Wu Kuang's repeated acts of devouring his world force, the losses he had suffered were so great that it was difficult for outsiders to understand. Previously, when he borrowed the world force from a star boundary, Xianxia had obtained quite an advantage. His foundation had been greatly strengthened, saving him at least 500 years of bitter cultivation. However, after what had happened today, the benefits he had obtained before had basically been negated. If he hadn't eaten 2 world fruits at the last moment, his situation would have been even worse. After having suffered this kind of loss, all he could do was slowly cultivate to make up for it. However, this way, he was certain of one thing. Although he was unable to put a Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master into his small universe, if he were to spread his small universe, he would not be restricted in this aspect. After all, even Zuo Quanhui, a 7th-Order Master, was technically inside his small universe. The fierce battle inside the small universe had finally come to an end. The battle concluded with Zuo Quanhui's death, and the battle raging outside should be coming to an end as well. After all, Voidland side was facing the enemy in 2-against-1 battles, so how could Xianxia, Ziyin, and the others be their opponents? When Xianxia withdrew his small universe, and everyone returned to the Blue Clouds continent, they looked up and saw that the people from Heavenly Sword Union were indeed in danger. Xianxia and Pei Wenxian were barely holding on. They had just advanced to the 6th Order not long ago, and although they had broken through a few years earlier than the Great Emperors, their foundations weren't that strong. While everyone was fighting, they were also paying attention to the situation here. At this moment, when they saw Xianxia appear with other 6th-Order Masters, the Great Emperors felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders, whereas the faces of the Heavenly Sword Union members were ashen. Zuo Quanhui was nowhere to be seen, so it was obvious that he was dead. Seeing this, Xianxia, Pei Wenxian, and the others quickly used their divine abilities to shake off their opponents before fleeing without a moment's hesitation. But how could Xianxia give him this chance? With a wave of his hand, over a dozen people rushed straight towards the various battlefields. A short while later, the remaining 5 members of Heavenly Sword Union were all captured, and a series of restrictions were placed upon them to seal their cultivation. Xianxia took a seat on a rock, holding the Azure Dragon Spear in one hand. He would lightly cough from time to time, and his aura was a little dispirited. Yu He and Mo Mei stood behind him like guards. Amidst the pushing and shoving, Ziyin, Yin Xianzhao, Pei Wenxian, Huang Mao, and Dan Yang were all brought before Xianxia. Among the 5, Ziyin was glaring at Xianxia while Huang Mao and Dan Yang's eyes flickered with regret and fear. On the other hand, Yin Xianzhao and Pei Wenxian both stood up straight and wore calm expressions, like they were not captives at all. Especially Pei Wenxian, who was even in the mood to size up Wu Quan. He still didn't understand why his junior brother had suddenly changed sides. Coincidentally, Wu Quan also looked towards him with interest. His eyes were shining brightly, like when a lecher saw a beautiful woman, causing Pei Wenxian's face to turn pale and his heart to quickly pound. "Where's my honored master? What did you do to him?" Ziyin gnashed her teeth and glared at Xianxia. Although she had some inkling of an idea, she still refused to believe it. Xianxia raised his head and sneered. "Since I'm here, can't you guess what happened to your master?" "Impossible." Ziyin's eyes almost started shooting flames, but the next moment, her pupils constricted when they landed on the corpse casually tossed before her by Xianxia. Before Zhuo Quan Hui died, he was struck by a dozen or so divine abilities. He might have died in the end, but his body was completely mutilated and beyond recognition. "Honored master." Ziyin's eyes filled with tears as she muttered to herself. Looking at her honored master's body, she couldn't help but recall all the things she had experienced in Thousand Crane Paradise, her honored master's sincere guidance, her senior brother's love, and her junior brother's respect. She had no worries back then. But now, her junior brother was dead, her senior brother was dead, and even her honored master was dead. All of them had died at the hands of this bastard. "I'll kill you." Ziyin leapt forward. Her cultivation might have been sealed, and she might not have been able to bring out her strength, but her sharp teeth still bit towards Xianxia's flesh. Xianxia turned the Azure Dragon Spear in his hand and thrust its butt into her soft belly. Ziyin immediately fell to her knees and hunched over, unable to catch her breath for a long time. Xianxia lifted her chin with the tip of his spear and stated in a cold voice, "Zhao Xing died because he provoked me first. Furthermore, he wanted to kill me too, so he got what he deserved. As fellow disciples, if you want to take revenge for him, I have nothing to say, but since you want to take revenge, you should be mentally prepared to be killed by me. At the end of the day, the winner is the king, and the loser is the villain." Ziyin's eyes welled as she looked at him. Her eyes became lifeless and filled with despair. The next moment, she suddenly threw herself forward. Xianxia withdrew his spear just in time. The sharp Azure Dragon Spear only left a red mark on her throat. "Kill me! Kill me!" Ziyin madly screamed, wanting to rush forward and beg for death, but Luan Bai Feng pressed her down to the ground, causing her to endlessly whimper. Xianxia added lightly, "Don't worry, I'll let you die a quick death, but not now. You have more use to me alive than dead." Saying so, he turned to Huang Mao and Dan Yang. The two immediately got down on one knee without a moment of hesitation and cupped their fists together. "We are willing to submit to you, willing to lay down our lives for you, come hell or high water." Xianxia chuckled. "Look at her, how unyielding she is. She prefers to die honorably than to live on in shame. On the other hand, the two of you, 2 grown men, are acting so subserviently. It's really disappointing. If you don't blush, I'll blush." As expected, the faces of the 2 remaining ancestors of Heavenly Sword Union turned red. However, their pride and honor were nothing when their lives were on the line. Not to mention bowing, they could even endure greater humiliation if it let them survive. Huang Mao lowered his head and stated, "Heavenly Sword Union had overestimated itself and made an enemy out of you, Heavenly Monarch Yang. so we have only ourselves to blame for falling into such a situation. However, we were forced to do so. Zhuo Quan Hui was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Heavenly Sword Union was unable to refuse him. Heavenly Monarch, please understand. Dan Yang also added, although this old master is old, I'm still able to kill enemies for the Heavenly Monarch. Right now, only Huang Mao and I are left of Heavenly Sword Union. If Heavenly Monarch can let bygones be bygones, Heavenly Sword Union will become a branch of Voidland in the future, only following the orders of Voidland from now on. Heavenly Sword Union might be bruised and battered, and they might have lost all of their open heaven realm cultivators except for these 6th Order Masters. But they still had their inheritances which have been passed down through the years, and their foundation was still intact. Anyone would be tempted with such a huge price before them. However, Xianxia remained indifferent and simply stared into the sky. Hundreds of my Voidland's open heaven realm masters have lost their lives in this war. All of them had families, husbands, wives, or children, but none of them had made any mistakes. If I let you 2 old bastards live, how can my Voidland's dead rest in peace? Xianxia had clearly made up his mind to cut the weeds and pull out roots. With Voidland's current foundation, they did not need Heavenly Sword Union at all, so it could just disappear from the face of the 3,000 worlds. Although his voice was calm and gentle, it sounded like a thunderclap to Huang Mao and Dan Yang's ears. The 2 of them immediately fell to the ground, and their faces turned ashen. Xianxia then turned to Xianxia and Pei Wenxian, smiling, "What about the 2 of you? Do you want to die or beg for mercy?" Xianxia sighed in helplessness. As you said, the winner is the king and the loser is the villain. You can do whatever you want, it's your choice. Pei Wenxian coldly snorted. Do you have the guts to kill us? Didn't you mention Zhao Xing just now? Have you forgotten what happened already? Xianxia indifferently looked at him, while Pei Wenxian stared back at him fearlessly in response. With a flash of light, Xianxia flicked his spear, all while maintaining that same indifferent look on his face. The next moment, something fell to the ground with a thud. Pei Wenxian looked towards the source of the sound and saw a severed arm lying there. The cut was completely clean, like butter cut with a hot knife. A blood-curdling scream rang out as Pei Wenxian stretched out his other hand and covered the wound left by a severed arm, but he couldn't stop the blood from gushing out. He immediately shouted in horror, "You dare? I'm a core disciple of Myriad Demons Heaven." Xianxia tilted his head, calm and relaxed, so core disciples of Myriad Demons Heaven also bark like stray dogs. The nearby Xianxia gulped hard. Although he looked at Pei Wenxian with a look of sympathy, he didn't dare to say anything. Rather, he was secretly rejoicing in his heart that he hadn't fought back just now. Xianxia might not dare to kill them, but torturing them was not a problem. Pei Wenxian had lost an arm, so unless he could find a heaven-defying medicine that could regenerate his limb, his strength would forever be greatly reduced. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Xianxia suddenly stated in a deep voice, "Of course, I haven't forgotten about Zhao Xing's Wuquan Hui took revenge for his disciple, even going so far as to rebel against Thousand Crane Paradise. Unfortunately, he still died a miserable death." Saying so, Xianxia kicked the corpse he had just thrown out and added, smiling, "After you die, who in Myriad Demons Heaven will avenge you? That old dog Zhuobu-kun? Let him try. Today, I can kill Wuquan Hui. Tomorrow I can kill Zhuobu-kun." Xianxiao's face suddenly paled. "You're really planning on killing us?" Xianxia glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. "What do you think?" Xianxiao didn't say anything, fearing that he might just make things worse. After all, Xianxia was still young and hot-blooded, so he could easily act on impulse. Originally, you and I didn't have any deep enmity with each other. It was just that we didn't like one another. Then, Xianxiao, you hunted me down in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, and if it weren't for Chu Huashang carrying me and escaping, how could I have survived? Pei Wenxian, there was only a small grudge between us. It's normal for young people to fight and compete, but why did you have to act as if you and I had a life-or-death grudge? Why did you get involved in the mess between Heavenly Sword Union and my Voidland? Since you want to kill me, I naturally can't let you live." The blood drained from Xianxia's face. Wu Kuang licked his lips. "Boy, I'll ask you for a favor." The moment Wu Kuang stuck out his nose, Yang Kai knew what he was pulling, so he couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Pei Wen Xian?" Wu Kuang nodded. "It would be even better if you leave the other one too. Are you still not full?" Wu Kuang patted his stomach. "My appetite is big. There's nothing I can do about it." The group of Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters couldn't help but shudder. Martial Peak, Chapter 4609, You made a huge mistake. Yang Kai remained seated for a while before waving his hand. "Whatever. Just take them away." Wu Kuang guffawed and gave the other man a thumbs up. "You're indeed generous, kid." Upon finishing his words, Wu Kuang pushed his world force and engulfed Xianxia and the others with it. Following that, he turned into a demonic cloud and shot into the sky. Yang Kai looked up and shouted, "Clean up everything. Don't leave any traces behind." Wu Kuang's voice was heard coming from the distance. "Don't worry. That old ghost is now a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master." With a conflicted gaze, Bustling World Great Emperor watched as Wu Kuang left. When he was in the Shattered Star Sea in the past, he failed in his attempt to kill Wu Kuang. Instead, his body was almost taken over by the latter. Their souls ended up living in the same body for many years, and their enmity slowly subsided as they had gone through some hardships together. After killing great demon god Mo Sheng, Wu Kuang left, and there had not been any news about him since. Bustling World Great Emperor had never expected to come across him on this day. He was able to recognize Wu Kuang, even though the latter's appearance was completely different now. Over the past few years, the Great Emperors had been cultivating in seclusion in Voidland. With Voidland as their support, there had never been a lack of resources. However, it wasn't until recently that they made it to the Sixth Order. On the other hand, it appeared that Wu Kuang had achieved an ascension much earlier than them. It had to be noted that Wu Kuang had been making a living on his own, but he was still able to attain such achievements. This fact alone made Duan Hong Chun realize that he was no match for him. Wu Kuang lived up to his name as the strongest great emperor in the history of the Star Boundary. That was Wu Kuang. Iron Blood Great Emperor Zhan Wu Hin suddenly exclaimed as he had just realized it. Duan Hong Chun nodded gently. The corners of Zhan Wu Hin's brow twitched. "No wonder I found that guy annoying the first time he entered my eyes." Junior brother Yang. Qin Kuei dashed towards Yang Kai. Xianxia and Pei Wen Xian cannot die. Earlier, he saw Wu Kuang using the heaven-devouring battle law, and now he brought Xianxia and the others away. It was obvious to him what fate awaited them. He was also shocked by Yang Kai's audacity. After a cough, Yang Kai turned to look at him and replied with a smile, "I know what you're worried about, senior brother Qing." "You know nothing." Qin Kuei turned solemn. "After you killed Zhao Xing, only Zuoquan Hui and the others came over to retaliate against you. That was because Yin Yang Cave Heaven interfered and resisted most of the pressure for you. Now that traitors on paper like Zuoquan Hui are dead, those from Thousand Cranes Paradise won't do anything to you even though they're resentful. Otherwise, they'll have to openly offend Yin Yang Cave Heaven. However, Yin Xianxiao and Pei Wen Xian are different. If you let someone kill them, Myriad Demons Heaven and Xian Yuan Cave Heaven will never let you off. By then, more than one Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master will come to destroy you." Yang Kai batted his eyes with an innocent expression. No one from Voidland killed them. Did anyone see it? Wu Kuang wasn't a member of Voidland. Strictly speaking, he was just a traitor from Myriad Demons Heaven. Yang Kai initially intended to bring those people back to the great territory where the Star Boundary was located and kill them to further nourish the World Tree. However, if Yin Xianxiao and Pei Wen Xian were really killed there, some faint traces might be left behind. Moreover, after the previous epic battle, the World Tree had obtained quite a lot of nourishment, so there wasn't a need to provide more for it now. That was the reason Yang Kai gave up on that idea. A frustrated Qing Kuei stared at him. It is a well-known fact that Pei Wenxian and Yin Xianxia assisted Heavenly Sword Union to make things difficult for Voidland in the past. Both Heavenly Sword Union and Zuoquan Hui were destroyed, so if Pei Wenxian and Yin Xianxia are also killed, even a fool will figure out that it has something to do with Voidland. In fact, there's no need for any witnesses at all. Do you think the two cave heavens will go easy on you? They'll settle the issue with brute force. Yang Kai chuckled. I absolutely agree with you, Senior Brother Qing. However, Pei Wenxian and Yin Xianxia repeatedly made things difficult for me in the past. Previously on the Prison Star, I intended to make use of the Prison League's power to kill them, but Yellow Spring, Heavenly Monarch, and the others proved unreliable. That was the reason they managed to flee. Now that there's such a great chance, I naturally wouldn't let them leave. I'll feel nauseated if I ever see them again. Qing Kuei was so exasperated that he stomped his foot on the ground. Don't you get it, Junior Brother Yang? They can't be killed, although Voidland is fairly powerful now. Yang Kai raised his hand to cut him off. Senior Brother Qing, even if I'm willing to let them off, someone else won't let them live. Why don't you try to persuade that person instead of me? That person. Qing Kuei became startled for a moment before realizing that Yang Kai was talking about Wu Kuang. That's right. Wu Kuang was technically a disciple of Myriad Demon's Heaven, but he launched a sneak attack on Zuoquan Hui and cultivated an extremely evil secret art. If such secrets were exposed, he would never be able to settle down in any place, even though the 3,000 worlds was so expansive. Certainly, Wu Kuang would want to silence all witnesses to his crimes. Therefore, it was pointless for Qing Kuei to keep persuading Yang Kai. A moment later, Qing Kuei snapped out of his dazed state and sighed. You've really made a huge mistake this time. Yang Kai got up with difficulty and patted the other man's shoulder with a smile. I believe that person will not leave any traces behind. Xian Yuan, Cave Heaven, and Myriad Demons Heaven might speculate that their disciples were killed by me, but they can't do anything to me since they don't have any evidence. Qing Kuei put on a helpless smile as he thought that Yang Kai was oversimplifying things. If the two cave heavens wanted to avenge the death of their disciples, they didn't need any evidence. A simple doubt was a good enough reason for them to make a move. Junior Brother Yang, there's one more thing you need to know. If Yin Xianxiao and Pei Wenxian are really killed, those from Myriad Demon's Heaven and Xian Yuan Cave Heaven will immediately find out about it. After all, they are core disciples of their sects, so they must have left behind soul lamps in their headquarters. Once they die, their soul lamps will go out as well. The two cave heavens will definitely send some people over once that happens. Yang Kai frowned. Will they be able to find out that those people were killed here? Qing Kuei nodded with a solemn expression. Given the powers of the senior experts of those cave heavens, they can definitely do that, even though it might take a while. Yang Kai arched his brow. In that case, we're running short on time. Following a pause, he continued, There's one thing I need you to help me with, Senior Brother Qing. Qing Kuei replied, Just tell me straight away. Since Honored Master has sent Junior Sister and me to help you, we'll follow your commands. Yang Kai cut to the chase and said, I need you to go back to Yingyang Cave Heaven and invite Martial Uncle Su to come to the Star Boundary. Qing Kuei raised his brow in confusion upon hearing that, but soon understanding something, he said in shock, Junior Brother Yang. Suddenly, Yang Kai put on a smile. I'm a son-in-law of Yingyang Cave Heaven, and I've gained some benefits from the sect. Martial Uncle Su has been treating me, well, as he had even let me enter the divine armament world once. Now that I have gained some benefits of my own, I naturally can't gobble everything up by myself. When you return to Yingyang Cave Heaven, Senior Brother Qing, please help me inform Martial Uncle Su that I have a gift for him. Suing Shui, who had chosen to take a passive role up until now, appeared surprised as well. Upon realizing the other man's intention, Qing Kuei became excited. In that case, I'll not hide anything about what went on in the Star Boundary. Yang Kai chuckled. It can't be hidden. The secret of the Star Boundary will be exposed sooner or later. If possible, Tell Marshal Uncle Sue to invite some of the representatives of the other cave heavens and paradises he's on good terms with to come to the star boundary as well. Qin Kuei examined him and remarked, "You're pretty audacious, junior brother." There was a bitter smile on Yang Kai's face. It's not possible for us to monopolize such a big piece of fat. Rather than waiting for other people to come snatch it, I'd rather expose the truth myself and negotiate to remain on top. Following the transformation of the star boundary, the world tree started growing madly and amplified its heritage, which allowed the cultivators living there to more easily comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao. Even Yang Kai's father and mother, whose aptitudes were average at best, could still easily make it to the fourth order open heaven realm, with the hope of ascending to the fifth order. If cultivators with exceptional aptitudes started cultivating in the star boundary from a young age, they might be able to directly ascend to the sixth order or even the seventh order. It could be said that star boundary was now the best cradle for nurturing future open heaven realm masters. Nowhere else in the entire 3,000 worlds was comparable to it. Certainly, Yang Kai would have monopolized such a precious place if he could. However, life was not a bed of roses. In the past, no one bothered to come to the star boundary, as it was located in a very remote area. Now that the world tree had matured, though, it would send a shockwave across the entire 3,000 worlds. No one could stop this secret from spreading. Moreover, following the death of Xianxia and Pei Wenxian, those from Xianyuan Cave Heaven and Myriad Demons Heaven would definitely come over to investigate. Yang Kai naturally had to be prepared. It was true that Voidland was fairly strong now, as two divine spirits were residing in its headquarters. Even the cave heavens and paradises wouldn't dare to underestimate them. But in the end, that was just Voidland's headquarters. There are not many powerful cultivators in the star boundary. It could be said that over 1,000 open heaven realm masters, more than 20 of them were in the sixth order, were a force to be reckoned with. But any cave heaven or paradise could easily deploy such a powerful force with ease. Yang Kai didn't think they could win if they were faced with any of those great forces. Not to mention that Xianyuan Cave Heaven and Myriad Demons Heaven would probably join forces to deal with them. In order to survive, those from Voidland had to make use of the power of others. Only other cave heavens and paradises could deal with the cave heavens and paradises. However, without enough benefits, there was no reason for those forces to make a move. Although Su Linggong was close to Yang Kai, he was unable to represent the entire Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. Since they were running out of time, Qin Kuei decided to leave immediately as Yin-Yang Cave Heaven was far away. Fortunately, since he was on his own, he could make use of universe temples to move around faster. It would probably take him 3 to 4 months to go there and come back. Those from Myriad Demons Heaven and Xianyuan Cave Heaven probably wouldn't be able to find the star boundary in just 3 to 4 months. Su Yingxue didn't leave. Since she was a disciple of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, she might prove to be useful if anything unexpected happened. Yang Kai stopped letting his thoughts run wild as he turned his head and raised his hand, telling him to come over. Earlier, when Lu Baiyang noticed that the battle had ended, he decided to come over and have a look, but he waited at a distance so as not to appear rude. Upon stepping into this place, though, he felt his chest tightening when he saw the pale young man who was covered in blood and the people around him. He was already the strongest cultivator in the Blue Clouds continent, but he was still unable to sense the true cultivation of these people. As he swept a glance over them, he realized that the aura of every one of them was extremely imposing. Then, when he recalled the heaven-destroying and earth-shattering noises just now, he realized that the powers of these people far exceeded his own. In a respectful manner, he cupped his fist. Blue Clouds Continent Lu Baiyang greets seniors. Yang Kai examined him and nodded gently. A promising man indeed. Faced with formidable enemies, Lu Baiyang was still determined to defend his homeland. At the most critical moment, he even obtained the acknowledgement of the world's will, thus allowing him to become a great emperor and condense his Dao seal. Therefore, it was obvious that even though Lu Baiyang was still weak right now, he was a resolute person. Martial Peak, Chapter 4610, ownerless land. Xianxia recalled that when the great emperors of the Star Boundary had to face the great demon god, their situation was similar to that of Lu Baiyang. The only difference was that no powerful cultivators showed up and helped them at that time. However, on this day, those from Voidland appeared and killed the enemies, thus solving the crisis for this place. Lu Baiyang appeared somewhat bashful. Many thanks for your compliment, senior. What's this place called? Xianxia asked. Lu Baiyang replied respectfully, Senior, this is Blue Cloud's continent. He felt his heart pounding against his chest, thinking that these were indeed the senior experts that came from somewhere else. That was the reason they were not even aware of this world's name. He had previously speculated that there was a wider world and greater martial Tao outside the Blue Cloud's continent, but that remained a speculation that couldn't be proven. Nevertheless, what he had gone through on this day proved his theory right. Upon seeing the other man's fervent gaze, Xianxia put on a smile. You've obtained the acknowledgement of the will of this world and condensed your Tao seal, thus allowing you to become a great emperor. After that, you'll need to refine various resources to condense the powers of Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements. Once you accomplish this, you must split heaven and earth apart within your body, allowing you to step into the open heaven realm. There is a longing expression on Lu Baiyang's face as he muttered in a dazed state, split heaven and earth apart. Xianxia went on to say, We will remain here for some time, so I will have someone explain the abstrusity of the open heaven realm to you at a later point. An elated Lu Baiyang saluted him. Many thanks for your kindness, senior. It was like passing through a forest as a blind man when he cultivated on his own. If he could get the advice of some senior expert, it could save him time and allow him to take the correct path. It was expected that he was pleasantly surprised. Xianxia waved his hand. The calamity that befell your Blue Cloud's continent is partly my responsibility, and your homeland has suffered immense losses as a result. Just see it as my compensation to you. Naturally, Lu Baiyang wouldn't dare to seriously take it as compensation. Then, Xianxia changed the topic by asking, how old is the Blue Cloud's continent? Since Lu Baiyang had obtained the acknowledgement of the Blue Cloud's continent and become a great emperor, he was definitely the one who knew this universe world the best. When Xianxia became a great emperor in the past, the entire process of the Star Boundary's birth and growth played out in his mind. He supposed that Lu Baiyang had gone through a similar experience. After giving it a thought, Lu Baiyang replied, It's about 1 million years old. Xianxia nodded. It's quite young. A universe world that was born roughly 1 million years ago could be considered very young, and it was now confirmed that this place was a newborn great territory. Mome, Xianxia called out. Mome took a few steps forward. Yes, Sect Master. Go back to the Star Boundary and bring some people over. Tell them to form into groups to explore this great territory. If they discover anything of importance, report it to me immediately. Yes. Upon receiving the order, Mome turned around and left. This newborn great territory was a lucrative ownerless land. Since Xianxia had discovered this place, he definitely wanted to take control of it. If there were any hidden treasures in this great territory, over 1,000 open heaven realm masters would certainly be able to find some traces. Xianxia naturally wouldn't want to miss such a great chance. Voidland was tight on money right now. With the territory gate blockaded by those from Heavenly Sword Union, which was led by Zuoquan Hui, for a few years and influencing trade, all of Voidland's resources had been used up, so they seriously needed to replenish their reserves. Otherwise, it would be hard for their disciples to cultivate. Business in Voidstar City had to be restored, and the problem regarding the lack of resources in Voidland had to be settled. Xianxia also needed to make some future plans for the Star Boundary. Even though they had defeated Zuoquan Hui, they had to deal with a lot of issues. All these were giving him a headache, as it wasn't until he began trying to solve these problems that he realized how difficult it would be to do so. He missed his days when he basically acted as an arm-flinging shopkeeper despite being a sect master. Everyone had consumed a lot of energy in the epic battle, so Xianxia told him to get some rest, and asked Yuhi to teach Lu Baiyang some basic knowledge about the open heaven realm before he started cultivating. Zuoquan Hui collapsed his small universe before his death, allowing his world force to contaminate Yang Kai's small universe. Although Yang Kai had cordoned off his small universe in time, and Wu Kuang had activated the heaven-devouring battle law to gobble up the mixed heritage, some of Zuoquan Hui's world force still managed to leak into Yang Kai's wider small universe. The power that belonged to Zuoquan Hui was no different from impurities for Yang Kai. He had to get rid of it sooner rather than later, or else it would affect his foundation. Liu Baiyang personally led Yang Kai to a secluded place where he could cultivate a restricted area of the top 4 sects in the Blue Clouds continent. Tranquil Heaven's Peak was definitely a good place. Otherwise, it wouldn't have become the holy land of the cultivators in the Blue Clouds continent. However, after the Great Battle, the area around Tranquil Heaven's Peak was destroyed, and the peak itself was gone for good. Liu Baiyang was the most powerful cultivator in the Blue Clouds continent who was respected by all. Since he had spoken, no one dared to disobey him. Therefore, Yang Kai successfully entered the restricted area of this sect, called the Primordial Sect. It wasn't that he insisted on cultivating in a restricted area. As to him, he could just cultivate anywhere. However, since Liu Baiyang had mentioned it, he didn't think it was appropriate to turn him down. The elders of Primordial Sect were beside Liu Baiyang the whole time, and the fact that Liu Baiyang treated this young man respectfully, as though he was the latter's disciple, terrified them. They were fully aware of Liu Baiyang's capabilities. He was the most powerful master in the Blue Clouds continent, so why would he still treat someone else in such a solemn manner? These elderly people were doubtful, as they couldn't figure out the reason behind it. Eventually, the sect master of Primordial Sect summoned his courage and asked, "Saint Liu, who is that, sir?" Saint was an honorific given to Liu Baiyang by the cultivators in the Blue Clouds continent. Other than his cultivation, he also received this title because of his temperament. However, at this moment, Liu Baiyang appeared bashful as he took a glance at the beautiful woman beside him. He reckoned that he didn't deserve the honorific since he was so weak. Upon seeing that there wasn't a change in her expression, though, he wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead and replied, "He's a senior expert from the outside world." The noises we heard before were the fallout of senior clashing with his enemies. The people from Primordial Sect widened their eyes in disbelief. Earlier, the world-shattering noises reverberated across the entire Blue Clouds continent. Many of them thought that the end had arrived. It wasn't until this moment that they realized those were the repercussions of a battle. Even the fallout was so horrifying. So how powerful was the person who made the move in the first place? Furthermore, Liu Baiyang had mentioned the words senior expert. The people from Primordial Sect still couldn't believe what they had heard. Liu Baiyang waved his hand. "All of you should treat him with respect. No one should approach senior without his permission." All of them obediently saluted, "Yes, Saint Liu." It was then Liu Baiyang bent his back at Yuhi. "Many thanks, senior." Yuhi replied with a smile, "Since it is the young master's order, I will definitely do my best. By the way, stop calling me senior. I'm not that old." Liu Baiyang hurriedly nodded in agreement. While he was excited, he took a glance at the elders of Primordial Sect, but appeared hesitant. Knowing what was on his mind, Yuhi said with a smile, "You're quite generous. The average person who has obtained such an opportunity would never expose it, but you're willing to share it with the others. It is no wonder that you were able to gain the acknowledgement of the world's will and became a great emperor at the most critical moment." A humble Liu Baiyang replied, "Many thanks for your compliments, and Madam." Yu put on a bright smile as she seemed pleased with the title, and then she said amicably, "Others are welcome to join. It's not a secret anyway, just some common knowledge from where we come from. It's just that the Blue Clouds continent is fairly isolated, so you know nothing about the outside world." Liu Baiyang let out a long breath. "Many thanks, madam." He then sent a signal to the others from Primordial Sect. These elderly people felt their hearts racing as they said in unison, "Many thanks, madam." They previously thought that this beautiful woman was just a maidservant, but it wasn't until Liu Baiyang called her senior that they realized they had greatly underestimated her. She was also one of these senior experts. They had no idea what this woman wanted them to listen to, but it must be some valuable information since Lu Baiyang regarded it as important. The sect master of Primordial Sect then led all of them to a grand hall and invited he to take the head seat. These people in the hall were the cultivators at the peak of martial Tao in the eyes of the commoners in the Blue Clouds continent. But at this moment, they were seated with straight backs and looked attentively at He, as though they were disciples awaiting a lecture. He then talked about the classification of the martial Tao. After she was done explaining the Emperor Realm and the world's will, she went on to talk about great emperors and Tao seals. Lu Baiyang and the elders of Primordial Sect felt as though they had been struck by a huge wave. The classification of the martial Tao was unified across the entire 3,000 worlds. After all, the 3,000 worlds were well connected and communication was frequent. However, in this new great territory, the martial Tao was classified in a slightly different way. It was vaguer than from the outside world. In comparison, they realized that the classification system mentioned by this beautiful woman was more comprehensive and logical. They fell into their thoughts and realized that they were in the Emperor Realm, just like what she had said. At the mention of the world's will and the great emperors, those from Primordial Sect started breathing rapidly. Yui said with a smile, "Every universe world can be thought of as a bottle with certain limits, oftentimes referred to as the world's bottle. The number of great emperors any universe world can support depends on the limit of the world's bottle. Even though there's only one great emperor in the Blue Clouds continent now, there will be more in the future." The sect master of Primordial Sect took a deep breath and looked fervently at Yuhi. "So, all of us have a chance to become great emperors." Yuhi smiled and nodded. "You'll have the chance as long as you manage to gain acknowledgement from the world." These people traded glances with excitement. This was truly a piece of shocking news. They previously thought that Lu Baiyang was already at the peak of the martial Tao, but they hadn't expected to find out there were more powerful beings in the outside world. With a clear goal in sight, they naturally wanted to work hard to tread further upon the martial Tao. The sect master of Primordial Sect asked humbly, "How does one go about gaining such acknowledgement?" Yuvi only shook her head with a smile. They thought that she wasn't willing to expose such a secret, but no one dared to complain. Lu Baiyang, on the other hand, asked with a frown, "Madam, what happens to the others of the Blue Clouds continent once the world's bottle's limit is reached? Does that mean it becomes impossible for them to advance further on the martial Tao?" "Naturally not. The great emperors can make use of the world's will to condense their Tao seals, but it doesn't mean those who are unable to become great emperors can't do so as well. I've never been a great emperor myself. As long as one can find their own grand Tao, they can continue rising. Alternatively, they can make use of heavenly Tao pills or other similar spirit pills. Many people in the outer universe rely on such pills to condense their Tao seals." Dale Lidgerkeys, 1 million years old? Seriously? Just Earth is estimated to have formed more than 4 billion years ago. Some Hindu texts, which are also works of fiction in my opinion, say Earth has been around for more than 150 trillion years, and the best you can come up with is 1 million. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4611, Chaos Stirs and a World is Born. In comparison, Yuhi was evidently more amiable to Lu Baiyang, but that wasn't because he was the strongest amongst these people. She was now a 6th-order open heaven master, so emperors and great emperors were no different to her, and she could squash with a snort. The main reason was that Lu Baiyang was truly concerned about his world and people, which was proven to be true in their conversation. The Emperor Realm Masters of Primordial Sect only cared about whether they would be able to secure a place in the world's bottle. On the other hand, Lu Baiyang was concerned about how others could move forward once the limit in the world's bottle was reached. That was why he regarded him highly. Half a day later, all of them left the place with excitement. Yuhi's narration seemed to have opened the door to a new world for them, allowing them to know that besides the Blue Clouds continent, there were more universe worlds that they were not aware of out there. Outside of their own great territory that consisted of many universe worlds, there were even more great territories. The Emperor Realm was followed by the Open Heaven Realm, which was divided into high rank, mid rank, and low rank. They had never heard about such things before. Ignoring the sentiment of those from Primordial Sect, Lu Baiyang asked for Yu's opinion about sharing what they had learned with others. Upon receiving her permission, he gathered all the Emperor Realm Masters in the continent together 2 months later and told them everything he knew. He also explained to them what happened in the Blue Clouds continent on that day. Certainly, Lu Baiyang wouldn't lie to them, so upon hearing his words, all of them broke into a commotion. 5 days after the epic battle against Zuoquan Hui, more than 1,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters from Voidland streamed into this new great territory. Groups of 2 were formed, and each pair picked a direction and flew off to begin scouring this great territory. Half a month later, many of the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, who had recovered, could no longer contain their urge to explore the new great territory. The new great territory was full of mysteries. They naturally had to personally find out about the opportunities and risks in this place. Only Yu He and Xianxia were left in Primordial Sect to handle the more administrative affairs. 1 month later, Xianxia finally left the restricted area. He had managed to get rid of the impurities from Zuoquan Hui's small universe. But the loss of heritage he had suffered in that battle couldn't be replenished in a short time. His decision to merge his own small universe with that of Zuoquan Hui in a final attempt to kill him turned out to be harmful to him, which was inevitable. Fortunately, he managed to kill Zuoquan Hui in the end. Seeing that Xianxia had come out of the restricted area, Yuhi hurriedly approached him and called out, "Young master." Xianxia nodded at both Yuhi and Xianxia, then asked, "How's the situation in this great territory?" An excited Yuhi replied, "This great territory is very vast. It's been a short time since the exploration started, so we haven't found out where the boundaries are. However, we've discovered many universe worlds with ample resources, even though their orders are fairly low." Xianxia arched his brow. That's good news. There was a lack of resources in Voidland now. The issue could be alleviated if they could get some resources from this great territory. "Have you discovered any Open Heaven Realm Masters?" Xianxia asked. Yui shook her head. "No. Many of the universe worlds only have the most basic forms of life. They're not even living creatures with sentience. We've discovered 2 universe worlds where there are living beings, but the martial Dao there is even lower than that of Blue Clouds continent." Xianxia nodded gently. "Now we can be certain that it's a newborn great territory. Only in a newborn great territory would the martial Dao be so low in so many places. There wasn't even a single Open Heaven Realm Master to be found. There's one interesting place, though. Do you want to have a look, young master?" Yui asked. Xianxia shot her a glance and burst into laughter. "Since you've said so, it must be very interesting. Let's go." Yui pressed her lips together and smiled. "Please come with me, young master." Upon finishing her words, she leaped into the sky, followed by Xianxia and Xianxia. Yui then shot off in a certain direction. Over 1,000 disciples from Voidland had scattered everywhere in this great territory. Once they discovered a place that was worth their attention, they would immediately head to the Blue Clouds continent to report it to Yuhi, who would then let Xianxia make a decision after the latter exited his retreat. Although 1 month had passed, they were still unable to have a clear picture of the entire great territory. With that said, they had made a lot of discoveries. As they moved forward, Xianxia suddenly recalled something and asked, "What order do you think Lu Baiyang can achieve?" Yuhi replied, "I've checked his Dao seal, and I believe he'll definitely be able to reach the 5th order. It will be difficult for him to directly ascend to the 6th order." Xianxia nodded his head. "He's the first great emperor in that universe world who has the blessing of the world's will. The 5th order will be pretty good for him." The cultivators who could directly ascend to the 6th order Open Heaven realm were core disciples of the cave heavens and paradises. For every sect, they would probably only get one such disciple every 1,000 years or so. Having said that, with the transformation in the star boundary, turning it into an Open Heaven realm cradle, Xianxia wasn't able to foretell what would happen from now on. Perhaps directly ascending to the 6th order would be the norm in the future. "Do you want to ask him to join Voidland, young master?" Yui asked. Xianxia replied with a smile. This great territory is like the back garden of Voidland now, so whether or not he joins Voidland makes no difference. Tell someone to send over a set of materials condensed from the gourd vine to help him ascend to the open heaven realm. Given his temperament, I believe he won't be ungrateful." Upon hearing that, Su Yingshui rolled her eyes. "You've asked Senior Brother Qing to invite our honored master to come over alongside his friends from the other cave heavens and paradises, and now you also want to keep this entire great territory as Voidland's back garden? I don't think that's feasible. After all, Xianxia himself had said that Voidland was unable to gobble up so many treasures on its own. This new great territory was also such a treasure." A nonchalant Xianxia replied, "Feasible or not, that will depend on how I'm going to make it happen." As he spoke, he suddenly turned to look in a particular direction, as there was a world with a golden glow hovering in the void there. Even though it was far away, Xianxia could still clearly feel a stunning aura coming right at him from over there. He narrowed his eyes when he saw that. He fished out a jade slip and took a look before stating, "There are no living creatures in this universe world, but contains ample metal element materials." Two disciples looked into it and found out that the materials were only in the second and third order. However, if we dig deeper into the ground, we might be able to get metal element materials of higher orders. Xianxia sighed. "I recall reading from an ancient book that all newborn great territories are extremely rich in resources. I couldn't imagine it in the past, but now it seems that it's true. The currently known great territories in the 3,000 worlds were all born at some point in time. During that period of time, they were also stuffed full of resources. However, as time passed, the resources gradually became depleted and disappeared from the people's sight. The universe world before their eyes was a treasure vault that couldn't be found anywhere else in the 3,000 worlds. If all the resources were extracted out of this treasure vault, that would translate into immense wealth." Yuhi said, "Besides this universe world that contains metal element materials, we've also discovered similar worlds that have wood element and fire element materials. There's also a sealing yang domain." A surprised Xianxia asked, "A sealing yang domain?" Yuhi smiled and nodded, and in the past, the place where Bai Qi ascended to the open heaven realm was also a sealing yang domain. It was originally a restricted zone belonging to Golden Rainbow Province. Those from Golden Rainbow Province discovered it a long time ago, but they used it as bait to lure the proprietress and Bai Qi out. In the end, the sealing yang domain was destroyed following an intense battle. The proprietress was thorough at that time, as Bao Qi almost lost his life. So, those from Golden Rainbow Province had also suffered immense losses since the sealing yang domain was now gone for good. It was during that time when the proprietress made a heart demon oath. Unless she could destroy Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar, she would never ascend to the 7th order in her lifetime. Yang Qi was abundant in a sealing yang domain, as it could infinitely produce yang element materials of different orders. Out of the yin, yang, and 5 elements, yin and yang element materials were the rarest. A sealing yang domain was definitely more valuable than the metal element universe world. Xianxia repeatedly said good in order to express his joy. It strengthened his notion of making this great territory the back garden of Voidland. Even though this move would cause some disputes, he certainly wouldn't allow anyone to harm his interests. At that moment, Xianxia supposed he should thank the old dogs Wuquan Hui. If Zuoquan Hui hadn't made use of his power and opened up a territory gate, Xianxia wouldn't have discovered this new great territory that would bring tremendous benefits to Voidland. However, this issue was also giving him a headache. There were many places in this new great territory that needed exploration. The small number of universe worlds that contained a huge amount of resources already required a lot of manpower to mine. It had only been 100 years since the star boundary last experienced its biggest war, and since the population had shrunk significantly, they were unable to bear such a burden. Xianxia believed that he could use the help of Void territory. After all, Voidland now directly managed over 10 universe worlds, so they could bring some people over to help out. As they kept flying forward, they soon arrived at the sealing yang domain. It was a small star that accompanied a dead star, but contained an abundance of yang qi. The yang qi permeating the entire star was in the third order. In other words, if any cultivators intended to ascend to the third order, they could just come here and refine the ambient yang qi. There wasn't a need for them to look for yang element materials elsewhere. It was true that world creation was absolutely abstruse. Then, the trio kept flying forward for 10 more days before they arrived at their destination. As Yang Kai looked dazedly at the place where swirling clouds of dust and light were weltering, he could clearly feel a chaotic aura coming from it. Lightning would strike from time to time, as though it was ready to claw through the clouds and break free from the chaos. The aura of a new world permeated a large area of the void. Chaos stirs and a world is born. Yang Kai exclaimed while Xianxia widened her eyes. Although you had already learned about it from the exploring disciples, she still fell into a dazed state when she actually saw it. A while later, she nodded her head and continued. This is our biggest discovery yet, young master. However, we're not sure when the chaos will be broken. Only when that time comes will a new world really be born. Yang Kai carefully sensed it, but still couldn't figure anything out. He said helplessly, I have no idea as well. Then he suddenly said through clenched teeth, if anyone dares to lay his paws on this great territory in the future, I'll definitely cut off his hand. Seeing that he suddenly became so emotional, Yui broke into a fit of giggles while Xianxia just glowered at him. Martial Peak, Chapter 46:12, hogging everything for himself. The reason Voidland Star City could gain popularity and become a first-class star city in a few years was because they had heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills. The pill recipe of the heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills wasn't really a secret. After all, it was bought by Yang Kai from the Red Cloud's auction house, so those from Red Cloud Paradise definitely still had a copy of it. It wasn't that the alchemists of Red Cloud's Paradise were not skillful enough. It was just that they lacked the main ingredient, which was world source liquid. That was the reason they were unable to refine such pills. Yang Kai could do that because he had world source liquid with him. World source liquid would only appear when a new world was born, so it had basically become extinct across the 3,000 worlds. No world in the 3,000 worlds was newly born, which was why they were unable to find more world source liquid. However, in the depths of this newborn great territory, there was a place where chaos stirred. It was the sign of a new world about to be born. When a new world finally took shape, world source liquid would probably appear. If someone else obtained it, the advantage of Void Star City would be gone for good. The Star City was a place that those from Voidland relied on to get their cultivation resources, so Yang Kai would never allow anyone to harm their interest. He intended to make this new great territory the back garden of Voidland. Initially, he thought that he could share some of the profits with others if there was too much pressure. However, he had now thoroughly discarded that idea. No one else could have a hand in this newborn great territory other than Voidland. If they gave someone else a chance, it was akin to killing their own future. Nevertheless, the territory gate was there. When the high-rank open heaven realm masters from the cave heavens and paradises arrived at the star boundary, they would also see the territory gate. The problem was how Yang Kai could bar them from entry. Should he try to persuade them to go away? No one would listen to him when there were benefits to be gained. It was also impossible to fight against them. Dealing with Zuoquan Hui alone caused Voidland to suffer immense losses. If there were more high-rank cultivators they had to deal with, it was impossible for those from Voidland to defeat them. Therefore, Yang Kai reckoned that he had to come up with a different solution. As he looked at the place where chaos stirred, he fell into his thoughts. A while later, he spoke up, Yuhi, look for Luan by phone and tell her to meet me at the territory gate. Upon hearing that, Yuhi replied, understood. But you might have to wait, young master. Everyone has scattered to explore this great territory. I don't even know where she is right now. It's fine. I'm not in a rush. Yang Kai waved his hand. It was then Yuhi left. After looking around, Xianxia reckoned that it was inappropriate for her to stay with Yang Kai alone, so she told him that she would also explore the new great territory, and then dashed off into the void. When Luan Baifeng received the news and rushed over to the territory gate 1 month later, she saw Yang Kai squatting on a random shattered spirit province with a frown. There was a stone in his hand as he drew something on the ground. The spirit province was small, as it was only a few square kilometers. It was obviously brought here by Yang Kai, as it was only 100 kilometers away from the territory gate. Sir, Luan Baifeng landed on the ground and stood in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai waved his hand to motion for her to wait as he continued drawing on the ground. Luan Baifeng had no idea what he was doing, and when she looked down, she saw many unrecognizable patterns and runes on the ground. She initially pressed her lips together in annoyance, but upon closer look, she arched her brow as her interest had been piqued. When she realized that it was actually a spirit array, she broke into laughter. Given her mastery of the Tao of spirit arrays, she naturally could see that there were many illogical and impossible parts in this spirit array, though it wasn't completely useless. She had no idea why Yang Kai suddenly became interested in spirit arrays. She even thought that he had asked her to come over here to teach him the Tao of spirit arrays. What did you get? Yang Kai asked without raising his head. Well, Luan Baifeng's eyelashes fluttered. Nothing much. Yang Kai stopped what he was doing and looked up at her with a meaningful smile. Luan Baifeng pressed her lips into a line. Really nothing. Yang Kai extended his hand towards her. Luan Baifeng was initially enraged. Then she said in a pitiful manner, Why are you making things difficult for a small woman like me, sir? It's so hard for me to earn a few measly resources. Yang Kai took a glance at her chest, small. Luan Baifeng pressed her chest forward, her plump bosom almost bursting out of her clothes. However, she took a few steps back. With a flushing face, she said bashfully, Sir, I won't sleep with you. Yang Kai burst into laughter and snapped, Stop spouting nonsense. Give me your space ring. At that instant, Luan Baifeng appeared aggrieved. However, Yang Kai was unfazed. A while later, the woman clenched her teeth and took off her ring before tossing it at Yang Kai. While sniffling, she said, You're a man, so how do you have the nerve to oppress a woman like me? Ignoring her, Yang Kai swept his divine sense across the space ring's contents and arched his brow. He then fished out a wisp of purple chi from the ring. The purple chi was like a snake that was somewhere between real and illusory. It was truly mysterious. What was more important was that the purple chi contained a pure but profound power. What's this? Yang Kai asked. A furious Luan Baifeng replied. How would I know? I took it because I thought it was special. I haven't figured out what it is. Yang Kai poked her. Of the 9 people on the loyalty list, only you dare to speak to me like this. Luan Baifeng kept a faint smile on her face as she saluted him in an elegant manner. This mistress would like to express her eternal gratitude for her loyalty to Sir. As she spoke, she shot a charming glance at the man, her eyes flashing a truly alluring light. Yang Kai examined the purple chi for a while, but still couldn't figure out what it was. He had a feeling that it was a kind of material, not a cultivation resource. That was because he had tried to refine it, but it yielded no results. He then asked her where she obtained the purple chi from, but that didn't really help. After that, he put the purple chi inside his small universe, causing Luan Baifeng to become even more aggrieved. He went through her ring one more time, and upon making sure that there was nothing else that was worth his attention, he tossed it back to her. A vexed Luan Baifeng took it with a discontented and aggrieved expression, like a maiden who had been thoughtlessly abandoned by a man after a night of passion. I asked you to come over because I want you to assist me in arranging a space array. Yang Kai adjusted his clothes. You're an expert in the Tao of spirit arrays, so only you can help me. Luan Baifeng frowned. A space array? Yang Kai pointed at the territory gate that wasn't far away for that. Luan Baifeng looked up, and as she recalled what had happened some time ago, she finally understood Yang Kai's intention. With a smile, she asked, You want to hog everything for yourself, sir? Aren't you worried that it will invite trouble to you? Yang Kai replied dispassionately, Regardless of the trouble, I just have to gobble up everything first. If I don't even have the appetite for that, how am I supposed to achieve anything great? Zhua, Quan Hui and I opened up the territory gate together. And although it's still not stable, I suppose it will soon become so, as more than 1,000 open heaven realm masters from Voidland have already passed through it safely. I need to arrange a grand array here and refine some jade tokens so that only those with the tokens can move past it freely. Anyone who does not carry the access token will be exiled to the void. Can you do it? Luan Baifeng fell into her thoughts with a frown. It wasn't until a moment later that she replied, I can do it as long as you're willing to cooperate. Xianxia let out a breath. Good. We need to finish this quickly. Just tell me whatever materials you need. She looked up at him. That purple chi. It's mine, Xianxia said solemnly. Robber. Thief. Bandit. Luan Baifeng said through clenched teeth as she stomped her foot. She knew that since Xianxia had snatched it from her, there was no way she could get it back. Even though she was unresigned, there was nothing she could do. She was practically his servant since her name was on the loyalty list, so whatever Xianxia wanted to take from her, she was unable to disobey him. The man was probably the most thick-skinned person she had ever met. He had no qualms about snatching things from others, even a woman like her. After venting out her anger, though, she immediately started working on the grand array. For the next 2 months, Xianxia and Luan Baifeng remained beside the territory gate, working while discussing the grand array from time to time. Xianxia was a master of the Tao of Space, while Luan Baifeng was adept at the Tao of Spirit arrays. They worked together to make up for the weaknesses they respectively had, allowing them to rapidly develop this new grand array. The pair used up countless resources, and in just 2 months, the space array outside the territory gate finally took shape. A group of 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters stood in the void as they looked dazedly at the territory gate. The territory gate, which was opened up by Xianxia and Zuoquan Hui, was initially warped and sent out a dangerous aura. However, at this moment, with the support of the Grand Array, it had become stabilized. They could also see that the territory gate was surrounded by an oval-shaped structure that looked like a kind of gateway. In the middle of the structure was the territory gate that connected both great territories. Luan Baifeng was slightly pale. She had spent a lot of energy trying to arrange this grand array over the past 2 months. However, when she saw that her work had paid off, she still felt gratified. Xianxia turned his head and sent a signal to Yuhi, who dashed into the territory gate with a jade token in her hand. A moment later, she returned and nodded at Xianxia. It works. Xianxia let out a long breath. Although he had repeatedly tested it himself and reckoned that there wouldn't be a problem, he was a master of the Tao of Space after all. If there was really a problem, he might not be able to detect it. Since he managed to shuttle back and forth safely, though, it meant that his hard work over the past 2 months had paid off. Yuhi approached Xianxia and said in a small voice, Senior Brother Qing is waiting across from here, young master. He said that our guests have arrived. Xianxia nodded, and it had been 4 months since Qing Kuei left. Xianxia calculated the time and realized that Qing Kuei was indeed supposed to return around now. It had been a long time since they started exploring the newborn Great Territory, but they still hadn't gotten a full picture of it. Xianxia had summoned most of them back. It wasn't that they would stop exploring, it was just that they still wouldn't be able to explore everything even if they kept doing it for decades. This great territory wasn't really that expansive, but there were many hidden corners. If they didn't investigate carefully, they would definitely miss some wonderful discoveries. In the 3,000 worlds, many amazing things would still surface in those known great territories from time to time. Even though some places were crammed with people, they might still find something new that they hadn't paid attention to previously. It was the same case for this new great territory. They still had many years ahead of them anyway, and no one else could come here besides those from Voidland. They could still excavate the resources while exploring the great territory in the future. Whatever treasures there were in this place, they now belonged to Voidland, and no one else could lay their hands on them. Marshall Peak. Chapter 4613, It's Someone Else. After a long time of exploration, they still hadn't found any open heaven realm masters in this great territory. The martial Tao of the discovered universe worlds was also generally low, most of which were worse than that of the Blue Clouds continent. A few of them were an equal match for the Blue Cloud continent, and only one had a higher martial Dao, where a few great emperors had appeared, but that was it. This was a characteristic of a newborn great territory, as the martial Dao was still in the development stage. With such a great territory that was full of treasures and resources in its possession, Voidland would have a bright future. However, their heritage was insufficient presently to fully exploit it. In the past, Xianxia thought that 1,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters was a staggering figure. In the entire 3,000 worlds, only a small number of second-class Great Forces were a match for Voidland in this regard. Nevertheless, these 1,000-plus Open Heaven Realm Masters had to protect Voidland, guard Voidstar City, and explore this new great territory. Each place required a lot of manpower, especially the last one. In fact, they would probably need 10,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters to be stationed in this new great territory, so 1,000 suddenly seemed like a small number. Xianxia could only console himself that he had to take things slow. Voidland was still in its development stage, and they had already amassed a lot of Open Heaven Realm Masters in a short time. If he was too greedy for quick success, he might mess things up instead by rushing. Since a Jade token was required for anyone to move past the territory gate, they had to ask some people to stand guard on both sides of the gate. First of all, they could watch over the place so that no one would barge in. Secondly, they could open the doors for trustworthy visitors. Xianxia naturally wouldn't have to deal with this, as he would make the arrangements. After passing through the territory gate, he returned to the great territory where the star boundary was located. A few months ago, he led many Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to intercept those from Heavenly Sword Palace several million kilometers away from the star boundary. In the end, he borrowed the world's strength from the star boundary and temporarily ascended to the Seventh Order, which was how he managed to destroy the Heavenly Sword Palace and expose Heavenly Sword Union's remaining forces. The territory gate he had opened up was only a few million kilometers away from the star boundary itself. Therefore, after he left the new great territory, he immediately saw the star boundary. Upon seeing what was in front of him, Xianxia became startled and muttered, "Why has it grown taller yet again?" Compared to 4 months ago, the World Tree was now even taller. When he most recently returned to the star boundary from Voidland, the World Tree was only about 100,000 meters tall. After the Great Battle, many Open Heaven Realm Masters were killed, and the World Force, which leaked out from their corpses, were all absorbed by the World Tree. The nutrients allowed the tree to double in height to a 200,000 meters tall giant. Even though Xianxia was somewhere in the void that was several million kilometers away from the star boundary, he could still clearly see the magnificent and humongous World Tree now. What was even more surprising was that the star boundary and Demon Realm, which were originally far apart from each other, had basically merged together. Presently, the star boundary was filled with greenery as an ample vitality permeated it, while the Demon Realm was seen with weltering dark demon chi. Both places stood in stark contrast to one another, as one was green while the other one was black. The intertwined roots of the World Tree penetrated both worlds, which connected the Demon Realm and the star boundary. Xianxia had never expected such a thing to happen, and at that instant, he wasn't sure whether this was a good thing or not. Junior brother Yang, Qin Kuei, was waiting somewhere nearby, and upon seeing Xianxia, he quickly flew over. Xianxia nodded and saluted him. "Many thanks for your efforts, senior brother Qin." Qin Kuei replied with a smile. "It was just some traveling back and forth, nothing too strenuous." "Has Marshal Uncle Su arrived?" Xianxia asked. Qin Kuei nodded his head and said in a small voice, "Honored Master immediately came over after hearing about the situation in this place. Since he was in a rush, he could only invite a few friends of his who happened to be in Yin Cave Heaven at the time. More people will arrive later, as Honored Master dispatched messengers to some of the other cave heavens and paradises." After a moment of hesitation, he went on to say, "Honored Master has asked me to tell you something, Junior brother Yang. In the next few years, the star boundary will be the center of attention for the entire 3,000 worlds. 108 cave heavens and paradises will have their eyes on this place. So, He hopes that you'll be careful in everything you do. Xianxia put on a smile, I know. Then he patted Qing Kuei's shoulder. Let's go. We shall meet Martial Uncle Su and the other seniors. Taking advantage of his status as a great emperor, he instantly moved across several million kilometers and returned to High Heaven Palace alongside Qing Kuei, Su Yingshui, and Yuhi. In the Grand Hall, Hua Qingxi was seated on a chair with nothing to do when something flashed across her eyes. Upon seeing Xianxia and the others, she stood straight up and saluted, Palace Master. Xianxia nodded while Qing Kuei looked around and asked in shock, Where are my honored master and the other seniors? Hua Qingxi replied with a helpless smile. They said they wanted to take a stroll. I couldn't stop them. Xianxia activated his divine sense and instantly found them. Then he broke into laughter. Let's wait for them. With just a casual sweep, he had detected several powerful auras that were scattered across the star boundary. All of them were powerful 7th-order open heaven realm masters, so they could certainly move around the star boundary as they pleased. Xianxia was unable to stop them and did not have the intention to do so. After they were seated, Hua Qingxi told someone to prepare tea. Xianxia took the opportunity to ask about the transformation in the star boundary. When he returned to this place some time ago, he instantly clashed with those from Heavenly Sword Union at the territory gate, after which he was locked in battle all the way to the star boundary's borders, then crashed into the newborn Great Territory to pursue the enemy. Following that, he spent the next few months arranging the Grand Space Array at the territory gate. It wasn't until today that he returned to this place. An excited Hua Qingxi replied, The star boundary has gone through a tremendous transformation, Palace Master. Not long after you left previously, the world tree started growing rapidly, and the world energy became increasingly ample, which allowed all cultivators to comprehend the heavenly way and marshal Tao more easily. Over the past few months, we've recorded many people breaking through to the Emperor Realm. The ones who are already in the Emperor Realm have also shown great improvement in their cultivation. Furthermore, the overall strength of High Heaven Palace has increased by 30% compared to a few months ago. It was inconceivable that such a tremendous transformation had taken place in just a few months. This phenomenon could not be found in any other universe world in the entire 3,000 worlds, but it was happening right here in the star boundary. The rapid development of the world tree had greatly benefited the cultivators in the star boundary since they were living in this place. They could now easily achieve a breakthrough, and everyone had renewed hopes of achieving greater heights in their cultivation. What about the demon realm? Xianxia asked. Hua Qingxi replied, Sir Embodiment said that it's the same case in demon realm. For some reason, the world tree suddenly connected the star boundary and demon realm together some time ago. Now that the two worlds have merged, the transformation in demon realm is tremendous as well. Xianxia nodded his head. The limit of the world's bottle also seems to have expanded. In the future, there will be more great emperors and demon saints in the star boundary and the demon realm. Hua Qingxi was surprised as she hadn't realized this. However, since Xianxia was the star boundary's void great emperor, he naturally couldn't be mistaken about such a thing. The world's bottle of the star boundary could only accommodate 10 great emperors in the past, but since it had expanded, it would allow more to be born. Unfortunately, you've already condensed a Tao seal. Otherwise, you would have stood a chance to become a great emperor of the star boundary. Xianxia looked regretfully at her. Hua Qingxi replied with a smile, This mistress is already satisfied with the achievements I've made so far. I wouldn't dare to be greedy. It's great that you don't mind. Xianxia put on a smile. In fact, there was nothing special about becoming a great emperor. After all, every cultivator would eventually want to become an open heaven realm master. The value of being a great emperor was that one obtained the acknowledgement of the universe world they were from. Therefore, despite being only an emperor realm cultivator, he or she could activate world force and temporarily use the might of the open heaven realm. Nevertheless, the power one could use was only on par with the low-rank open heaven realm, so it wasn't that valuable. But the star boundary was different as its heritage was incredibly rich now. If one could become a great emperor in the star boundary, They could make use of the might of the world and use strength on par with a mid-rank open heaven realm master despite only being in the Emperor realm. In comparison, the great emperors of the star boundary and the great emperors of the other universe worlds were not even of the same caliber. Furthermore, experiencing such great power in advance would help one's future growth, just like how Xianxia had experienced the 7th Order open heaven realm power in advance. That was the reason he felt sorry for Xianxia. However, since she had condensed her Dao seal, she would have the potential to become a 5th Order open heaven realm master in the future. There was nothing worth regretting in reality. Everyone had their own opportunities. Compared to the other Emperor realm masters, the ones from the star boundary were already at a significant advantage. And this was just the current generation. The future generations would gain an even greater advantage, which was the reason Su Linggong and the other 7th Order open heaven realm masters couldn't contain the urge to explore the star boundary. After talking to Xianxia for a while longer, Xianxia looked up as a figure flashed and appeared before his eyes. Su Linggong's brawny figure appeared in the Grand Hall. "Honored Master!" Qin Kuei and Suing Shui rose from the chairs and saluted him. "Martial Uncle Su." Xianxia immediately stood up as well. Su Linggong seemed to be burdened with worries. He waved his hand and took a seat on a chair, after which Xianxia set down a cup of tea on the table for him. After giving it a thought with a frown, Su Linggong picked up the cup and gulped the tea down. Then he stared at Xianxia and snapped, "Brat, you put me in a tight spot." Xianxia broke into laughter. "What do you mean, Martial Uncle Su?" Su Linggong replied, "I saw many talented youths when I was out taking a stroll just now and wanted to take them all on as disciples. What do you think I should do?" Xianxia's expression darkened as the corners of his eyes twitched. "It seems that you're here to rob me instead of complaining about anything, Martial Uncle Su." Su Linggong grinned. "I only thought about it but didn't make any moves. It's someone else who has actually done so." As he spoke, he pointed at the entrance of the hall. Following that, another figure flashed as an old man clad in a simple gray robe appeared. What was surprising was that the old man was carrying a toddler that was barely a few months old in his arms. Beside him was a flustered woman whose eyes were drenched in tears. The woman was wearing clothes made from simple linen, and although she was a bit chubby, it was obvious that she wasn't from a wealthy family. She was as ordinary as could be. No traces of cultivation could be found on this woman, and the dirt under her nails and in her hair made it apparent that she was from a family of mortal farmers. Her child was taken away by a seemingly powerful old man, and she was brought to this strange hall at the speed of lightning. At that moment, she was anxious and didn't know what to do. However, her worried gaze remained fixed on her child, as he seemed to be the only thing on her mind.